The ancient ones howl beneath the starlit sky, heralding the imminent arrival of the apocalypse. The authority of order, which can mitigate the risks of chaos to their lowest ebb, has become the coveted prize among the ancient entities. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the essence of the realm of disorder, emblematic of both order and distortion, is grasped by the complex young man Hubert, who has just traversed into this world. He has joined the Tarot Society and set forth to construct the order of the human realm, gradually mastering the authority of order. Chapter 1. The Realm of Disorder. Hubert Jeffrey is acutely aware that he has once again entered a dream. Nearby stands a dilapidated castle, askew and nearly engulfed by foliage, alongside a once beautiful but now desolate ancient town. Strangely, there exists a sun, clouds, and stars upon the distant ground. The sky is adorned with a vast forest, colossal trees resembling stalactites suspended from the heavens. In the space between the sky and earth, there are towering mountains and a grand clock tower, as if these vistas have been affixed to a colossal wall. All that unfolds before him seems as if this world is contained within a box. For the past month, Hubert has frequently found himself in this dream, its clarity so vivid that upon awakening, he recalls every detail with remarkable precision. Each time he dreams, he encounters a shadowy figure. Its form is so indistinct that he cannot discern its features, only that it appears to be shouting, as if in a desperate cry. At times, he can hear its anguished screams. At other moments, silence prevails. When silence reigns, Hubert feels a profound sense of relief, for the figure's screams would send his mind into a tumult, as if a wave of madness were surging from within him. In those moments, Hubert awakens, striving to combat the frenzy that threatens to engulf him. He has speculated whether the shadow could be a resident of this realm and has attempted to engage in meaningful communication. Alas, every effort has ended in failure. Thus, upon sighting the shadow, Hubert can only choose to flee with haste. The shadow glides swiftly, outpacing Hubert's frantic flight, and soon enough, its screams pierce his eardrums. Once more, the agony of his tumultuous thoughts returns. Just as Hubert braces himself for the moment of awakening, he astonishingly comprehends the figure's cries. The realm of disorder, the realm of disorder. The figure has been incessantly shouting the realm of disorder. Memories long sealed within Hubert's mind awaken. The realm of disorder is one of the essences. Hubert gazes in astonishment at his surroundings. Is this truly the realm of disorder? Shouldn't it be located in the Western continent? Suddenly, he awakens from the dream, bolting upright in bed. Outside, a crimson moon hangs in the night sky, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, presenting an undeniably tranquil evening. Gasping for breath, Hubert realizes he is drenched in a cold sweat. He soon discovers he seems to have lost a crucial memory. He felt he had understood the nature of the dream world, yet why could he not recall it? This is not the first instance of such a sensation. Hubert traversed into this world a month ago. Before his arrival, he was an ordinary worker in Huaxia, often indulging in novels during his leisure time. Consequently, upon his arrival, he quickly recognized that he was in the world of Lord of Mysteries. The kingdom he inhabits is called Ruin, and the city is the capital, Beakland. The reigning monarch is King George III. More importantly, Hubert has discovered that after his arrival, he possesses certain extraordinary traits. His eloquence has notably improved, and persuading family and friends has become remarkably easier. Yet, perplexingly, while Hubert inherited nearly all the memories of the original owner, the original had neither consumed any potions nor engaged with items of evident, extraordinary nature. Since Hubert's arrival, he has dreamt of the bizarre visions every 2 or 3 days, and now it has escalated to nearly once a day. This phenomenon has plagued Hubert. He cannot fathom the origin of his suddenly manifested extraordinary traits. This is the first of the peculiar occurrences following his arrival, the second being his amnesia. Hubert surmises that this memory loss serves as a form of self-protection. He vaguely recalls that certain esoteric knowledge, if known by someone of lower standing, could lead to contamination. Yet he cannot comprehend why he has lost these memories. These thoughts flit through Hubert's mind as he awakens, only to be met by a sudden, intense headache, as if someone were violently stirring a knife within his brain. Simultaneously, Hubert feels a ravenous beast within him, on the verge of tearing through his body to escape. This surge of madness is more severe than any prior experience. Hubert collapses to the ground, trembling, yearning to scream wildly, wishing to destroy everything in the room, to eliminate every soul within this house. Only the remnants of his reason prevent him from succumbing to his frenzied thoughts. He desperately suppresses the pain and madness, attempting to articulate clearly in Hermetic, a language learned at the grammar school. O foolish one, not of this era. You are the mysterious sovereign of the fog. You are the king of fortuity, clad in yellow and black. I beseech your aid, I implore your favor. I pray you to quell this endless madness. This is the sole solution Hubert can conceive. Though he suspects that his adoptive father is an extraordinary being, the latter has never exhibited any extraordinary abilities nor revealed any knowledge of the arcane arts. Thus Hubert refrains from exposing his condition. Compared to his adoptive father, Hubert is more inclined to trust Klein. A fellow traveler at least, he knows this fool possesses compassion and a kind heart. The current date is early July, 1349. Hubert vaguely recalls that Klein should have already traversed into this realm and is currently situated in some magical fog where he has initiated the Tarot Society. He hopes this will catch Klein's attention if this continues. He fears he may genuinely succumb to madness. Hubert recites the title of the Fool 7 or 8 times. As his reason begins to falter against the encroaching madness, just as the turmoil within him threatens to spiral out of control, he suddenly feels himself being drawn, traversing, through a layer of gray-white mist, arriving in a grand hall. The feeling of madness dissipates instantly, and Hubert exhales a sigh of relief. He could see that moment. He finds himself seated at an ancient, weathered bronze long table. At the far end of the table sits a mysterious and formidable figure, shrouded in ambiguity. Hubert muses, "Finally, Mr. Klein, you have made your move." Chapter 2. The Emperor Card. Within the Source Castle, Hubert regains his memories pertaining to the realm of disorder. He now firmly believes that his amnesia serves as a form of protection. Only within the essence can one shield oneself from the contamination of those at the pinnacle of the hierarchy or the outer gods, allowing for the restoration of those memories. Hubert then realizes that he shares a connection with the realm of disorder akin to that of Klein with Source Castle. However, without comparison, there's no pain just glance at. The source fortress of others, which allows Klein, who has just traversed realms, to immediately convene the meeting of the 2-5 Sons to promptly initiate. The tarot gathering, in stark contrast, the land of disorder to which he is bound feels like a pitfall. Hubert chuckled bitterly to himself before rising to say, "Great and mysterious fool, I am grateful for your assistance." Were it not for the timely intervention of Mr. Klein, Hubert felt he might have succumbed to madness. Even if luck had favored him, it would have been hours of insanity. Reflecting on the fact that his foster mother, sister, and brother were all lost in slumber, while his foster father had departed on a business trip 2 weeks prior and was absent from home, he shuddered at the thought of the consequences that could arise from his potential madness, which he could scarcely imagine. Klein paid no heed to Hubert's gratitude, seemingly dismissing it as a trivial matter, and in a voice deep and enigmatic, inquired, "How did you come to know my name?" The crux of the matter is that this young man always intoned the esteemed title of the Fool in the dead of night, each time rousing Klein from his slumber. Of course, what perplexed Klein the most was how the other party had learned of the Fool's esteemed name, sending chills down his spine and instilling a sense of impending crisis. Had it not been for the signs of instability exhibited by this young man, Klein would not have brought such a significant uncertainty into the FOGAS for this matter. Hubert had long prepared an answer. "Respected Fool, I began to exhibit signs of madness about a month ago. I beseeched the divine for assistance, yet received no response. Just when I was at my most helpless, a fog appeared in my mind, and I heard your esteemed name." Klein's bewilderment deepened. He even began to suspect whether the fog here had taken it upon itself to divulge his esteemed name. Hubert swiftly changed the subject. "I wonder how I might express my gratitude for your help." "There is no need for gratitude," Klein replied, having encountered considerable knowledge of mysticism, but he couldn't fully believe Hubert's explanation, yet he couldn't dismiss it either. Hubert then asked, "Honored Fool, how might I escape this fate of madness?" The moment the question slipped from his lips, he felt a pang of regret. The current Mr. Fool possessed less knowledge of mysticism than himself, and such a query might induce discomfort. Thus, Hubert quickly added, "What kind of sacrifice must I offer to free myself from his fate of madness?" "I am the fool who favors equivalent. Exchange or sacrifice is unnecessary." Klein replied readily, "It seems you have not consumed any potions. Did you gradually descend into madness after coming into contact with some extraordinary item?" Within this fog, Klein could discern through spiritual sight whether a person had ingested a potion. The aura of this young man was darker than that of an ordinary person, yet it was evident he was not an extraordinary being. Hence, the only 2 reasons an ordinary person might lose control are either they were born with a portion of Sequence 9, or they inadvertently encountered an extraordinary event, or item, becoming tainted by a sealed object. If he were indeed born with a fragment of Sequence 9, this young man would either have gone mad long ago or would not be significantly affected by extraordinary traits. Much like the monster atomizer he encountered a few days prior at the black market with old Neil, who was unable to control the half-sequence 9 extraordinary traits due to his heightened spirituality. Thus, the answer was singular. This individual must have come into contact with a sealed object or extraordinary item to exhibit such symptoms. As for whether this madness arose post-transference, he certainly could not disclose that decline at this juncture. The fool fell silent for a few moments. There are 2 others similar to you, drawn here for different reasons. They wish for me to convene gatherings regularly for the exchange of formulas, the trade of materials, the sharing of information, and the commissioning of tasks. I have acquiesced to their request. You're someone well-versed in mysticism. You may engage in equivalent exchanges with me or others using your knowledge. Your inquiries will find resolution here, and your problem shall be addressed. Hubert replied, "It is my honor." The fool continued, "Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, free from distractions." He added, "They have chosen tarot card names as their respective code names. You may select one for yourself as well." Before Hubert lay a deck of tarot cards, and his emotions became somewhat complex, he had not anticipated joining the Tarot Society in such a manner, nor entering the extraordinary realm this way. Yet all of this seemed inevitable, for from the moment he arrived in this world, he had been bound to the land of disorder. Why had the land of disorder manifested in the northern continent? Had the celestial sovereign's seal weakened to such an extent? Or was this part of some deity's plan? To uncover these truths, one must enter the extraordinary world, thus making his entry into this realm unavoidable. "Let fate decide my code name," Hubert said, casually shuffling the cards and drawing one. The Emperor, what a grandiose title. The symbol on the chair behind Hubert awakened, an abstract throne adorned with a symbol representing chaos and distortion. Yet, the fact that the Emperor was not an extraordinary being yet possessed extensive knowledge about them was quite unusual. "Let me observe for now." Klein thought, after all, no one could harm him in this fog. He then departed from the fog. For tomorrow, Mr. Fool had to attend to work and needed to catch up on some rest. His night clothes were drenched in sweat, and his hair was damp as though he had bathed in perspiration. Hubert once again felt grateful that he was aware of the fool's existence. Outside, dawn was breaking, and Hubert had entirely lost the desire to sleep. Today was Monday, and in the afternoon, he would attend the Tarot Society for the first time. Chapter 3. The New Member. At the break of dawn, Hubert emerged from his chamber and made his way to the dining room on the first floor, where his sister and brother were already partaking in breakfast. His foster father, Kristen Jeffrey, held the rank of brigadier general, yet seemed to be somewhat sidelined in his duties. Nonetheless, even if he were not in favor, a brigadier general still belonged to the upper echelons of society, residing in a spacious 2-story villa with a sizable garden in Queens. Moreover, Hubert's foster siblings, his sister Donna, who was a year younger, and his brother Tyron, who was 3 years his junior, were both enrolled in the esteemed public primary and secondary schools of Beckland, easily qualifying for the renowned Beckland University, often regarded as the premier institution of learning in Rouen. However, their lifestyles still paled in comparison to that of the true nobility. Hubert's assessment of his foster father Kristen's lack of esteem stemmed from the family's modest financial situation. He recalled that General Emilius, who held the same rank, appeared to be quite affluent. In contrast, Hubert himself had fared much better, recalling that Kristen's initial capital amounted to a mere £1, which included the sustenance for the 3 siblings. Donna, with her naturally curled golden locks, guarded her milk and sweet rolls, remarking, "Hubert, you seem rather out of sorts." Hubert, taking a seat at the table, casually responded, "I was restless last night." The maid served him a sumptuous breakfast of salad and fried eggs. Upon glancing at the black tea, he requested, "Please, a glass of milk instead." After such an extended period in this new world, he still found it somewhat disconcerting to drink tea or coffee in the early morning. However, he quickly acclimatized to being served breakfast. Hubert rose and addressed, "Very well, mother." "Oh dear, do you still hold hope for your father's gifts?" Mona Lisa placed a hand on her forehead. "Believe me, after all these years of marriage to your father, I have yet to receive a satisfactory present." Donna chuckled. "That's because father lacks a competent personal attendant." Hubert was studying law at Beckland University, and in the afternoon, he clandestinely skipped class, seeking refuge in a secluded equipment room to prepare for the upcoming tarot gathering. At the stroke of 3, Hubert felt as though he had suddenly entered a dense, grayish-white fog, which then revealed a magnificent hall and a bronze long table before him. Miss Justice, Audrey, bowed and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Alas, there is no fine wine here. Otherwise, we could toast to your success." Her pause was due to the discovery of a new member, and as she spoke, she instinctively began to observe. The newcomer was a young man, brimming with vitality. Likely an avid sports enthusiast, he appeared composed, devoid of the nervousness and astonishment typically associated with first-time attendees of the tarot gathering. His attire was somewhat indistinct, yet it was evident that it was of fine quality, with a novel design that bore the unmistakable style of the Kingdom of Ruin. Justice concluded, he must hail from the upper echelons of Ruin society, most likely residing in Beckland. Though youthful, he exudes a sense of maturity and calm. Justice's living environment surpassed Hubert's by an entire tier. She and her two brothers were educated at home by tutors, never needing to attend grammar school or university. Only the illegitimate offspring of Count Hall or members of families without inherited titles would receive an education comparable to Hubert's. Consequently, she was unable to immediately deduce that Hubert was a university student. On the opposite side of the long table, the hangman, Alge, also commended the fool, stating, "Your strength surpasses our expectations." He too noticed the new member, which caused him to furrow his brow. While the fool was indeed powerful, he believed that a notification should have been given to both him and Justice prior to admitting a new member. Had he not just witnessed the fool's might, he would have certainly raised an objection. The fool remarked, "Excellent, this indicates that we are on a productive path. Should you find yourselves occupied on Monday afternoons, kindly inform me in advance so we may hold this ceremony early." He added, "As you can see, a new member has joined the tarot gathering." The fool then introduced, "This is Miss Justice, this is Mr. Hangman, and the new member is Mr. Emperor." "Good afternoon, Mr. Emperor," Justice greeted with a smile. This Mr. Emperor was likely a member of Ruin's upper society, which elicited a sense of familiarity from Justice. "Good afternoon," Hubert replied. "It is an honor to partake in your gathering." The hangman, however, did not extend a greeting, but merely observed Hubert for a time. The gathering commenced in earnest, with Justice first presenting the fool with a page from the diary of Emperor Rossel. She kindly reminded Hubert, "The special symbols left by Emperor Rossel are written notes from his diary. The fool is quite interested in these diaries. You may collect them and trade with him." Hubert graciously responded, "Thank you for your reminder." Just then, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the hall. Justice, the hangman, and even the fool were intently fixated on him, as if he were some sort of anomaly. "Oh no," Hubert belatedly thought, upon hearing of Emperor Rossel's diary. "I failed to display adequate astonishment. Even a modicum of surprise would have sufficed. What should I do now? Should I hastily explain, or feign a facade of possessing substantial backing?" He soon realized that regardless of whether he explained or remained silent, the outcome would lead to the same conclusion. His identity would appear enigmatic. Thus, he decided against offering an explanation, allowing them to speculate on their own. Chapter 4. Misfortune is the norm in an extraordinary world. Justice Audrey mused, "He actually knows that it is a diary. Surely he cannot comprehend those special symbols. Can he? Are there truly so many people in this world who understand these symbols? Or has he acquired knowledge of related mysticism? He must hail from a family of extraordinary individuals or belong to an extraordinary organization." The hangman Alge thought, "I should have anticipated this. A new member recognized by the fool must possess exceptional qualities." I almost questioned the fool, but thankfully my doubts remained unvoiced. A few moments later, their second round of scrutiny of Hubert concluded, yet they no longer regarded him with the same disdain as they had at the beginning of the gathering. Next came the time for the fool to read the diary, and Hubert was eager to catch a glimpse, for there were many diaries of Rossel, and he could no longer recall the specific content of the diary that had appeared at this gathering. After the fool finished reading, Justice inquired, "Fool, may we enlighten the new member about the roles and assimilation of this knowledge?" The fool glanced at Hubert, and, noticing his lack of curiosity, replied, "I have already received your payment. You may impart knowledge or engage in equivalent trade with it." He bore an expression akin to one who would not snatch sweets from a child. However, the new member should be aware of this knowledge. At that moment, Klein and Audrey shared similar suspicions, believing the Emperor to be a member of an extraordinary family or organization. Even so, it was highly unusual for the Emperor, who was not an extraordinary individual, to possess such extensive knowledge of the extraordinary. One must ponder who would allow a non-ordinary family member or organization member to learn the secrets of the extraordinary. Justice also recognized this fact. "Mr. Emperor, are you familiar with the concepts of role-playing and assimilation?" "As the fool has stated, I am aware of these concepts," Hubert replied with a wry smile. "However, I currently find no use for this knowledge, as I have yet to consume the elixir." Justice remained unfazed, but the hanged man was once again engulfed in shock. He had previously believed himself well-informed and capable of making significant strides in the extraordinary realm. Particularly Justice's ignorance had fostered a sense of self-satisfaction within him. Yet today, Hubert had doused him with a bucket of cold water. He shared the fool's sentiments, recognizing that it was indeed abnormal for an ordinary person to possess such extensive knowledge of the extraordinary. Hubert remarked, "I am grateful to Mr. Fool for permitting me to join this gathering. I hope to uncover the reasons behind my gradual descent into madness." He succinctly recounted the tribulations of the past month. "If you could assist me in identifying the source of my affliction, I would be willing to exchange extraordinary knowledge, of which you are undoubtedly unaware, in an equitable trade. Of course, it is possible that I have been inadvertently contaminated. However, if that were the case, I should have encountered the same extraordinary item on more than one occasion, and I would have likely noticed it." Justice timidly inquired, "Mr. Emperor, might I ask what constitutes half of sequence 9? What recompense must I offer for this information?" Justice expressed delight. "Thank you for your generosity." Hubert elucidated. Half of sequence 9 refers to individuals who are born with extraordinary traits. This phenomenon typically arises when both parents are formidable, extraordinary beings, or at least one of them is. During the process of procreation, there exists a probability that the extraordinary traits of the parents will be inherited by the newborn. The greater the number of extraordinary traits possessed by the parents from a particular sequence, the higher the likelihood of inheritance. However, this is often not a fortunate circumstance, as the child is then confined to the extraordinary path bestowed upon them by their parents. Moreover, during infancy, if the parents are unable to help the child manage these extraordinary traits, how can an infant possess the capacity to control them? It is highly likely that the child will descend into madness from a young age. Hubert lamented, "Alas, misfortune is the norm in the extraordinary world. Just like me, enjoying hot pot and singing, only to suddenly be on the brink of insanity." At that moment, the fool abruptly tapped the bronze table with his index finger and proclaimed in a voice of utmost authority, "What you are experiencing is a curse." This conclusion was reached after his discussion with old Neil earlier that day. Hubert's mind expanded with possibilities. Indeed, a curse could very well be a factor, but then arises the question, who would curse an orphan who has never known their biological parents? If it were a rival of the adoptive father, would it not be a curse upon Donna or Talon instead? Hubert pondered further. Perhaps this calamity was indeed invoked by my biological parents, who perished at a young age, an abnormality. Could it be that an enemy of my biological parents has directed a curse upon their child? He thought about discussing this matter with his adoptive father later that afternoon, seizing the opportunity to inquire about information regarding his biological parents. Hubert turned to the fool. "This has provided a new direction for my investigation. How can I express my gratitude for your insight?" "The diary of Roselle," the fool replied, "or information concerning the Antigonids. Even what I know would suffice." Hubert responded, "I can now furnish you with the compensation you seek." The Antigonids first emerged during the era of the Solomon Empire, when they established their own kingdom in the Hinachus Mountains, thus ascending to the annals of history. During the Fourth Era, the Antigonids maintained a close relationship with two significant figures, though I cannot disclose their names here. I believe Mr. Fool is aware of who those two figures are. Discussing them here poses no risk due to the protection afforded by Mr. Fool. However, to ensure the safety of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, we shall defer discussing them until they are sufficiently powerful. Chapter 5. The Curse Within the Bloodline. Fool Klein smiled wryly. "I am truly unaware, yet perhaps ignorance is a blessing, for this world is shrouded in mystery. It is indeed plausible that merely discussing certain individuals or matters could summon calamity. The Emperor possesses considerable esoteric knowledge. Bringing him into the fold was indeed a wise decision." Justice Audrey exclaimed, "How terrifying! Is this truly the nature of the extraordinary world, that merely mentioning certain individuals could lead to disaster?" Hangman Alger noted, "The extraordinary knowledge possessed by the Emperor appears to be highly advanced. Fortunately, I did not previously exhibit any contempt towards him." Hubert continued, "Subsequently, the Antigonids grew into a prominent family during the era of the Four Emperors due to their support for the Blood Emperor's reign. However, following the fall of the Blood Emperor, the Antigonids were pursued by the gods, and for reasons unknown, fell into chaos. The kingdom they had built was obliterated. There are even rumors that Antigonids still slumber in the palace of Hinachus, yet no one can verify this. Afterward, there were no further accounts of the Antigonid family. Even if their descendants managed to evade the gods' pursuit, they are now merely distant branches, incapable of restoring their former glory. The other three fell into varying degrees of silence, astounded by the notion of being pursued by the gods. Although they believed in the existence of deities, the accounts of their deeds provoked an instinctual desire to cover their ears. Klein noted that Hubert spoke of Antigonids being pursued by the gods, not the Anagonid family as a whole. Could it be that the founder of the Anagonid family and the one pursued by the gods are one and the same? The possibility that Antigonids might still be resting in the palace of Hanachus held immense value for Klein, almost explaining the whispers he had heard when he became an extraordinary being. Observing the silence enveloping the group, Hubert felt a twinge of exasperation. He had been cautious in his wording, avoiding any explicit mention of Adam and Ammon, the two angelic kings, and refraining from asserting that the Antigonids were descendants of ancient gods or the younger brother of the goddess of night. He had not anticipated that even the information he had tempered would so profoundly astonish them. The hanged man even began to suspect, is the emperor like Mr. Fool, a slumbering ancient god? How else could he possess such knowledge of hidden matters? Thus, with a tentative hope, he inquired, Mr. Emperor, aside from the Storm Church, where else might one acquire the potion formula for the Wind Blessed? What kind of recompense must I provide for this information? He had not yet determined the specifics of the recompense, choosing to defer that decision for a later time. Hubert had no intention of offering the hanged man an initial gift. As for the value of my information, Mr. Fool can attest to it. The hanged man paused, surprised to learn that the emperor indeed knew of alternative methods to obtain the potion for the sailor's path. No problem. Hubert asked, have you heard of the elf race? I have, the hanged man replied, though that was a long extinct race. Indeed, the elf race no longer exists, Hubert continued, but do not underestimate ancient mythical beings. Some of their powerful members may still utilize certain extraordinary items to preserve their consciousness. Of course, I do not advise you to seek such extraordinary items, as it is perilous. You should understand that the extraordinary paths possessed by the elf race are akin to your own. Furthermore, I am aware that many remnants of the elf race can be found at sea. I believe you may uncover what you seek there. The hanged man fell into contemplation, recognizing that Hubert had provided him with a fresh and feasible perspective. The fool also pondered deeply, realizing that many secret extraordinary events had transpired during the distant second and third eras, and that the current era is still influenced by those extraordinary occurrences. Justice, unable to contain her burgeoning curiosity, yearned to learn more about ancient mythical beings. However, since Hubert had just bestowed upon her an initial gift, she felt reluctant to press further. At that moment, she suddenly realized that associating closely with the protagonist would undoubtedly yield benefits, for he was enveloped in an aura of brilliance. Typically, in the afternoons after classes, Hubert would spend 1 or 2 hours playing cricket with his classmates or practicing fencing. When the weather was warm, he would go swimming. Hubert often reflected that in an age devoid of the internet, university students were far healthier in their allocation of leisure time. Yet, upon learning of this, his adoptive mother sternly rebuked him, expressing concern that his activities might lead neighbors or Hubert's classmates to suspect that the Jeffrey family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Alternatively, one might lead others to perceive that the Jeffrey family is excessively stringent with their adopted son. Upon entering the estate, the butler, while accepting Hubert as Satchel, remarked, Master Hubert, the master requests your presence in the study. Very well, Hubert replied, accompanying the butler to the door of the study. The butler knocked before announcing their arrival. After receiving the permission of his adoptive father, Christine, Hubert opened the door, first catching sight of his father seated behind the desk. He appeared to be in his 30s, clean-shaven, and despite the smile upon his lips, he emanated an undeniable air of authority. Prior to Hubert's transference, there had always been a certain distance between him and his adoptive parents, which had only widened since his arrival in this new realm. He had always referred to them as father and mother, rather than the more affectionate daddy and mommy as Donna and Tyron did. Christine gestured towards the chair opposite his desk, saying, Please have a seat. Hubert found himself quite willing to comply with his father's request, attributing this to the extraordinary nature he perceived in Christine. Christine inquired, I have heard that you have been somewhat distracted of late, experiencing bouts of insomnia and occasionally displaying erratic expressions. Hubert paused. I have endeavored to conceal the madness within me. Some things cannot be hidden simply by wishing them away. Christine sighed. It has been quite some time since we last spoke of your biological father, has it not? Indeed, Hubert replied, taken aback by his adoptive father's willingness to broach the subject of his biological parents, saving him the need to initiate the conversation. Christine continued, There exists a curse within your family's bloodline. Chapter 6. The Path of the Lawyer. Hubert furrowed his brow, not anticipating such swift confirmation of Christine's suspicions. "You do not seem particularly shocked," Christine remarked with a smile. "No," Hubert confessed. "During my secondary education, I developed a keen interest in the arcane. About a month ago, I suddenly felt an inexplicable madness welling up within me, intensifying with each passing day, akin to the curses described in mysticism." He paused and added, "Hearing you speak of it does surprise me somewhat. Could it be that some knowledge of the occult is not mere legend or mere flights of fancy, but rather a tangible reality?" Christine replied earnestly, "Indeed, behind the fa of the world, there exists an extraordinary realm." He continued, "We must engage in a candid discussion. Where shall we begin? Let us start with your biological father. I should have informed you earlier that your biological father was my closest friend. He was an exceptional man, achieving heights that many could scarcely aspire to. He was also the most likely individual capable of ending the curse plaguing your family." Christine's tone grew somber. Regrettably, he ultimately failed. Family? Hubert seized upon this pivotal piece of information, having never before considered himself part of any family. Given that he had never encountered any blood relatives, was he truly the sole remnant of his lineage? Moreover, was his family even one of distinction? Christine elaborated. "I fought alongside your father, Rex, in Sibrin. During that time, we shared everything. He confided in me the curse that haunted your family, expressing his determination not to perpetuate this accursed bloodline. However, fate intervened when he met your mother, and the two fell deeply in love. Perhaps through destiny's design, you came into being. Typically, the curse within your family's bloodline awakens on your 12th birthday, but your mother performed a sealing ritual, granting you an additional decade. She wished for you to enjoy a carefree youth, to experience the beauty of life, and to fall in love and share kisses with your peers, not to wear a perpetual scowl as your father did. Therefore, she insisted that I vow to reveal portions of the truth only when the curse was awakened." A profound sense of joy and sorrow washed over Hubert. He understood that this was not his mother, and even the original memories bore no trace of her. Yet, he was deeply moved by the essence of maternal love. "Time flies," Christine mused. "That was already 2 decades ago." He continued, "When you were born, Rex's condition was dire. In his final moments, he worried about how you would confront the curse within your bloodline. He wished for you to choose your path, one as an ordinary person, doomed to a state of half-madness, yet he had left you ample inheritance. I would ensure you were sent to a country estate, where I would select loyal servants for you. Rex had made a pact with the School of Life, ensuring that after you turned 45, you would experience a wave of fortune, gradually awakening from your semi-madness, allowing you to enjoy life as an ordinary man. The other path was to become an extraordinary being. Upon achieving the rank of Sequence 9, your madness would significantly diminish. However, Rex urged me to caution you. First, you must choose the potions of the path of the lawyer, for awakening the curse would render you a half-Sequence 9. Second, once you become extraordinary or progress for half a year, the madness would gradually intensify. At that point, potions would become akin to opiates for you. Regardless of whether you had properly digested prior potions, you would be compelled to advance. Alternatively, you could opt not to ascend, battling the endless madness. But this would render your emotions unstable. The majority of your family perished in such a state of chaos. You may take your time to deliberate. There is no need for an immediate response. Oh, and I must remind you, I only possess the formulas for Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 potions of the Path of the Lawyer." Hubert was taken aback. Did my father not leave behind formulas for higher sequences? "No," Christine replied. "This is a test bestowed upon you by Rex. Perhaps he hoped for you to live as an ordinary man." Hubert smirked, realizing that while others may face paternal challenges, the original's father seemed to specialize in burdening his son. He then recalled that his codename in the Tarot Society was the Emperor, while the true god of the Path of the Lawyer bore resemblance to the Black Emperor. Was this mere coincidence? In this realm of the extraordinary, how could such coincidences exist? After a moment of reflection, Hubert declared, "There is no need for contemplation. I cannot squander the prime of my life wallowing in madness." Of course, this was also because dear Mr. Fool would soon possess the Black Emperor card, which would grant him access to the formula for subsequent potions through a trade. Christine advised, "I still urge you to reconsider. Countless individuals have mismanaged their most precious years, yet they continue to thrive." Hubert shook his head. "I prefer to seize my fate with my own hands rather than surrender it to mere fortune. Father, please grant me the Sequence 9 potion. I shall carry on the family legacy, and on the day I become sufficiently powerful, I will eradicate the curse within our bloodline." Christine laughed heartily. Rex would surely take great solace in witnessing this. "I respect your choice." With that, he retrieved a piece of parchment from his drawer and approached the cabinet by the bookshelf. Opening the cabinet, he revealed a set of flasks and numerous extraordinary materials contained within small vials and jars. Christine placed the parchment upon the cabinet and began to prepare the potion. Main ingredients: an eye of a fearworm, a fruit of a shimmering tree. Auxiliary ingredients: a black iris flower, 6 leaves of a monkey orchid, 8 grams of blackheart grass juice, 120 grams of white wine. Upon reviewing the formula, Hubert was astonished to discover that wine was a necessary component. His thoughts wandered. It seems that those allergic to alcohol cannot pursue the path of the lawyer. At that moment, he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, seeking to release his emotions through fanciful musings. Christine first added the auxiliary materials into the beaker, then, with a pair of tweezers, placed a lifeless black eyeball that evoked a sense of dread into the vessel, followed by a fruit resembling a peeled walnut. Once all the extraordinary components were combined, without the need for stirring, the ingredients instantly melted together. A slight black, mesmerizing mist rose from the beaker, signaling the completion of the potion, a deep black liquid. Christine nudged it toward Hubert, saying, "This is the potion of Sequence 9 for lawyers." Chapter 7. The Throne of the Disordered Realm. Christine gazed at the dark potion and cautioned, "You have one last chance to reconsider. If you drink this, you shall become extraordinary and bid farewell to the life of an ordinary person." Hubert grasped the beaker. While I still possessed the courage to forge ahead, he consumed the potion in one swift motion. As the inky liquid entered his stomach, he began to tremble involuntarily. For a fleeting moment, the world around him appeared to warp. Simultaneously, fragmented whispers echoed in his ears, indistinct and unclear. Soon, he gained an understanding. In a previous era, only Solomon had successfully ascended to the title of Black Emperor, yet he fell during the War of the Four Emperors, leading to Rosal's ascension as the new Black Emperor, thus extinguishing any possibility of rebirth. Consequently, Solomon's influence over lower-tier extraordinary beings of the same sequence had diminished significantly, and Rosal's current state was precarious. Though Hubert could not recall the specifics, sensing that knowledge of the Emperor's condition would lead to contamination. In any case, the Emperor could no longer impact lower-tier extraordinary beings of the same sequence, as the lawyer path lacks existing true gods and high-tier beings. Those who ascend through this route do not hear distinct whispers during their transformation. Hubert then observed a wooden board on the bookshelf, marred by 2 tiny cracks, while a book's cover bore a small indentation. From these phenomena, Hubert deduced that the bookshelf would begin to deteriorate from that board, and the book would start to suffer damage from that small dent. These are the vulnerabilities of the bookshelf and the book. However, this peculiar vision vanished, along with the involuntary tremors. Seeing Hubert stabilize, Christine poured a glass of the white wine they had just used for the potion for both of them. Though mastering the Sequence 9 potion is not exceedingly difficult, congratulations are in order. "Thank you," Hubert replied, clinking glasses with Christine before both drank deeply. Christine began to elucidate the main abilities of a lawyer. "I have heard your father mention that lawyers can discern the weaknesses of the present objects or adversaries from what they see and hear. However, be cautious in battle, as enemies are often aware of their own vulnerabilities and may have devised means to protect them. Additionally, your eloquence will improve, allowing you to distort simple thoughts of others, but it is best employed when your opponent is unsuspecting." He shrugged. "That's all I know. Other abilities and precautions you must explore on your own." Christine then instructed Hubert on how to activate and deactivate his spiritual vision. Though the lawyer's sight could not perceive a person's ethereal and spiritual bodies, only the apparent flaws of objects or individuals. However, when Hubert used his spiritual vision to scrutinize Christine, he found no weaknesses on him. Christine smiled. "Remember, when you can discern no flaws in a person, it often means that the individual before you is currently insurmountable." Hubert was taken aback, realizing that Christine might very well be a formidable figure of mid-sequence. Christine continued to expound upon various extraordinary knowledge, including the art of disguise, concluding with, "I will arrange for you to work as a legal assistant at a law firm the day after tomorrow or on Thursday. I hope you will discover the essence of being a lawyer there." It was not until the end of their conversation that Hubert had the opportunity to inquire, "Who cursed my family, or rather, the Heller family?" Hubert's biological father was named Rex Heller, and after Christine adopted Hubert, he took on his adoptive father's surname. You will soon face another choice. Until then, it is best that you know as little as possible. Hubert nodded. Very well. Since the other party was unwilling to elaborate, he planned to investigate his biological father's information after familiarizing himself with the lawyer's abilities. After leaving the study, Hubert pondered how Christine had become aware of his signs of losing control. He had been on a business trip for over half a month, and prior to his departure, the madness within him had not been so pronounced that anyone could discern any abnormalities. It must have been after Christine's trip that someone noticed Hubert's irregularities and informed her. Soon, Hubert considered two possibilities: his adoptive mother, Melissa, or the butler, Vark. However, he decided to cease his speculation there, as it seemed futile to pursue further. It sufficed that he was aware of it himself. When dinner time arrived, Christine resumed her usual demeanor, engaging in laughter and banter with the family, occasionally exchanging playful jibes with her daughter. The atmosphere in the household was pleasant, though Hubert felt a sense of detachment, rarely contributing to the conversation at the dining table. Following dinner, Hubert read for a time, but soon found himself unable to keep his eyes open. He had not rested well the previous night, and today, after attending the tarot meeting and consuming the potion, he felt utterly drained. Before he knew it, Hubert again entered the disordered realm in his dreams. Unlike before, when he always found himself at the foot of the mountain near an ancient village, this time he stood atop the summit. There was a chair made of stone, resembling jade, nestled among the grass, adorned with some moss, as though it were part of the mountain itself. In front of the chair lay a vast, dark pool, its waters pitch black yet oddly transparent, revealing the rocks at the bottom. Within the obsidian depths, countless white, star-like orbs flickered, drifting languidly like jellyfish, seemingly animated. Hubert sat contemplatively on the stone chair, feeling an unusual bond forming with the disordered realm. At that moment, he noticed the indistinct figure that had previously pursued him, now gliding toward him, becoming clearer, revealing itself to be male. Hubert waved toward the ebony pool, and the indistinct figure was thrust into the water. The figure struggled within the pool, yet could not escape. Hubert immediately understood that, having become extraordinary, he now possessed a degree of control over the disordered realm. Chapter 8. Exploring the disordered realm. Undoubtedly, the stone chair was a throne. By sitting upon it, a portion of the disordered realm would submit to Hubert. Watching the figure thrash in the pool, he thought, "Unless permitted by me, you shall never escape this fate." He sat upon the stone throne, contemplating the origins of the figure. It might very well be the manifestation of the curse within the bloodline of the Heller family. The evidence lay in his descent into madness each time he heard the figure's cries. Previously, the disordered realm had provided him with some protection, which was why he did not hear the figure's screams every time. However, as he had not established this unique connection with the disordered realm until now, its protective influence had been limited. Upon contemplating this, Hubert exhaled deeply. If his conjecture proved correct, then departing from the realm of disorder would be devoid of the tormenting madness he had anticipated. Perhaps, if he could continually submerge that shadowy figure in the pool, the curse afflicting him might just dissipate. Now, that was a notion worth entertaining. Hubert mused. Even if the realm of disorder cannot establish a network sales platform akin to the Citadel, if it can alleviate my family's curse, it would not be a disgrace to the essence of our lineage. He felt an overwhelming desire to vacate the realm of disorder immediately to validate his hypothesis. Yet he reconsidered, deciding to explore a bit further since he was already there. His gaze first fell upon the stone throne, to which he felt a profound connection. However, it seemed his influence was limited to the vicinity of the throne, barely extending to the pool, and beyond that he could achieve little. Hubert looked up at the clock tower suspended in the sky, sensing that the tower, or rather the colossal bell within, held a uniqueness akin to that of the throne. Yet, he found himself unable to ascend to the heights of the clock tower. He surmised that only upon reaching the middle sequence could he exert control over it. Then Hubert noted that the stone throne appeared excessively mundane, lacking any semblance of majesty. He endeavored to alter its appearance, and as he had suspected, he could indeed transform the throne's shape according to his imagination. After a brief contemplation, the stone throne morphed into an armchair. He pondered whether he should transform it into the imperial dragon throne from historical dramas. But the style of the dragon throne was utterly incompatible with the aesthetic of this world. Instead, he envisioned a chair of Western fantasy, and thus thought of the Iron Throne, a symbol of supreme authority from a song of ice and fire. With a mere shift in his thoughts, The throne beneath him transformed into a towering seat forged from numerous iron swords, with steps crafted from sharp blades leading up to it, leaving Hubert ensconced amidst a thicket of thorny swords. He nodded with satisfaction. Now, that felt more like a throne. Next, his attention turned to the pool before him, where two stellar orbs radiated a white luminescence. Hubert attempted to approach them, and indeed, they floated toward the throne. Meanwhile, the majority of the other stars remained as disparate white orbs, entirely beyond Hubert's dominion. He estimated that he would need to ascend further before he could control more stars. Opting to investigate the two orbs under his influence, he selected one and directed his mental energy toward it. In an instant, he beheld a middle-aged man lying on a bed. Through his feelings, Hubert discerned that he could not pull the man's astral form into the realm of disorder like in a tarot session, but he seemed capable of conversing with him. However, Hubert chose not to disturb the busy middle-aged man. Even a mere cough from him could instill psychological trauma, and one ought not to be so inconsiderate. After some reflection, he sought another glowing star and focused his attention upon it. Immediately, he saw a young man hiding in a dark thicket, while a brown-skinned, middle-aged man cautiously searched nearby. At the opportune moment, the young man leapt from the bushes and, utilizing a surprise attack, thrust a dagger into the man's lower back. The middle-aged man let out a disconcerting roar, his eyes alight with madness, exuding an aura of formidable power. Yet, the young man seemed utterly unfazed, continuing his assault without hesitation. Hubert surmised that this was a low-sequence, extraordinary battle, as both combatants exhibited powers far exceeding that of ordinary folk, causing the surrounding trees to sway perilously. Soon, the middle-aged man's injuries began to impair his combat efficacy, displaying signs of losing control. The young man seized the moment, inflicting numerous new wounds upon the middle-aged man, ultimately slitting his throat. The man succumbed to complete chaos, but before he could transform into a monster, the young man expertly severed his head. After witnessing this riveting spectacle, Hubert realized that approaching the young man for communication might also induce psychological distress, and he decided to postpone that for later. In no time, the middle-aged man's extraordinary traits diffused into a gray orb reminiscent of a shrunken brain, with visible folds akin to those of a brain. Hubert felt a flicker of recognition regarding the appearance of this extraordinary trait, though he could not immediately recall which pathway it belonged to. However, he was currently unable to draw individuals into the realm of disorder. Evidently, its functions differed substantially from those of the Citadel. As for why these two shining stars had become his coordinates, Hubert could not ascertain, leaving him with no choice but to observe further and draw conclusions later. After these exertions, Hubert felt quite fatigued and departed from the realm of disorder. Awakening from his dream, as he had anticipated, there was no trace of madness. Yet, Hubert did not believe that the family curse had simply evaporated. Even within the realm of disorder, he could only confine that indistinct shadow, not obliterate it entirely, merely suppressing the curse. Too weary to ponder further, Hubert turned over and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 9. The Legal Assistant. The following day, Hubert arrived at Beekland University, invigorated yet entirely preoccupied with thoughts of returning to explore the realm of disorder, akin to a child with a cherished new toy yearning to play. Especially as he had devised certain methods to proactively enter the realm of disorder rather than passively during sleep, he found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Finally, in the afternoon, his two close classmates, Bishop and Yulia, extended an invitation for afternoon tea. Without a moment's thought, Hubert declined, saying, "I'm sorry, I must visit the equipment room." In the upper echelons of the Rune Kingdom, afternoon tea was a customary affair, served at the university's dining hall. Hubert had previously attended with Bishop, where the most economical afternoon tea set cost 2 sullers and 3 pence. To him, it seemed merely a cup of tea and a couple of pastries. Even in a modest restaurant off campus, that price could procure steak. The crux of the matter was that the school's cheapest set was virtually unsought after, with Hubert's financial background. Indulging in afternoon tea would still cost him between 3 to 4 sullers. Opting for the cheapest option would subject him to ridicule from his peers. Thus, Hubert chose to abstain, as he had no penchant for afternoon tea and saw no reason to squander money unnecessarily. At that moment, Hubert recalled that his adoptive father, Christian, had mentioned that his biological father had left him a substantial inheritance, but had not intended for him to inherit it. Yulia smiled and remarked, "Hubert, you've been quite peculiar lately. You used to adore afternoon tea, claiming it reflects a gentleman's dignity and taste. I was rather foolish back then. Hubert thought grimly to himself. However, he also recognized that in this world, university classmates represented crucial social connections, and it was prudent to maintain those relationships. Therefore, Hubert said, "Allow me to share a secret with you both. My father is a close friend of attorney Barton from Aslan, Barton Associates, and he plans to arrange for me to serve as an assistant to attorney Barton this week. I didn't mention it earlier as it was not yet confirmed, but now that it is, I feel quite anxious and apprehensive, and hence I have no heart for afternoon tea." Bishop chuckled. "Hubert, this is a splendid opportunity. Attorney Barton is one of B-Clan's finest lawyers. If you perform well as his assistant, I believe that within 3 to 5 years, you could qualify to appear in court. The Kingdom of Rune possesses 2 distinct types of courts, the Magistrate's Court and the Formal Court, also known as the Criminal Court or the Noble Court. Legal assistants are only permitted to attend the Magistrate's Court, while only lawyers and barristers hold the privilege to appear in the Formal Court. Typically, the Formal Court is a battleground for barristers, whereas ordinary lawyers predominantly navigate the Magistrate's Court. The court referred to by Bisharp is the Formal Court. With sufficient connections and resources, coupled with Hubert's own diligent efforts, he could swiftly become a formally recognized lawyer in the legal sense. Hubert smiled and remarked, "I hope fortune smiles upon me." Eulalia added, "However, Hubert, you have been somewhat peculiar lately. You used to frequently extol the virtues of the goddess, yet now, not a single word of praise escapes your lips throughout the day. The Christians are devout followers of the night goddess, as is Hubert, though he has yet to become accustomed to incessantly lauding her. Moreover, over the past month, he has beseeched the goddess on multiple occasions, hoping she would alleviate the madness within him. However, she appears to be too preoccupied to heed his calls. Consequently, he has grown indifferent to praising her." Hubert smiled and said, "A steadfast faith often resides deep within the heart." Eulalia nodded. Emperor Rosel's words carried considerable weight. Hubert felt an impulse to cover his face. The emperor certainly left no room for posterity to indulge in pretentiousness. "Well, you two, I shan't disturb your afternoon tea any longer. Once I receive my first payment, I shall treat you both to a meal at a restaurant. It's a promise," Bisharp cheerfully declared. "A promise indeed," Hubert replied as he watched his classmates depart. Before making his way to the secluded equipment room, he first silently recited the phrase, "Open Sesame," several times, yet met with no response. He then attempted the meditation technique Christine had taught him to enter a state of clarity, but still failed to establish a connection with the realm of disorder. Thus, he resorted to a third method, reciting as he walked, "Blessed are the celestial sovereigns of the profound yellow. Blessed are the celestial rulers of the profound yellow. Blessed are the celestial deities of the profound yellow. Blessed are the celestial lords of the profound yellow." Upon completing these incantations, Hubert's vision was engulfed by a tide of darkness, and before he could struggle, he beheld the iron throne he had designed. Looking back, he realized he had entered from the black pool, while the indistinct figure he had previously confined within the pool remained in its original place. Success. The realm of disorder shares a cipher with the source fortress. Hubert then realized that the realm of disorder had been sealed by the celestial sovereign. Thus, by employing the method of entering the source fortress, he could also bypass the sovereign seal and access the realm of disorder. When Klein arrived in this world, he established a subtle connection with the source fortress, and Hubert, upon his arrival, formed a delicate bond with the realm of disorder. This represents a binding, a tethering from fate to the astral body, or one might say, to the soul, which is also the key to accessing the essence of the source. Realizing this, and now possessing a means to actively enter the realm of disorder, Hubert departed from it, mindful of his current location within the school, and the uncertainty of whether the secluded equipment room would be free from the presence of classmates or teachers. In the afternoon, when school concluded, the butler Vaughn offered to assist Hubert with his leave of absence. Hubert informed several of his mentors about his new developments and expressed a desire to seek their counsel in times of difficulty. Faced with such a promising student, the mentors readily agreed to correspond with Hubert. After bidding farewell to Bisharp and Eulalia once more, Vaughn escorted Hubert to the Aslan Barton law firm, where he met the esteemed barrister Barton Stanley. This law firm was a partnership between Aslan and Barton, both of whom are renowned barristers of B-Clan, having resolved numerous disputes for nobles and affluent individuals. Barton, appearing to be in his 40s, with light yellow hair and deep blue eyes that bore the sharp gaze of an eagle, stated, "I once fought alongside your father. I understand the true intention behind his sending you here." With that, Barton picked up a folder from his desk, saying, "This is a straightforward case. Tomorrow, You shall serve as the plaintiff's lawyer in the magistrate's court. He added with a significant tone, take the time to reflect on how to excel as a lawyer. Hubert expressed his gratitude, all the while pondering. Is the art of impersonation so prevalent? Christine, having attained the rank of brigadier general at just over 30, surely knows of the art of impersonation, yet he had not anticipated that Barton would be aware as well. This barrister must indeed be an extraordinary individual. Suddenly, Hubert chuckled softly, realizing that Christine might have informed Barton of the art of impersonation. He then mused, the wheels of fate turn ever onward. In the blink of an eye, I have become a legal assistant. Chapter 10, A Frigid World. Just as Barton had indicated, the case was indeed simple. Mr. Robin, the defendant, borrowed $200 in cash from his friend Mr. Henry to invest, but Mr. Robin's investment failed, reportedly losing everything. Recently, Mr. Henry urgently needed the money, and after fruitless attempts to collect the debt, he had no choice but to bring his former friend Mr. Robin to court. Mr. Henry possessed a promissory note and witnesses, providing ample evidence to ensure a swift resolution upon the court's convening. During dinner, Christine instructed the maid to pour a glass of wine for Hubert. Tomorrow marks the commencement of your professional journey. This is a significant step in life. Let us raise a toast. Hubert did not refuse. After taking a few sips, he gradually became more conversational. Donna, even if I am not at the school to watch over you, you must not entertain any romantic pursuits. Those boys are still far too immature. Donna pouted. I do not need your oversight. Besides, there are many mature and sensible, or even humorous and engaging boys. Hubert took another sip of wine and replied, No, you do not understand. As a boy, I have a clearer insight into their thoughts. Although Hubert felt a certain distance from the family, both the original owner and the present Hubert endeavored to fulfill the responsibilities of an elder brother, especially since Hubert was always a year ahead of Donna in school. The instinct to protect her was naturally ingrained within him. Christine chuckled. In this matter, we shall heed Hubert's counsel. However, the events that transpired in the magistrate's court the following day far exceeded Hubert's expectations. Hubert continued to ride in the family's four-wheeled carriage to work, first dropping off Donna and Tyran at school before heading directly to the magistrate's court. In Beekland, there are numerous magistrates' courts, and the case was assigned to the magistrate's court of the Jewwood district. Although the court boasted 2 large windows, the lighting remained dim, apart from the judge's bench. The plaintiff's stand and the defendant's stand, there was only a small public seating area with 2 rows of crude wooden benches. Today, the defendant, Mr. Robin, bore no resemblance to the deadbeat Hubert had envisioned. He wore a tattered coat and a patched hat. To demonstrate his respect for the court, Mr. Robin removed his hat and held it in his hands, beseechingly addressing the court. Your Honor, esteemed lawyers, I implore you for a month's grace. I assure you I will repay the debt within that time. Alternatively, I could repay in installments, perhaps to a week. No, 3 would suffice. Please do not sell my house. I do not wish to lose my home, nor do I want my family to be relocated to the East End or the Bridge District. This was entirely unforeseen by Hubert. In reviewing the case materials, he had unconsciously aligned himself with the plaintiff's position, perceiving the defendant as a villain. Yet, it was clear that Mr. Robin had no intention of defaulting on his debt, and he had his own hardships to bear. Hubert flipped through the materials once more and noted that Mr. Robin's only asset was his modest home. He attempted to temper his sympathy. Mr. Robin, I empathize with your plight, yet if we do not auction your house to settle the debt, my client's family will face bankruptcy. Should we allow them to relocate to the East End or the Bridge District? Mr. Robin was rendered speechless and cast a shamefaced glance at his former friend. Mr. Henry evidently felt a twinge of compassion, yet he remained silent, as Hubert had remarked. If he were to show weakness, his entire family would suffer the consequences. Hubert continued, Mr. Robin, I have noted from the records that you possess a stable employment earning approximately £3 per week, alongside a house inherited from your father, thus exempt from rent. An income of £3 suffices for your family to lead a lifestyle akin to that of the middle class. Why then do you insist on jeopardizing your financial security with investments? As an adult, should you choose to invest, you must bear the responsibility for your decisions. He concluded, Your Honor, I request enforcement. The judge, having grown impatient, readily acquiesced to Hubert's request. Following the auction of the defendant's assets, the court would secure a fee of no less than 10, which constitutes a primary source of revenue for the magistrate's court. In civil economic cases within the magistrate's court of the Kingdom of Ruin, enforcement judgments represent a significant proportion, leading many middle-class families to bankruptcy. Hubert first reported the case's outcome to Barton. Sitting upon a leather chair, Barton cast a glance at Hubert. "You appear quite fatigued." "I merely," Hubert said with a wry smile, "suddenly realized that I have been living in such a cold world. Until now, he had resided in the small realm of the upper class of Bakerland, having forgotten that this is ruin, this is Bakerland, a period marked by the primitive accumulation of capital. What do you think we are?" Barton sipped his coffee. "We are a pack of wolves from Bakerland, ready to seize a piece of flesh upon sighting sheep." Hubert was taken aback. "Is this what lawyers are?" Barton smiled. "If you believe lawyers to be champions of justice, you are gravely mistaken. Yet, without a sense of justice within your heart, you shall never be a good lawyer." Hubert nodded. "Understood. Nevertheless, as a lawyer, he must still strive to advocate for and protect his client's interests. This is the essence of the courtroom. Beyond its walls, however, he is free to assist those deserving of aid to the best of his ability." During dinner, Hubert requested a glass of wine from the maid. Addressing his foster parents, "Father, Mother, I am grateful for your protection in the past. Today I have come to understand what a world devoid of your guardianship truly resembles." Christine gently patted Hubert's shoulder. "Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, you have grown." Aunt Lisa, moved by Hubert's sudden gratitude, nearly shed tears. Chapter 11. The Beauty of Audrey. On Thursday morning, Hubert accompanied Barton in the firm's carriage to the residence of the Earl of Hobart. While en route, Barton elaborated. The Earl is a nobleman of profound insight and sagacity. While most of the aristocracy languish on their lands and inheritances, the Earl has actively invested in banking and burgeoning industries. Hubert nodded, recalling that he had some inkling of this man, being Audrey's father. Barton lamented. The reforms in the Kingdom of Ruin over recent years have acted as a sieve. A select group of nobles have seized the opportunity to amass greater wealth and political stature, while the majority have faced decline. However, nobles are particularly concerned with their dignity. Even amidst disputes, their first instinct is to seek a private resolution. Should matters escalate to court, it signifies a complete severing of relations, with some willing to forsake their noble dignity for mere wealth and assets. Barton enjoys the Earl's utmost trust, typically when an Earl engages in significant transactions or collaborations. He solicits Barton's assistance in contract review and seeks his counsel in financial disputes. Hubert had previously glimpsed the Earl's estate from afar, finding it unremarkable until entering, where he discovered it far grander than anticipated. Upon entry, he was greeted by an expansive garden adorned with sculptures, fountains, vast lawns, and meticulously trimmed trees. The lawn, a hallmark of nobility in this era, is not cultivated by ordinary folk, as it yields no profit and demands considerable upkeep. Only those of noble birth, who do not rely on their land for sustenance, would opt to cultivate grass. Gradually, the lawn emerged as a symbol of wealth and aristocracy. Hubert and Barton arrived at a stately three-story European-style edifice, where the Earl's steward awaited at the door. The steward exchanged pleasantries with Barton while complimenting Hubert's fine appearance. Following this, Barton and Hubert were ushered inside by the steward, entering a magnificent hall adorned with numerous works by esteemed artists and a collection of invaluable antiques. The Earl stood at the entrance to a reception room, exhibiting the unmistakable traces of time, yet retaining a striking handsomeness. One could easily imagine him as a dashing nobleman in his youth, captivating many a maiden. "Mr. Barton, you always appear in such fine spirits," the Earl remarked with a smile. "Is this your new assistant?" "Your countenance reflects the warmth of the morning sun," Barton replied diplomatically. "Indeed, my lord. He is a distinguished graduate of Bakerland University, a remarkable young man." The Earl appraised Hubert. Black hair, dark eyes, handsome features, particularly a bright and cheerful smile, resembling a neighborly lad. "Seeing such exceptional youth reminds me of my own advancing age," the Earl reflected. "Please come in." "Daddy," a melodious call interrupted their actions, prompting all three to turn towards the source of the voice. Hubert beheld an unparalleled beauty approaching with grace. She possessed golden hair and azure eyes, her long locks shimmering like gold, exuding a pure and elegant demeanor, her emerald eyes resembling the most exquisite gems. Hubert was momentarily spellbound. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful young lady he had encountered in both his lifetimes. The Earl smiled. "There is no need for apologies. The pursuit of beauty is a gentleman's refinement." The Earl discerned no infatuation or impropriety in Hubert's gaze, only genuine astonishment and admiration for beauty, a composure rare among youth, especially as the young lady graciously offered her apology, further endearing Hubert to the Earl. This breathtaking maiden was none other than Miss Justice, Audrey. Hubert mused. No wonder Chris had been somewhat flustered upon first meeting Audrey, even speculating whether she was a sorceress. Her beauty was indeed extraordinary. The Earl inquired of his approaching daughter, "My beautiful daughter, what brings you here?" "Good day, Mr. Barton." Audrey, exhibiting impeccable manners, first greeted Barton warmly, then bestowed a gentle smile upon Hubert. She continued, addressing the Earl, "Father, after your business discussions, may I have the opportunity to consult Mr. Barton privately regarding a few questions?" "Of course," the Earl replied indulgently. Barton added, "My dear lady, it would be my honor." He then introduced his assistant, Hubert. He is a student of law at Bakerland University, and should you seek legal knowledge, I believe Hubert would be more than willing to assist you. The Earl remarked with a smile, "It seems you hold high hopes for this young man." Barton nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Upon hearing their exchange, Hubert was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Barton was recommending him to the Earl's next generation. In Ruin's legal circles, it is customary for esteemed lawyers to endorse promising students or assistants to their principal clients or the client's offspring, akin to a master endorsing a disciple. However, Hubert pondered why Barton would nurture him, given that he intended to leave the firm post-consumption of the potion. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplation. Hubert inclined slightly towards Audrey. "At your service." Audrey evidently harbored some reservations about Hubert. Nevertheless, out of respect for Mr. Barton, she acquiesced, saying, "Very well, Mr. Hubert. Please follow me." Observing the two young individuals depart, Lord Hall smiled and remarked, "I, too, must consider finding a youthful assistant." He lamented, "The vigor of youth. It never fails to invigorate the spirit. I, too, feel a surge of vitality." Barton smiled and replied, "Then let us commence our work." Engaged in conversation, the two entered the reception room. Meanwhile, Audrey led Hubert into the garden, where even the most exquisite flowers seemed somewhat overshadowed by her beauty. As she walked ahead, she inquired, "Mr. Hubert, have you ever handled criminal cases?" Hubert hesitated, knowing he could not admit to having dealt with only a single case. "I have reviewed numerous related cases and can assist you in analysis and recommendations. Should it require resolution in court, Mr. Barton may represent you." Audrey furrowed her brow lightly before continuing, "I have a friend who, during confrontation, inadvertently caused her opponent to become disabled." Hubert thought to himself, "Miss Justice, could your friend possibly be Hugh?" Chapter 12. Hugh Dyer. Hubert recalled that as a future member of the Tarot Society, Forswell had indeed sought Audrey's assistance to rescue Hugh Dyer. She said, "Mr. Hubert, I trust you will stand on the side of justice and provide me with the most reasonable advice." Hubert pondered for a moment before responding, "Miss Hall, perhaps what I am about to say may discomfort you, but it reflects my understanding of justice." He unconsciously emphasized the word justice as he pointed to the gardener in the distance. "Miss Audrey, I presume you expect the gardener to cultivate various flowers and possess knowledge of how to nourish them." He then gestured toward the personal maid trailing behind them. "I assume you desire your servant to be clever, discreet, and capable of assisting you in daily life." Audrey appeared perplexed by Hubert's ultimate point, merely nodding in agreement. Hubert continued, "However, the expectations you hold for their actions cannot be rooted in justice or an unwavering allegiance to it." Audrey paused, realizing that Hubert's reasoning was indeed sound. For the gardener and the servant, only basic moral standards were necessary. No one would demand a gardener's character to embody justice. Thus, you need not insist that I be just. For being a lawyer is akin to a gardener or a servant, irrespective of whether your demands are just. I shall provide you with advice and assistance to the best of my ability, Hubert stated. For in this world, absolute justice may not exist. What you perceive as just may be regarded as wicked or vexing by others. Although I have not been in the legal profession for long, I have relinquished hope for absolute justice. If you ever hear of me offering pro bono defense, it will be purely out of conscience and not related to justice. These were Hubert's reflections from the previous night. While they did not seem to aid in formulating a code of ethics for lawyers, they appeared beneficial for excelling in the legal profession, perhaps fueled by a sense of trust in the members of the Tarot Society and a desire to make a name for himself. Hubert shared his understanding of justice with Miss Justice. Audrey was taken aback by his words. "You are a gentleman of great insight." At that moment, they arrived at a secluded spot in the garden, where a round table and 2 chairs had been set up in advance, adorned with refreshments and snacks. Audrey invited Hubert to take a seat, and her maid inquired, "Would you prefer coffee or black tea?" "Black tea, thank you," Hubert replied, and began to analyze the case for Audrey. "There are 2 methods to exonerate your friend. One is to obtain a certificate declaring her a mental health patient, and the other is to persuade the injured party to withdraw the charges. While the first method is straightforward, I lean towards the latter, as possessing a mental health certificate would complicate her future life considerably. During this discourse, he felt an inexplicable gaze upon him. Once he concluded, he turned to look behind, finding only a golden retriever. Wait, could that be Susie? Hubert activated his clairvoyance, discerning that the dog's weakness lay in its eyes, further confirming it was indeed Susie. For a spectator's most vital attribute is their vision. Without sight, they lose a significant portion of their capabilities. Audrey evidently noticed Hubert's unusual demeanor and quickly inquired, "What should we do specifically?" He replied, "Miss Audrey, you may entrust this matter to me. I will speak with them tomorrow, and with a stroke of luck, we may resolve this issue satisfactorily within a day or two." Through their previous conversation, Audrey had begun to establish a foundation of trust in Hubert. "I am more than willing to entrust you with this matter. Thank you for your trust. May I inquire how much you are willing to spend to resolve this issue?" £600, no more, as the injured party is truly a rogue, Audrey stated. Hubert smiled. "No problem. You may send someone you trust to assist me in resolving this matter." This assistance would entail Hubert reporting the entire process of problem-solving back to Audrey. Audrey nodded. Very well. Once they had discussed the case, the two began to engage in light conversation. Hubert recounted amusing anecdotes from university life, igniting a sense of longing in Audrey, who had been educated at home. The conversation continued until nearly noon, when Barton concluded his discussions with Lord Hall. It is worth noting that Lord Hall dotes on his daughter and is likely to endow her with no less than £300,000 in assets. This would constitute a substantial dowry when the beautiful young lady eventually marries. Gaining her trust could lead to a continuous stream of business opportunities. £300,000. Hubert mused, contemplating his meager £15 in pocket money, suddenly feeling a wave of disillusionment and wondering if Lord Hall would consider him as a potential son-in-law. He then shook his head. The nobility places great importance on social standing and propriety, and he doubted he would possess any competitive edge even as a suitor. It was best to abandon such thoughts. The following morning, Audrey dispatched a steward's assistant to aid Hubert in addressing Hugh's predicament. Generally speaking, a steward assistant in a noble household is a promising career. For instance, Lord Hall's estate employs several steward assistants, 3 of whom cater to the lives of Lord Hall's children while assisting them in managing their respective enterprises. When Lord Hall eventually passes or his children marry, it is likely that these 3 assistants will become the official stewards for Audrey and her 2 brothers. Thus, Audrey sent a woman named Lisa, in her 30s, who was well-dressed and serious in demeanor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hubert invited Lisa to accompany him in his 2-wheeled carriage to the Minsk prison. There are 3 prisons in Beckland, 2 located on the outskirts of the city and 1 within, commonly referred to as the Minsk prison due to its location on Minsk Street. In Hubert's understanding, the Minsk prison resembles more of a detention center, primarily housing individuals awaiting interrogation or trial. Having prepared the necessary documents the previous day, Hubert presented them to the prison guard, swiftly securing an opportunity to visit Hugh. After waiting for a while in the visitation room, the door swung open once more, and a diminutive girl with a slightly chubby face was ushered in by the guard. Her features were delicately soft, though her eyes seemed somewhat unformed, lending her an air of youthful innocence. Given her height of less than 5 feet, Hubert could ascertain that this was indeed Hugh Dyer. Chapter 13. The Eastern District of Beckland. Hubert stifled the impulse to ruffle her hair, with such height and appearance. It was almost irresistible. "Miss Hugh, your friend Miss Hall has sent me to assist you in extricating yourself from your current predicament." Last night, Forsyth had already utilized the apprentice's abilities to inform her from the prison, requesting the aid of the Earl Hall's daughter and the young Viscount Gallant. "Thank you, but please convey my gratitude to Miss Hall. How may I cooperate with you?" Hugh graciously inquired. "The young lady certainly understands the situation," Hubert replied with a smile. "I need to comprehend the entire sequence of events regarding the conflict." "Certainly," Hugh began her narration. "Mr. Bennet is a straightforward worker from the East District. He was once affluent over a decade ago, but a business failure led to his family's downfall. Yet, even in his direst moments, he diligently safeguarded the pocket watch inherited from his father. Just a fortnight ago, upon finishing work, Mr. Bennet discovered his pocket watch had been stolen. Fortunately, the thief had not ventured far, and Bennet caught a glimpse of the thief's face, recognizing him as one of Vale's underlings. Are you aware of the relationship between the thieves in the East District and the bullies? Hubert inquired. I have a general understanding. Some ruffians coerce or incite the children of the East District to commit theft, Hugh acknowledged. Precisely. Thus, my arbitration is that the 7- or 8-year-old thief bears no fault. Vale must return the pocket watch and compensate Mr. Bennett 3 shillings for lost wages. However, Vale refused to comply with my judgment, leaving me with no choice but to resort to physical persuasion. Physical persuasion, indeed, Hubert thought to himself. Was it not merely the act of beating the opponent into submission? I swear, Hugh interjected, I merely intended to break one of his legs, yet he inadvertently collided with the table, reportedly fracturing his lumbar vertebra. She shrugged. That encapsulates the entire affair. Hubert nodded. I understand. At that moment, Lisa, who had remained silent throughout, timidly asked, Is that villain named Vale truly so feeble? Or does he suffer from some ailment? How could such a petite girl possibly overpower an adult man? Hugh opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Miss Lisa, allow me to introduce you to the fact that the attire worn by this young lady is that of a knight's training suit. Hubert winked at Hugh. As far as I know, she has undergone rigorous knight training. Not to mention a ruffian, even 2 or 3 adult men would likely be no match for her. Hugh quickly nodded. Indeed, I suspect Hubert is also an extraordinary individual, or at least aware of their existence, which is why Miss Hall sought his assistance and disclosed her own extraordinary nature. Lisa appeared somewhat taken aback, contemplating whether she should enroll her daughter in knight training as well. Where might I find Mr. Vale? Hubert inquired. I am unaware of his residence, but his subordinates can surely be found at the Blue Knight Tavern, Hugh replied. Hubert rose. Very well. Miss Hugh, please remain calm. I shall resolve this matter promptly. Thank you. Hugh politely shook Hubert's hand. Hubert felt as though he were shaking hands with a high school student, and added, I apologize. It is not my intention to look down upon you, but is the only way I can meet your gaze. Upon departing from Minsk prison, the carriage sped towards the East District. During the ride, Hubert questioned, Miss Lisa, have you ever been to the East District? I have been there a few times. Lisa resumed her typically stern demeanor to recruit maids. Hubert sighed. I have heard countless tales regarding the East District, but this marks my first visit. He inquired, what are your thoughts on the East District? It feels as though they inhabit a different world from ours. Silence enveloped the carriage, and after a few moments, Hubert remarked, You are absolutely correct. At that moment, the carriage arrived in the East District. Despite it being a Friday and a working day, the streets were still populated by homeless individuals with vacant expressions. Additionally, emaciated children with disproportionately large heads scurried through the streets, casting furtive glances at Hubert and his party. Observing the children, Hubert lamented, they ought to be in school, enjoying lives free from want, rather than mingling in taverns frequented by ruffians, engaging in petty thievery. He then spoke to himself, or perhaps to Lisa, I realize I cannot assist them at this moment. I merely feel their lives should not be this way. How hypocritical my words sound. Lisa did not fully grasp Hubert's sentiments, yet sensed something was amiss with the young man beside her. Indeed, Hubert's prior exposure to the descriptions of the East District had not affected him significantly. He had been born and raised in a peaceful nation, and after his arrival, lived within an affluent family, making it difficult to empathize with the people of the East District. Only upon arriving in the East District did he truly understand what it meant to be numb and what it meant to be as thin as a matchstick. After contemplating for a moment, Hubert quickly adjusted his emotions. As he had stated, his sympathy at this juncture held no significance and could jeopardize his plans. Upon reaching the Blue Knight Tavern, a vastly different atmosphere greeted them. It was abuzz with activity, permeated by the stench of sweat and feet. Many sought to numb themselves with alcohol, attempting to escape their wretched existence. Moreover, it served as a microcosm of the black market, where thieves could offload their stolen goods, and ruffians engaged in illicit transactions or collaborations. Hubert positioned himself at the bar and produced a £1 note. Whoever can take me to see Vale shall receive this pound. The raucous tavern suddenly fell silent. It was well known that most workers in the East District earned a weekly wage of around 15 or even 10 shillings, making £1 a considerable sum. A young man approached with a grin. I can tell you where to find Vale. Hubert coldly responded, You must take me there. Very well, no problem. Just hand me the money, young master. Upon receiving the payment, the young man continued, Now let me disclose that Vale is dead. Do you want me to escort you to hell? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the patrons of the tavern. Hubert calmly unfastened his coat to reveal a revolver at his waist. It seems my gun is displeased with your answer. He had foreseen the possibility of coming to the East District today and had specifically requested a revolver, although his marksmanship was, shall we say, less than stellar. The gun's true power lay in its mere presence. The sight of the revolver silenced the tavern once more, and the young man's laughter faded. Very well, young master. I shall take you there. With the revolver as a deterrent, the young man dared not attempt any deceit, leading Hubert through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a dilapidated door. He knocked gently. "Boss Vale, are you still alive?" A coarse voice emanated from within. "Which bastard is trying to rob me again?" Since he became unable to stand, no one had regarded him as a boss. Chapter 14. The Vampire Doctor. Upon opening Vale's door, a wave of foul odor assailed them, causing Lisa to hastily produce a handkerchief to cover her nose. One could only imagine the pitiful state of a paralyzed individual without care. Hubert fanned his hand before his nose as he stepped inside. The room was bereft of any valuable possessions, evidently stripped away. A disheveled man in his 40s lay in bed, his face obscured by stubble. Presenting a woeful sight, this was the injured Vale. Moldy food and empty bottles lay strewn across the floor, while Vale clutched a bottle of alcohol, glaring at Hubert with bloodshot eyes. "Who are you? What do you want?" "My identity is of little consequence," Hubert replied, opening a window for ventilation. "Where are your parents?" Vale sneered. "Long dead." "And your wife?" "That bitch ran off ages ago, taking with her all my savings from these years." Hubert remarked, "Allow me to boldly speculate that, given your current condition, you are unlikely to survive beyond half a month." Vale glared at Hubert, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" "I do not recall offending you." Initially incredulous, Vale's demeanor shifted as understanding dawned upon him. "What do you require of me?" Hubert dispensed with the pretense. "Withdraw the charges against Hugh." Vale retorted vehemently. "That is out of the question. She is the reason I have lost my legs. Let her spend a lifetime in prison." "You have not died on the spot," Hubert replied. "This can only be classified as intentional harm. With my defense, she would be out in 3 or 4 years at most." "Oh, divine heavens! Look at the state of the world," Vale shouted drunkenly. "The murderer who has left me paralyzed has not received the punishment she deserves." Hubert waved his hand dismissively. "Well, your continued existence is the greatest leniency from the divine. Let us discuss business. I shall offer you 300 for the withdrawal of your accusation. Alternatively, in half a month, I shall return to collect your remains." Hubert had been clumsily attempting to employ his distorting abilities, hoping to sway Vale's thoughts. However, Vale, panting heavily, fixed his gaze on Hubert, and after a moment stated, "I want 3,000. Hubert felt a tinge of disappointment. Clearly his distorting powers had not borne significant fruit. The young man who had accompanied Hubert was outside, eavesdropping, and when he heard Vale's demand, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "I will acquiesce to your request," Hubert smiled, "and then, once you have withdrawn your complaint, I shall spend 100 to have you killed." Vale, startled by Hubert's cheerful demeanor, felt a shiver of fear. "My friend, your asking price is exorbitant," Hubert said. "Let us settle on 2,000. "It cannot be lower." Hubert still shook his head. Vale sneered. "In any case, I am a worthless life now. Young lawyer, please return in half a month to collect my remains. But do ensure that the despicable arbitrator is prepared for a prison sentence." Hubert pondered briefly. "Let us propose a different condition. I will assist you in finding a doctor who can help you stand again, and then you will withdraw your complaint." Vale initially appeared excited, but soon despondently shook his head. "I have seen many doctors, and they all say I can never stand again." Hubert continued to exert his distorting influence over Vale's thoughts, coldly stating, "Forgive my candor, but what reputable doctor would you be able to secure?" Vale paused, as if a light had suddenly dawned upon him. Indeed, what good doctor could a common thug from the East End find? "The best doctor I have encountered was the one I saw when I was carried to the hospital in the Juwood district." Thus, hope rekindled within him. "If you can cure me, then I will give you 300. Hubert interrupted. "You may choose either the money or your treatment, but my patience is limited. If you continue to act unreasonably, you shall receive nothing." He felt a surge of excitement, for his influence seemed to be taking effect. "Very well, I choose treatment," Vale declared. "However, I shall only withdraw my complaint once I experience a significant improvement." Hubert nodded and turned to the young man peering in from outside. "What is your name?" "Peter, sir." "I am called Peter." Hubert produced a 1 note. "Very well. Peter, are you willing to run an errand for me today? If so, you shall earn another one." Peter promptly entered, extending his hand to take the bill. "Of course, I am willing." Hubert, however, withdrew the money. "You shall receive it upon completion of your task. For now, Seek out 4 homeless men and inform them that I am hiring them for a day at 6 shillings each. Glad to serve, Peter replied, promptly exiting. He swiftly returned with 4 homeless men, and Hubert instructed Peter to hire a cart. He then directed the men to carry Vale to a nearby bathhouse for a wash, and arranged for someone to shave and cut Vale's hair. When they emerged from the bathhouse, Vale, being carried by the homeless men, appeared at least 10 years younger. By now it was noon, and Hubert located a nearby CF for lunch, inviting the 4 homeless men to join him. They expressed their gratitude profusely, with 2 of them shedding tears, having not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time. Hubert continually reminded them to eat slowly, ensuring they did not choke on their food. The dishes were rich and greasy, yet Hubert consumed every morsel, feeling that any waste of food was a disgrace. However, Lisa seemed to have lost her appetite, barely touching the meal she had ordered. Upon receiving her consent, Hubert divided her meal among the 4 homeless men. After lunch, Hubert instructed the coachman, "Take us to the south bank of the Great Bridge, River Bay Avenue." The coachman inquired, "Sir, which number specifically?" "I have forgotten." "When we arrive at River Bay Avenue, I shall disembark to inquire for directions," Hubert replied, a truthful admission. The address of the vampire family, the Whites, had been mentioned a few times, and he felt grateful to remember it was on River Bay Avenue. As the cart moved forward, Lisa, seated in the front, expressed her concern. "Mr. Hubert, though I'm not a doctor, I can see that Vale is gravely injured. Are you confident in your ability to heal him?" Hubert smiled. "Whether I'm confident is not for me to declare. That is for the doctor to ascertain. However, I do know of a particularly skilled physician. If he claims it is beyond remedy, then Vale is truly without hope." Lisa did not pursue the topic further, and silence fell within the carriage. Hubert disembarked to query a passerby, quickly learning the address of Dr. White, renowned for his bloodletting treatments, 48 River Bay Avenue. Upon knocking on the door of number 48, a young man, not a vampire but a youthful lad, answered. "Whom do you seek?" Hubert inquired. "We are here to consult Dr. White." "Might you be Dr. White?" "No, I am his son, Emlyn White." Chapter 15, Emlyn's Elixir. Before them stood the young man with dark hair and crimson eyes, his locks slicked back with a hint of casual elegance. He appeared to be in his late 20s, strikingly handsome yet slightly effeminate, with an unmistakable air of arrogance about him. He was indeed the vampire Emlyn White, who would later join the Tarot Society. Emlyn said, "I apologize. My father has just stepped out. Please return another day." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Please come in." The 4 homeless men carefully laid Vale upon the examination table, and as Emlyn conducted his examination, he casually asked, "You do not appear to be local residents." In Hubert's memory, Emlyn had seemed somewhat boorish. However, he now recognized this vampire as quite cautious, taking the time to inquire about the background of unfamiliar patients. "Indeed, I was referred by Mr. Moriarty," Hubert replied audaciously. Mr. Moriarty once suffered from a severe liver ailment, with doctors having all but pronounced his death sentence. Through an acquaintance on River Bay Avenue, he discovered Dr. White, and after merely 3 doses of medicine, his condition miraculously improved. Upon learning that the referral came from his father's patient, Emlyn diagnosed, "His vertebra is fractured. I happen to have an elixir that can stimulate bone regrowth, but it will be quite painful." He explained, "My father and I both excel in treating internal diseases. Your friend is fortunate. Just the other day, I read about an elixir that can regenerate bones." Hubert pondered. Was it mere coincidence? Or was this vampire physician merely making claims? "That is splendid news. Please commence treatment at once. The elixir costs 30. Emlyn clarified. "It is a rather rare potion, thus the steep price." It appeared he had also utilized some lesser extraordinary materials. Without a second thought, Hubert produced the banknotes. "Please proceed." "Fortunately, I had borrowed 50 in cash from the office this morning. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to cover today as expenses." Lisa, who entered alongside me, appeared hesitant, clearly desiring to caution the young man about the absurdity of a 30 medication. Had he fallen prey to a charlatan? Even Will, who was lying in bed, found the price exorbitant, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, realizing it was not his own money being spent. Emlyn commenced his bloodletting treatment, making a shallow incision on Will's arm. As he collected the blood, he remarked, "The fluids within each human body are finite. Without releasing some blood beforehand, the concoction I prepare will be scarcely absorbed." His words, seemingly rational, almost convinced Hubert, if not for the barely perceptible flick of his tongue across his lips at the sight of blood, revealing the true nature of his deceit. After gathering approximately 200 milliliters of blood, Emlyn retreated to the apothecary to concoct the potion, which he instructed Will to swallow in one go. The process left Will yelping in agony, and as Emlyn concluded his manipulation of bones, Will's cries escalated in despair. "Are you forcing me to drink poison? You intend to silence me, do you not?" Emlyn replied, "The bones are beginning to regenerate. I previously mentioned that this process would be quite painful." Hubert, unfazed by Will's wails, leisurely engaged Emlyn in conversation about the amusing occurrences in the Southbridge district. After enduring a desperate outcry for several minutes, Will gradually felt the pain subside, and to his astonishment, he discovered he could sit up. Peter and Lisa, standing nearby, were incredulous, showering praise upon the miraculous healer, declaring it a miracle. Emlyn's pride was palpable. In a maximum of 1 or 2 hours, he shall be nearly restored. Hubert could not help but exclaim, "Your medical skills are truly remarkable." This 30 was well spent. Hubert smiled knowingly. In Bakerland, even the most incredible events can transpire. Lisa queried, "But if that young doctor and his father possess such superb medical expertise, why do they lack notoriety?" "Because they prefer to remain inconspicuous." Hubert mused, "Had I not urged Mr. Moriarty to commence operations early, indicating that Emlyn was a referral, he would surely have declined to treat Will." Though he contemplated this, Hubert merely stated, "To my knowledge, their family shuns excessive disturbance, so I kindly asked Miss Lisa not to broadcast today's events." Lisa lamented, "What a pity." Upon returning to the East End, Hubert first compensated the homeless individuals with 6 shillings each, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude, for with this sum, they could indulge in 2 hearty meals and find a modest lodging to rest, thus opening the door to employment opportunities. Securing work would enable them to rent a sleeping space for 10 pence or 1 shilling per week, allowing them to bid farewell to their lives as vagabonds. Peter approached. "Sir, what about my payment?" "I shall attend to it shortly," Hubert replied, "to prevent you from pursuing those 4 beggars to extort them." Peter offered an awkward chuckle, for he indeed harbored such thoughts. Hubert informed Will, "It is only 2:30. We still have time to withdraw the charges." Will, who had nearly recovered, responded respectfully, "Very well, sir." Rising anew, Will felt a sense of rebirth, and as he regarded Hubert, his respect deepened, transforming his demeanor. By 4 o'clock, Hubert and his party had successfully completed the withdrawal of charges, resolving the matter splendidly. Upon returning to the Earl's residence, Lisa found the day, as events, almost surreal. After the Earl's family had dined, Audrey finally had the opportunity to hear Lisa's report. The Earl and his Countess, having no pressing matters post-repast, settled beside her to listen. Audrey inquired, "So, Lisa, did you meet my friend and the injured individual?" "Oh, beautiful lady, the developments have far exceeded our expectations," Lisa replied. "Miss Hughes will be released tomorrow." Audrey paused. Was it not Miss Hughes who inflicted the injury? "Indeed, it is hard to imagine how such a petite girl could injure an adult male," Lisa stated. "It was our lawyer, who exhibited remarkable efficiency and a vast, invaluable network." Chapter 16, A Significant Income. Before the Earl and Countess, Lisa began to recount Hubert's exceptional initiative today, as well as the miraculous potion. Upon hearing of the remarkable doctor, Audrey speculated that he might be an extraordinary being. Since Hubert was acquainted with such an extraordinary physician, could he himself also be extraordinary? Alas! Her profound knowledge was insufficient for a sound judgment. Yet in 3 days, the tarot gathering would convene, providing her the chance to consult the Emperor regarding these matters. This gentleman possessed vast wisdom and was notably amiable. After hearing Lisa's account, the Earl smiled. He is a reliable young gentleman, adept at seizing opportunities. He turned to Audrey. "My dear, should you encounter any legal dilemmas in the future, do seek his counsel." "Father, that is precisely my intention," Audrey smiled, "but before that, I must ensure a generous reward for Aslan and Barton." "Father, is there a way to grant Mr. Hubert a little extra gratuity? I believe he deserves it." The Earl smiled. "Aside from the fee payable to the firm, you may designate a sum for the firm's expenses related to this case. Generally, after deducting expenses, the remaining funds are allocated to the lawyer handling the case. Under normal circumstances, the steward manages such matters. The Earl merely instructs to grant a little extra to a particular lawyer. Today, in order to enlighten my daughter about the underlying rules of Bakerland society, the Honorable Earl chose to involve himself in such a trivial expense of several £100s. On Saturday morning, Hubert accompanied Lisa to finalize the release procedures for Miss Hughes. As she stepped out of the prison, she appeared incredulous. "Mr. Hubert, it is truly hard to fathom that you resolved this matter in just 1 day." Hubert smiled. "It was merely a stroke of luck. I happen to know a renowned physician who cured Will's paralysis. He glanced around the prison entrance. Have no friends come to collect you? Hughes smiled wryly. She may not have received the news yet. She promptly declined. Thank you for your kindness. But I wish to walk in the sunlight. Her face bore a youthful innocence, easily overshadowing her years of struggle in Bakerland. She did not yet possess sufficient trust in Hubert to reveal her whereabouts. Very well, Hubert thought. It seems I shall not meet the lady magician today. Hughes requested Hubert's contact information. Should I encounter any legal difficulties in the future, I hope to seek your assistance once more. Hubert nodded. I look forward to your patronage. Lisa proceeded directly to Barton's office, and Hubert surmised she was settling the financial matters regarding this case. It was near noon when Lisa finally departed. Barton summoned Hubert to his office. Miss Audrey is a generous lady. She has allocated $200 to our firm. Hubert quickly calculated in his mind. As a junior lawyer, he would receive only 10 of the fee, amounting to 20. This was a substantial income. Previously, in handling the cases of Mr. Henry and Mr. Robin in the magistrate's court, he had only earned 3, which, after taxes, left him with merely 2 and 12 shillings. Typically, junior lawyers earned between 6 and 9 per week, yet when Hubert joined the law firm, Barton had advised him to opt for commission rather than a weekly salary, and Hubert had heeded the senior lawyer's counsel. The role of a paralegal offers a modest share of total compensation, amounting to 10. However, should one ascend to the esteemed positions of a senior assistant or lawyer, this share increases to a remarkable 20. Upon achieving the rank of a senior lawyer, one faces a pivotal choice, either to become a new partner within the firm or to venture forth and establish one's own law practice. Initially, the commission-based salary structure for a newly minted paralegal appears rather unwise, as it is not always guaranteed that one will encounter straightforward cases. At times, it may take weeks to yield a mere 3 or 4 pounds in earnings. Nevertheless, with the patronage of Mr. Barton, financial concerns dissipate entirely. A single recommendation from him has enabled Hobart to secure an income of 20 pounds. Observing Hobart's evident delight, Barton, with a glimmer of amusement, remarked, "The generous Miss Audrey has additionally contributed 80 pounds to the firm, covering all expenses related to this case. Following standard protocol, after deducting your incurred expenses of 34 shillings and 3 pence, the remaining sum of 45 pounds, 13 shillings, and 9 pence will constitute your tip." Hobart gasped in astonishment. This is a substantial income. His reaction provoked hearty laughter from Barton. Such is Beckland. It possesses an ugly side, yet also a beautiful one. He continued, "Congratulations, young man, for your exemplary performance has garnered you over 60 pounds. You must understand that many in the middle class are not as affluent as you are now." After departing from Barton's office, Hobart felt a surge of exhilaration. Is this what Beckland is? It can render one destitute overnight, yet also transform an ordinary individual into a wealthy person within the same time frame. As he pondered this, Hobart gradually regained his composure, suddenly realizing the terrifying nature of such a society. The proliferation of overnight wealth could inevitably lead individuals to seek shortcuts, always tempted to gamble everything they possess on a single investment. The initial thrill of acquiring a significant sum began to wane, and Hobart's mind cleared. While money is undoubtedly useful, one must not lose oneself in the realm of wealth. He had numerous tasks ahead, to summarize the attorney's code, to delve deeper into the land of chaos, to devise a way to lift the family curse, and to uncover the reasons behind his own transference to this realm, as well as the profound connections he shared with the land of chaos. In this extraordinary world, strength is the ultimate truth. Although the attorney's code remained elusive, he gained deeper insights into the abilities of lawyers. To Hobart's perspective, a lawyer's prowess comprises 2 primary components: identifying weaknesses and distorting thoughts. The ability to identify weaknesses proves to be an extraordinarily advantageous skill, especially against those of sequence 9 or below, where detecting an opponent's vulnerabilities becomes relatively effortless. However, the art of distorting thoughts is not as effective as one might imagine. Based on Hobart's recent trials, it relies heavily on eloquence and cannot overtly contradict the other's beliefs. Chapter 17, Hobart's tripartite title. An earlier interaction with Vale serves as an apt illustration of this. The possibility of altering another's thoughts hinges on aligning with their reasoning, with only a minor degree of distortion achievable. Of course, it may also be due to the fact that the lawyer's potion has yet to be fully digested. Hobart speculates that once the properties of the potion are completely assimilated, his ability to manipulate language and alter others' thoughts may be significantly enhanced. Yet, he comprehends that he remains too weak, endowed with the capacity to identify an enemy's frailties, but lacking the means to exploit those vulnerabilities. Such is the nature of Sequence 9. It merely bestows an individual with a modicum of extraordinary ability, yet in terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, it is only marginally superior to an ordinary person. Hobart resolved that upon leaving work, he would procure a walking cane. Previously, he had looked down upon those who, despite lacking any physical ailments, leaned on canes. However, reflecting on it now, a cane is merely a tool prepared for unexpected dangers. In this light, it serves as a weapon, ready to deliver a swift strike when necessary. What a farce this so-called civilized cane. Next on his agenda was a revolver. Hobart vividly recalled the power it wielded within the Blue Knight Tavern. Yet his marksmanship was lacking. Thus, the most pressing task ahead was to find a place to hone his shooting skills, armed with a gun and a cane. Hobart would be better prepared to confront potential dangers, even standing his ground against others of Sequence 9, thus gaining the ability to fight back. He then recalled that Christine would likely know of a place for firearms training, given his status as a senior officer, and resolved to inquire during dinner. Shortly after 3 o'clock, Barton summoned Hobart back to his office, presenting him with 3 cases that would constitute his primary work for the coming week. After outlining the tasks, Barton, filled with curiosity, asked, "How do you intend to spend your recently acquired earnings?" Hobart smiled and replied, "I wish to buy Donna a lovely dress, Talon a fine pen, and myself a firearms license. Indeed, I foresee frequent visits to the East District, where a firearm carries significant weight and will spare me much trouble." Hobart stated, half in jest. Barton nodded in agreement. "On Monday, have Bogier assist you with obtaining that firearms license. He is quite adept at such matters." As their conversation drew to a close, Barton smiled and said, "Congratulations, young man, for you have withstood the test of wealth. Individuals with your level of composure are a rarity." Hobart returned the smile, inwardly thinking, what is 60 or 70 pounds in the grand scheme of tests? If you handed me 600,000 pounds, I would surely falter immediately. After work, Hobart first ventured to the department store, spending 10 shillings on a black wooden cane, followed by 2 pounds and 1 shilling on a pocket watch adorned with the symbol of the goddess of night, paired with a simple chain. This was not a sudden revelation of conscience or newfound faith in the goddess of night, but rather an acknowledgement that the inexpensive pocket watches offered only a limited selection of common styles, whereas those embellished with symbols of the goddess of night, the god of storms, and the god of steam appeared significantly more exquisite. As someone who had traversed from modern society, Hobart felt an incessant need to keep track of time, prompting him to reluctantly purchase the pocket watch. Subsequently, Hobart fulfilled his earlier intentions by purchasing a dress for his sister, a pen for his brother, a silk scarf for his adoptive mother, Melissa, and a pair of leather gloves for Christine. These purchases totaled 5 pounds and 2 shillings, causing Hobart to feel as though his heart were bleeding. The family received Hobart's gifts with joy. Donna beamed, saying, "Hobart, now that you have money, will you treat me and my brother to lavish meals more often?" However, Melissa responded sternly, "Do not expect to receive pocket money from Hobart." She then turned to Hobart and said, "We appreciate your thoughtful gifts, but remember not to squander your earnings frivolously. It is important to save." Hobart nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, mother." He then addressed Donna. "If you wish to visit the museum or the bookstore, I will be happy to cover the expenses. However, the food outside is far inferior to what we have at home." Since starting work, he had been dining out for lunch, spending approximately 1 shilling and 3 pence per meal, the quality of which left much to be desired. Donna expressed her disappointment. The dishes at the Intis restaurant are quite delightful and have a certain exotic charm. Hobart suddenly recalled that Beclan's Intis restaurant seemed to be owned by the daughter of Emperor Roselle. He noted it as a place to visit in the future, though not at present. As dinner neared its conclusion, Hobart inquired of Christine, "Where might I practice shooting?" Christine pondered for a moment before responding, "Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to join the mercenary club. They have a free shooting range and provide invaluable information and opportunities." Hobart had long heard of the mercenary club, a semi-official establishment with numerous mercenary teams and veterans among its members. As Hobart understood, tasks that were unsuitable for military assignments, such as reconnaissance, espionage, and assassination, would often be posted as missions within the mercenary club for mercenaries to undertake. Some archaeological and commercial activities, which remain unprotected by the military and carry a certain degree of risk, will also post tasks in the mercenary club. requesting a team of mercenaries to safeguard the archaeological teams or caravans. According to Christine, the mercenary club seems to have a mechanism for information exchange. The venerable Xianyuan Xian, the black tide, reappeared before him, and Hubert entered the realm of disorder through reverse walking. Through his explorations over the past few days, he discovered that merely sitting upon the Iron Throne granted him a measure of control over the forces of order and disorder. For instance, he could transform nearby, small chaotic regions into orderly domains, with the chaotic state morphing into defined forms such as land, rock, and so forth. Conversely, the power of disorder could render orderly areas chaotic, blending land, rock, flowers, and trees into a disordered mass. However, Hubert remained uncertain about the extent of the influence that the abilities of order and disorder might wield beyond the realm of disorder. Contemplating this, Hubert couldn't help but chuckle. Klein was guiding Emperor Roselle across the river, while he himself was metaphorically traversing the river with Klein. Sitting upright upon the Iron Throne, Hubert first recognized himself as the master of the realm of disorder, and that this primal essence was a necessary material for the Black Emperor and the Judicator to ascend to the ancient state. Upon his arrival in this world, he could only pursue the path of a lawyer, which he speculated was a design of fate, or perhaps an orchestration by some deity wielding dominion over destiny. With that in mind, his objective was undoubtedly to become the Black Emperor, who greatly valued the establishment of order among mortals. Thus, the first indicative title emerged, the creator of mortal order. Chapter 18, The Interconnected Families. Although Hubert was merely a Sequence 9 at present, he was already preoccupied with the prospect of becoming a Sequence 0 of the same path, the creator of mortal order, which had already unveiled his ambition to ascend to the status of the Black Emperor. Should the seven gods scrutinize Hubert's thoughts at this moment, they would undoubtedly conclude that this young man possessed far too much knowledge and would swiftly crush him as one would an ant. Alas, the seven gods might not even be aware of Hubert's identity. Hubert continued to devise his title, the second phrase requiring greater specificity. As he caressed the armrest of the Iron Throne, a new idea emerged within him. You are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. This directly indicated the master of the realm of disorder, sufficiently specific indeed. There was also a third phrase. Hubert gazed upon the clock tower in the sky, which reminded him of the famed order bell of Beckland. Eureka! You are the master of the order bell. Although Hubert remained ignorant of the internal circumstances of the clock tower, he was confident that, with the enhancement of his powers in due time, he would eventually gain entry to explore. You are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. You are the master of the order bell. Next, he proceeded to conduct his routine observation of the two luminous stars. Through his observations over the past few days, Hubert realized that the middle-aged man within the first star resided in Beckland, while the young man within the second star seemed to dwell on the southern continent. Though the exact location remained unknown, the middle-aged man from the first star continued to indulge in a life of decadence. Today, Hubert's fortune smiled upon him, as he gleaned the man's name, Lafford Pond, from Signbill. Exiting the star's perspective, Hubert found the name inexplicably familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. However, having learned the individual's name, he resolved to inquire further in Beckland when the opportunity arose. Next, he turned his attention to the second star, only to witness the young man pacing his room with a visage marred by anguish, as if countless venomous serpents were writhing beneath his exposed skin. His state appeared quite alarming. This is a sign of losing control. Hubert had sensed something amiss with him yesterday, yet he never anticipated that the young man would spiral into chaos. Perched upon the Iron Throne, Hubert stroked his chin in contemplation. Although he had first encountered the young man while he was committing murder, his observations over the past few days indicated that this lad was not a maniacal killer or a villainous fiend, and he could potentially be saved. After pondering for a moment or two, he resolved to attempt stabilizing the young man's condition using the power of order. Thus, Hubert harnessed the power of order via the Iron Throne and directed it into the second star. Southern continent, West Birang, upper reach of the Hoytis River. The maddening screams echoed in Elliot's ears. His blood churned within him, and he felt as though he were an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting, with rationality slipping further away. Elliot was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Despair was creeping in, for the relentless screams had tormented him for many years. And perhaps it was time to surrender. Just as Elliot prepared to issue a warning to his companions to prevent himself from becoming a monster and causing unnecessary casualties in the village, a grand and imposing throne materialized above him. a throne forged from iron swords, exuding power and majesty, with a shadowy figure seated among the thorn-like blades, gazing down upon all like a deity, radiating an indescribable solemnity and gravity. Immediately, Elliot felt the sensation of losing control dissipate in every inch of his skin. Every drop of blood seemed to revert to a state of unprecedented order. After standing in stunned silence for several seconds, Elliot regained his composure and hurriedly bowed, expressing gratitude to the enigmatic and mighty presence that had restored order to his body, inquiring what sacrifice he should offer in return. He dared not raise his gaze, only feeling the immense pressure emanating from the figure, and speculating who this mysterious entity might be. If he could appease this presence through sacrifice, that would be ideal, yet he feared it might harbor ulterior motives that would render his existence unbearable. Elliot heard a voice, dignified and grave, declare, "I have not gazed upon the mortal realm for quite some time. Tell me of your surroundings and the cause of your loss of control, and consider your tribute. Not having observed the mortal world in ages, could this be a powerful entity from the spirit realm? Or perhaps a being that had long ago succumbed to slumber?" As Elliot pondered, he respectfully replied, as commanded, "I currently reside in the territory of General Anthony of West Byrang, in the southern region of the Star Plateau, west of the Pamak Mountains. The reason for my loss of control lies in a family curse. Upon reaching the age of 12, each member of my family hears a maddening scream that stimulates our bloodline, rendering us as sequence 9 of the half-lore path." The solemn voice interrupted him. "You can only alleviate the symptoms of the screams through the ingestion of the lawyer's potion, correct?" Elliot was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly responded, You know this curse?" Hubert upon the Iron Throne mused, "Of course I know. Why do you ask?" "Because the mysterious and great being that I am also bears this curse. Could this be a descendant of the Heller family?" Hubert inquired calmly, "What is the name of your family?" "The Balk family." Elliot quickly responded, "O mysterious and great presence, do you possess a means to lift the curse that afflicts us? We shall offer whatever sacrifices you desire." "Not of the Heller family? Perhaps they have altered their name and concealed their identity?" "Huh. If I had a way to lift the curse, I would apply it to myself first." Hubert continued, "I have no interest in the sacrifices of mortals." He thought to himself, a display of grandeur akin to Klein. Elliot hastily added, "Our family also boasts demigod-like powerful beings. If you could lift our family curse, we would offer our unwavering loyalty for generations to come." A demigod family. Indeed, a family bearing such a curse, yet still producing demigod strength, is quite remarkable. Hubert suddenly recalled that Christine and his biological father had once clashed in West Byrang, leading him to ask, "Have you heard of a man named Rex Heller?" Elliot lowered his head even further, acknowledging the omniscient and enigmatic being, Rex, who was the benefactor of their kin. The Heller family, much like their own, bore the same curse. The distinction lay in Rex being an unprecedented powerhouse, possessing the most promising chance to eradicate this curse. Yet it was said that he too had failed. However, in his lifetime, Mr. Rex generously imparted to us a wealth of knowledge on combating the curse, including 3 methods to mitigate its effects, all of which proved highly practical through our experiments. He also enlightened us on how to utilize extraordinary traits against the curse. And it was through this knowledge that our family produced a being of both human and divine strength. Chapter 19, The First Disciple. Elliot's words provided Hubert with a more tangible understanding of his biological father, whom he had never met. Elliot continued, "According to certain family documents, my ancestors once speculated that the curse plaguing our lineage originated from a prisoner who wielded the powers of curses and foul language. Thus, for decades, we have been hunting extraordinary individuals from the prisoner pathway, seeking the source of this curse. Yet, regrettably, we have not obtained the desired information." Hubert paused, astonished. "Before encountering Rex, you had no divine protection, and yet you did not suffer retaliation from the extraordinary beings of the prisoner pathway?" Elliot replied, "We possess a high-ranking sealing artifact that can create a chaotic barrier, safeguarding an area the size of a small town from detection by any entity." At this moment, Elliot revealed all the secrets of his family regarding the powerful being above him, feeling that there was little difference between divulging and withholding the information, as the entity had already breached the chaotic barrier and entered the town, indicating its overwhelming strength far surpassed that high-ranking sealing artifact. Hubert, after a moment of contemplation, understood, since a chaotic barrier could be established, it must be a sealing artifact from the lawyer pathway, distorting the orderly state within a designated area. The Kingdom of Disorder was indeed a superlative sealing artifact of the lawyer pathway. What other sealing artifact could surpass the status of the Kingdom of Disorder? Thus, within the Kingdom of Disorder, Hubert completely disregarded the sealing artifact that protected the Bulk family. I shall continue to observe you, but under no circumstances are you to reveal my existence without my consent. Elliot felt a tinge of disappointment, yet replied respectfully, I shall obey your command. Hubert added, if you exhibit signs of losing control again, you may invoke my name. However, next time I assist you, a true sacrifice will be required. Elliot became exhilarated. Halting the process of losing control equated to temporarily suppressing the curse within his family, which would indeed be a blessing. He nearly knelt on the ground. I heed your revered name, Hubert solemnly declared. O creator of earthly order, you are the sovereign of the Kingdom of Disorder. You are the master of the clock of order. Moreover, he is a creator, and the powers he demonstrates affirm his status as a high-ranking entity of the lawyer pathway. The elders of the family once proclaimed that only a high-ranking individual of the lawyer pathway holds hope for lifting curses. Thus, it follows that he indeed possesses the capability to eradicate the family's curse. Alas, there are no offerings within the family that would pique the interest of this formidable entity. How I long to share this revelation with everyone. Yet, he forbids others from knowing of his existence. Elliot sighed, realizing he must strive to please him, so he might take greater interest in his kin. Within the Kingdom of Disorder, Hubert sensed his spiritual energy waning and hastily departed from that realm. Upon returning to reality, he was beset by a splitting headache, and disordered murmurs filled his ears. He lamented. His spiritual essence was still too feeble. His current limit was to endure half an hour in the Kingdom of Disorder, after which he required 5 to 6 hours to restore his spirit. He estimated that once he fully absorbed the lawyer's potion, he would be able to remain there for a full hour. After resting for a brief, while the throbbing pain and the maddening whispers gradually subsided, allowing Hubert to calm his mind and reflect. It was not merely one family that suffered from the curse of frenzied howls. The curses were all derived from the 9th sequence of the lawyer pathway, which was no mere coincidence. Hubert also recalled that the Bulk family possessed a high-ranking sealing artifact from the lawyer pathway, suggesting that this family must have produced a powerful entity from that pathway, and it was highly probable they were a family of extraordinary beings skilled in the lawyer pathway. Yet, the Bulk family? He had never heard of them before. Then he recalled the 2 celestial bodies radiating white light, both enduring the torment of the frenzied howling curse. However, within the first celestial body, the middle-aged man, named Laugherpond, did not appear to be afflicted by the curse. As he pondered these matters, Hubert gradually drifted into slumber, not awakening until dawn. The following morning, Hubert, brimming with vitality, accompanied Christine in a 2-wheeled carriage towards the Mercenary Club on Queen Avenue. The club was housed within an expansive courtyard. Though unassuming on Queen Avenue, such facilities were considered luxurious for a club. Upon arriving at the entrance, Colonel Bruno's carriage awaited them. Christine greeted him through the window, and both carriages entered the courtyard together. To join the Mercenary Club, 2 formal members' introductions were required, so Christine brought Colonel Bruno along to facilitate Hubert's introduction. To Hubert's astonishment, the membership fee was a staggering £80. This was quite expensive for him, but for professional mercenaries or military personnel, such a price was undoubtedly a bargain. However, Hubert's entire savings did not amount to £80, and fortunately, Christine covered the fee for him, introducing him to the receptionist. This is my eldest son, Hubert. He seeks a place to practice shooting. Please guide him through the club's facilities and familiarize him with the shooting range and firearm protocols. The receptionist promptly smiled and assured. Rest assured, Mr. Christine, we will take excellent care of Mr. Hubert. Hubert nodded. Very well, father. I am grateful for Colonel Bruno's introduction. Colonel Bruno smiled and shook Hubert's hand before departing with Christine. At this point, the receptionist approached Hubert and said, Mr. Hubert, this way please. Chapter 20, The Mercenary Club. The front desk had 3 receptionists, one of whom guided Hubert to become acquainted with the club without hindering the front desk's operations. The receptionist attending to Hubert was a young lady in her 20s, dressed neatly and exuding a conversational charm. She introduced herself. You may call me Honest. Mr. Hubert, do you wish to practice with a handgun or a rifle? Hubert replied, Hello, Honest. I wish to practice with a revolver. Very well, sir. The handgun range is located in the backyard. Honest explained. You may first select a firearm from the armory and retrieve ammunition. Each member is entitled to 500 rounds of complimentary ammunition per month, If you possess a firearm license, you may take these rounds outside, but if not, they are only for use on the range. Furthermore, the club provides practice firearms, which can only be used on the range. If you wish to purchase a gun, a firearm license is also required. Our selection surpasses that of any weapon shop, and the prices are more favorable. As she spoke, Honest led Hubert to the armory, which was filled with an array of handguns, shotguns, rifles, and even high-pressure steam rifles. Honest elaborated. Here, apart from the high-pressure steam rifles and the new submachine guns, you may choose any other type of firearm. Under Honest's guidance, Hubert noticed the submachine gun for the first time. In his recollection, he had never encountered such a model before, characterized by its hefty body and round magazine. The only aspect that Hubert was familiar with was the magazine inserted atop the machine gun. Hubert inquired, "May I also purchase a machine gun?" Carrying such a device into direct combat, I would face no adversary below Sequence 7. I regret to inform you, sir, that you lack the eligibility to purchase one. Honest replied with a smile. Only mercenary squads that have been part of the mercenary club for over 3 years, or retired military officers, are permitted to make such purchases. Moreover, once acquired, possession and use within the city are strictly prohibited. Additionally, every 3 months, firearms must be submitted for maintenance at the club, along with a report detailing their usage over the preceding months. Hubert comprehended the underlying motive, to prevent any leakage of sensitive information. Indeed, Honest affirmed with a smile, the high-pressure steam rifles and submachine guns produced by the Kingdom of Ruin are the most advanced firearms in the world, yet even the military has not completed large-scale deployment. Hubert mused, this club certainly has formidable backing. He then opted for a revolver, choosing from several varieties available. One revolver, with an impressively long barrel, appeared to possess great power, yet its weight rendered it cumbersome for carry. The smaller options seemed lacking in intimidation, ultimately leading Hubert to select a handgun with a barrel length comparable to an adult's palm, which exuded a certain industrial aesthetic. After finalizing his choice, Hubert obtained 50 rounds of ammunition and departed the armory. Honest subsequently introduced him to the locations of the dining hall and restrooms, informing him of the lunch schedule, before guiding Hubert to the shooting range. En route, Hubert inquired, "I have heard there are gatherings or discussions for information exchange here. Valuable information can indeed be summarized in brief descriptions or keywords, which can then be left with our staff alongside contact details. Should a buyer surface, we will promptly connect with the seller of the information." Hubert nodded, thinking it would be a fine opportunity to explore today. Upon exiting, the shooting range came into view. It appeared that the backyard had once been a garden, adorned with various ornamental trees and flowers, though lacking maintenance left them somewhat lackluster. Hubert casually remarked, "It seems the club's premises were once a residence." "Indeed," Honest replied, leading the way. "This was formerly one of the properties of Lord Pound." Hubert paused, surprised. "Is this the same Pound as Lord Laugh Pound?" he inquired, as if engaging in casual conversation. "Pound? I have no recollection of this lord." Honest replied nonchalantly, "It is said that this lord became enamored with gambling and debauchery, leading to his demotion to baronhood over a decade ago." Hubert further questioned, "How many members of the Pound family remain now?" "I have heard that only one person remains of the entire lineage," Honest responded, shaking her head. Hubert acknowledged with an "oh," refraining from pursuing further inquiries. Upon reaching the individual shooting range, Hubert did not immediately commence practice. Instead, he contemplated the affairs of the Pound family. From his observations over the past week, Laugh's demeanor resembled that of a fallen aristocrat, leading him to ascertain that Laugh Pound was indeed a member of the Pound family. However, the perplexing question remained, how was Laugh visible amidst the stars before the Iron Throne? If Elliot Bark's star appeared before the Iron Throne, not due to a curse, but because he was a member of an extraordinary family through the legal profession, could the Pound family also belong to such a lineage? Shaking his head at this thought, Hubert realized that the information he possessed was still too scant, and it was unwise to probe recklessly. He would need to observe for a while longer. It might be prudent to enlist the aid of the noble Miss Justice to investigate the fallen aristocrats of Beckerland. Once sufficient information was gathered, he could leverage his status in the land of disorder to intimidate Laugh. Perhaps he would glean more insights. Resolving to set this matter aside for the time being, Hubert acknowledged that while having a follower in Beckerland would be advantageous, he could not afford to take unnecessary risks. He then focused on his marksmanship, firing several rounds while methodically ejecting spent casings and reloading. He reflected that even with a revolver, the recoil was quite substantial. This could also be attributed to the greater power of the handgun he had selected compared to those commonly available. He then began to practice shooting while activating his spirit sight, knowing that in future confrontations, he would need to engage while maintaining this heightened awareness. After expending 6 rounds, Hubert discovered that his accuracy significantly improved while utilizing his spirit sight. This enhancement was likely due to the extraordinary traits he possessed, not only allowing him to discern his opponent's weaknesses, but also increasing the precision with which he could exploit them. The sole drawback was that his current physique was not entirely accustomed to handling a handgun, rendering his accuracy merely improved rather than impeccable. After firing over 20 rounds, Hubert's arm became somewhat numb from the recoil. He took a brief respite of several minutes before finishing the remaining ammunition. Next, Hubert intended to visit the information wall. Chapter 21. The Information Wall. The room was expansive, comparable in size to a living room, with one wall consisting of windows, while the other 3 were blackboards. Upon these blackboards, messages were inscribed in elegant chalk script, with several club members standing with arms crossed or behind their backs, attentively perusing the information. The handwriting was exquisite, likely penned uniformly by the staff seated in the center of the room. In the middle of the room, several tables and chairs were arranged, accompanied by coffee, black tea, and other beverages, presumably provided for the convenience of club members seeking respite. One table hosted a staff member, with a box of chalk and writing materials laid out before him. Hubert surmised that to post any information, one would first need to write it down with a fountain pen and submit it to the staff member, who would then transcribe it onto the blackboard. It dawned on Hubert that since consuming the potion, he had become particularly sensitive to rules and adept at summarizing the regulations governing a specific area or matter. Was this the essence of being a lawyer, skilled in the art of distilling principles? With a chuckle and a shake of his head, Hubert began to review the messages on the wall. After some time, he started to discern patterns. On the wall to the right upon entry, messages primarily regarding task postings or requests for teammates were displayed, while the central wall was largely dedicated to buying or selling information. The left wall contained messages of a more communicative nature. The tasks posted here range from official to unofficial, encompassing missions in both the northern and southern continents. For instance, an official task called for the destruction and attack of the colonial territories of the West Byland Freysac Empire, as retribution for prior losses inflicted upon the ruined fleet at sea. Additionally, there were individuals seeking teammates to undertake a heist on a treasury in the southern continent, rumored to hold plundered gold from the Republic of Intis. The information regarding sales and purchases predominated, and Hubert discovered several postings concerning extraordinary items and materials, as well as requests for common sequence 9 potion formulas. However, these were not explicitly labeled as potion formulas. Rather, they were presented in such a way that all members could comprehend, using terms like marvelous to replace extraordinary. Moreover, individuals were consistently selling materials such as deep sleep flowers, dragon-s bloodgrass, and golden mint, common extraordinary materials. This piqued Hubert's interest. While lawyers may not excel in soul-related extraordinary abilities, as a Sequence 9 extraordinary individual, his spiritual and stellar forms were sufficiently robust to support him in conducting rituals for summoning. For other extraordinary individuals, the greatest challenge in summoning lay in their ignorance regarding the proper conduct of rituals, knowledge that had long been monopolized by religious institutions and ancient secretive organizations. Hubert's advantage lies in the elucidations provided by Old Neil and the demonstrations by the cult leader, Mr. Fool. While such esoteric knowledge may seem insurmountable to ordinary extraordinary individuals, it is far from a secret to Hubert. Additionally, several remarkable items have successfully piqued Hubert's interest. However, their prices range from 300 to 3,000, rendering them unattainable for him at present. As for the messages exchanged, they vary widely. Reports of a cult organization emerging in South Wales of the Rune Kingdom, bizarre murder cases surfacing in the barracks of East Bayland, and even scandals involving a certain politician from the Intis Confederation. Among these, 2 pieces of information left a profound impression on Hubert. The first was a recent ambush by the fleet of the Farsak Empire on the Rune Fleet in the Torrential Sea, resulting in the sinking of 1 Rune warship and varying degrees of damage to 3 others. The second piece of information concerned General Anthony, who, while ostensibly a warlord of West Bayland, seemingly enjoys the covert support of the Farsak Empire. Hubert's interest in the former stemmed from his astonishment that hostilities had already erupted between the 2 nations, potentially laying the groundwork for the impending great conflict involving prominent figures such as Adam and George III. His curiosity regarding the latter was ignited by the memory of his first disciple, Eliot Bark, residing in General Anthony's territory. Most of the other messages pertained to obscure tidings from the South Continent or foreign nations, such as various countries' infiltrations in East Bayland or the subtle power struggles in West Bayland. While such information might hold significant value for some, it bears little relevance to Hubert at this juncture. After compiling potentially useful information, Hubert instructed his staff to leave a message to acquire the notes of Emperor Roselle for 5 per page, noting that he already possessed many of them and was only interested in those not included in his collection. The presence of extraordinary material for sale suggested that the Mercenary Club was indeed a haven for extraordinary individuals, making the acquisition of mystical items quite reasonable. As for the note, it stemmed from Hubert's reluctance to expend funds. Upon receiving the notes, he would skim through them, claiming possession of any that lacked significant information. Undoubtedly, the transaction for Emperor Roselle's diary was a sound investment. Hubert could first glean knowledge from its contents, augmenting his intellectual repertoire, his initial profit. He could then leverage the diary to negotiate with his dear Mr. Fool, thereby securing a second advantage. Furthermore, he could judiciously apply the knowledge within the diary to barter with justice and the hangman, yielding a third benefit. A smile crept across Hubert's face as he became increasingly convinced of the wisdom of this transaction. Finally, Hubert requested his staff to contact the club members selling materials such as dreaming flowers and dragoness bloodgrass, expressing his intent to purchase and hoping to finalize a transaction either tomorrow afternoon or the day after at the club. He aimed to procure some common extraordinary materials to experiment with the rituals lodged in his memory. After providing his communication address, the richly rewarded Hubert leisurely proceeded to the dining hall for lunch. In the restaurant, he encountered neither Christine nor Bruno, likely because they had already departed the club. The lunch was a lavish buffet, replete with beef, lamb chops, and seafood, all of commendable flavor, though it appeared that few patrons were dining there. After satisfying his hunger, Hubert checked his pocket watch. It was still not yet 1 o'clock. He settled onto a sofa in the hall, perusing a newspaper while awaiting the commencement of the gathering. He distinctly overheard discussions about the gathering, piquing his curiosity. Had the location been shifted to the basement? Chapter 22. The Gathering of the Extraordinary. In an era where the transmission of information is not particularly swift, gatherings organized by the club serve as a crucial conduit for individuals within a profession or social class to acquire information. Although Hubert has never served in the military nor harbored intentions of enlisting in the Rune Army, he is nonetheless eager to learn first-hand information regarding the North and South continents. Furthermore, judging by the information displayed on the wall, this gathering would likely involve the exchange of extraordinary materials and items, and given the Mercenary Club's military affiliations, it would undoubtedly feature numerous extraordinary items suitable for combat, an essential avenue for Hubert to integrate into the extraordinary realm. Hence, he placed great significance on this gathering. However, he pondered why so many individuals congregated in the basement rather than the third floor. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 1:20 p.m., with over an hour remaining until the gathering time communicated by Honest. After a brief contemplation, a realization dawned upon Hubert. He set aside the newspaper and approached the basement door, only to be halted by a servant. This servant, towering and robust, bore a countenance that was more akin to a bodyguard. The servant stated, "I apologize, sir, but this area is restricted to select members." Hubert's suspicion was confirmed. Another gathering was indeed underway in the basement, albeit one for extraordinary individuals, while the gathering on the third floor was for ordinary mercenaries. This arrangement made sense. Otherwise, the presence of numerous ordinary individuals would render extraordinary transactions akin to illicit dealings, necessitating a clandestine approach. Hubert inquired, "What channels must I navigate to gain entry?" The servant replied, "Prove yourself." "How may I prove myself?" Hubert swiftly comprehended. He activated his spiritual sight, scrutinizing the servant before him. The servant's left shoulder was slightly lower than his right, and the left arm was subconsciously shielding his left armpit. Hubert deduced, "Should I strike at your left armpit, it would likely facilitate my victory over you." The servant paused momentarily, then acknowledged, "Indeed, my left armpit was injured in battle. You have proven your capabilities. Please proceed." Hubert smiled and nodded, descending the stairs step by step. The basement was more expansive than he had anticipated, resembling a small theater, with a stage on one side and rows of seats on the other. Given the building's history, it might indeed have once functioned as a theater. Many individuals were already seated. In contrast to other gatherings of extraordinary individuals, most attendees here appeared to know one another, rendering masks or hooded cloaks unnecessary. They sat in small groups, engaging in conversation while awaiting the gathering's commencement. Hubert found a corner to sit, opting to observe as it was his inaugural gathering. After all, he possessed neither items to sell nor sufficient funds to purchase anything. Nevertheless, the aura of authority he emanated dissuaded prolonged gazes, prompting others to instinctively lower their heads in his presence. Hubert quickly discerned that he was in the company of a formidable individual on the path of the judicator. The arrival of the elder silenced the murmurs instantly. "Let's begin," he proclaimed, seated in the chair at the center of the stage, as if issuing a command. The gathering formally commenced, and a middle-aged man with a mustache rose first from the front row. "My mercenary squad has recently taken on a mission of retaliation against the Farsak Empire, and we are currently in need of a teammate skilled in spirit communication, with a rank of Sequence 8 or above, possessing combat experience in either the warrior or hunter paths." An inquiry arose. "What do you plan to exact your revenge on those scoundrels?" The middle-aged man replied, "I cannot disclose the specific location. I can only tell you that it is in the South Continent, not at sea." The middle-aged man refrained from answering. Yet everyone understood that the Rune Kingdom did not intend to retaliate against the Farsak Empire at sea. Immediately, numerous individuals expressed their interest, and the middle-aged man requested all applicants to meet him on the second floor after the gathering concluded. Subsequently, a young man stood up and remarked, "Approximately 2 weeks ago, an extraordinary event occurred on the western bank of the Taysok River, located in the northern region of Beakland, where a small grove mysteriously vanished and then reappeared. I trust this news is still fresh in everyone's minds. Last week, I led a team to conduct an on-site investigation and confirmed that it is a relic of the Quaternary period belonging to the Trensaster family. We surmise that within this site lie remarkable artifacts or extraordinary properties. For reasons unknown, they have become active recently. We now seek to recruit a companion skilled in the ways of the Gravekeeper to confront potential malevolent spirits lurking within. Furthermore, we require an ally adept in legal matters to address the side effects of these extraordinary artifacts and to summarize their usage regulations." Hubert felt a surge of intrigue. The Trensaster family is a lineage that possesses the extraordinary pathway of the Black Emperor, regardless of whether the relic harbors extraordinary artifacts or properties. It is highly probable that they pertain to the Black Emperor's domain. Hence, the necessity for a legal expert who would facilitate a clearer understanding of the artifact side effects and usage guidelines. Hubert yearned to partake in this endeavor, yet he recognized that his current abilities rendered him ill-equipped for such perilous pursuits, compelling him to forego this opportunity. Thereafter, others formed teams to investigate cult organizations in South Wales or to embark on expeditions to the southern continent. Hubert found no interest in these ventures and thus refrained from delving deeper into them. Others also stood to voice their intentions, whether to sell or to procure items. As Hubert had anticipated, most transactions involved extraordinary artifacts applicable in combat, albeit at exorbitant prices that were beyond his means. Additionally, some offered extraordinary properties, primarily associated with the warrior, gravekeeper, prisoner, and hunter pathways. These 4 pathways represent the main adversaries among the extraordinary beings in the Kingdom of Rune. Warriors and hunters predominantly hail from the old rival Farsak Empire, while gravekeepers and prisoners are largely sourced from local extraordinary beings of the southern continent. The gathering did not conclude until past 3 in the afternoon. Although the elder seated on the stage merely uttered, "Let us commence," and this concludes our meeting for today, his presence instilled a sense of trust in the transactions taking place, and the mercenaries forming teams held a fundamental confidence in one another. As the crowd exited the basement, Hubert silently resolved to strive for financial success. Chapter 23. The Swindler. Following dinner, Hubert dutifully observed Laffert, as was his custom. As usual, Laffert was found at the gambling table, sweat and money intermingling in the fervor of chance. Tomorrow, he would enlist Miss Justice's assistance to investigate further. Once it was confirmed that Laffert was indeed a gambler, he could then devise his next course of action. Emerging from the realm of disorder, Hubert pondered Laffert's circumstances, the 3 cases he held, and the impending tarot meeting, gradually drifting into slumber. In the southern continent, upstream of the Hodes River, lies a town known as the Town of Non-Existence. To those beyond its borders, this town appears to be utterly absent, hence the name. Low-tier extraordinary beings convene as per tradition, while their mid-tier can assess their conditions. Within this cursed family, the majority of extraordinary beings have succumbed to chaos and self-destruction, with very few perishing at the hands of enemies. Thus, The routine inspections of their conditions were instated. Since the vast majority perished within the town, the extraordinary traits of this family have remained largely intact for centuries. Conversely, they have amassed a plethora of extraordinary traits from other pathways through combat. Were it not for the curse, they could have established a Gravekeeper pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6, and a Prisoner pathway from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5. Sequence 8's Elliot also finds himself among the low-tier ranks and is under particular scrutiny, having displayed signs of chaos during the routine inspection a week prior, which led to his prohibition from leaving the town. The mid-tier powerhouse responsible for the inspections, Calvin, who happens to be Elliot's uncle, could scarcely believe his eyes. Elliot, all your signs of chaos have vanished. His entire body now displayed an orderly demeanor, starkly contrasting with his previous disarray. All eyes turned toward this spectacle. In the town of non-existence, signs of chaos are generally irreversible. Once they appear, vigilance is paramount, for complete chaos is merely a matter of time. Elliot, in his heart, once again praised the mysterious entity upon the Iron Throne. He had already concocted an excuse. Thanks to the Rex Law, the method of counteracting the curse, imparted by Rex to the Bark family, I never anticipated that those techniques would prove pivotal in a critical moment. Nods of acknowledgement and expressions of doubt circulated. Yet the routine inspection proceeded without further attention to Elliot. Calvin, however, shook his head. While the Rex Law may indeed yield effects, they would not be so profound. Had he not sensed that the curse still lingered upon Elliot, he would have reported to the elders without delay. Uncle Calvin, may I resume my tasks outside the town? Elliot inquired. Regardless, the disappearance of his chaotic signs was undoubtedly a positive development. As the carriage arrived on the street where the law firm was situated, Hubert immediately spotted Mr. Robin standing at the entrance. This was the defendant from Hubert's very first case, who, just last week, had his house auctioned by the court to repay his debts. The street, Brightleaf Lane, was a hub for various firms and service companies, with small enterprises proudly displaying their polished signs and elegantly adorned carriages to attract potential customers, thereby showcasing their financial prowess and capability. The clientele seeking services here were typically well-dressed members of B-Clan's elite and the status-conscious middle class. Amidst the splendor of carriages and the constant flow of impeccably dressed pedestrians, Mr. Robin stood out as an anomaly, clad in his tattered coat and patched hat, rendering him conspicuously out of place on this street. Hubert disembarked from the carriage. Addressing him, Mr. Robin, appearing somewhat apprehensive, removed his hat. Mr. Hubert, I hope to seek your assistance. Please follow me. Hubert led Mr. Robin into the firm, eager to discern the nature of his dilemma. Sharing an office with 5 other legal assistants, Hubert had arrived early, and, as the office was still empty, he invited Mr. Robin to take a seat at his desk and poured him a glass of water. What legal troubles are you facing? Mr. Robin clutched his hat tightly. I'm uncertain whether this qualifies as a legal issue, sir. Please, allow me to explain. My investment cannot truly be deemed a failure. I was deceived. Mr. Robin recounted. Half a year ago, my cousin approached me, stating that Mr. Zachary, who operates an insurance company, was facing financial difficulties. In a bid to overcome this hurdle, Mr. Zachary was willing to sell a portion of his shares and was seeking investors. My cousin procured an authorization for 08 shares, but required 600 in capital, a sum he could not amass alone. So he sought my partnership to purchase them, with each of us contributing 800 for a share profit. Sir, this appeared to be an exceptional investment opportunity. Upon completion of the transaction, I anticipated an annual dividend of around 200, nearly equivalent to my salary. After conducting inquiries regarding Mr. Zachary's insurance company, I discovered it was indeed thriving, and thus, my cousin and I managed to gather 600 to finalize the share transaction. At this juncture, Mr. Robin's expression soured. It was only over a month later that we realized the insurance company had never sold shares, and there was no Mr. Zachary associated with it all. Hubert inquired, did you not report this to the authorities? Is the share authorization still in your possession? It was only after we reported the incident that we learned that Zachary was the leader of a gang in the East District. He had vanished a fortnight prior to our notification. Mr. Robin remarked, it was through the police that we discovered many others like us had been deceived. The share authorization letter remains, yet has been proven to be a forgery. With these words, he produced a copy of the share authorization letter. Hubert's initial reaction was one of skepticism. Was the swindler merely playing a part? After contemplation, he resignedly stated, I apologize, Mr. Robin, but I am not a police officer and cannot assist you in locating a fugitive. No, Mr. Robin interjected. I am not asking you to help find someone. Rather, my cousin and I have been searching for and investigating Zachary, and we inadvertently learned that he was working for a gentleman named Hyman. We are uncertain how to gather evidence to accuse Hyman, hence our appeal for your assistance. Under the earnest gaze of Mr. Robin, Hubert replied, I cannot immediately acquiesce. I must conduct my own inquiries first. Please provide me with an address, and should my investigation yield progress, I shall write to you. He added, please elaborate on your investigative process. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Robin said, his eyes reddening. They had consulted numerous lawyers, yet none were willing to aid them. Hubert was the sole attorney willing to delve into the details. Chapter 24. The Second Tarot Meeting. Hubert inquired about the residence of Mr. Hyman, to which Mr. Robin replied, we only know this gentleman's name, but we possess no further information. With a hint of exasperation, Hubert resolved to conduct his own search, leaving behind the share authorization letter. Just as he had seen Mr. Robin off, Barton called out to him, are you planning to help? Indeed, Hubert replied, at the very least, I will investigate. However, Barton shook his head. We are lawyers, not police officers or detectives. We require our clients to furnish sufficient evidence. Our role is merely to assist clients in litigation, not to seek evidence. Hubert chuckled wryly. I understand you are correct, but I still wish to lend him a hand. Even if my investigation reveals that I lack the capacity to assist him, my conscience will feel somewhat alleviated. Barton shrugged. Very well, but the firm will not reimburse any expenses incurred in this matter. Of course, should there be any profits, you need not report them to the firm. Consider it a private commission. Hubert nodded, understood. Fortunately, he remained indoors. Just before noon, he received a letter from the Mercenary Club, stating that those selling dragon blood grass and other common extraordinary materials had arranged a meeting with him at 4 o'clock that afternoon. Additionally, someone was looking to sell notes from Emperor Roselle, also scheduling a transaction for around 4. It seemed that Monday would not permit him to visit clients. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hubert departed the firm, traversing 2 streets on foot before finding a modest inn, where he rented a room for 1 soul. As 3 o'clock approached, Hubert, well prepared, was whisked away to the gray mist. After the attendees exchanged greetings, Hubert gratefully expressed, I extend my gratitude for the insights provided by Mr. Fool during our last gathering. Upon my investigation, it has come to light that my family is indeed burdened by a maddening curse, and I am currently tracing its origins. Should any of you hear of similar curses, do let me know, as I shall offer extraordinary knowledge in return for such information. The hanged man acknowledged this, while Justice appeared somewhat restless, esteemed Mr. Fool, always supportive, and the erudite Emperor. I have a question to pose. What assistance can a pet endowed with extraordinary powers offer its master? As her words lingered, she noticed Mr. Fool, the hanged man, and the Emperor simultaneously fall into silence. Audrey interjected, Hey, speak up. Do not regard me with such expressions. Truly, I am inquiring on behalf of a friend. Hubert's light chuckle shattered the silence. If that pet possesses the audience's extraordinary abilities, it could observe and eavesdrop on your behalf in certain situations. People tend to be wary of their peers, yet are less likely to suspect a pet of eavesdropping. Audrey nodded. That makes sense. Often, when my father discusses important matters with others, he avoids my presence, yet he does not chase Susie away. Pausing, she turned to the Emperor. By the way, why did you use the audience as an example? She swiftly transitioned to another topic to alleviate her embarrassment. Mr. Fool, I have unearthed another page from Emperor Roselle's diary. After several minutes, Mr. Fool concluded reading the diary. You may converse now. Audrey sighed with relief. I wish to know if there exists a potion named Arbiter, and what type of extraordinary individual can pass through wooden doors. There are indeed, Hubert casually responded. Those of the Arbiter pathway are quite prevalent in the armies of the Kingdom of Ruin and the Kingdom of Phenobot, as both royal families, the Augustuses and the Castillas, became extraordinary families of the Arbiter pathway due to their allegiance to the Solomon Empire and the Trencist Empire. Furthermore, due to wars and other reasons, the kings of these 2 kingdoms granted some soldiers Arbiter pathway potions as rewards, leading to the emergence of non-royal extraordinary Arbiter families. Generally speaking, Arbiters are widely present among the nobility, military, and political spheres of these 2 kingdoms. The Vassic Empire likely has some extraordinary traits of Arbiters as well, considering its historical rivalry with the Kingdom of Ruin. Audrey was taken aback, not expecting the royal family to be an extraordinary lineage. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In a world where extraordinary beings existed, the Augustus' ability to endure for a millennium and remain unyielding spoke volumes. Hubert continued, as for those who can pass through wooden doors, They belong to the apprentice pathway. Many within the order of intellect possess such extraordinary capabilities. Additionally, the Abraham family holds a relatively complete potion formula for this pathway. However, like my family, the Abraham family is also plagued by a curse, and it is said that there are currently no strong individuals of that pathway remaining. Alger and Klein were both slightly astonished. They were familiar with the apprentice extraordinary pathway and the order of intellect, yet had never heard of the Abraham family, prompting them to once again admire the emperor's vast knowledge. Their curiosity soon shifted to the history and current status of the Abraham family. Emperor, Audrey inquired, "Why have I not heard of the Abraham family?" Klein silently thought, "Miss Justice, your question is simply brilliant." Alger also perked up his ears, attentively absorbing these hidden secrets of the extraordinary world. Hubert smiled. "That is because this family began to decline during the Quaternary period. However, now, aside from the extraordinary individuals within the order of intellect, nearly all extraordinary individuals of the apprentice pathway have some connection to this family." Audrey nodded. "Emperor, your explanation is exceedingly detailed. How might I compensate you for your knowledge?" Hubert had already devised a plan. He intended to request that Audrey investigate the fallen nobility of Beckland, which would naturally encompass the Laughter Pound. In a few months' time, at the tarot gathering, Mr. World would commission Audrey to conduct the same investigation. Concurrently, memories of laughter flooded back into Hubert's mind. The Pound family were descendants of the Blood Emperor Tudors. After changing their name and disguising their identities, they began serving the ruined royal family. Yet their true aim was to settle in Beckland and attempt to excavate the relics left by the Tudor Empire. Unfortunately, many powerful members of the family fell victim to malevolent spirits within the relics, resulting in the Pound family's subsequent decline. Chapter 25. The Creditor. Although the Blood Emperor is a true deity of the pathway of the Red Priest, he transitioned from the first sequence of the pathway of the Black Emperor to the non-adjacent pathway of the Red Priest, which has rendered the Blood Emperor perpetually in a state of semi-madness. After the fall of the Blood Emperor, his descendants undoubtedly yearned to restore their former glory, which led to the inception of a plan to excavate the relics of the Tudor Empire. As for the malevolent spirits residing within the ruins, they invoked a conspiracy from the Quaternary period involving Adam and the Blood Emperor. Hubert took a deep breath, realizing that everything made sense now. The Balky family, situated far across the southern continent, was an extraordinary lineage connected to the Black Emperor. Meanwhile, the Pound family, as heirs of the Blood Emperor, must have inherited the potion formulas of the Black Emperor pathway from the Tudor family. For the Blood Emperor was once a loyal servant of the Black Emperor's extraordinary lineage before becoming the Red Priest of the Solomon Empire. The Nation of Disorder served as the source of the two pathways, that of the Black Emperor and the Judicator. Thus, within the Nation of Disorder, Hubert could witness and influence two extraordinary families connected to the Black Emperor's lineage. "Your Excellency?" Audrey inquired, puzzled by the Emperor's sudden silence. He replied, "I apologize. My mind wandered to other matters. I have yet to determine what form of recompense I desire, but I shall request it when I am ready." Audrey nodded in agreement. "Very well." She then posed another question. "I have one more query. Why did the two royal families become extraordinary families of the Arbiter pathway due to their allegiance to the Solomon Empire and the Trencist Empire?" This touched upon the issue of adjacent pathways. Hubert responded, "You are still too early in your understanding to grasp this knowledge. I suggest you delve deeper into the lore of the extraordinary before exploring matters of adjacent pathways." Audrey felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well then. Klein and Alger shared her sentiment, particularly the Great Fool, who longed to assert that he had acquired substantial knowledge of the extraordinary and could indeed comprehend the intricacies of adjacent pathways. Yet, reason restrained Klein from speaking, for such an admission would tarnish the image of the fool. With the first transaction concluded, the hangman, Alger, initiated the second deal. Addressing Justice, "I wish for your assistance in uncovering a matter. The fee shall be contingent upon the complexity of the inquiry." Audrey, intrigued yet filled with questions, asked, "What matter?" Alger replied, "I seek to ascertain whether the Kingdom of Ruin intends to retaliate against the Fursak Empire within this year or before June of next year, igniting a new war along the Barrenden coast." Hubert paused, recalling that the topic of retaliation against the Fursak Empire had been a common theme at the Mercenary Club just the previous day. "Are you certain?" Alger Courier. He directed his question to Miss Justice because she was evidently a noble of the Kingdom of Ruin. With a modicum of attention, she might glean insights on such matters. But why would the Emperor be informed? Both Alger and Klein were taken aback. wondering why the emperor possessed knowledge of this inquiry. Was he like Miss Justice, a noble of the kingdom of ruin, endowed with the same channels of information? Hubert smiled. It is quite serendipitous. I too learned the answer to your question yesterday, by happenstance. You wish to know if the prior ambush by the Fursac Empire on the ruined fleet will provoke the kingdom of ruin to seek maritime vengeance? Alger, appearing somewhat fatigued, reclined against his chair. Indeed, the emperor recounted the sequence of events, and he now believed that Hubert genuinely knew the answer. Hubert pondered for a moment before stating, "As for the recompense for your inquiry today, alongside the debt from our previous gathering, I believe it is reasonable to request an extraordinary item of sequence 8, one with minimal side effects." Alger exhaled in relief. That is a fair exchange. This was not a difficult task for him. He was acquainted with a wild craftsman, making it relatively easy to procure extraordinary items. Furthermore, upon returning to shore, he would receive the 1,000 pounds in cash that Miss Justice had previously paid him. Generally, a sequence 8 extraordinary trait would be valued around 600 to 700 pounds, while such an extraordinary item would typically be worth 800 to 900 pounds. Surely with a premium, but 1,000 pounds should suffice. Seated at the end of the long table, the fool, Klein, suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, the emperor had become the most significant creditor at the gathering, surpassing even him, the initiator. Of course, there was also the matter of maintaining the fool's image, which rendered it inappropriate for him to engage in lower-tier transactions. At this moment, Klein fervently wished he could don a disguise. Hubert declared, "To my knowledge, the Kingdom of Ruin has no intention of retaliating against its old adversary, the Fursac Empire, at sea, but rather plans to take action on the southern continent. However, I am unaware of the specific locations and methods of their retaliation." Hubert smiled. "As long as you are satisfied." Hubert contemplated before deciding to caution Audrey. Low-tier extraordinary beings from the audience pathway are ill-suited for direct combat, as their vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent. If I were to learn that my opponent was an audience member, my immediate course of action would be to devise a means to deprive them of their sight, thus rendering them incapable of utilizing most of their extraordinary abilities. Audrey fell into silence, suddenly realizing the harsh realities of the extraordinary realm. The very abilities she had once taken pride in could easily become targets for her adversaries. Had she not been an extraordinary being, other extraordinary individuals might not have sought to attack her. However, once she embraced her extraordinary status, she could not afford to harbor any illusions and must always be prepared to face the challenges posed by fellow extraordinary beings. Sincerely, she expressed, "Thank you for your caution. Your Excellency, I shall strive to conduct myself as an audience member and avoid conflict with others of extraordinary standing." Hubert smiled. "I wish you swift ascendance to the ranks of mid-tier power. I recall that the abilities of mid-tier audience beings are rather peculiar and formidable." Audrey smiled in return. "In truth, my entry into the extraordinary realm was driven by curiosity. I never intended to become a formidable force within it." Hubert shook his head. "From the moment you step into the extraordinary world, your destiny becomes irrevocably entwined. It is no longer a matter of merely wishing for things to unfold as you desire." His reflections stemmed from the family curse that had shaped his views on the extraordinary realm. However, this sentiment rendered both Klein and Alger momentarily silent. Klein, because Professor Azek had informed him that there were dissonances in his fate, and he had recently divined a red chimney amidst the gray fog, suggesting that recent coincidences might not be mere happenstance. Chapter 26. The Diary of Emperor Roselle. Once back in her room, Audrey gazed at the vanity before her. Lost in thought, the Emperor's reminders and reflections seemed to echo in her ears. This prompted the usually optimistic Audrey to feel an unexpected wave of worry and frustration. "You appear to be contemplating something profound," spoke Susie, her voice breaking the silence. Audrey could not help but exhale in exasperation. She still struggled to accept that Susie could speak. Yet at this moment, Susie was the most suitable confidant. She gently patted Susie's head. "Perhaps our choices are not the most prudent." However, Audrey's expression soon shifted to one of determination and optimism. "But since we have already chosen, we mustn't dwell on complaints." Hubert suddenly found himself reminiscing about his previous life, where each day was spent either at work or watching videos, a routine that felt rather mundane. He chuckled resignedly, gathering his spirits to check out of his room. Having embarked on the life of an extraordinary being, he resolved not to lament the hardships this world had bestowed upon him, for he had indeed gained extraordinary abilities. Upon reaching the street, Hubert hailed a cab, heading straight for the mercenary club. When he emerged from the law firm that afternoon, he carried all his savings, a total of £71, 5 sols, and 8 pence, which he had counted several times. However, today's transaction would likely consume the majority of his savings. Hubert patted the pocket where his wallet resided, already feeling a pang of regret before he had even spent the money. Yet, the club member selling dragon bloodgrass and other materials had arrived early, a man in his 30s carrying a massive suitcase. He introduced himself. "You may call me Gal. I specialize in items required for mysticism, and my shop is located at 51 Henry Street." Hubert smiled and introduced himself as a connoisseur of mysticism. The two men exchanged knowing glances, sensing that each was concealing something. This was quite natural, as they had yet to establish a foundation of trust. Under the guidance of a servant, they entered a small meeting room to conduct their transaction. Gal placed a suitcase on the table, which he opened to reveal an array of jars and bottles containing various extraordinary materials, quite common in their nature. He introduced, "This is essential oil extracted from the dream flower, along with chamomile petals. I noticed the emblem of the goddess on your pocket watch, so I highly recommend this Amanda hydrosol and this holy night powder. Trust me, it is sure to please the goddess." Hubert paused, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the ambiguity of Gal's words. Had the term please been so misused? Why did it conjure unseemly images in his mind? He shook his head, dismissing such irreverent thoughts of the goddess. The extraordinary materials Hubert was purchasing were intended to invoke the response of the goddess of the night, facilitating future communication with her in times of need. Of course, Hubert could attempt to beseech power for divination himself, but the realm of disorder was emblematic of both order and chaos. Even if it could aid him in his endeavors, it would likely do so in a distorted manner. Who could predict the mess that might ensue? After a friendly negotiation, Hubert ultimately acquired a silver knife, a small bottle of Amanda hydrosol, a jar of holy night powder, dreamflower essential oil, moonflower, and chamomile petals, along with 3 candles mixed with materials like night-blooming jasmine and mint, for the sum of £3 and 18 shillings. The silver knife and Amanda hydrosol were the most expensive items, costing £1 and 6 shillings, and £1 and 3 shillings respectively. As they parted ways, Bill pointedly remarked, "Should you require higher quality, more magical materials, feel free to visit my shop. Naturally, if you prefer, you may choose to trade at the club." Hubert nodded with a smile, acknowledging that Bill had even more exquisite, extraordinary materials available. Next, Hubert initiated another transaction with a soldier in his 40s, clad in a crisp military uniform. "This is a trophy from a battle," he said, pulling out a stack of journals belonging to Emperor Russell. "Some pages bear the blood of enemies, though it does not hinder readability." The stack contained at least a dozen pages. But Hubert was resolute. He could not acquire them all, lest he face financial ruin. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I trust you noticed my message on the information board. I must briefly peruse the contents to ascertain whether I possess similar collectibles. You are aware, I presume, that there are numerous transcriptions of Emperor Russell's notes, and I do not require duplicates." In truth, the price he offered was slightly below market value. Typically, a single page of Emperor Russell's notes traded for between £6 and £7. However, the soldier did not counter. "That is acceptable, though I am quite curious about your reason for purchasing Emperor Russell's notes." He was unconcerned about Hubert's request for a cursory glance, as no one could decipher the notes' contents. Even a brief inspection posed no risk of revealing their secrets. The lack of a counteroffer stemmed from the niche market for Emperor Russell's notes. Collectors eager to acquire them would naturally want to act promptly. Hubert smiled. "I am attempting to decode the symbols contained within Emperor Russell's notes." The soldier's expression revealed an understanding, though it also hinted at a certain disdain. What a fool to embark on such a quest. Hubert chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. He accepted the journals, skimming through them, extracting tales of Emperor Russell's romantic escapades while discarding those passages that seemed less significant. Some extraordinary knowledge, already familiar to him, was also set aside. Having become an extraordinary being, his reading and comprehension abilities had improved, allowing him to grasp the essence of most entries with a mere glance, provided he recognized the characters. In the end, Hubert found himself with just a single page of notes, resulting in an awkward silence. Even with his enhanced eloquence, he struggled to find a suitable explanation for his selection. The soldier broke the silence first. "I did not anticipate your collection to be so extensive." Hubert exhaled, relieved that his brief perusal of each page had gone unnoticed. Had he lingered too long on a single entry, apologetically stating, "My apologies, sir. I already possess all your notes. the secret of his ability to decipher those mysterious symbols might have been exposed. Hubert produced a 6-pound banknote, one of which served to assuage his guilt. After concluding the transaction, he requested the servant to ensure he was not disturbed. As he settled into the small meeting room to diligently read the treasure journals of Emperor Russell, March 12th, I heard an intriguing revelation from the Minister of Intelligence. Most of the quaternary relics surrounding Beckland are traps. Chapter 27. The Goddess of Night harbors a grudge against me. Hubert's thoughts immediately drifted to the Beckland ruins that had been explored by a group at a previous club gathering. Could it be that they were traps? He continued reading. I inquired of the minister why such intelligence had emerged, yet he merely smiled enigmatically, offering no answers to my queries. Should I ever ascend to the throne, I shall bind this minister and tickle his soles with feathers until he has his fill of laughter. Hubert deduced that the entries were penned during a time when the emperor had not yet overthrown the Intis royal family. At that point, he seemed to be a lower-tier, extraordinary being. He pressed on to the next passage. March 16th. The traps of Beckland have piqued my curiosity, so I discussed the matter with Bishop Michel. He asserted that it was highly probable the ruined royal family discovered and excavated the quaternary relics, using them as traps to lure more extraordinary beings of the same tier into their grasp. Bishop Michel spoke with such conviction, as if his speculation were the very truth of the matter. I queried him on what led to his certainty, and he claimed it was a secret hidden within the tiers. A chilling hypothesis began to form in my mind, though I could not ascertain its validity. This page of notes was evidently transcribed by later hands, containing only these brief entries. When Emperor Russell penned them, he was clearly unaware of the inherent enmity between beings of the same or adjacent tiers, as even in the absence of hatred, they were natural adversaries in their struggle for extraordinary traits. Hubert's thoughts turned to Amon, who had devised numerous schemes to ensnare extraordinary beings along the same path, leaving a doppelganger behind in the treasures to await the arrival of unsuspecting thieves. The traps designed by the ruined royal family bore striking similarities. Most quaternary relics were connected to the paths of lawyers and arbitrators. 3 emperors emerged during the quaternary period on the northern continent: the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Night Emperor. Solomon, the Black Emperor, was the true deity of the lawyer's path. The Blood Emperor Tudor and the Night Emperor Trensis' initial sequences were also lawyers. They betrayed Solomon, aiding the 6 gods in eliminating him to attain the extraordinary trait of sequence 1 in the lawyer's path. Now, the Ruin and Phenobot royal families, both extraordinary families of the arbitrator's path, had pledged allegiance to different emperors during the quaternary and, after all 4 emperors were vanquished, rose to power as the ruling families with the support of the 6 gods, whether through the path of lawyers or that of arbitrators. Extraordinary individuals were notably active during the quaternary, with the emergence of 2 divine rulers, the Black Emperor and the Arbiter. The kingdoms of Tudur, the Trellansost Imperial Union, and the Trellansost Empire all had their capitals in what is now known as Beckland. Thus, anyone with a fundamental understanding of history would recognize that remnants of families, such as Tudur and Trellansost, are likely to be found in the vicinity of Beckland. This is precisely why Hubert placed such importance on this particular diary page. He had envisioned that once his strength had grown, he would endeavor to seek out ancient relics around Beckland, which would likely yield items related to the path of lawyers. Reflecting on this, Hubert paid tribute to the mercenary squad he had previously assembled for exploration. He also expressed gratitude for the Emperor's counsel, deeming the 6 pounds spent to be quite worthwhile. Such is the extraordinary world. Even the kindest souls can become sinners due to the extraordinary traits they possess. What is that saying? Ah, yes. A common man is innocent, but bears the guilt of possessing a precious stone. Hubert did not leave the club immediately. Instead, he procured 50 rounds of ammunition to practice his shooting at the range. After returning his firearm, Hubert did not forget to visit the information wall on the 3rd floor to remove the notice regarding the acquisition of the notes from Emperor Russell. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention. If too many individuals sought him out to sell diaries while he had little to offer, he would enjoy the benefits without reciprocation, leaving the sellers quite displeased. Hubert's past experiences taught him the importance of moderation. Furthermore, today, expenses were less than anticipated, which delighted Hubert, leaving him with a balance of 61 pounds, 7 sols, and 8 pence, a sum he counted multiple times to confirm its accuracy. 2 candles symbolized the goddess of night, while 1 represented himself. Subsequently, Hubert infused his silver knife with spirit, sanctifying the pure silver blade. and circled the table to construct a spiritual barrier. He then took out the essence of the dream flower, dripping it onto the candles, and ignited the petals of the moonflower. Finally came the most crucial incantation. As a graduate of a prestigious public school, Hubert had made the study of Hermetic language a requirement. He solemnly recited in Hermetic, "I beseech the power of the night. I beseech the power of crimson. I implore the favor of the goddess of night. Your devoted follower entreats you, O goddess, to grant me a restorative slumber. O nightshade, herb of the moon, bestow your strength upon my incantation. O moonflower, herb of the red moon, impart your power unto my incantation." Hubert anxiously observed the candles on the table. According to Mr. Koo, such petitions for a good night's sleep, beautiful dreams, or even assistance in settling debts and alleviating constipation are typically handled by the goddess's automatic response system, provided there is no malice in the heart. Generally, the success rate for such low-level rituals is quite high. It is worth reiterating that in the extraordinary world, many possess a higher sequence of extraordinary abilities than that of the lawyers, yet they remain unaware of how to conduct rituals. Hubert's advantage lay in his understanding of the ritual process. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, the makeshift altar finally reacted, although the candles continued to burn. The room suddenly became dim and tranquil. Hubert immediately felt an overwhelming drowsiness, and soon his eyelids grew heavy. "Wait, I haven't even tidied the altar, nor have I laid down on my bed." Regardless of his internal struggle, Hubert succumbed to weakness. Thud! The pain of collapsing onto the floor did not awaken him. At that moment, he lay upon the ground, fast asleep. He remained in slumber until dawn, and had it not been for Donna knocking at the door to rouse him, he might have continued his repose. After crawling on the floor all night, his entire body ached, and most critically, the 3 candles he had purchased the previous day had burned out, each costing 3 souls. The realization that he had spent 9 souls the night before caused Hubert's heart to ache. He harbored serious doubts about whether the goddess of night bore a grudge against him. Chapter 28. Farewell, Miss Hiu. Hubert arrived at the law firm by carriage. Taking a seat in his office chair, his shoulders still slightly sore. After adjusting his posture, he penned a list of tasks to be accomplished that week, subsequently arranging them in a prioritized order. His intention was to first investigate Mr. Robbins' mention of Zachary, as this case appeared to be rather complex, warranting an immediate inquiry to gather clues and evidence. In contrast, the other 3 cases presented by Barton were considerably simpler and could be postponed. In contemplating how to probe Zachary, Hubert conceived a breakthrough. The East District gang leader, Veer. Given that Zachary was also a gang leader in the East District, Veer, as a fellow contender, should possess some familiarity with him. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Hubert summoned a cab and made a brief stop at the Mercenary Club. Thanks to the esteemed reputation of Lawyer Barton, Hubert's firearm permit was processed that morning, and he procured a revolver at the club. He believed that the revolver would prove useful during the investigation of Zachary. At approximately 10:30, Hubert arrived at the Blue Night Bar in the East District. The atmosphere remained unchanged. Although it was morning, raucous laughter could be heard from a distance. Upon opening the door, he was met with a potent aroma and a cacophony of noise, and soon he spotted a short figure approaching him. Recognizing it to be Hiu, adorned with a gentleman's hat. "Mr. Hubert, it is a pleasure to see you again," Hiu smiled. As soon as she spoke, the bar fell silent. Hubert replied, "Indeed, Miss Hiu, I am delighted to see you coexisting peacefully with Veer," while observing the peculiar behavior of the inebriated patrons. After a brief pause, one of the drunken patrons suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Hubert, my arm was dislocated in my youth, and since then, I've been unable to perform heavy labor. Do you think it can be healed?" He revealed his emaciated arm to Hubert, seeking a diagnosis. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly appear to be a doctor? Another inebriated patron chimed in, "Mr. Hubert, I injured my leg last year, and it pains me terribly during the rainy season. What do you think?" Hiu interjected loudly. "I have said many times before, he is not a doctor." Although she was petite, her voice and presence were commanding, causing the drunken patrons to avert their gazes. Hubert reflected that, in situations like this, the extraordinary abilities of an arbitrator were far more effective than those of a lawyer. A lawyer would need to persuade each individual one by one. At that moment, Veer hurried over. "Sir, what brings you here?" His demeanor exceedingly respectful. Hubert then understood. It was he who had requested Emlyn to heal Veer's injuries, and Veer had naturally concealed this matter, leading everyone to mistakenly perceive him as a miracle worker. Realizing this, Hubert smiled at everyone. "I regret to inform you that I am a lawyer." While I can bring the perpetrator who caused your injuries to ruin, I am unable to cure your ailments. Upon hearing the phrase bring to ruin, the patrons instinctively recoiled, and none dared to solicit Hubert for a diagnosis any longer. Hubert then turned to Veer. I am here to inquire about a gang leader named Zachary. Hubert quickly deduced that Miss Hiu had also come to seek information regarding Zachary. Veer glanced at Hiu, then at Hubert, and smiled. Indeed, sir. I have only met Zachary a few times. His territory is near the Cuckoo Bar. You might inquire there. Hubert looked at Hiu. Are you planning to visit the Cuckoo Bar? Indeed, Hiu did not conceal her intentions. I believe we can go together. As the two individuals conversed while making their way outside, Wilson let out a sigh of relief. Those two formidable individuals he dared not provoke had finally departed. Wilson was momentarily taken aback, for this served as both a warning and a reminder. He quickly replied, yes. Hubert and Hugh briskly traversed the dilapidated streets of the East District, rife with vagrants. Hubert, with a smile, ventured a guess. Allow me to surmise, Miss Hugh, have you received an assignment concerning insurance fraud involving company shares? Hugh coolly affirmed, indeed. The gentleman's hat perched atop her head suited her present demeanor exquisitely. We share a common objective, Hubert coaxed, employing his remarkable abilities. Perhaps we could exchange clues or embark on a more profound collaboration. Yet, inexplicably, Hugh felt an urge to accept his invitation. Very well, but on one condition. What is it? Hubert inquired. Could you perhaps refrain from walking so briskly? Hubert glanced at Hugh's petite legs and apologized. My apologies for not considering your comfort. Shall we find a suitable place to converse? He suggested. After all, I just extricated you from incarceration. Hubert added, forgive me, but I cannot concur with your perspective. I resolve your predicament in a single day. Is such efficiency not deserving of your gratitude? Hugh pointed toward a nearby CAF, stating, I shall not engage in a debate with you. Since you insist on my gratitude, allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee as a token of appreciation. Debate? Why am I arguing about such trivial matters? Hubert belatedly realized. He then pondered whether this might be a side effect of the lawyer's elixir. While Hubert was lost in thought, Hugh had already entered the CAF, prompting him to hastily follow. Each ordered a modest cup of coffee, and Hugh began recounting her assignment, which aligned closely with Hubert's conjecture. She too had received a similar commission regarding Mr. Robin. Hubert summarized, Zachary's victims are predominantly from the middle class. He elaborated, this class possesses savings but lacks influence. Even if they are defrauded of their life savings, the police seldom pursue investigations unless there are conspicuous leads. Conversely, should such an occurrence befall the aristocracy, a mere hint of pressure would compel the police to act with utmost diligence. I share a similar hypothesis, Hugh remarked, taking a sip of her coffee. Thus, this is undoubtedly a premeditated, orchestrated fraud. Chapter 29, Methods of Persuasion. He quietly inquired of Hugh, have you heard of extraordinary individuals known as con artists? Hugh was momentarily taken aback, for this revelation implicitly acknowledged their identities as extraordinary beings. However, she quickly concluded that there was nothing to conceal. Hubert must have learned of her extraordinary status from Miss Audrey. Given that Hubert was acquainted with extraordinary physicians, he too must be an extraordinary individual. Hugh contemplated Hubert's query. I have heard that some extraordinary beings take pleasure in deception. Hubert nodded. That would likely be the con artist, classified as sequence 8 among thieves. Fortunately, con artists are not adept in combat. Provided we are not ensnared in their trickery, I believe we could subdue him together. Hugh furrowed her brow, not anticipating that this seemingly ordinary assignment would involve extraordinary beings. Are you suggesting that Zachary is a con artist? It is a possibility. The mob boss and the insurance company manager may be identities he has meticulously crafted for himself, Hubert replied. Yet, it is also conceivable that he is merely a pawn in a larger scheme. He drained his inexpensive coffee and cautioned Hugh. I wish to alert you, Miss Hugh, that our investigation may necessitate preparation for confrontations with extraordinary beings, which is a primary reason I sought your collaboration. Hugh nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your warning. However, while we are partners, upon completion of the assignment, we shall not split the reward. Rather, you will seek your compensation from your client, and I shall pursue mine. Hubert smiled. That is, of course, understood. He continued, are you familiar with the Cuckoo Tavern? I am. Ah, how delightful it is to have a partner well acquainted with the East District. In response to Hubert's compliment, Hugh displayed neither joy nor annoyance. She silently paid for the coffee and led Hubert to the Cuckoo Tavern. The Cuckoo Tavern was a quintessential establishment of the East District. Upon entering, Hubert felt as though he had merely exchanged the sign of the Blue Knight Tavern for another. The atmosphere was similarly filled with raucous laughter and potent aromas, and many patrons regarded newcomers with inebriated, dazed gazes, while others whispered furtively in shadowy corners. Hugh appeared quite accustomed to such taverns. She gracefully leapt onto a bar stool and ordered a light meal. Hubert checked his pocket watch, realizing it was lunchtime. The tavern's modest fare included mashed potatoes, pies, and somewhat stale salads, all priced even lower than the CAF's offerings. He did not hasten to inquire about Zachary's whereabouts, instead ordering a light meal and devouring it ravenously. Having subsisted on instant noodles for an entire week, Hubert had developed a high tolerance for food. If Audrey's butler Lisa were to witness the tavern's cuisine, she likely would not take a single bite. After finishing first, Hubert engaged the bartender in conversation. Let us discuss the recent happenings at the Cuckoo Tavern. Hugh, poised to witness Hubert's potential embarrassment, was momentarily surprised, soon recalling that this might be a manifestation of Hubert's extraordinary abilities. She marveled at how convenient this power was, effortlessly persuading others. Meanwhile, Hubert, now adept in his attorney's extraordinary capabilities, mused, "I've already paid for the meal. Tipping is unnecessary." After sharing a few trivial anecdotes, the bartender mentioned, "I heard that boss Zachary swindled a substantial sum. Some say he has fled to Dixie Bay to indulge in leisure, while others claim he has escaped to the savage sea." Hubert inquired, "When did he depart from the Cuckoo Tavern?" "About a month ago," the bartender replied. Hubert nodded, noting the timeline coincided with Mr. Robbins' account, and further asked, "Do you know or have you heard of Mr. Hyman?" The bartender shook his head. "I have not heard of him." Just as Hubert was about to confer with Hugh regarding their next course of action, a middle-aged gentleman with a friendly, round face approached, sporting a warm smile. "Excuse me, sir and miss, it appears you are quite eager to learn about boss Zachary's whereabouts." Hubert countered, "And you are?" The gentleman politely removed his hat, introducing himself. "I am Dockholm, the new proprietor of the Cuckoo Tavern. As you know, someone must attend to the less savory tasks." He continued, "Zachary was a respected boss, but regrettably, he has long since departed from Beckland. However, his business is now in my hands, and I can take you to the treasure chamber. Should anything catch your fancy, I assure you a discount." As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Hubert. Hubert was taken aback, realizing they were being mistaken for individuals in search of stolen goods. A treasure chamber? Why not call it a treasure vault? As for Dockholm's suggestive glances, Hubert had yet to decipher their meaning when Dockholm, still gesturing, began to pull Hubert outside. "Rest assured, there is certainly something you desire." Hubert resolved to observe the unfolding situation, following Dockholm out of the tavern, with Hugh promptly leaping from her stool to follow suit. Once outside, in a secluded corner, Dockholm wore an expression of having narrowly escaped peril. "You two, I just saved your lives. You have no idea. The tavern is teeming with Zachary's loyal subordinates. Inquiring about his whereabouts is tantamount to courting death." Hubert felt as though he had encountered a charlatan. This "I saved your life" ploy was rather rudimentary. Thus, neither Hubert nor Hugh expressed gratitude, merely observing Dockholm as he continued his performance. Unfazed by the absence of audience feedback, Dockholm displayed an air of camaraderie as he proclaimed, "My rescue of you stems from genuine goodwill and profound respect for the goddess. Her divine oracle teaches us to assist others to the best of our capabilities." With a sigh, he continued, "Alas, you are unaware of my plight. Zachary merely regards me as a pawn, stationed in the bar to entertain patrons. Yet I wield no authority over the establishment's affairs. However, I possess authentic news regarding Zachary. He has not departed from Beckland, but rather seeks refuge in a hidden locale. My desire to assist you is sincere, and provided the price is right, I can guide you to him." Hubert interjected, "You aim to exploit us to confront Zachary, don't you? You see a golden opportunity to become the true master of the Cuckoo Bar." Dockholm smiled amiably, though there was a glint of cunning in his eyes. "You have seen through my ruse." Chapter 30. The Unexpected Role. In the East District, benevolent souls are easily victimized. The gang members here are particularly devoid of kindness. Thus, when Hubert and Hugh encountered Dockholm's benign smile, they recognized it as a facade. Hubert addressed Dockholm, "If you can facilitate a meeting with Zachary, I can assure you that he will no longer pose a threat to your ambition of leading the Cuckoo Bar. I believe that is a fair price." Yet Dockholm shook his head, cheerfully haggling, "Esteemed sir, I am fiercely loyal to boss Zachary. I would only betray him for substantial gain." Hubert twitched his lips, realizing he would need to increase his offer. "Very well, how about £2? £10? Hubert chuckled. "Zachary's life is not worth that much. £3. Esteemed sir, As a gentleman, you ought not to quibble over such trifles with someone as lowly as I. 8 pounds is the minimum. Anything less would weigh heavily on my conscience. Hugh observed Hubert's unbecoming haggling with Stockholm and mused. Hadn't she heard that lawyers were typically affluent? Yet this lawyer appeared rather impoverished. She then recalled her own efforts to save money for the recipe of the series 8 Sheriff S potion, realizing that poverty was a common affliction among the extraordinary. As Hubert and Stockholm reached an amicable agreement after some friendly negotiation, they settled on 5 pounds and 10 shillings for Zachary's whereabouts. With immediate payment upon their encounter with him, Stockholm's brow glistened with a sheen of sweat. I have never met a gentleman so adept at bargaining. Sir, I have a small request. While you may delay the payment of my commission, I ask to see your wallet to ensure you are capable of fulfilling the payment. Hubert, somewhat impatient, produced a 5-pound note and a 1-pound note. Hurry up, night will fall soon. As you wish, Stockholm replied, his genial smile reappearing upon seeing the money. Follow me. He led the way, introducing Hubert and Hugh to the streets and peculiarities of the East District while displaying a semblance of humility. After a few minutes, Stockholm brought them to a circular courtyard. His demeanor shifted abruptly as he coldly commanded, "Come inside." A group of ruffians appeared at the entrance, blocking it entirely. This courtyard was peculiar, with high walls and only one exit, seemingly designed as an excellent locale for extortion. Stockholm smiled at Hubert. "I apologize, sir, but I desire a greater commission. I have no intention of harming you or this young lady. Kindly relinquish all your money and valuables, and do leave behind that respectable overcoat, your finely crafted shirt, and your genuine leather wallet. To preserve your dignity, we shall allow you to keep 1 pair of trousers." Hubert quickly grasped the situation. Stockholm likely had no real information on Zachary. His earlier pretense of betraying Zachary was merely a ruse to ascertain if Hubert was worth robbing. After their haggling, he suspected Hubert might be impoverished and sought to confirm the contents of his wallet. Under normal circumstances, this encounter would have ended poorly for most. But Hubert and Hugh remained unperturbed. Hubert handed his cane to Hugh. "Miss Arbitrator, I believe you require a suitable weapon." "And you?" she inquired. Hubert retrieved a revolver from his satchel. "My marksmanship may not be exemplary, but at this close range, 6 bullets should suffice to take down 2 or 3 adversaries. Please buy me some time to reload." Upon Hubert drawing his pistol, Stockholm's subordinates visibly panicked. As gangsters, they possessed firearms, but none were on hand, as they lacked the necessary permits. Carrying guns openly during the day would be akin to inviting the police. Crucially, Stockholm had never anticipated Hubert would be armed. This was Beckland, where the security was notably better in affluent areas. Moreover, acquiring a gun permit was no easy feat in middle-class neighborhoods like Georgewood and St. George. Very few possessed firearms. The wealthy and nobility of Queens and the West generally held permits, yet it was improbable for them to venture into the East District. For Stockholm and his crew, a prey armed with a gun was an unexpected turn of events. He has only one gun, Stockholm quickly realized. He carries dozens of pounds in cash, worth more than your lives. Rush him and seize the weapon. Bang! Hubert fired a shot, the bullet grazing the hair of a ruffian before embedding itself in the wall. This shot serves as a warning. The next will be aimed at your heads. His palms were slick with sweat. It was his first time firing at a living target, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, the ruffians' morale was shattered by the gunshot, and they scrambled to flee, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. Stockholm, too, attempted to escape, but Hugh advanced swiftly, wielding the cane to strike him down. As an arbitrator at Series 9, she possessed remarkable combat skills, while a lawyer at the same tier only had verbal prowess. Hubert hastened forward, aiming his pistol at Stockholm, when a sudden thought struck him. "Mr. Stockholm, all that has transpired serves as evidence of your extortion. I hereby file a lawsuit against you with arbitrator Miss Hugh. According to relevant provisions of criminal law, you face a sentence of 2 to 5 years in prison. Should you dispute this, you may consult a lawyer." Stockholm, seated on the ground with his hands raised, appeared bewildered. Huh? Hugh, too, regarded Hubert with confusion, not comprehending his intentions. Hubert continued, "Given the numerous operational challenges in punishing Stockholm, I propose a simplified resolution. Break one of Stockholm's legs. Miss Arbitrator, please render the final judgment." Hugh, mistaking this for Hubert's method of coercion, declared, "My ruling is, your proposed punishment is precise. Execute it immediately." Hubert inhaled deeply, reveling in the first signs of the potion's loosening effects. Chapter 31. The Cunning Swindler. Hubert felt a once tense nerve within him relax, bringing a newfound lightness to his spirit. Simultaneously, He recognized that this was not the full digestion of the potion, merely an indication of its initial loosening, a precursor to true absorption. The earlier performance had been a spontaneous idea on Hubert's part, catalyzed by the feedback from arbitrator Hugh, culminating in this unexpected outcome. In that fleeting moment, Hubert realized that the collaboration between a lawyer and an arbitrator was the quintessential partnership for the digestion of potions. Although Hugh was unfamiliar with the art of disguise, she had been serving as an arbitrator for quite some time. The potion had long been absorbed, rendering her unaware of the process, and thus she lacked the profound experiences akin to Hubert's. Desperately, Stockholm felt his knees and pleaded, "Sir and Miss, it was they, the ones who escaped earlier, who compelled me to act thus. Please forgive my rashness. I am willing to surrender all my possessions to atone for my misdeeds. Zachary is my closest friend. He has divulged countless secrets to me." In a panic, Stockholm continued. Before he departed, he claimed that upon completing this job, he would receive divine favor and attain unparalleled power. Both Hubert and Hugh paused their actions. Stockholm hastily added, "Indeed, that is what he said. He foretold a transformation of his very essence, and when next we meet, he shall be a formidable force beyond my reach." Exchanging a knowing glance, Hubert and Hugh recognized this as a description of becoming extraordinary. Could it be that upon executing that fraud, Zachary had gained the opportunity to ascend to greatness? This suggested the existence of an organization behind him. Was Hyman a member of that organization? Was he perhaps Zachary's superior? Hubert fixed his gaze upon Stockholm's eyes. "You know Hyman, do you not?" "And no, I do not know him," Stockholm stammered. Although Hubert's extraordinary abilities did not yield the anticipated results in extracting information about Hyman, he sensed the inner turmoil within Stockholm, deducing that he was indeed lying. Hubert refrained from exposing him on the spot. "I regret to inform you that the information you have provided does not satisfy us. You must face the consequences for your actions." Miss Hugh interjected with enthusiasm. "When it comes to breaking bones, I dare say few rival my expertise." Hubert was momentarily taken aback, recalling a previous arbitration involving Vale, where he too had intended to break a leg. He found himself perplexed by Hugh's fervor for such acts. Was it due to a jealousy of others' longer limbs? Stockholm continued to plead for mercy, shouting out what he believed to be valuable information, yet none piqued Hubert and Hugh's interest. With a swift strike of her staff, Hugh shattered Stockholm's left calf, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. Many residents peered cautiously through the cracks of their windows and doors, eager to witness the heroes capable of breaking the notorious Stockholm's leg. It was hard to fathom that such a petite lady possessed such immense strength, while the tall gentleman appeared to be merely spectating. The sound of Stockholm's anguished cries both astonished and delighted the onlookers, as if releasing a pent-up frustration. After delivering justice to the scoundrel, Hubert and Hugh exited the courtyard post-haste. Hugh expressed her disappointment. The lead has run cold. Yet Hubert smiled. Not yet. He observed their surroundings, ensuring no one was watching them. "I believe if we keep a close watch on Stockholm, we shall inevitably reap rewards." Hugh paused, taken aback. However, in this moment of perceived dead ends, she found herself willing to trust Hubert's words. She glanced around and pointed toward a nearby building. "We can surveil from the rooftop." Excellent idea. Upon reaching the top floor, Hubert marveled at the agility of the arbitrator, as Hugh leapt from the upper floor, her arms propelling her to the rooftop. Hubert, in a rather embarrassing display, required Hugh's assistance to scale the rooftop himself. From their vantage point, they could see Stockholm in the courtyard, now silent, having regained his footing. At some point, he had risen and was now bouncing outside, vociferously reprimanding his subordinates. Clearly, Stockholm was not as feeble as he appeared. After chastising his underlings, Stockholm received a pen and paper from one of them, feverishly scribbling a few lines before sealing them in an envelope. He then selected a young boy from among his subordinates, seemingly instructing him, as the boy nodded repeatedly and departed with the letter. Hubert clumsily made his way down from the rooftop, exclaiming, "That letter must be crucial." Hugh grasped the situation, surmising that Hubert had discerned something earlier, feigning departure to allow Stockholm to expose the mastermind behind him. Fortunately, the young boy was not moving quickly, and Hubert and Hugh caught up to him after a few minutes. They patiently followed from a distance, and after what felt like an eternity, the boy finally deposited the letter into an abandoned mailbox. They had left the East District and entered a factory-dense suburb, where the air was permeated with a noxious odor, reminiscent of sulfur being burned. The factory housing the mailbox appeared derelict for unknown reasons, with only a few crooked mailboxes remaining at its entrance. Once the boy departed, Hubert and Hugh found a concealed spot to watch the mailbox, knowing that by keeping an eye on the letter, they could unveil the identity of Dockholm's superior. Hubert speculated that the individual was likely Hyman. Even knowing Hyman's address would be a significant lead. As they waited, time seemed to stretch interminably until, as the sun began to set, a figure clad in a dark trench coat and hat cautiously surveyed the area before retrieving the letter from the mailbox. The collar of the coat was turned up, and the brim of the hat obscured any view of his face. After collecting the letter, the figure departed at a leisurely pace. Hubert and Hugh quickly followed, wary of the possibility that he might be extraordinary, so they dared not get too close. After trailing through 2 streets, the figure ambled into a narrow alley suitable for only 2 or 3 individuals. When Hubert and Hugh reached the alley's entrance, they realized the figure had taken off in a sprint. Alas, we've been discovered. The timing of the figure's escape was impeccable. Upon entering the narrow street, he had immediately begun to run. Fortunately, the factory district streets were long, and when they reached a new intersection, the figure was still within sight. A few workers were scattered along the street, and one middle-aged laborer, clad in filthy work attire, approached Hubert and Hugh, casting a curious gaze upon the unfolding chase. Hubert sensed something was amiss. However, there was no time to dwell on it as they finally caught up to the figure. Hugh delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet when they turned him over, they were met with a face of sheer terror. Hidden beneath the pristine coat and hat was a tattered work uniform. Hubert realized something was amiss. Why did you flee? Someone offer me £1 in cash to wear his clothes and run for my life. Immediately, Hubert recalled the middle-aged laborer they had seen earlier. We've been deceived. Chapter 32. Zachary's Letter. A sudden realization struck Hubert. The middle-aged laborer's face and attire were grimy. Yet his hair was immaculate and bore the distinct marks of having been pressed down by a hat. This was the hallmark of a con artist's ability. They could manipulate perceptions, which explained why Hubert had sensed something was off but had overlooked the discrepancies under the influence of the con artist's power. Frustrated, Hubert resolved that should he encounter another con artist, he must remain bold and keen-eyed, for they might slip away unnoticed. Hugh, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked, "What shall we do now?" Hubert turned to the fallen worker. "The hat belongs to you. The coat is mine." "Why, yes, of course." The man hastily removed the coat and handed it to Hubert before limping away, evidently affected by Hugh's kick. Searching the coat, Hubert discovered 2 letters, a pocket watch, and a pipe. The pipe was likely a frequently used item. If one could employ divination to locate objects, it might lead them to the con artist. However, divination was a specialty of seers, and neither Hubert nor Hugh possessed such extraordinary skills. Upon examining the letters, it was unsurprising to find one addressed from Dockholm to the esteemed Mr. Hyman. The person who just escaped, right under the noses of 2 individuals, is none other than Hyman. Dockholm has reported that someone has been inquiring about Zachary's whereabouts, even knowing Mr. Hyman's name, and described the general appearance of Hubert and Hugh in a letter. The second letter is also addressed to the esteemed Mr. Hyman, with Hubert adding a postscript at the end, signed, "Your faithful Zachary." Zachary is still in Beckland. Hubert rereads the letter with great attention. "Esteemed Mr. Hyman, in the blink of an eye, I have been consuming the potion for 8 days, yet why do the whispers by my ears show no signs of abating? It is as if a solemn voice is proclaiming a grand declaration. Although I cannot comprehend the words, their essence stirs an overwhelming excitement within me. Might this sacred voice be that of the Lord? Besides the whispers, there are others who murmur before me, yet I cannot see them. My hiding place is clearly an abandoned factory. Why does it become so lively at night? These voices terrify me, depriving me of sleep night after night. If this continues, I shall be crushed by these maddening sounds. I am certain you possess a means to alleviate these symptoms. I implore you to assist me in resolving these issues. At any moment, I may throw open the window and leap into the Tarsok River. Perhaps that would be a form of liberation. Furthermore, following your instructions, I attempted the rituals you mentioned, and it seemed successful, for in that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the kingdom of the Lord. I feel my strength surging, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping cool ice water on a scorching summer day. I yearn for more power and eagerly await your further guidance. From the letter, it is evident that Zachary has become an extraordinary being, though the exact path to his extraordinary status remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the other party's condition appears somewhat amiss. Hubert pointed at the letter, stating, "Now we have 2 leads. One is the abandoned factory, and the other is the bank of the Tarsok River. The scope is not large." Hugh inquired, What about the recently escaped Hyman? After pondering, Hubert replied. Hyman left Zachary's letter as a form of protection for himself. The contents of the letter make it easier for us to locate Zachary, thereby increasing the likelihood that we may abandon the pursuit of Hyman. However, if we delay, Zachary might receive a warning, and then none of us would be able to find him. Logically and emotionally, we should prioritize the search for Zachary. Hugh shrugged. Is this what a con artist does? We are fully aware of his plan, yet we must proceed according to his design? Hubert smiled wryly. Indeed, that is the nature of a con artist. However, he may not realize that as long as we can locate Zachary, regardless of whether he is willing to speak, I shall find a way to glean more clues about Hyman. He added, we cannot afford to waste any more time. We can search while we converse. Ah, fortuitously. There's a cab over there. Hubert approached the cab driver and exchanged a few words, soon learning of 3 abandoned factories along the banks of the Tarsock River. Hugh, who seldom dealt with such extraordinary matters, felt somewhat behind in keeping up with Hubert's thoughts. Yet Hubert's reliability today left little room for hesitation, and he promptly followed in Hubert's footsteps. Once aboard the cab, their speed significantly increased, and they soon arrived at the first abandoned factory. Hubert glanced at it and immediately discerned it was not the right place, as it was inhabited by numerous vagrants. Zachary, if he possessed any sense, would never attempt any ritualistic magic in such a location. The cab continued onward to the second target. Inside the carriage, Hubert speculated. Let us recap. A month ago, Zachary orchestrated a scam involving thousands of pounds. The mastermind behind this scam is Hyman, who lured Zachary into working for him with a potion. Upon successfully executing the scam, Zachary obtained the potion he had long desired. Zachary intended to seek Hyman's knowledge of the arcane at any time. Thus he did not flee to another location. Instead, he found a secluded space to master the potion's power and frequently corresponded with Hyman. Hubert stroked his chin and glanced at Hugh. Do you have anything to add? The letters they wrote are quite neat. Hugh organized his hat and remarked. What do you mean? Hubert inquired. Most gang members in the East District are illiterate. Even those who can read only know a few common words. I've never encountered a gang leader who could write a letter as neatly as Zachary in Darkholme. Hubert pondered briefly. Perhaps when we have the time, we should visit Mr. Darkholme. After all, his injuries are a result of our actions. Hugh's smile resembled that of a carefree youth as he replied, You are absolutely right. At that moment, the horse pulling the carriage suddenly neighed, refusing to move forward despite the driver's attempts to urge it on with the whip. Hubert opened the window to look outside. The factory ahead exuded an unsettling aura, with dozens of crows circling above, adding an eerie atmosphere to the desolate structure. He adjusted his coat and declared, This is the place we seek. Chapter 33. The Versatile Hubert. Hubert paid the fare, and after the cab had departed, he and Hugh scaled the wall to enter the abandoned factory. This location was already on the outskirts of southern Beckland, quite secluded and suitable for dubious activities. The sun had set by this time, and after observing their surroundings and finding no immediate danger, they swiftly approached the factory building. Just then, a crow fell before them. Hubert took a brief glance and noted that the bird bore no visible injuries. It seemed to have simply fallen from the sky, exhausted. Looking up, the crows continued to circle, akin to vultures preparing to feast. Both men instinctively felt an ominous premonition, and Hubert leaned against the factory wall, stating, I sense a malevolent force. The ritual Zachary mentioned is unlikely to be a supplication to the 7 divine beings. Hugh paused before responding, I excel in combat, but I am not adept at confronting evil forces. Hubert replied, Since we have not sensed any immediate danger, it indicates that although Zachary's ritual may be wicked, it poses minimal threat. However, for safety's sake, should our instincts signal any danger, we shall flee immediately and report to the divine church. Though the instincts of arbitrators and lawyers may not be as acute as those of diviners or seers, they still possess a fundamental capacity for danger warnings. Moreover, reporting is a common skill employed by the Tarot Society, and Hubert felt no psychological burden in this regard. Hugh nodded, understanding the urgency, and the two immediately set their plan into motion. The factory's interior was spacious, with only piles of dusty debris collected at the base of the walls, clearly indicating that any valuable items had been sold off before the factory's abandonment. Hubert drew his gun and disengaged the safety, while Hugh unsheathed the triangular dagger concealed within his trousers. The two proceeded toward the stairs. Before they had even ascended, they heard some commotion from above. Both men's muscles tensed, as the absence of danger signals encouraged them to press forward with determination. Hugh in the lead, Hubert close behind. They charged upwards. Regardless of which path Zachary had taken with the potion, Hubert and Hugh, both being sequence 9, had confidence in subduing him. Fearing that Zachary might possess a firearm, Hugh, upon reaching the second floor, leaped forward with agility, rolling to divert the other's attention. Hubert followed closely, gun drawn, prepared to fire at any signs of movement. In an abandoned office, there was indeed a silhouette, disheveled hair, a face resembling a desiccated corpse, and his body covered in festering sores. At that moment, he was lost in thought, pacing before a makeshift altar. Retrieved a portrait of Zachary from his pocket, and it was discernible that the figure pacing before them was indeed Zachary. Hubert remarked, "His demeanor is unsettling. He appears to be teetering on the brink of madness." At that moment, Zachary seemed to finally notice Hubert and Hugh, his left eye vacant and devoid of life, while his right eye shimmered with an eerie luminescence. Under the penetrating gaze of Zachary's right eye, both Hubert and Hugh felt an immediate surge of dread, as though they were being scrutinized by a foul and malevolent creature. "Do not meet his gaze," Hubert urged, quickly averting his head to avoid contamination. "Ha ha ha!" Zachary's parched throat emitted a sinister laugh, and he proclaimed solemnly, as if delivering a divine edict, "I have seen it. I have glimpsed the kingdom of the divine. Upon the golden earth, I raise my torch and behold the realm of deities. Ancient gods wander the land, towering and formidable, casting shadows that obscure the sun, exuding an aura of filth and suffering. Enormous crows circle above, clutching human skulls in their beaks, reveling in the souls of the deceased." His words, akin to an incantation, sent waves of agony through Hubert and Hugh's minds. Hubert fired a trembling shot, the thunderous crack of the gun jolting them from their nightmarish reverie. Clearly under the influence of a powerful malevolence, Zachary was struck by Hubert's first shot, but it missed its intended target. Hubert fired twice more, finally landing a bullet in Zachary's abdomen. Zachary collapsed to the ground, his strength waning, and ceased his foul utterances. Nevertheless, he immediately crawled toward the altar, muttering, "O Creator of all, sovereign behind the veil of shadows, the fallen nature of all living beings, I beseech the power of corruption." A subtle transformation occurred upon the altar, as if a sinister and corrupting force was descending. Hubert hastily approached to deliver a finishing blow, firing at close range and shattering Zachary's skull. This fool was indeed seeking the power of the true Creator. Was he courting death? As Zachary's incantation was interrupted, the nefarious force began to dissipate. The crows hovering in midair suddenly let out a cacophonous cry, ceasing their circling and settling upon the surrounding trees to rest. Hubert, still uneasy, holstered his handgun and dismantled the altar, which he had hastily constructed from discarded tables. He glanced at the twitching corpse and surmised that Zachary had likely consumed the potion of the secret beseecher. The 9th-tier secret beseecher is notorious for being prone to losing control. The substantial influence of the true Creator over lower-tier extraordinary beings is significant, as exemplified by the delirious ramblings Zachary had uttered. Furthermore, their heightened inspiration often leads them to hear and see things they ought not to, making them susceptible to losing control. Due to their heightened inspiration, secret beseechers can easily master ritualistic magic. However, conducting rituals for evil entities frequently results in either unintentional contamination or drastic alteration in temperament. Hugh, suppressing her nausea, conducted a cursory examination of the corpse, confirming that Zachary was indeed dead. She exchanged a glance with Hubert. "The clues have run dry." "Not necessarily." Hubert leaned against the wall to gather himself before retrieving 3 candles from the ground and lighting them in accordance with the ritual's requirements. The tension of his first killing, coupled with the exhilaration of skirting death's edge, caused his muscles to tremble. However, time was of the essence for communing with spirits. As Hubert meticulously inscribed symbols representing the goddess of night between the candles, he inquired of Hugh, "Miss Arbiter, are you familiar with spirit communication?" Hugh gasped, "You can commune with spirits?" For wild, extraordinary beings, such communication is an advanced form of ritual magic. Hubert smiled. "Were Zachary still alive, I would not dare to attempt it with my current spiritual capabilities. But now that he is deceased, it becomes manageable." Chapter 34. Spirit Communication. Lawyers, who navigate the spiritual realm of extraordinary beings, are not particularly adept at spirit communication. Thus they must beseech the divine for assistance. Should I seek the storm, Lord Leodro? His primary domain involves summoning lightning. it would be more fitting to request his aid in erasing evidence. The god of steam and machinery is also unsuitable. Should he inadvertently toss a bicycle onto the altar during spirit communication, it would be quite the comedy. Bicycle? Which bicycle? What bicycle do you want? The true creator and the hidden sage could indeed assist with spirit communication, but who would dare to solicit their help? After completing the symbol of the goddess of night, Hubert fortified the wall of spirituality with sacred night powder. He then produced Amanda's essence, carefully dripping it onto the candles and igniting petals of moonflower and night-scented verbena. He solemnly intoned in Hermes' tongue, I beseech the power of the night. I implore the crimson might. I seek the favor of the goddess of night. Your faithful devotee entreats the goddess's strength that I may commune spiritually with this individual, who is under the influence of a malevolent deity. Upon concluding the incantation, who had been observing, felt the atmosphere in the room shift into a profound stillness, her previously surging emotions now tranquilized. Then, Hubert's pupils turned completely black, as if devoid of light, and he perceived Zachary's dissipating spirit. Without the need for instruction, Hubert expertly intertwined his own spirit with Zachary's, as though he had engaged in spirit communication countless times before. Hubert silently intoned, the fraudulent scheme of Hymen Insurance. The fraudulent scheme of Hymen Insurance. As he recited it 7 times, his perspective shifted into a hazy gray, as if he were engulfed in impenetrable fog. It was only after repeating it 7 times that the scene before him began to change. The first figure to emerge was a middle-aged man with a sincere smile. He was indeed the worker who had confronted Hubert and Hugh during the afternoon pursuit. It was unmistakably Hymen. Moreover, the vision of the spirit communication did not manifest in a distorted manner, indicating that Zachary's spirit had not suffered severe corruption, allowing for unfettered communion. With a face full of genuine smiles, Hymen declared, only through the creation of decay and resentment can we please the master. Shall we endeavor to bring a few happy households to ruin? The master would surely relish the gradual decline from a beautiful life to one beset by adversity. He continued, behold our land of hope, where some frantically consume profits while others struggle in vain to protect their fortunes. I believe you would prefer not to be among those who are at the mercy of others. He proposed targeting middle-class families, who possess savings and dream of living like the affluent, thus easily falling prey to deception. How about we set the defrauded amount at approximately 6,000? Any higher, and it would attract the attention of official extraordinary beings, causing us considerable trouble. He added, first, you must assume the role of a respectable insurance company manager. This is not difficult. Simply hold your head high, look down upon others, and respond to conversations with the most shameless lies and the most sycophantic flattery. You succeeded halfway. The scene then shifted, revealing Zachary, impeccably dressed and comported, engaging in discussions with various clients, including Hubert's client, Mr. Robin. Following the conclusion of these images, Hubert was once again enveloped in impenetrable gray fog. As initially surmised, Hymen orchestrated the scheme, while Zachary executed it. Hubert silently repeated the destination of the embezzled funds. The destination of the embezzled funds. After 7 repetitions, the gray fog transformed, revealing Hymen's face once more. Hymen, still adorned with his most sincere smile, explained, why do I set every amount at 600? Simply for the sake of convenience during profit sharing? Yes, profit sharing, and there is nothing to hide. What? You require 600? No. You only have 100, and I too possess 100, while the remainder must be surrendered to the Master-S representative. Indeed, it was Mr. Hillman whom you encountered that day. He is the priest of the Lord, the bishop of the faithful. Hubert observed Zachary, who was exceedingly reluctant, relinquishing the majority of his money to Hymen. As the mist reemerged, Hubert fell into a brief reverie. Judging by Zachary's demeanor in life, it was evident that the deity Hymen spoke of must indeed be the genuine creator, if that individual named Hillman is the bishop of the true creator's adherents. It stands to reason that Hymen and Zachary are likely entangled with the Aurora Society. In his mind, Hubert drew a line, determining that this matter would reach no further than Hymen. Even the most overt clues would not warrant deeper investigation. Should the Aurora Society become involved, both he and Shio, being Sequence 9, would face dire consequences. Thus, Hubert continued his divination. Hymen's hiding place. Hymen's hiding place. After muttering it 7 times, the mist before Hubert stirred, revealing a row house with the address, 109 Vask Avenue. The scene then shifted to a dilapidated building, marked with the address, 56, Gaspin Street. The vision advanced to the third floor, pausing before room 303. The continuous divination was draining Hubert's spirit. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Yet he persisted in murmuring, "The potion's formula. The potion's formula." Within the mist, Haman's visage reappeared, exclaiming, "This is a gift from the Lord, and we must also extend our gratitude to Mr. Hillman for his generosity." Haman presented a slip of paper inscribed with, "Potion of the Secret Supplicant." Main ingredients: 70 grams of black crystal, half a brain of a red-billed crow. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of pure water, 10 milliliters of non-roto fish blood, 5 drops of poison mushroom juice, 9 grams of black sparrowflower powder. Hubert had scarcely glanced over the potion's formula when the script on the note suddenly contorted, the black ink twisting into the shape of a cross, upon which appeared an inverted figure shackled by iron chains. This cross swiftly expanded. Before he could discern the figure upon the cross, Hubert abruptly withdrew from the divination. Gasping, he broke into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping the gaze of the true creator. Even a mere glance from that being would be profoundly unsettling. Shio crouched beside Hubert, her concern evident. "How do you feel?" The previously tranquil divination had left Hubert feeling as if he had jolted awake from a nightmare, panting and drenched in perspiration. He waved dismissively, leaning against the wall to catch his breath, and, making a gesture of a red moon and twinkling stars, he proclaimed, "Praise the goddess." Concluding the ritual, he retrieved the forged equity contract from his pocket. "Defendant Zachary, I now represent Mr. Robin in suing you." Chapter 35, The Spoils. Upon adopting the demeanor of a lawyer, Hubert felt his spirit rejuvenate. Shaking the forged contract in his hand, he declared, "This is the evidence of your fraud. Although the police failed to apprehend you, and you are unlikely to face legal retribution, I shall still sue you. You must comprehend your transgressions." Shio, who had begun her search, cast a curious glance at Hubert. She sensed she understood his intentions, as she herself relished the role of arbitrator. Yet, she remained somewhat perplexed. Hubert continued his litigation. "It is your shameless deceit that has led my client to bankruptcy, forcing him to reside in the slums." At this juncture, Zachary's right eye suddenly opened, the malevolent orb rolling out from its socket. Despite his demise, Zachary seemed to still perceive the gaze of that eye. It was evident that much of the corruption had concentrated within this eyeball, causing it to mutate, which could also be interpreted as a seal with limited function and side effects. Since this external force had tainted Zachary's eye, it did not compromise the integrity of his extraordinary traits. "And your eye," Hubert exclaimed, "your eye has also been confiscated. It shall serve as compensation for my client and Miss Arbitrator." Shio regarded Hubert with an odd expression, having never before encountered such a lawsuit, where even the defendant's eye was claimed. After concluding his suit, Hubert sensed a notable digestion of the lawyer's potion within him. From the moment a client and lawyer formed a contractual relationship, a certain spiritual agreement was established. Thus, exceeding expectations in fulfilling the contract would yield spiritual feedback. Hubert had indeed surpassed expectations, as the defendant Zachary was deceased and all his assets would be seized. Given his crimes, such severe punishment was unwarranted. Therefore, the first rule of legal ethics was, always strive to exceed expectations in fulfilling the contract, regardless of the means employed. Shio had completed her search. She found merely over 20 pounds in cash. Hubert nodded. The funds Zachary acquired through deception were likely spent on potion ingredients. Generally speaking, the extraction rate of Sequence 9's extraordinary traits is typically slow. However, it seemed that due to Hubert's litigation and divination, the extraction from Zachary was proceeding more swiftly than anticipated. The extraordinary trait of the secret supplicant resembled a mass of black sludge. Approaching it or gazing upon it elicited the sensation of countless whispers in one's ear. To fulfill the ritual's requirements, Zachary had purchased various herbs related to mysticism. Hubert poured the contents of 2 iron boxes. One contained extraordinary substances, while the other held Zachary's mutated eyeball. After a brief discussion with Shio, Hubert set fire to the remains, ensuring complete destruction of evidence. Upon departing the abandoned factory, Shio remarked, "This has undoubtedly been the most thrilling experience of my tenure as an arbitrator." The harrowing ordeal of murder and arson significantly bolstered the trust between the two. To avoid drawing the attention of the coachman, they walked a considerable distance before hiring a cab. Both were exceedingly fatigued, yet rest was not an option. Hubert instructed the driver to proceed to 109 Vask Avenue, and within the carriage, he whispered to Shio everything he had gleaned about Haman during the divination. However, He refrained from disclosing the potion's formula. He had no intention of selling it, merely wishing to keep it in mind. For instance, upon hearing of someone purchasing the ingredients listed in the formula, he would recognize that individual as a secret supplicant, likely with connections to the Aurora Society. Since he did not plan to exchange the formula for monetary compensation, Hubert chose not to share it with Xiao. Upon learning that this case would involve the Aurora Society, Xiao expressed her concerns. I've heard those individuals are extremists. What if they seek retribution upon us for killing their member? Hubert smiled reassuringly. Miss Xiao, this is Beckland, where the 3 major churches each have high-ranking extraordinary beings in residence. Trust me, the Aurora Society fears exposure more than we do. Moreover, Zachary was evidently a peripheral member. If my suspicions are correct, Haman's instructions for his ritual were fundamentally flawed. Although Zachary was detestable, he was ultimately a tragic figure, manipulated entirely by Haman. As long as we refrain from probing into the secrets of the Aurora Society, they will not risk exposing themselves to exact vengeance upon us for such a minor player. Hubert continued, we have already spent 2 to 3 hours tracking down and resolving Zachary. Apprehending Haman now seems improbable. However, Haman's hiding process must have been hasty, and I hope he left behind sufficient valuables at those 2 residences to compensate for our client's losses. He then produced the 2 iron boxes. I know of a highly reliable gathering of extraordinary individuals. I can sell these there, and we shall split the proceeds. Before proceeding, I shall first appraise their worth. The extraordinary properties of Sequence 9 are generally valued at around 300. However, few are inclined to partake of the potion from the Secret of Divine. Thus, the extraordinary properties may only fetch between 270 and 280. Hiyu's eyes sparkled with surprise, not anticipating that this mass of goo could be worth so much. Wild extraordinary beings are aware of the existence of sealed items, and many know of extraordinary properties. Yet very few are cognizant of the immutable law of extraordinary properties, resulting in a rather nebulous understanding of sealed items and extraordinary characteristics. She cleared her throat and said, well, I also know of a very reliable gathering of extraordinary individuals. Shall we attend together? Is it a gathering initiated by the gentleman? Upon seeing Hiyu nod, Hubert chuckled. Miss Hiyu, if you wish to avoid a sudden demise in your own home, then you should abandon such thoughts. Chapter 36. Exceeding Expectations. Hiyu paused momentarily, already suspecting. Are you suggesting that the gentleman is a member of the Aurora Society? Hubert nodded. Indeed, I have heard that the core members of the Aurora Society use letters as their code names. Hiyu smiled wryly. I had planned to take Miss Audrey to the gathering initiated by the gentleman tomorrow. That would indeed be a safe affair. Hubert stated, such gatherings are their means of accumulating wealth and covertly preaching their doctrines. They not only refrain from causing chaos during the meetings, but also uphold order. Hiyu sighed in relief. That is good to know. Hubert then produced the mutated eyeball. This item has a wide array of uses, yet few are those who utilize it. Its price is difficult to ascertain, but I estimate it to be between 50 and 100. I happen to know a merchant who sells extraordinary materials. I believe he would be quite interested in this. Give me 4 or 5 days, and after I have disposed of it, we shall split the profits. Hiyu nodded. Very well. As they spoke, she retrieved the 6 souls in cash she had found earlier, dividing it equally between Hubert and herself. Upon arriving at 109 Vask Avenue, the night had completely enveloped the sky, a crimson moon hanging ominously, seemingly observing the actions of Hubert and Hiyu. They waited until the carriage had moved far away, ensuring no one was paying them heed, before they brazenly broke in, one armed and the other wielding a trident, conducting a cursory search of the premises. The house was divided into 2 levels. The ground floor contained a living room and kitchen, while the upper floor housed 2 bedrooms and a study. Naturally, they found no trace of Hyman here, as it was improbable that he would hide in a location known to Zachary for safety's sake. In the study on the 2nd floor, they discovered a safe, and Hubert promptly went to the basement to fetch tools to pry it open. To their astonishment, the safe contained a considerable amount of cash and jewelry, including gold and other valuables. Hubert estimated these assets should suffice to compensate our client for their losses. Given Hyman's fraudulent crimes, I propose that we execute this without notifying him, dividing the valuables equally, and compensating our client accordingly. I call upon Miss Arbiter to decide. I support your proposal. Hiyu was uncertain whether Hubert was jesting or earnestly seeking her opinion. She felt akin to a befuddled old judge, merely endorsing the lawyer's suggestions without her own judgment. Fortunately, Hubert had no intention of deceiving her, and the division was quite fair. To uncover such a trove was indeed exceeding their task. Both were now quite fatigued, agreeing to pursue the second address obtained from Zachary the following day. However, Hubert surmised, this is the southern district of the overpass, where security is relatively decent. Hyman would likely hide valuables here. Gaspin Street lies in the eastern district. If Hyman possessed any sense, he would not stash anything of worth in a den of thieves. Hiu concurred, perfectly. I can also visit Darkholme tomorrow. They each procured a small box to store their divided assets. Hubert remarked, Miss Hiu, we are now in this together. I must know your correspondence address. Hiu hesitated not at all, providing Hubert with her contact details, for they had established a sufficient level of trust. They each hailed a cab, departing Vask Avenue in disparate directions. Upon returning home, Hubert was utterly exhausted, his stomach growling in hunger. Dinner had long since concluded, but fortunately, his foster mother, Melissa, had left him a meal in the kitchen. Forsyth sat in an armchair, engrossed in a magazine. Hiu recalled that Forsyth had been seated in the same manner, perusing a magazine when she departed that morning. However, the dinner laid out on the table indicated that the pangs of hunger had compelled the languorous Forsyth to leave the armchair, at least for a brief visit to the kitchen and washroom. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Had she been an ordinary girl, Forsyth would have been worried by now. As Hiu devoured her meal heartily, she mumbled, In a bit, I shall show you something splendid. Minutes later, having finished her bread and drained the soup from the table, Hiu, satisfied, opened the small box in her possession. Forsyth's eyes widened at the sight of the jewels and gold within. By the gods of steam and machinery. Hiu, did you rob a bank today? She quickly glanced towards the window, relieved to see that the curtains were drawn. Hiu beamed with pride. Following the clues provided by our client, Mr. Esk, I meticulously traced the mastermind behind the fraud and obtained these valuables from him. Alas, I nearly brought the fraudster to justice. Forsyth regarded Hiu with an odd expression. Did someone assist you in piecing it all together? Hiu was taken aback. How did you know? Because with your muscle-bound intellect, you could scarcely handle such a complex case. Hiu chuckled sheepishly. All right. I did collaborate with someone today. She then recounted her experiences of the day, and Forsyth felt as though she were listening to a tale. Are you saying that a lawyer can commune with spirits and possesses knowledge about extraordinary matters that completely eludes you? Indeed, I firmly believe he is an extraordinary being, Hiu asserted. Moreover, he must be a member of some organization or an extraordinary family. Otherwise, he cannot possibly possess such extensive knowledge. Forsyth nodded, acknowledging this conjecture, but then her demeanor shifted to one of concern. You witnessed him commit murder. To prevent you from reporting him, might he not send family to silence you? Surely not, Hiu replied. I was involved as well. Forsyth cautioned, you must remain vigilant. She glanced at the small box before them. After all, you have claimed such a substantial sum. Even for these valuables, he may have reason to kill. Hiu could not dismiss this possibility, so they hastily arranged to change their residence that very night. Chapter 37. The Haggard Sorceress. The crimson moon was obscured by clouds, plunging the suburbs of Beckland into complete darkness. A shadow halted before a typical rural yard, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before nimbly vaulting over the garden wall. As soon as the shadow's feet touched the ground, a hoarse voice inquired from within the house. Who goes there? Lord Hillman, it is I. Ah, Emo. As the cloud shifted, the red moon re-emerged. In the moonlight, one could see a middle-aged man standing in the yard, a sincere smile gracing his face. It was none other than the swindler Hyman, who had escaped right beneath Hubert and Hugh's noses. My lord, I have come to inquire about two individuals, a tall young man who seems to possess a certain resistance to mental influence, and a shorter woman, agile and seemingly quite formidable. Hymando, this afternoon, they have been covertly watching me, but fortunately I noticed and successfully evaded them. The people in the room fell silent for a few seconds before asking, Do you suspect that I sent them? Hyman replied with sincere amusement, I suspect no one. It's merely that only you, my lord, are privy to some of my secrets. Hillman sneered, If I were to deal with you, you would already be dead. Perhaps you should reflect on whether your fraudulent activities have angered any powerful figures. If it is not you, it is likely the extraordinary officials. Hyman shrugged. They have thwarted your plans, and I suspect Zachary is already under their control. After pondering all night, I conclude that the ceremony you conducted with Zachary has attracted the attention of the official extraordinary beings who have traced me through him. Highman had never considered that Mr. Robin, whom he had deceived, could provide clues about him. In his eyes, Mr. Robin and his cousin were merely insignificant figures in Beckland, at most capable of locating Zachary, but never implicating him. Huh. Hillman let out a sinister chuckle. I see now. Your earlier aggression was merely a fade to mask your plan's failure. He stated coldly, although you have mentioned that our relationship is one of cooperation and should warrant sufficient respect, one must always face consequences for failure. Before Highman could argue, a solemn whisper echoed in his ears, instantly causing his brain to feel as though it were being stirred by a knife, rendering him in excruciating pain, causing him to bang his head against the wall repeatedly. He deeply regretted having approached this group of lunatics 3 years ago in pursuit of the performing arts. However, it was too late now. Gritting his teeth through the intense discomfort, he shouted, I will cultivate another secret practitioner, one who willingly undertakes Lord Hillman's experiments. The solemn whisper began to wane, and Highman collapsed in a corner, gasping for breath, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Hillman in the room stated, find a place to hide. If someone is still pursuing you, you should know what to do. Rest assured, we will exact our revenge when the time is right. If no one continues to pursue, then cultivate a new secret practitioner. Go. Your blunder will not be reported to my lord. Highman propped himself against the wall to rise. Thank you. Thank you for helping to cover my tracks. I shall not make such mistakes again. The previous whisper had left him feeling as though he had suffered a grave illness, lacking the strength to scale the wall. He could only lean against it as he exited through the courtyard gate. Just as Highman stepped outside, a hand emerged from the shadows of the courtyard wall, closing the gate behind him. In the southern continent, there exists no small town. The morning dew, crystalline and translucent, glided slowly along the blades of grass before ultimately falling to the ground. Whoosh! A young woman with wild hair and somewhat disheveled clothing hummed a tuneless nursery rhyme as she frolicked through the grass, droplets of dew splattering against her pant legs. Though she remained blissfully unconcerned, thoroughly enjoying herself, Elliot, with a smile, caught up to her, helping her pluck the stray blades of grass from her hair. I must step out for a while. You should listen to our teacher. She is Elliot's sister, Moira, who, due to the limited extraordinary traits in their family, could only have one child partake in the lawyer's potion at the age of 12. When Moira turned 12, she selflessly relinquished her opportunity to her younger brother. Thus, under the torment of maddened screams, she, like the other family members who did not consume the potion, succumbed to madness. The lunatics of the Balky family would remain mad forever. After settling in the non-existent town, the family purchased many slaves to care for their lunatics. Those like Elliot, who retained their sanity, were required to leave the town to engage in extraordinary battles, providing income for the family, ensuring its long-term operation. Sometimes they were hired by warlords to fight, other times by various churches across the southern continent for more unsavory tasks. As extraordinary beings with decent combat prowess from the lawyer's path, they never needed to worry about a lack of commissions. The only jobs they refused were those from the Rose sect, and of course, the Rose sect would never seek them out for commissions. For while the Balky family and the Rose sect were not adjacent paths, they were sworn enemies, prepared to fight to the death upon meeting. Elliot gazed at his sister. I believe I may have discovered a way to save our family. Even if it requires my sacrifice, I will strive to break the family curse. You will recover, and everyone will be well. At that moment, a voice called from afar, Elliot, it's time to depart. Moira watched her brother's diminishing figure with a foolish grin, tears unconsciously streaming from the corners of her eyes. At 8:10 in the morning, on Gaspin Street in the eastern district of Beckland, dressed in a lightweight trench coat and holding a cane, Hubert glanced at his pocket watch once more. The arbitrator had been 10 minutes late. Another cab approached, and as the door opened, Hubert finally spotted Hugh. Hugh jumped out of the carriage. Sorry, I'm late. Hubert smiled. No, I simply arrived early. He noticed Hugh's dark circles under his eyes. Did you not rest well last night? Hugh cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Yes, I never sleep well when I change pillows. Unlike Forsyth, who would have been immediately subdued by several extraordinary beings upon stepping out of the carriage. Hubert, however, would never suspect that Hugh and Forsyth had changed lodgings overnight, only managing to take turns resting in the latter half of the night. Hubert maintained a casual demeanor, but with certainty whispered to Hugh, "We are being watched." Hugh paused in surprise. Indeed, someone was tailing them, but the person trailing them from a distance had dark circles worse than her own and appeared to be in a dreadful state, resembling Forsyth after 3 sleepless nights. Chapter 38. The Gang of the Eastern District. Hugh forced a smile. Perhaps it is just the gang's eyes on us. You may not be aware, but the gang's eyes always watch unfamiliar faces entering the Eastern District. Hubert replied, it's better to exercise caution. Yes, let us turn into the upcoming intersection and find a place to hide, capture the follower, and interrogate them about their master. There was no need for such measures. Hugh chuckled. Rest assured, the gangs in the Eastern District know me well. No one would dare act against us. Hubert, however, reminded, but we were just extorted yesterday. He was nearly sweating in frustration. That was only because Darkholme has just become the boss. He hasn't dealt with me yet. Hubert observed Hugh's somewhat unnatural demeanor, and everything clicked into place for him. I think I understand now. Last night, when dividing the spoils with Hugh, Hubert had a high level of trust in him, as he knew Hugh's character through the original text and felt somewhat familiar with him. However, he overlooked one critical point. Hugh might not necessarily trust him. In Hugh's perspective, for safety's sake, one must guard against Hubert committing unlawful and immoral acts for the sake of 600 worth of property. Hubert offered no explanation, believing that in a few days, Hugh would come to recognize his credibility, and after this incident, the two would establish sufficient trust. Soon they arrived at Gaspin Street No. 56, an ordinary residential building in the Eastern District, appearing dilapidated and dirty, with peeling paint in many areas. They approached room 303, where everyone had already gone to work, and Hugh simply broke in once more. As Hubert had anticipated, there were only a few dirty work clothes present, indicating that no one had lived there for quite some time. This might be one of Haman's small outposts, where he could change clothes and conduct operations in the Eastern District with ease. Finding nothing of value, the two proceeded to the Cuckoo Bar, where Darkholme was absent. But his subordinates immediately recognized Hubert and Hugh. In an instant, the 7 or 8 ruffians scattered like mice that had been cornered, employing every possible means to escape through the various exits of the bar. Ryu kicked one of the fleeing scoundrels, sending him tumbling to the ground. After merely threatening him with a few words, the thug immediately acquiesced to lead them to their boss. Darkholme's residence was markedly superior to Weir's. At least it was clean, tidy, and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Upon seeing Hubert and Ryu, Darkholme attempted to flee, leaning on his cane. Ryu coldly remarca, do you wish for me to break your other leg as well? Darkholme instantly halted, a facade of congeniality plastered across his face. How may I assist you, gentlemen? Observing Darkholme's perceptiveness, Hubert, without a trace of gentlemanly decorum, gestured toward the door. Aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea? Darkholme replied, it will be my honor. As he led the way, he commanded his subordinates to boil water and brew tea. Clearly, Darkholme was a man who relished the pleasures of life. His abode boasted a living room and a bedroom, tastefully decorated, and it certainly did not resemble a residence in the East End. Hubert plopped onto the sofa, tossing the letter he had been holding into Darkholme's lap. Read this for yourself. A sense of foreboding washed over Darkholme as he eagerly snatched the letter from the table. After glancing at it, his complexion paled dramatically. This is a letter from Boss Zachary. Hubert casually replied, apologies, that one is an error. This is the correct one. He then tossed Darkholme's letter to Hyman onto the table, and upon merely glimpsing the envelope, Darkholme collapsed onto the sofa. The smile vanished from his face as he, with a woeful expression, inquired, have you captured Mr. Hyman? Hubert cryptically responded, I believe you will soon become the true boss of the Daffodil Bar. Rather than feeling elated, Darkholme appeared increasingly anxious, but Zachary. Leaning back against the sofa, Darkholme hesitated before asking, what is it you wish to extract from me? I wish for you to recount how you came to know Hyman, and why you obey his commands. Sir, I have no other choice, Darkholme replied with a bitter smile. To my knowledge, every bar in the East End is backed by some mysterious benefactor. They include ambassadors from various nations, noblemen, Highlanders, and even landlords from the southern continent. The Highlanders he referred to were the valiant inhabitants from the arid plateaus at the foothills of the Hanachis Mountains. For a long time, they had posed a significant challenge to the Kingdom of Ruin. Only with the advancements in gunpowder weaponry over the past century were these Highlanders finally subdued. Some of them infiltrated Bakeland, and due to their fierce and fearless nature, they quickly became a distinctive element of the East End's underworld. Darkholme shrugged. Too many people in the East End have lost hope in life. They are well suited to become spies or assassins. Who could refuse such inexpensive, fearless warriors? He continued, no one knows who established the Daffodil Bar, but Zachary has been its boss for a long time. Before Zachary departed, he introduced me to Mr. Hyman, And it was then I realized that Mr. Hyman was the true mastermind behind the bar. I essentially worked for Mr. Hyman, gathering intelligence, managing the bar's black market, and handing over the majority of the profits to him. I once attempted to falsify the accounts and pocket a portion of the profits, but Mr. Hyman immediately saw through my ruse and nearly broke my right leg. Of course it would be uncovered. Hyman is a master of deception. Hubert nodded, understanding why he had noticed an injury on Doc Holmes' right leg the previous day. I would also like to learn more about Hyman's hideouts. He stated half-heartedly, "We have destroyed a few, but have not found what we sought." Doc Holmes immediately responded, 56 Gaspin Street. Every week I go there to submit the bar's accounts and earnings. Hubert shook his head. We just came from there. Doc Holmes appeared flustered. I only knew of that one place. But regrettably, from now on your thoughts will be in disarray, leading you to madness. Ryu mentally noted Hubert's words, acknowledging that Hubert's method of coercion was quite innovative, greatly enhancing Ryu's appreciation for the aesthetic of violence when confronting criminals. Chapter 39. Fourth Speculation. Hubert's intimidation was perfectly suited for dealing with a scoundrel like Doc Holmes. Ordinary threats would hardly faze Doc Holmes, but upon seeing Zachary and his own letter, his psychological defenses had already crumbled significantly. Moreover, through the intelligence he had gathered, he vaguely sensed the existence of an extraordinary world. Hearing Hubert's words, and then observing the potions Hubert produced, though unaware of their nature, he instinctively felt that the contents of those small vials were anything but ordinary. Thus, the remaining fragments of Doc Holmes' psychological defenses also disintegrated. I know only this much. I also know that Mr. Hyman seems to possess many extraordinary abilities. He inadvertently mentioned having dealings with a farmer named Hillman in the southern suburbs. He also mentioned discovering a clue to a treasure at 37 Minsk Street. That is all. I swear it is all. Hubert nodded with satisfaction. Now, that is more like it. He collected the potions and powders. If anyone claims to be a companion of Hyman attempting to contact you, simply inform them that we have already interrogated you multiple times. Your leg injury serves as evidence. There is no need for you to send us messages. Simply inform us when we arrive at the Daffodil Bar that the goods you ordered have arrived, and we will know. Hubert and Ryu both rose, prompting Doc Holmes to hurriedly ask, "And then?" "I haven't figured that part out yet," Hubert replied, though his words suggested otherwise. "That is not for you to inquire." Seemingly recalling something, he asked, "By the way, where did you learn to read and write?" "I attended a grammar school when I was young," Doc Holmes replied with a wry smile. "However, after my father's business failed, we had no choice but to move to the East End. Another failed business venture. These days, small merchants were all too prone to bankruptcy. Only a fervent desire could be better exploited and manipulated by Hyman." Hubert took a deep breath and, as they walked outside, recounted something he had previously told Weir. "Engage in fewer acts that extinguish your conscience, and you may live a few more years." "Sir, thank you for your reminder." With Doc Holmes' words of gratitude echoing behind them, Hubert and Ryu stepped onto the street. Ryu whispered to Hubert, "I recall you mentioned that during the seance with Zachary, Hyman alluded to Bishop Hillman. Could he be?" Hubert quietly replied, "It is unlikely that Hyman would inadvertently reveal such crucial information. He must have his own motives for doing so. We must not allow ourselves to be manipulated. Furthermore, Hillman is likely connected to the Aurora Society. For your and my safety, we shall cease our investigation here." Ryu shared this sentiment, exhaling deeply. "This has been the most convoluted and perilous commission I have ever experienced. Had I not collaborated with you, I might still be ensnared in Doc Holmes' web, unable to trace Hyman or locate Zachary." Hubert smiled, but the rewards are quite substantial. Although commissions involving the extraordinary world yield quick profits, they're fraught with danger. It is wise to temporarily refrain from handling such tasks. Hubert continued, "Are you attending the gentlemen's gathering today?" "Yes," Ryu replied. "I thought long and hard yesterday. Although the gentleman is dangerous, this gathering should be safe." Thus, they planned to attend the gathering as intended. Hubert added, "May I accompany you?" Ryu hesitated momentarily, "But don't you have a reliable gathering to attend?" Hubert smiled. "Such gatherings are best attended in abundance." Ryu nodded. "Very well. After we have lunch, we shall go meet my friends." Her heart was undoubtedly aware that in this collaboration, Hubert's contributions far surpassed her own. Thus, splitting the spoils would be decidedly inequitable for Hubert. By inviting him to the gentlemen's gathering, she was essentially repaying a favor. The tension that had pervaded yesterday's atmosphere had dissipated, allowing Hubert and Hugh to engage in casual conversation, albeit with an unspoken understanding to refrain from divulging specific details about themselves. While the two conversed jovially, False, trailing behind, felt an urge to nibble on her nails. She had to remain perpetually alert, wary of any sudden provocation from Hubert. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario she had anticipated did not materialize. Hubert appeared devoid of malice. Yet, this raised a curious question. Why was he not harboring ill intentions? Observing their interaction, False had a revelation. Could it be that this scoundrel had taken a fancy to Hugh? Although Hugh was not particularly tall, her exquisite features and an unusually youthful aura made her quite appealing to certain twisted aristocrats. This was unacceptable. She must find a moment to caution Hugh against being deceived. For gentlemen like Hubert thrived on the naivete of unsuspecting young women. Seizing an opportune moment while Hubert was distracted, Hugh discreetly conveyed a message to her friend, indicating Hubert's attendance at the afternoon gathering. False pressed her forehead in distress. It seemed Hugh might have already fallen for him. Nevertheless, she adhered to their prior arrangement, and, with a small case in hand, proceeded to meet Hugh at the residence of the Viscount Grelint. £1,600. This was the largest sum of wealth she and Hugh had ever encountered, and certainly it could not be out of her sight. 2 hired carriages arrived almost simultaneously at the Viscount's door, where the petite Hugh introduced her friends. "This is my good friend False." "False, this is Hubert, whom I mentioned to you." False replied coolly, "Mr. Hubert, a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Hubert, taken aback, remarked, "Miss False, your demeanor suggests that my presence does not bring you joy. So, this is the illustrious magician?" She stood at a little over 5 feet, donned in a high-collar gown. Her chestnut curls somewhat disheveled upon her shoulders, and her pale blue eyes bore a look of fatigue. Hubert, with a hint of insinuation, observed, "Miss False, you appear to be in less than optimal condition." False, somewhat impatient, retorted, "It's because..." She inhaled deeply before coldly adding, "Apologies. I need to speak with you privately." Hubert, increasingly perplexed, watched the 2 ladies whispering a short distance away, occasionally glancing in his direction. "They must be speaking ill of me," Hubert muttered under his breath. At that moment, Hugh exclaimed, "Oh, False, has a curly-haired baboon taken residence in your mind?" Chapter 40. The Gentleman's Gathering. Hubert was oblivious to the contents of Hugh and False's discussion, but upon their reunion, he sensed a significant reduction in the magician's hostility towards him. The 3, guided by a servant, were introduced to the Viscount Grelint. The Viscount regarded Hubert and inquired, "Haven't we met before?" "Indeed, my lord," Hubert smiled. "I had the fortune of witnessing your grace upon the dance floor at a previous soirée. Christine, a mere brigadier, would certainly attend or host various gatherings, and on several occasions, Hubert had encountered Viscount Grelint at such events. However, as one was a nobleman and the other a brigadier's offspring, their paths had never truly crossed, hence the familiarity was superficial." Grelint chuckled. "I shall certainly keep an eye out for you at the next gathering." He then asked, "You 2 are?" "Indeed, I share an interest in the arcane," Hubert replied with a smile. Grelint returned a knowing smile. At that moment, the butler announced from the doorway, "Master, Miss Audrey has arrived." Grelint personally welcomed her at the entrance. "Dear Audrey, every time I see you, you are more beautiful than before." Clad in a hood and leather boots, Audrey entered Grelint. "Your compliments are beginning to mirror those of our elders." "Oh, Mr. Hubert, I hadn't expected to see you here." Hubert stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Miss Audrey. I have just completed a commission in collaboration with Hugh, and we are fortunate to attend the gathering together." Grelint suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. You were the lawyer who secured Miss Hugh's release in a single day." Audrey laughed and shook her head. "My lord, your memory is reminiscent of our elders." Laughter erupted among the group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 5 young individuals proceeded to partake in the gathering initiated by the gentleman. Unlike the mercenary club, this gathering was far less secure, prompting Hubert to borrow a hood from Grelint and don it as he entered the venue. Audrey and Grelint were there to procure potion recipes, but alas, they found none available for sale. Hubert, on the other hand, was primarily interested in assessing the quality of the extraordinary materials being traded. Comparatively, the materials exchanged at the Mercenary Club were of a far superior grade, even including extraordinary items of level 5, while this gathering predominantly dealt with items of levels 8 and 9. Naturally, in such a trust-deficient assembly, any valuable commodities were typically traded in private. At that moment, a loud announcement by a server caught Hubert's attention. "A gentleman seeks a method to conquer his past self." One attendee burst into laughter. Perhaps strangling oneself is the best way to overcome oneself. This remark elicited chuckles from many. But as the gentleman cast a cold glance upon them, Laughter ceased abruptly, and order was restored. The server continued to announce further trading opportunities. Hubert stroked his chin thoughtfully. To conquer one's past self, now that is intriguing. He raised his hand to summon the server. I wish to engage in trade with the gentleman seeking a method to conquer himself. Hugh and Audrey exchanged surprised glances. They had also heard this announcement and felt the allure of the extraordinary world. Could there truly be a way to overcome one's past self? Hubert's reaction left them astonished. Did this lawyer truly possess knowledge of such a method? Hugh quickly cautioned Hubert, this trading is no game. Deceiving other attendees will incur the gentleman's wrath. Hubert chuckled resignedly. Do you truly perceive me as so untrustworthy? He gestured subtly towards False. Hugh paused. Hubert had indeed demonstrated his reliability the previous day. Yes, it was False who had urged her not to trust him, and she found herself gradually losing faith in him, despite his prowess as an extraordinary individual capable of ritual magic. Suddenly, Audrey interjected, I wish to observe this trade. Hubert had left a profound impression on her regarding Hugh's case, and she was equally curious about the method to conquer oneself. My goodness, that pertains to one's past self. How does one conquer that? Hubert addressed the server. Please convey my companion's wishes. Leading the way, Hubert proceeded forward, with Audrey closely following and Hugh and Greelant trailing behind, all intrigued by the prospect of overcoming their past selves. False murmured, you certainly know a lot. With that, she too fell in step behind them. The gathering venue featured numerous enclosed small rooms, designed to facilitate one-on-one trading among attendees. The trading partner in the room was evidently taken aback by the unexpected number of onlookers. His initial reaction was to rise and flee, but upon noticing that the attendants and the assembled crowd bore no ill intent, he sheepishly remarked, this reminds me of a surgical operation I once witnessed, where there was only one patient on the operating table, yet a multitude of spectators. Hubert smiled and replied, I apologize, the question you posed is rather intricate, and we may need to engage in some necessary negotiations. The individual, cloaked in a hood that obscured all but his chin, appeared to possess a youthful voice. Indeed, this issue is not easily resolved. I have attended several gatherings, yet I have failed to procure the answers I seek. I hope you will not disappoint me. Hubert nodded. Could you elaborate further? What does it mean to conquer oneself? Which aspect of oneself must be vanquished? However, in the realm of mysticism, the notion of overcoming one's past self can be interpreted in various ways, such as triumphing over a psychological shadow from the past, which is also a form of conquering one's former self. Hugh and Greelant lacked clarity regarding Hubert's intent, yet Audrey and Forth appear to grasp something, their expressions suggesting deep contemplation beneath their hoods. The individual straightened his posture. You seem exceptionally knowledgeable. This heightens my anticipation for your response. He continued, there was once a gentleman who committed numerous transgressions in his youth, but one day, divine guidance led him to a moral awakening. From that moment on, he bid farewell to his life of violence and became a priest, diligently spreading the divine light and aiding many through their tribulations. However, his younger self continues to torment him, preventing him from attaining ultimate redemption. Thus, he yearns to defeat his past self. Hubert's immediate thought was, the giant bishop of the Mother Earth Church? The individual he described bore a striking resemblance to that giant bishop named something Ski. Hubert surmised it must be him. There could not be so many who renounced their violent ways in Beakland. Hubert decided to probe further. If I understand correctly, the individual you refer to wishes to conquer the malevolent, bloodthirsty persona of his past, correct? The other shifted in his seat with excitement. Your description is remarkably precise. What methods may we employ to resolve this dilemma? Before we delve into that, let us first discuss compensation, Hubert interjected. The other responded, how does 120 in cash sound? Hugh's eyes widened. Could one truly earn over £100 this easily? She had just observed someone selling a sheriff's potion recipe for 450. Although collaborating with Hubert on a commission could yield a substantial profit, it still fell short of 450. Yet, how could this lawyer amass wealth so swiftly? Hubert countered, rather than cash, I would prefer to acquire the apothecary's potion recipe from you. Aside from Hubert, the others in the room were momentarily taken aback, and Hugh and the others promptly glanced at Lord Greelant, then at the hooded trader across from them. The cloaked trader stood once more, seemingly poised to flee. How do you know this? Audrey interpreted his body language as indicative of great insecurity. He resembled a fugitive, as if anyone could emerge at any moment to claim him for a bounty. Hubert had gleaned the information he sought. The trader was undoubtedly the giant bishop. He also understood the source of the trader's unease, as the kingdom of Rune was not a bastion of the Mother Earth's faith, and her priests and followers would naturally harbor distrust towards the local pagans. Hubert hastened to reassure him. A friend of mine is a devotee of the Mother Earth. I have heard about that bishop's ordeal from him. I cannot recall the bishop's name, but it had a distinct style reminiscent of the Vuzak Empire. Something ski. The trader exhaled in relief and resumed his seat. That would be Bishop Otrosky. He then inquired, "What is your friend's name?" In Beekland, there were many superficial adherents of the Mother Earth, but only a handful of devout followers, most of whom he was acquainted with. Hubert replied instinctively, "Emlyn." The trader appeared momentarily taken aback. "I do not recall such a follower. Had he not spoken so confidently, I might have assumed you were fabricating that name." Hubert waved his hand dismissively. "That does not impede our transaction, nor does it obstruct the establishment of fundamental mutual trust." The trader nodded, pausing for a moment before stating, "Your initial offer is rather steep. My bottom line is 150, and the apothecary's potion recipe is worth at least 230. Perhaps we could engage in a three-way exchange." Grelint interjected, "I shall pay Mr. Hubert 150 in cash, then pay you 100 in cash, and in return, you will provide me with the apothecary's potion recipe. This effectively means I have spent 250 to acquire the recipe, while each of you receive compensation of 150 and 100, respectively. Afterward, you may conduct your transaction, and we will have no debts between us." The trader shook his head. "I apologize, but we are here to spread the light of the Mother Goddess, not to trade potion recipes." He addressed Grelint. "Bishop Otrosky has indeed been granted permission to exchange the potion recipe for an opportunity at self-redemption. Yet we cannot sell the recipe. We may only engage in mystical transactions. Of course, should you begin to fervently embrace the radiance of the Mother Goddess and contribute to the faith, there may be an opportunity to obtain the recipe." He was a servant who accompanied Bishop Otrosky to Beekland. Thus he was well versed in all the details. Grelint expressed disappointment. "I am not inclined to change my beliefs." Hubert suggested, "Alternatively, you may defer your compensation for today. Later, when I provide assistance to Bishop Otrosky, we can settle your remuneration with the apothecary's potion recipe. For instance, bringing the individual capable of resolving the issue, Mr. Moriarty, to the giant bishop is a trivial task for me, though it must await the dear fool's ascension to sequence 7. At that moment, Audrey suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with Hubert's phrase about deferring payment. Yet upon reflection, she could not recall owing Hubert anything. The trader contemplated for a moment. Agreed. "I shall first reveal to you the method for conquering your past self," Hubert stated. "This requires the assistance of an extraordinary individual from the audience pathway or the use of an item of equivalent caliber, along with the involvement of a mid-level extraordinary being skilled in combat. The specific method entails having the extraordinary individual from the audience pathway separate the malevolent persona of Bishop Otrosky, after which both the separated persona and the combat-savvy extraordinary being must either be hypnotized together or drawn into the dream realm. Within the dream realm, the combat expert need only eliminate the separated persona, and then Bishop Otrosky shall achieve true redemption." After Hubert articulated the method, a profound silence enveloped the room. Audrey's eyes sparkled with wonder. She anticipated that becoming a mid-level extraordinary being would endow her with such mysterious powers. Hugh and Forth felt as though they were experiencing the extraordinary world for the first time, astonished that one could vanquish oneself in such a manner. Grelint regarded Hubert with a newfound perspective, his gaze reflecting contemplation. The trader remained silent for several seconds before stating, "This approach seems quite feasible. However, where shall we seek a mid-level extraordinary individual from the audience pathway? Has the giant bishop not yet procured the nightmare candle?" Hubert realized that if the giant bishop had indeed acquired the nightmare candle, there would be no need to scour the world for a means to overcome oneself. With that thought, he shrugged. "If I were to assist you in locating such individuals, the compensation would no longer merely be a potion recipe." The trader nodded. "You are correct. Your answer is indeed worth 150. Hubert smiled and introduced himself. "I am Hubert, a lawyer. As I approached Bishop Otrosky to offer my assistance and pursue debts, I would present my name and profession." The other party rose and remarked, "You are a generous and trustworthy gentleman." Once the transaction was concluded, Hubert and 4 others departed from the gathering, making their way to the carriage of the Viscount of Grelint. Restless, Hugh could not help but remind Hubert, Aren't you concerned that Bishop Ostrowski might refuse to acknowledge the debt? Hubert smiled and replied, the bishop may flee, but the church remains steadfast. If he chooses to deny his obligations, I shall liquidate the assets within his church to settle the debt. While he appeared rather nonchalant regarding the remuneration of this transaction, his confidence stemmed from the knowledge that Bishop Ostrowski was engaged in a process of self-redemption and would not easily deceive others in such matters. Thus, he felt secure in allowing the other party to owe him. Hubert added with a grin, moreover, it is only through this that I can acquire the alchemist's potion formula. Chapter 42. The Small Mutual Aid Society. The Viscount of Greylint smiled at Hubert, saying, if you are able to procure the alchemist's potion formula, I would gladly purchase it for 270. The additional 20 is for you to share with me the entire process of this transaction. I have a premonition, indeed. In the realm of mysticism, intuition holds great significance. I foresee that this transaction will involve many intriguing esoteric insights, which is precisely the information I seek. Audrey interjected with a smile. I too wish to be an observer. I'm certain the generous Viscount of Greylint would not mind an additional listener. The Viscount nodded in agreement, and both turned their attention to Hubert. At your service, Hubert responded with a smile. Furthermore, I hope that our like-minded quintet can form a small mutual aid alliance. Of course, I understand that the esteemed Miss Audrey and the Viscount of Greylint have entered into the world of the extraordinary out of curiosity. However, you may find yourselves in need of some extraordinary materials in the future, or require us to conduct inquiries that may not be suitable for your appearances. The Viscount nodded thoughtfully. You are quite correct. In the future, I may have to engage with the extraordinary world, and having a few trustworthy companions would be immensely beneficial. He added with a smile, naturally, I can also provide you with potions that can be used with complete confidence. Audrey chimed in, and I shall offer my psychological analysis. Internally, she was quite exhilarated. This would be an extraordinary circle outside the Tarot Society, and one that she was helping to build. If managed well, it could perhaps evolve into a new, mysterious organization. Little did she know, however, that this organization already included 2 members from the Tarot Society, as well as 2 future members, essentially a branch of the Tarot Society in Beckland. Hubert smiled. I can provide reliable legal assistance to address ordinary matters or those concerning extraordinary events. Hiu, inspired, remarked, I am skilled in arbitration and investigation and interrogation. Finally, all eyes turned to Furs, who hesitated for a moment before stating, I excel at acquiring things that are inconvenient to obtain directly. Hubert clapped his hands together. Should we not give our organization a name? Audrey suggested. How about calling it the League of Justice? My dear girl, you must have a fondness for the term justice. Indeed. This thought led Hubert to consider the Avengers. That name is splendid. Thus, the League of Justice is officially established. We gather here under the principle of mutual assistance, seeking greater opportunities for advancement within the extraordinary world. The 5 young individuals felt a surge of excitement, for from this moment forth, the League of Justice would become their own small sanctuary. As their enthusiasm began to wane, Audrey suddenly inquired, why does the cult of the Earth Mother possess the alchemist's potion formulas? Hubert explained, this pertains to a principle deliberately concealed by the Church. We are all aware that the cult of the Earth Mother possesses a complete pathway to potion formulas for cultivators. Yet they also intentionally absorb extraordinary individuals from the alchemist pathway. It is akin to the cult of the Night Goddess, which, despite having a full suite of formulas for the sleepless, also nurtures extraordinary beings from the path of the Gravekeeper. Audrey nodded thoughtfully, sensing that Hubert had not quite hit the crux of the matter, but since it was a deliberate concealment, she refrained from probing further. After all, in the extraordinary realm, esoteric knowledge equates to power and wealth. The 5 parted ways at the entrance of the Viscount of Greylint's residence. Hiu and Furs watched as the other 3's carriage departed, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared realization. Today, Hubert had imparted a valuable lesson to them. Though they had previously met Audrey and the Viscount on several occasions, they had not established a solid network of relationships. Yet Hubert, on his first venture with them, had already managed to bind them closely to his side. Indeed, as an observer, Furs clearly recognized that the linchpin of the League of Justice was neither the beautiful Miss Audrey nor the esteemed Viscount of Greylint, but rather Hubert. Hiu suddenly remarked, it is evident that Hubert possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding mysticism. Should we consult him about the matter of the full moon's whispers? Furs shook his head. Let's wait a while longer. I am still somewhat distrustful of him. That was her vulnerable point, one she dared not disclose to others. Hubert glanced at his pocket watch. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon. He made his way to 51 Henry Street in the West End, instructing the coachman to wait for a moment. Upon arriving, he glanced at the sign of the establishment, Gal's Herb Shop. In the lower right corner, there was a line of modestly sized words, offering a variety of esoteric materials. The window displayed a selection of both common and aesthetically pleasing herbs, perfectly complemented by the shop's dark decor, successfully creating an air of mystery. This was indeed the place. Upon entering the shop, Hubert was greeted by a room brimming with an array of herbs and esoteric materials, with neatly arranged goods and sparkling glass jars housing various potions, evoking a sense of professionalism and abundance. Behind the counter, Gal was seated, smoking a pipe. Upon noticing Hubert, he immediately set down his pipe and smiled. "Mr. Hubert, what a pleasant surprise to see you again so soon. What can I assist you with this time?" "I wish to sell you some special materials," Hubert replied, "but I need to conduct the transaction at the Mercenary Club. The carriage is waiting outside." Gal smiled. "May I take a look?" "No. The transaction must occur at the club." If Gal were indeed the character mentioned in the original text, Hubert would know whether to trust him. But he did not recall seeing Gal's name. Hence he approached the interaction with utmost caution. "Very well." Gal summoned a store assistant to watch the shop, then donned his hat, picked up his cane, and took a small suitcase before accompanying Hubert to the carriage. They smoothly gained entry to the Mercenary Club, where the two were led by a servant into a small conference room. It was then that Hubert revealed and opened the iron box containing the mutated eyeball. Gal glanced at the eyeball and quickly closed the box lid, exclaiming, "By the goddess, where did you acquire such a nefarious item?" Hubert smiled. "If I must disclose its origins, the price doubles." "Very well, I shan't inquire further." Gal placed his hand on the iron box, as if inspecting the merchandise. And after a long pause, he asked, "What is your asking price?" 100. Gal shook his head. "Though it is rare, its utility is limited, making it difficult to sell. Furthermore, if discovered by individuals from the church, it could lead to significant trouble." Hubert smiled. "To my knowledge, its applications are quite extensive. For instance, it can be used in curses and rituals to attract the attention of malevolent entities. It can also be crafted into a poison of extraordinary nature." Chapter 43. 2 Experiments. Should the mutated eyeball fall into the hands of official extraordinary individuals, it might be repurposed as material for poisons or simply destroyed. Hubert had never held an official position as an extraordinary individual, nor would he contemplate issues from the perspective of one. In his view, within this sprawling metropolis of 5 million inhabitants, the presence of an additional mutated eye would not render the world any more malevolent, nor would its absence create a more beautiful reality. Converting these anomalies into cash, which could be employed to augment his own strength and afford him a modicum of safety in this world, sufficed for him, given his current capabilities. He felt no compulsion to ponder excessively. Recognizing Hubert's expertise, Gal did not press too hard on the price, and after amicable negotiations, they settled on a sum of 85. Hubert placed 5 into his wallet as a commission for disposing of stolen goods, subsequently wrapping the remaining 80 in paper to await the sale of the extraordinary traits of the seeker, before splitting the proceeds with Hugh. Hubert had no intention of selling the seeker's extraordinary traits to Gal. He preferred to wait until the gathering, where he would benefit from the protection of the individual adorned with a golden mask, and also use it as a stepping stone to integrate into that social circle. Most participants in that gathering were military personnel who inherently possessed a foundation of mutual trust. Individuals like Hubert, who had never served, were rare, and to fully immerse himself in their circle, he needed to conduct several transactions at the event to demonstrate his reliability. After completing the transaction with Gal, Hubert proceeded to the information wall on the 3rd floor and requested a server to leave a message. He currently had a collection of jewelry and gold for sale, valued at approximately 1,500. Hubert intended to liquidate these assets and subsequently hand the cash over to Mr. Robin and his cousin, as allowing them to sell the items themselves would likely attract unwanted attention. The Mercenary Club, with its formidable backing, deterred most from violating trading protocols here. Having left the message, and finding the time still ample, Hubert ordered a cup of tea in the lounge area to rest. He had been on the move incessantly for the past 2 days and found himself reminiscing about his time at Beckland University, where he had promised to treat 2 classmates to a meal, a promise he had yet to fulfill. He recalled that one of those classmates was the child of a judge, while the other hailed from a wealthy family. Their connections would undoubtedly prove useful in the future, warranting some effort to maintain those relationships. Holding a newspaper, he found himself unable to absorb a single word. as his mind was preoccupied with various thoughts. After a while, Hubert belatedly realized that he had grown accustomed to the lifestyle of this era, seizing opportunities to forge his own network. Life on Earth, nay, existence in the age of the Common Era, was gradually receding into the distance. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he overheard two soldiers nearby discussing. The battle on the southern continent should have commenced by now, right? How could it be so soon? They departed last Sunday night, and it's only Wednesday afternoon. You're not aware, are you? They took a military airship to the southern continent. What? A military airship? I imagine those contemptible Fusicans will be as astonished when our forces ambush them. The military is certainly willing to invest. Their resolve is beyond question. The reward for this operation must be exceedingly generous. Hubert, maintaining a studious gaze on the newspaper, pondered internally. This was a continuation of the retaliation against the Fusicans. While the military had not directly intervened, they had afforded numerous advantages to the mercenaries. That evening, Hubert planned to conduct two experiments. He locked his door, constructed the wall of spirit, lit candles on the table following the binary method, and sketched a rudimentary throne pattern on the table, with a circular symbol representing distortion atop it. This simple design, coupled with the symbol, formed the insignia of the Black Emperor, which Hubert had noted previously on the back of a chair during the tarot gathering. Given the uniqueness of the Source Fortress, theoretically, this symbol should represent his own insignia, hence the design of this experiment. Finally, Hubert placed the extraordinary traits of the Seeker at the center of the makeshift altar. Once all preparations were complete, he recited in Hermetic language, "O Creator of earthly order, you are the sovereign of the realm of chaos. You are the master of the bell of order. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze, imploring you to accept his offering and to open the gates of your kingdom." Within the wall of spirit, an eerie whirlwind suddenly surged, and a darkness that seemed capable of consuming all appeared above. Hubert had not anticipated such a commotion. He swiftly entered the realm of chaos by moving in reverse. Seated upon the Iron Throne, Hubert beheld two bronze doors materializing in the air at the end of the pool before him, faintly hearing the sound of his own supplication. He then discovered a star radiating white light in the pool before the throne, his spirit extending toward it, revealing his own figure before the makeshift altar in his bedroom. Utilizing the true vision of the realm of chaos, Hubert scrutinized himself thoroughly. Yesterday's medium, Zachary, exhibited signs of losing control and had clearly suffered pollution. With the aid of the realm of chaos filtering his star body and mental body, Hubert felt reassured against the risk of contamination. Yet he feared that such pollution might leap to his mental and ethereal bodies, as Zachary had evidently been tainted in those aspects. In true vision, the colors of his body appeared entirely normal, albeit somewhat fatigued. It seemed that the extensive use of spirit the previous day had resulted in physical weariness. His spirit extended toward the bronze doors, which opened a small crack, through which he could discern the altar's circumstances. Reaching out, the extraordinary traits of the Seeker traversed into the realm of chaos, falling before the Iron Throne. Success. He rubbed his forehead, noting the significant expenditure of spirit. In the future, should he acquire any extraordinary materials or traits, they could be stored within the realm of chaos, eliminating the risk of discovery or theft. Chapter 44. On the importance of eye insertion. Alas, Hubert hastily tidied the table. "I'm fine." Then, flustered, he hurried to open the door. Outside stood a concerned Christine. Hubert's family members were indeed prone to losing control. Christine scrutinized Hubert carefully, finally relaxing when she noted the corridor was empty, and whispered, "I distinctly felt a surge of power just now." Hubert, half truthful, replied, "I was merely experimenting with my abilities." Noticing Christine's disbelief, he shifted the topic. "Could it be related to my experience yesterday?" The doorway was not a suitable place for such a discussion, so Christine led Hubert to the study, where he briefly recounted his experiences from the previous day. Upon learning of the connection to the Aurora Society, Christine immediately took it seriously, meticulously examining Hubert from head to toe. After concluding that there were no issues, Christine advised Hubert to remain vigilant regarding his condition, urging him to seek him out immediately if anything seemed amiss. Should he attract the attention of a malevolent deity, he might not notice any abnormalities at first, but would gradually succumb to its corruption, eventually leading to an outburst at some point. Moreover, Christine and Hubert arrived at the same conclusion. The Aurora Society would not retaliate against Hubert merely for the actions of an outsider, and, as a brigadier of the kingdom, Christine held no fear of repercussions from the Aurora Society. After spending over an hour in the study, Hubert regained his freedom. Upon returning to his bedroom, Hubert realized that there was indeed a mid-tier power within his home, capable of safeguarding his safety. Unlike yesterday's acquisitions, he could securely store them at home without the need to carry them around constantly like volumes, however. The corresponding concern was the risk of his secrets being exposed. Previously, he had conducted a ritual to beseech the power of the goddess of night, yet that ceremony was rather simple and did not create much of a stir. Moreover, the goddess wielded secretive authority that Christine remained oblivious to. However, the recent experiment was a different matter altogether. Hubert found himself unable to accurately control the force emanating from the realm of disorder, which caused this surging power to spread beyond the spiritual barrier, alerting Christine to its presence. After a cursory assessment of his finances, Hubert concluded that he could allocate a portion of his wealth to rent an external abode, thereby securing a safe haven to partake in the tarot meetings and conduct his experiments. After waiting for over half an hour without any further interruptions, Hubert decided to once again enter the realm of disorder using the method of reverse walking. The exceptional trait of the seer remained at the original location. It was prudent to keep it there, for Hubert dared not perform the bestowal ceremony at home. Thus, he commenced his routine observation for the day. Due to the later hour of observation, Rafter had already begun to indulge in some trivial entertainment. Hubert did not linger and instead proceeded to observe Elliot. It was not that Hubert had a habit of spying. Rather, he sought to ascertain the trustworthiness of Elliot and Rafter. Once he reached a conclusion, he intended to cease his frequent observations. Elliot was dining with two companions at a restaurant, the meal appearing sumptuous and distinctly reflective of the southern continent's culinary style. The trio sat in silence, savoring their food, in stark contrast to the boisterous conversations at surrounding tables. Hubert glanced around the southern continental restaurant, noting its decor steeped in local character, adorned with numerous beautiful feather-crafted ornaments, and the structure of the establishment clearly diverged from that of the northern continent, showcasing wooden columns and beams. In that fleeting moment, Hubert's gaze fell upon a familiar figure dining alone in the corner of the restaurant. Their mercenary team had received a mission to retaliate against the Fursac Empire on the southern continent. Hubert recalled that General Anthony was a warlord covertly supported by the Fursac Empire, which was to say, they had chosen to execute their vengeance within General Anthony's territory. As his thoughts swirled, the middle-aged man rose to settle the bill. After a moment of hesitation, Hubert resolved to imprint the man's visage into the constellation representing Elliot and intoned in a voice of supreme authority, "Follow him." As long as he refrained from projecting power into the constellation, Hubert's words would remain known only to Elliot. In the restaurant of Cancel City on the southern continent, Elliot's mind was suddenly filled with the imposing figure seated upon a throne forged of iron, followed by the visage of an inadequately dressed middle-aged man. He then heard the voice of supreme authority, "Follow him." Elliot nearly leapt from his seat, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. That enigmatic and formidable presence had been tailing him all along. At this moment, he also caught sight of the middle-aged man settling the bill in his mind's eye. Elliot struggled to conceal his inner turmoil of fear and excitement, recalling his sister playing in the grass and his dear friend's daughter, an angelic figure, soon to celebrate her 12th birthday. Ultimately, he resolved to heed the instructions of the mysterious entity. Elliot's companions noticed something amiss with him. One inquired, "Did something get caught in your throat?" Paying no heed to his companion's reactions, Elliot rose and discreetly exited the restaurant through a side door. He carefully observed the middle-aged man, fearful of being detected. Cancel City, the second largest city within General Anthony's domain, was more a commercial area composed of a few intersecting streets than a true city, encircled by a rudimentary wall. In the small cities of the southern continent, such walls were deemed necessary, for one could never know when war might grace their doorstep. Tracking the man through the city was manageable. Yet as he scaled the wall and departed, the pursuit became increasingly challenging. Following was a skill Elliot and his companions had mastered in their youth. Amidst the dense forest, he felt confident in evading detection by higher-tier extraordinary beings. After cautiously trailing the man for over an hour, Elliot found himself alongside the main road leading out of Cancel City. At that moment, a convoy appeared in the distance. The sound of hooves indicated a sizable procession. Elliot surmised that the middle-aged man's target was this convoy, and as he searched for a place to conceal himself, he witnessed two figures radiating black light emerge from the underbrush, charging forth to topple the horse-drawn cart. The cacophony of cries for imprisonment, exile, distortion, and weakening filled the air. Chapter 45. a fortuitous discovery. Some horses on the road succumbed to the aftermath of battle, while others, startled by the sudden conflict, collided with the cart, rendering those within even more vulnerable. Elliot lay flat on the ground, paralyzed by fear, for this was the most intense, extraordinary battle he had ever witnessed. By his estimation, at least 4 individuals of Sequence 5 were engaged, along with over 10 of Sequence 6 and an indeterminate number of Sequence 7 and Sequence 8. The mysterious entity on the Iron Throne had sent the middle-aged man to lead the ambush. Many among them were extraordinary beings of the legal path, possessing formidable control abilities, relentlessly employing weakening, confusion, and corrosion to subdue the extraordinary individuals within the cart. Their allies predominantly hailed from the arbitration path, excelling in close combat, primarily utilizing imprisonment to confine their foes before a coordinated assault to eliminate them. Initially, the battlefield showcased a clear imbalance until a red flame-formed spear was launched from within one of the carts, momentarily halting the enemy's advance, granting the beleaguered party a fleeting chance to breathe. However, the cart from which the spear was launched soon emanated a dawn-like radiance, accompanied by a resounding decree of retribution. 2 individuals of Sequence 5 radiating black holy light, along with another of Sequence 5 that produced a sense of visual chaos, commenced their assault on the one who had hurled the flaming spear. Seizing the opportunity, the other extraordinary beings within the cart disembarked, fleeing into the woods in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Ultimately, the beleaguered extraordinary individuals had no choice but to consolidate their forces and attempt to break through along the road. Elliot buried his head even lower, for the combat was encroaching upon his position, and he wished to avoid an untimely demise in the chaos. At that moment, he also realized that the mysterious entity on the Iron Throne was not merely following him. Its focus was likely on this extraordinary war. In a time devoid of large-scale conflicts, this level of extraordinary warfare was sufficient to influence the stability and allegiance of a warlord's territory on the southern continent. This, indeed, was the kind of matter that warranted the attention of such a mysterious being. Hubert became aware today that the extraordinary abilities of the arbitration path's imprisonment and the legal path's weakening could be effectively utilized in tandem, first imprisoning the opponent, then unleashing a barrage of weakening effects, rendering them nearly devoid of combat capability. Moreover, once 100 extraordinary beings executed a coordinated and premeditated attack, their might was considerable. A fully organized brigade would find itself utterly outmatched. Extraordinary battles unfolded swiftly and left just as quickly. Soon, the extraordinary beings of the Fursac Empire vanished around a bend, pursued by the Rune extraordinary mercenaries, and the battlefield receded into the distance. Now, the road was left echoing with the whinnies of horses and the patrolling of several Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 individuals tasked with administering aid to their wounded comrades. Elliot finally dared to peek out, seeing that no one was paying attention to him. Just as he was about to depart, he was drawn to a small, cherry-like object glowing with black light. That was the extraordinary trait of a barbarian, and its master had met a most tragic fate, having nearly lost all semblance of humanity, which likely accounted for the rapid disintegration of the extraordinary trait. Extraordinary traits were not far from Elliot, as a fervent gleam gradually ignited in his eyes. He glanced at the attackers in the distance, busy executing their final strikes, then shifted his gaze back to the extraordinary traits. This was precisely what the Balky family desperately needed. The proliferation of the population, coupled with a scarcity of extraordinary traits, had given rise to a plethora of lunatics in the town. At this moment, the main battlefield lay far from here, and the mid-sequence extraordinary beings were entangled in combat, unable to disengage. This was an opportunity. Elliot resolutely steeled himself, adjusted his state, and then dashed forward to seize the extraordinary trait that resembled a large cherry. Just as he was about to turn away from the road, he suddenly spotted a necklace evidently imbued with extraordinary power. Without hesitation, Elliot snatched up the necklace, but as he prepared to leave, he caught sight of a peculiar, extraordinary mask. As he reached for the mask, a towering throne and a mysterious figure flashed through his mind. Go. It dawned on Elliot that he had unwittingly succumbed to the influence of some extraordinary item on the battlefield, becoming overtaken by greed. Fortunately, the voice of the enigmatic presence on the Iron Throne restored clarity to his mind. However, he was soon discovered, as an attacker of Sequence 8 shouted, "Who is there? Stop!" Joined by Sequence 7 and another Sequence 8, they gave chase. Elliot fled desperately, yet he could not shake off his pursuers. Just as anxiety gripped him, A grand and formidable throne materialized above him in midair. Though it was nighttime, the sacred black light encircling the throne was still visible. A vague silhouette sat upon the throne, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The three pursuers were taken aback and hastily scattered. However, they quickly realized that the powerful being on the throne meant them no harm. It simply plunged the space before them into chaos. When the chaotic state dissipated and order was restored, the thief of extraordinary traits had vanished without a trace, and all leads had been severed. After Hubert helped Elliot fend off the pursuers, he departed from the realm of disorder. The night's observations had been immensely beneficial to him. He gained a concrete understanding of the abilities of Sequence 8, Sequence 7, Sequence 6, and even Sequence 5 along the lawyer's path. And he observed how other extraordinary beings of the same path wielded their powers. In the lawyer's path, Sequence 7 marked a qualitative leap. Prior to this, the barbarians and lawyers possessed rather limited extraordinary abilities, but upon reaching Sequence 7, they could employ a variety of bribery effects. It was only then that extraordinary abilities meant for direct attack emerged. Hubert sighed. He was indeed quite fatigued after today, yet the great presence on the Iron Throne was still compelled to remain active. Hubert extended his spiritual essence and discovered that it was Elliot who sought to offer him the extraordinary necklace he had acquired. Chapter 46, A New Power. Elliot humbly knelt upon the ground, uttering, "O mysterious and great presence, I express my gratitude for your guidance, which has led me to obtain a barbarian's extraordinary trait. I thank you for your reminder that kept me from losing myself in greed. I am grateful for your assistance in aiding my escape from my pursuers. As your devoted servant, I wish to offer this necklace as a token of my heartfelt gratitude." After repeating this thrice, the great presence finally materialized in his mind. The majestic voice resounded, "I am not interested in your offering. It requires an excessive amount of spiritual essence, and should the offering fail to reach the realm of disorder, it would be a debacle." Elliot's tone grew ever more humble. "O great presence, I recognize that this offering may appear crude in your eyes, yet it is my most treasured possession. I truly do not know what kind of offering could adequately express my gratitude." After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, the solemn voice replied, "Very well. Prepare a simple altar tomorrow night. Inscribe this pattern at the center of the altar, ignite 3 candles in a binary format, and burn spiritually potent herbs." The incantation is Elliot exhaled in relief. The great presence finally desired his offering. The solemn voice added, "You may henceforth refer to me as the Creator. Also, remember to maintain restraint within the extraordinary realm." As the voice faded, the imposing throne vanished from his mind. Elliot was overwhelmed with excitement. It seemed that his sincere gratitude had moved this great presence, prompting it to reveal its true name, referring to the name of a true deity. Regardless of whether the great Creator could hear him, Elliot reverently declared, "I shall adhere to your will." He understood very well that the Creator's final words were indeed a lesson, a reminder, and a blessing. Unbeknownst to Elliot, the great Creator merely wished to ensure that he did not unwittingly become an extraordinary trait amidst the chaos in the southern continent. After Hubert exited the realm of disorder for the 4th time that evening, he was utterly exhausted, nearly falling asleep the moment he lay down. In the southern continent, on the road leading to Kinsler City, the ruined mercenaries were clearing the battlefield. The commander of the mercenary troop, Castor Augustus, furrowed his brow, inquiring of his 3 subordinates, "Are you saying that they suddenly appeared in midair and did not attack you?" The recent battle had resulted in a resounding victory, and the entire mercenary team was enveloped in a wave of exhilaration. This was neither trivial nor significant, yet it necessitated clarification. One of the 3 pursuers who had chased Elliot remarked, "Captain, had they intended to attack us, we would have been utterly powerless to resist." Castor's brow furrowed deeper. Just as his assistant, Conrad, hurried over, "We have confirmed that the extraordinary trait taken belongs to Bogle Calvin." "The nephew of Viscount Calvin?" Castor inquired. "Indeed," Conrad replied. "As for the extraordinary item that was taken, it is challenging to ascertain. While we possess intelligence on most of our adversaries, we are unaware of the specific extraordinary items or seals they hold. However, based on the descriptions from several subordinates who treated the wounded, it appears to be an item of Sequence 7 or Sequence 6. After a few moments of silence, Castor suddenly chuckled. Clearly, they were aware of our actions, allowing them to achieve their objectives amidst our fierce battle. Yet, a high-sequence extraordinary being, utilizing such crucial intelligence, leads their servant or subordinate to take such a significant risk. only to procure an item of mid-sequence extraordinary traits and a sequence 8 extraordinary trait? This must be the most amusing joke I have heard all year. Conrad analyzed. Perhaps that extraordinary item holds significant meaning? He added, by the way, the divination results indicate that the individual who stole the extraordinary trait is a local extraordinary faction. However, without exception, the divination regarding the powerful being on the throne has failed. It appears a new power has emerged in the southern continent, and the forces within Anthony's territory are set to undergo a reshuffling. Castor remarked, since the losses were minimal, let us avoid conflict with a local extraordinary organization. Quickly gather the spoils. We must retreat at once. Fortunately, this powerful being harbored no malice towards them, given the strength displayed, if it so wished. Most of the mercenary team could become extraordinary traits in the southern continent. The following morning, Hubert felt his spirit and mind had notably recovered. After spending some time at the law firm, he ventured out to visit clients. As for the type of house he desired, he had long since decided. Ideally, it would be a 2-story townhouse, providing ample space for conducting rituals without drawing the attention of neighbors. Moreover, it would be preferable for it to be situated near the law firm, allowing him to rest nearby when he occasionally worked late into the night. After taking a leisurely stroll along Bamingland Street and then meandering through the adjacent thoroughfare, Hubert soon discovered 2 commendable rental properties. Following the information provided in the rental notice, he effortlessly located the landlord residing nearby. Upon comparing the 2 properties, Hubert opted for the townhouse at 192 Blanca Street. The layout of the house was akin to the contemporary 2-story townhouses, featuring a living room, kitchen, dining area, and a small storage room on the ground floor. The upper level comprised 3 bedrooms and a washroom equipped with a bathtub. The size was substantial, comparable to what Hubert envisioned as a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room abode. The annual rent was set at $52, and Hubert secured a 6-month lease, paying $26, which left him with a balance of $48, 1 so, and 6 pence in savings. The newly rented house was conveniently located just a short walk from the law firm, taking only about 10 minutes to reach. After having lunch at the firm, and having received no correspondence from the mercenary club, Hubert ventured out in the afternoon to visit a client. The client was Mr. Barron, who had reached out to the firm for legal assistance regarding a matter referred to him by Attorney Burton. Following the address in the letter, Hubert took a hired carriage to a farmhouse situated in the suburbs. The repeal of the corn laws had led to the bankruptcy of numerous small landowners and self-sufficient farmers. However, this was merely the plight of a fraction of the population. In the suburbs of Beekland, many farms continued to thrive, including that of Mr. Barron. Chapter 47. The True Sacrifice. Mr. Barron owned several hundred acres of land and employed a dozen farmers to work for him. Additionally, he had constructed an impressive villa on his property, indicative of his stable financial situation. In the farmhouse's stable, Hubert encountered Mr. Barron, who was grooming his prized horse. He appeared to be in his 30s, tall and robust, sporting the typical 2-pointed beard common in the Kingdom of Ruin. Mr. Barron warmly welcomed Hubert, setting aside his tasks to invite him into the parlor for tea. After some light conversation, Mr. Barron revealed the legal assistance he required. He wished to divorce his wife, but did not intend to share his assets with her, thus seeking the help of a professional like Hubert. Internally, Hubert chastised Mr. Barron as a cad, though his face maintained a warm smile. I see. You wish for your wife to initiate the divorce, do you? In your eyes, I must appear to be a hopelessly despicable character. Mr. Barron, running a hand across his forehead, replied, I love my wife dearly, yet she does not reciprocate my feelings. I sense she harbors affections for another. Perhaps that is why she is unwilling to conceive my child. Mr. Barron then recounted his history with his wife. Penny, his spouse, had joined the farm as a worker 8 years prior, her youthful exuberance and vivacity leaving a lasting impression on him. At that time, Mr. Barron enjoyed a happy family life, but tragedy struck 6 years ago when his wife succumbed to illness, plunging him into deep sorrow that took him a year or 2 to overcome. Penny, still cheerful and lively, gradually helped restore Mr. Barron's appreciation for life, prompting him to propose to her 3 years ago. Although Penny seemed somewhat reluctant, Mr. Barron paid little heed, promptly involving her parents in the marriage discussions, which delighted them given Mr. Barron's prominence in the area. After marrying, Mr. Barron yearned for a child, yet 3 years of effort yielded no results. During this time, Penny grew increasingly withdrawn, losing her former vivacity. Mr. Barron gradually lost patience with his wife, and now they found it impossible to coexist amicably, prompting him to seek the law firm's assistance. After hearing this tale, Hubert was at a loss whether to commend Mr. Baron's courage, for in contemporary times, it was common for masters to compel their servants or workers into submission, merely compensating them with a sum to sever ties. The marriage between a master and a servant required immense bravery from both parties. After a brief reflection, Hubert suggested, Mr. Baron, since you still hold deep affections for your wife, perhaps you should consider providing her with a means of sustenance or a financial sum upon divorce. This would not only enhance your reputation, but also mitigate future complications. I have that in mind, Mr. Baron replied. I plan to bequeath the wool processing workshop to Penny. Its profits should suffice for her to maintain a comfortable lifestyle. Hubert understood that while some assets could be given, a division of the estate was not on the table. He then proposed, if you wish to retain my services for this matter, I will speak with your wife. Mr. Baron hesitated for a few moments before agreeing. Very well. Mr. Hubert, one must take this step. I am willing to engage you as my attorney to assist with this matter. As for the fee, I have already discussed it with Mr. Burton in my letter. Hubert nodded. Mr. Baron was prepared to offer 10 as a commission, though this sum seemed modest. It was reflective of the early stage of Hubert's legal career, as most commissions range from 10 to 20. For cases like Mr. Baron's, a proportional fee based on assets would only be charged if court intervention became necessary. Attorney Burton would not personally handle such minor cases, and the correspondence with Mr. Baron was conducted by Burton's assistant. Hubert had come prepared with a standard contract, and after both parties signed, he inquired, May I ask where Ms. Penny is at present? Hubert then decided it would be best to visit her at her parents' home for a discussion. Meeting separately would be the wisest choice. However, upon checking his watch, Hubert noted, It is rather late for a visit to Ms. Penny today. Kindly provide me with her parents' address, and I shall call upon her tomorrow morning. After receiving the address, Hubert took his leave. As he had anticipated, it took quite some time to locate a hired carriage, and he spent over 2 hours traveling that afternoon. The only consolation was that the law firm would reimburse the fare for handling their case. In pondering the reimbursement, Hubert suddenly recalled old Neil, realizing that he was beginning to exhibit alarming signs of deterioration. At the upcoming gathering next week, he would need to find a way to alert Mr. Koo, in hopes of salvaging old Neil's situation. In the southern continent, nightfall quietly descended as Elliot, lantern in hand, made his way to a clearing deep within the woods. He first constructed the spiritual wall and then, following the Creator's instructions, drew patterns, lit candles, and burned herbs. Once all was prepared, he began to chant, O Creator of earthly order, you who reign over the realm of chaos, you who are the master of the bell of order. Your faithful servant implores your gaze, beseeching you to accept his offering and to open the gates of your kingdom. Upon completing the incantation, a fierce wind suddenly whipped through the spiritual wall, and a black vortex materialized above the makeshift altar. The vortex expanded ominously, as if intent on engulfing everything around it. When it grew taller than the surrounding trees, 2 bronze doors emerged within the swirling mass. Elliot was utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. This was indeed the gateway to the divine realm. Chapter 48. The Revelation of Truth. The gates of the divine realm were far more magnificent and imposing than Elliot had imagined or than the books had described. He stood in stunned silence as the 2 bronze doors cracked open, and a tremendous force drew the necklace from the altar into the abyss. As the bronze doors sealed shut and the vortex dissipated, tranquility was restored. After a brief moment, Elliot hastily bowed his head and uttered, Praise the Creator. At that moment, he felt he had gained a fresh understanding of the Creator, believing that the family's curse might indeed be broken. He then silently repented for having previously doubted the Creator's capabilities. Regrettably, he was still unable to report the Creator's existence to the family elders. Perhaps there were artifacts within the family that could appease the Creator. In the kingdom of disorder, atop the Iron Throne, Hubert toyed with a necklace in his hands. This necklace was silver in color, its main feature an inverted triangle, at the center of which lay a crystal resembling a sapphire, seemingly imbued with a swirling force. Utilizing the status of the kingdom of disorder, he had discerned the necklace's abilities and its adverse effects. The first ability allowed for necromancy, even enabling communication with living beings. The second ability endowed the wearer with heightened sensitivity to the spiritual realm, allowing them to perceive all spectral entities and easily identify their weaknesses, as well as communicate effectively with nature spirits. The negative effect was that prolonged wearing would gradually transform the bearer into an emotionless, thoughtless, lifeless husk. Thus, it was advised to remove the necklace after every 12 hours of wear to rest for 3 hours. Hubert placed the necklace upon the armrest of the Iron Throne, finding the negative effects manageable. It was indeed a rather practical, extraordinary item, eliminating the need to beseech the goddess of night for assistance in necromancy. However, given his rank 9 spirituality, he surmised he could only perform necromancy once with this necklace. Suddenly, Hubert conceived a plan. He could place the necklace within the kingdom of disorder, invoke his own power, and then summon the spirituality of the kingdom to utilize the necklace, transferring its necromantic abilities into reality. Theoretically, this was feasible, and he felt compelled to seek an opportunity to experiment. Next came the task of naming this extraordinary item. Hubert speculated that the extraordinary traits of the necklace likely originated from a rank 7 necromancer associated with a mortician. Yet during its creation, only the primary necromantic abilities were retained, while the rituals and knowledge related to spirits imparted by the potion had not been preserved. Hubert muttered, "Since it derives from a necromancer, let us simply call it the necromancer's necklace." Having completed this thought, he felt his spirituality nearing depletion, having expended too much energy while retrieving the sacrificial offerings. He cast one last glance at the necromancer's necklace before departing the kingdom of disorder. That evening, Hubert felt utterly exhausted. He mused that ever since he gained unrestricted access to the kingdom of disorder, his sleep quality had significantly improved. Barely had he laid down to rest when he drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, to avoid the risk of being unable to find a hired carriage in the countryside, Hubert decided to request a 2-wheeled carriage from the office. The journey to the village where Penny resided took an hour and a half, and as he beheld the pastoral scenery along the way, Hubert joked inwardly, "I never imagined I would become a country lawyer." After disembarking and inquiring for directions twice, Hubert successfully located Penny's residence. The dwelling was a modest farmhouse, appearing low and cramped. Inside, only Penny's father was home. His hair and beard were streaked with gray, revealing his advanced age. Upon learning that Hubert was a lawyer seeking his daughter, the elderly man promptly called out Penny's name several times. Hubert nodded. "It is quite all right, I can wait." Presently, this lady must be Penny, who, disregarding her father's calls, turned her gaze toward Hubert and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" Hubert stepped forward and said, "Good day. Madam, I am the lawyer summoned by Mr. Barron." Penny offered a bittersweet smile, a mixture of resignation and relief. He indeed has found out. The old man nearly collapsed to the ground. "I always said we should abandon this child. He will ruin your life." The child, engrossed in a flower crown, paid no attention to the adult's conversation. Penny's eyes softened as she looked at the child. "But he is my son. Who could bear to part with such an angel?" Hubert imagined a patch of green grass sprouting atop Mr. Barron's head. Such remarks would simplify matters, and just as he was about to speak, he sensed something awry. "How old is this child?" Penny replied, "A little over 4 years. Thus, this child was not born during your marriage to Mr. Barron?" "Indeed, Benny was born before Mr. Barron and I were wed." Hubert pondered this. Otherwise, a 10-month pregnancy would surely not evade a spouse's notice. Yet a new question arose. Why had Penny not conceived a child with Mr. Barron in the past 3 years? Hubert contemplated, then rummaged through his bag to examine some documents. Indeed, Mr. Barron had been married to his first wife for 5 years, and they had no children. He inquired of Penny, "If it is not too much trouble, could you share the child's origins?" Penny paused in silence for several moments before finally speaking. "Very well. Some truths must eventually be revealed." Thus, Penny recounted her tale. 5 years prior, a young man had come to the farm, hired by Mr. Barron to prune the fruit trees. This young man was charming and handsome, and he and the beautiful Penny swiftly fell in love, ultimately succumbing to temptation on a dark, stormy night. Penny had searched extensively for the young man, but he was nowhere to be found. Initially, she believed that working while raising the child could create a fulfilling life, yet Mr. Barron insisted on marrying her. Penny feared that if Mr. Barron discovered she had a child, he might react with anger and harm the child, which is why she dared not reveal the truth to him. Penny's parents, eager to facilitate their marriage, had gone to great lengths to conceal this matter. The weight of this ongoing deception made Penny feel ever more indebted to Mr. Barron, causing her smiles to grow increasingly rare. Hubert chuckled lightly. "This alleviates my feelings of guilt considerably." Chapter 49. The Country Lawyer. Penny pondered for a few moments before saying, "I am grateful to Mr. Barron, and I feel profound guilt towards him. I can only say that I do not dislike him." She smiled wryly. "Although that family is not what I desired, and Mr. Barron has been temperamental in the past year, I can sense his respect for me. Who would willingly end such a marriage?" "I understand," Hubert replied. Penny gazed anxiously at her child. But, she was born into an ordinary farming family and lacks the ability to protect this child. Therefore, she fears that once the truth is revealed to Mr. Barron, the situation will spiral beyond her control. Hubert assured her, "Trust me, madam, we are both adults, and no one will harm the child, not even Mr. Barron." He continued, "While it is necessary for Mr. Barron to learn the truth, it must be done tactfully. You cannot present the child directly to him. I shall convey the truth to Mr. Barron. That is the most prudent course of action." Though this was Penny's first encounter with the young lawyer before her, theoretically, they should have lacked trust. However, after hearing his words, Penny found them quite persuasive, and indeed, it was the best approach. If she were to confront Mr. Barron with the child, it would likely provoke his wrath. "You are right," Penny agreed, "but you must ensure Benny's safety." Hubert replied earnestly, "I assure you, this matter lies between the adults and will not affect the child." He added, "I believe the sooner this issue is resolved, the better. There is a carriage from the law firm at the village entrance. Shall we take Benny and depart immediately?" Penny hesitated for a moment, but soon her expression hardened with determination. "Very well. Wait." Penny's father suddenly interjected, his face contorted with worry. "Child, what if Mr. Barron becomes angry? What if he—" "Father," Penny smiled, "perhaps this is my destiny. Since it cannot be altered, I might as well embrace it willingly." The elderly man shook his head. No, I cannot allow dear little Penny to come harm. I must accompany you." With that, he secured an axe at his waist. Just as Penny was about to dissuade him, Hubert interjected with a smile, "That is acceptable, but do hold that axe carefully, lest you mar the carriage seat." Penny expressed her apprehension. "Mr. Lawyer," Hubert replied with a smile, "you should understand a father's concern, just as you worry for Benny." Once back on the road, the carriage felt somewhat cramped. After all, it was merely a two-wheeled cart, now accommodating 3 adults and a child. Benny, seemingly experiencing such a carriage ride for the first time, sat on Penny's lap, inquisitively asking questions. Upon learning that Hubert was a lawyer, Benny's eyes widened as he inquired, "Are you like the argumentative Upton?" "Not at all," Penny interjected. "This gentleman is a true lawyer." She then explained to Hubert, "Upton is a young man from the village who delights in debating anyone he encounters. Yet oddly enough, he possesses remarkable eloquence and has never lost an argument. Some jest that it's a pity he does not pursue law, and thus, lawyer has become his nickname. However, he seems not to favor this title. Once, when someone addressed him as such, he turned pale with anger." Hubert increasingly felt something was amiss. Had this Upton always possessed such oratory skills? Upton's demeanor resembled that of a lawyer, and after consuming the lawyer's potion, Hubert too would find himself unwittingly engaging in debates. Once a casual remark from Hugh alerted him to this. He endeavored to avoid arguments, lest he expose his extraordinary abilities and unique means. Perhaps Upton did not dislike the nickname lawyer, but rather it was the very name of the potion he consumed. And it was not anger that made his face turn white, but fear of an ordinary villager uncovering his secret. "I do not know," Penny continued. "Upton and his mother moved here 5 years ago, seemingly well off, having purchased considerable land. Look, that house is their home." Hubert observed a charming 2-story residence in the countryside. It was undoubtedly a mansion. He speculated that Upton might be a self-taught lawyer and began discussing Upton's family with Penny. Learning that Upton's father had passed away a decade prior and that his mother, who had been in poor health, also died last year. Now, the grand estate housed only Upton and a male servant. With this newfound knowledge, Hubert contemplated visiting them at an opportune moment. He had no intention of harming Upton. Rather, he was simply intrigued about the origins of Upton's potion. After nearly half an hour of travel, they arrived at Mr. Barron's farmstead. In the stables, Hubert encountered Mr. Barron, who was bathing a large white horse. Chapter 50, a fitting conclusion. Hubert said, "So your wife had a child before your marriage, and fearing for the child's safety, she kept the truth hidden from you." He recounted the child's origins, to which Mr. Barron responded with a bitter smile, "I wronged Penny. The absence of children was due to me, my own fault." He had long harbored similar thoughts, but it was only today that he confirmed it. Hubert continued, "Mr. Barron, I have discussed divorce with your wife. She is willing to negotiate as long as you do not harm her child." Mr. Barron chuckled. "Lawyer Hubert, I am not a brutish villager. How could I take my anger out on a child?" He added, "The conditions I previously set remain unchanged. Let us conclude this matter." Meanwhile, Penny sat in the carriage, extremely anxious. She feared for Benny's safety and dreaded the sight of Mr. Barron's furious gaze. At that moment, she regretted having so readily trusted the young lawyer. Penny's father was even more agitated, awkwardly clutching the axe, feeling that bringing it along had been a foolish decision. Yet, upon seeing his daughter's helpless expression, he found a renewed strength in gripping the axe's handle. After what felt like an eternity, they finally saw Mr. Baron striding toward them from the farmstead, holding Benny. At that moment, both father and daughter felt a sense of relief. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Upon noticing Hubert waving at them, they awkwardly disembarked. "Penny," Mr. Baron exclaimed. "You should have told me sooner." "I'm sorry, Baron," Penny replied, her gaze cast downward. I. "Very well. Let us part amicably," Mr. Baron suggested. "While we still harbor no hatred for one another, let's conclude this matter." Hubert interjected as the antagonist. "Provided you initiate the divorce, or I shall pursue charges against you for deceiving Mr. Baron." Penny covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for keeping this from you for so long." In truth, she now regretted her long-standing secrecy. She realized she should have considered that Mr. Baron would not be angered by a child. Perhaps he would have refrained from marrying her altogether, sparing her 3 years of anxiety. Mr. Baron smiled. "I shall give you the wool processing workshop, providing you and your child with a stable source of income." With that, the ordeal reached its conclusion, and Mr. Baron found his spirits surprisingly lifted. His promise left both Penny and her father somewhat taken aback. Hubert remarked, "Madam, I do not know if you recall Benny's biological father, but such a man who would abandon his child after a moment of intimacy is best forgotten." Penny wiped her tears. "You are a trustworthy gentleman and a responsible lawyer." Embracing Benny, she signed the divorce agreement. Penny's father felt a weight lift from his heart, believing this to be the most splendid resolution. A few minutes later, Hubert saw the elderly man emerge with a crumpled note and a couple of shillings. "Mr. Hubert, I truly thank you for today. Hubert smiled, interrupting, "Good sir, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, gift me with 2 pumpkins." While he had merely facilitated communication, his efforts had been the most effective, safeguarding his client's interests and ensuring Penny and her child had a viable path forward. The courtyard was piled high with pumpkins, and without waiting for the elderly man's response, Hubert seized 2 pumpkins and boarded the carriage. "Farewell, good sir." The elderly man stood bewildered at the gate for a long moment before finally uttering, "Goodbye." At that point, the carriage had already departed. Hubert remarked, "Mr. Baron expressed his gratitude for your diligence and settled the 10-pound fee. Thus you shall receive 1 pound as your reward." He chuckled. How does it feel to experience a twinge of disappointment? Most of the commissions lawyers encounter are trifling matters. Hubert replied with a smile. "The good news is that I won't have to pay taxes on this commission." "Oh, tonight we can enjoy pumpkin pie," Barton grinned. Hubert chose acceptance over complaint, his calm demeanor once again pleasing Barton, who sometimes wondered if this was truly a university student yet to graduate. Hubert's spirit was certainly not that of a novice in the workforce. His previous job had been far more demanding. Often, he had to work overtime even on Sundays. As the afternoon drew to a close, Hubert finally received a letter from the Mercenary Club, indicating that a buyer wished to negotiate for the jewelry and gold in his possession the following noon. Hubert calculated the time and proceeded to write to Mr. Robin, inviting him to discuss the case the following afternoon. In the evening, Christine's family savored pumpkin porridge while listening to Hubert recount the origins of the pumpkin. After Hubert's narration, the foster mother, Melissa, expressed her sentiments. "Hubert, though your handling of the matter did not maximize the interests of your client, you have shown great consideration for the vulnerable mother and child." Christine smiled and added, "In life, matters are often the most challenging to resolve. Your kindness and wisdom have been splendidly displayed in this situation." Hubert smiled in return, saying, "I merely believe that the world should possess more beauty." Christine raised her glass, toasting to this noble ideal. In the southern continent, towns were non-existent. Elder Calvin took the black cherry, handed over by Elliot, and was filled with reflections. The Balk family, situated along the southern road, had not acquired a new extraordinary trait for nearly 8 or 9 years. Calvin gazed at the extraordinary trait in his hand for several seconds before addressing Elliot. "Your merits are sufficient for you to ascend to the legacy of your father's rank 7. Uncle Calvin, what is the potion of rank 7 called?" "The Briber." Chapter 51, The Affluent Hubert. The pulsating black cherry in Calvin's hand was a beacon of hope for the Balk family. With it, they could potentially avert the emergence of another madman in the future. Generally, extraordinary traits were first inherited by direct descendants. For instance, Elliot's extraordinary trait originated from his father, who passed away when Elliot was 7. As his father had been of rank 7 at the time of his demise, Elliot could only inherit potions from rank 9 to rank 7 without compensation, and any further ascension would have to be self-sought. Alternatively, one could wait for an extraordinary trait without heirs, although Elliot held little hope for such an opportunity. As it was exceedingly rare, Elliot had already fulfilled his role as a barbarian and digested the potion. With Calvin's assistance, he promptly consumed the potion of the bribe-bearer. Hubert's prior orderliness had proven effective. After consuming the potion, Elliot did not experience any severe adverse reactions. He internally praised the Creator, realizing that for the next 6 months, he would no longer have to worry about manic ramblings and loss of control. After consulting Calvin about other methods of embodying the bribe-bearer, Elliot took his leave. However, once Elliot had distanced himself, he immediately reported, "Elder Calvin, I have significant news to share. On the night Elliot acquired the barbarian's extraordinary trait, his behavior was rather unusual." Calvin promptly took notice. Elaborate. On Saturday morning, Hubert, laden with jewels and gold sourced from Hyman's hideout, arrived at the club to conduct a transaction. After verifying the goods, the counterpart offered a price of 300 and insisted on persuading Hubert to accept this sum. However, they had misjudged their opponent. Following a series of amicable negotiations, the deal was ultimately struck at 380. Hubert's quoted price of 500 indeed contained an element of exaggeration, with the ideal price ranging between 350 and 400. Had the counterpart not behaved like a combative rooster, brazenly attempting to reason with Hubert, he might have settled for 350. In addition to this batch of jewels and gold, they had also discovered over 600 in cash, with Hubert and Hugh each receiving 316. Coupled with the recently concluded transaction, Hubert found himself in possession of a total of 696. Initially, Hubert intended to treat the excess 96 as his commission and distribute the remaining funds entirely to Mr. Robin and his cousin. However, past experiences informed him that such an approach would undermine the value of his labor, earning him momentary gratitude from Mr. Robin, but ultimately failing to garner the respect of others. Thus, Hubert first placed the 96 in his wallet, then divided the 600 in cash, intending to recount his commission in Mr. Robin's presence, serving as a lesson for him. That afternoon, Mr. Robin and his cousin arrived as promised. Initially, they had little hope, but upon hearing such a substantial sum at the onset of their discussion, they were filled with excitement. Mr. Robin stared intently at the box in Hubert's hands, nodding vigorously, and finally, when Hubert opened it, they beheld stacks of banknotes composed of 5 and 10 bills. The sounds of their eager counting echoed, as disbelief transformed into exhilaration, culminating in tears of joy. After a moment, Mr. Robin steadied his emotions. "Lawyer, your business acumen has far exceeded our expectations." Hubert replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words. Now it is time to fulfill your promise." Though somewhat reluctant, Mr. Robin counted out 160 and handed it to Hubert. His cousin grumbled, "Don't typical lawyers charge 15? However, he too begrudgingly counted out 160. Hubert accepted the money, stating, "I hope you remember this lesson. This city resembles a dark forest, fraught with traps set by hunters. Do not always aspire to become wealthy overnight. Such aspirations are the most likely to lead you into pitfalls." He returned 80 to Mr. Robin and his cousin. "This time, I shall only take a 10 commission. If there's a next time, I will charge a full 20, and do not complain about excessive fees, for that will be of your own doing." Mr. Robin and his cousin were overjoyed, even feeling as if they had profited by 80. Hubert mused that the culture of Rune was still not profound enough. Such tactics were commonplace in the Common Era, with few falling prey to them. Yet in Rune, they remained surprisingly effective. Regardless, Mr. Robin's case had finally reached a satisfying conclusion. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Hubert arranged for a carriage from the law firm to escort Mr. Robin and his cousin to the bank, offering a 5 stipend to the driver, as this was not part of his duties. Afterward, he returned to his rented room and gathered all his cash. The commission from Mr. Robin's case amounted to 160, combined with the excess 96. Alongside his prior savings of 47, 13 shillings and 8 pence, totaling 303, 13 shillings and 8 pence. Additionally, with the extraordinary trade of the seer and the earnings from the mutated eyeball, Hubert anticipated receiving around 180 more, bringing his savings close to 500, a sum that most middle-class households could only dream of amassing. With such a significant amount of money in his possession, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not pleased. He ordered several distinctive dishes of DC roasted meat from a restaurant and purchased a fruitcake and some desserts from a patisserie. Upon returning home, Hubert informed his family that he had received a commission that day and wished to share the feast with them. Donna remarked, "Since Hubert began working, our dinners have become so much more enjoyable." Tyrone, indulging in the desserts, added, and Hubert seems to have become quite cheerful as well. Hubert smiled and replied, "That is because I have found my value, and naturally, I would be different than before." This served as an explanation for his increasingly transformed demeanor. When he first crossed over, he had to meticulously portray Hubert every day. On Sunday, Hubert finally enjoyed a late morning, leaving the house after 10 o'clock, preparing to sell the extraordinary trait of the seer. Chapter 52, The Division of Spoils. Hubert first visited 192 Blanca Street, employing the bestowed ritual to extract the extraordinary trait of the seer from the realm of disorder. Then he ventured to the mercenary club, endowed with extraordinary traits. As was customary the previous week, he commenced with a brief firearms practice before indulging in lunch at the club's dining establishment. The patrons engaged in discussions regarding the recent ambush on the southern continent, yet the specifics of the victory remained elusive to them. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Hubert proceeded to the planned gathering of extraordinary individuals in the underground theater. Unlike his previous visit, Hubert chose a seat closer to the front, and upon the arrival of the elder in the golden mask, he refrained from hastening into transactions, opting instead to await the remarks of those seeking companions. This time, Hubert found himself considerably closer to the elder, feeling the weight of his presence, reminiscent of the aura emanating from extraordinary beings of the arbitrator pathway. It was highly plausible that this elder belonged to the royal lineage of Rune or was a member of the nobility, for the Rune royalty maintained stringent control over their extraordinary traits. The emergence of a wild high-tier arbitrator was improbable. Should such an anomaly occur, it would be akin to presenting a delectable morsel, and Hubert surmised that the elder was likely being pursued, with little time to preside over the gathering. As the meeting commenced, Hubert was taken aback to see the individual from the previous week who had sought companions for the excavation of the ruins. "We have encountered new circumstances. This ruin is more challenging to excavate than we had anticipated. We have lost 2 companions, yet no leads have emerged. Thus, we request the assistance of higher-tier, extraordinary individuals. As for the distribution of the treasures within the ruins, we can discuss that privately. Additionally, does anyone have knowledge of Rex Hyler?" Hubert was momentarily stunned. How did the topic of the original's biological father rise? At that moment, a middle-aged retired officer interjected. "Commander Rex was a legendary figure of the Southern Continent's troops over 2 decades ago, yet he's been deceased for 21 years. Why the sudden inquiry?" The seeker of higher-tier companions appeared surprised. "We discovered a message from Rex within the ruins. We had thought it belonged to a figure from the Quaternary." The retired officer suggested, "I recommend you seek collaboration with Brigadier General Christine. He was the best friend of Commander Rex, and I believe he would be interested in that ruin. The general's eldest son is also present at this gathering. This gentleman here." The officer gestured toward Hubert, and many turned to look at him. Hubert politely rose and addressed the officer. "My apologies, I do not know you. How did you ascertain that I am the eldest son of my father?" The officer replied, "That is because there is a family portrait on the general's desk. I recognized your likeness from it." The seeker of companions promptly inquired of Hubert, "Sir, do you wish to partake in the excavation of the ruins? I assure you of your safety. Here's my address." The individual hastily wrote down the address on paper and handed it to Hubert. "Should the general express interest in collaboration, please inform me, and I will visit immediately." Hubert glanced at the address, noting the individual's name, Jacob Otto. He tucked the note away, responding, "Agreed." The gathering proceeded, and after most had articulated their trading requests, Hubert rose and proclaimed, "I possess a substance obtained beside the corpse of an extraordinary being. Following my friend's assessment, it originates from a secretive practitioner. Is there anyone in need?" He deliberately omitted the term extraordinary trait and feigned ignorance of the immutable law of extraordinary traits. In accordance with the meeting's protocol, Hubert reiterated his statement in a resounding voice, then stood in anticipation. If no one approached him for a transaction within half a minute, the opportunity would be lost, and Hubert would take his seat once more as others initiated new trades. Hubert had scarcely waited a few seconds when a 30-something officer stood and declared, "Name your price." 320, Hubert replied immediately. The officer shook his head. "My friend, or rather, the son of Brigadier General Christine, what you possess is termed an extraordinary trait. Generally, a Tier 9 extraordinary trait is indeed valued at that price, with some coveted traits fetching upwards of 400. However, I doubt anyone present wishes to become a secretive practitioner. 280 is a fair price." Hubert countered, "Let us settle on 290. You won TB at a loss. Consider it a gesture of friendship." "Very well," the officer conceded. He promptly counted out 290 in cash, and Hubert handed over the extraordinary trait. After verifying its authenticity, the transaction was successfully concluded. With such a sum in hand, Hubert contemplated opening a bank account to secure his funds. Following the conclusion of the gathering, Hubert penned a letter to Hiu, inviting her to the law office the next day to discuss their shared spoils. Upon returning home, Hubert set aside 10 from the 290 as a commission for selling the extraordinary trait, neatly packaging the remaining 280. After dinner, Hubert relayed the request for team formation from the gathering to Christine, who merely acknowledged with a soft "I see," leaving the matter at that. As the new week commenced, Hiu arrived at Hubert's law office at the appointed time, though Forsyth remained somewhat apprehensive and accompanied her. Hubert found a meeting room and first produced 80 in cash. This is from the sale of the mutated eyeball. He then revealed the 280. This is from the sale of the extraordinary trait. I undertook certain risks in both transactions. Thus, I have allocated 5 and 10 as compensation for the distribution of the spoils. I trust Miss Hiu has no objections? Hiu looked at the 2 stacks of cash, her expression betraying her delight. None at all, so I can receive 180. Hubert evenly divided the cash. I hope we will have further opportunities for collaboration. Hiu replied, there will be. Progress was made toward the alchemist's potion formula. Forsyth mused inwardly. He actually split the earnings with Hiu. He proves to be a reliable friend. In the ongoing pursuit of Zachary and Hyman, Hiu's contributions had indeed been fewer than Hubert's. After Hiu secured her funds, she glanced at her good friend, hesitating slightly before asking, Hubert, I'm merely suggesting if I wish to consult you regarding some matters of mysticism, what would your fee structure be? Hubert paused, then smiled. As members of the Justice League, we ought to assist one another. I am soon to gather intelligence in the countryside, and having a reliable companion would be most advantageous. Should you seek knowledge of mysticism within my expertise, I will gladly provide thorough answers, with the only remuneration being your company in gathering intelligence. Chapter 53. The Forged Diary. After bidding farewell to Hiu and Forsyth, Hubert immersed himself in reading materials within the office, preparing to resolve Mr. Burton's second commission the following day. The client was also located in the suburbs, though this time in the western outskirts. After lunch, Hubert ventured out once more to visit clients, arriving at his rented accommodation to examine a spirit-linking necklace. Around 2:50 p.m., he readied himself to attend the tarot meeting. At precisely 3:01 p.m., an endless gray mist enveloped his vision, and in an instant, he found himself within the majestic hall. Justice Audrey greeted everyone with her usual warmth, then handed over 3 pages of diary entries she procured at the gentleman's gathering to the fool, Klein, as repayment for a previous debt. After Klein reviewed the 3 pages, Hubert remarked, Mr. Fool, I have also gathered 2 pages of Emperor Rosel's diary. I hope this can serve as compensation for your earlier warning regarding my family's curse. During the inaugural meeting, Klein's warning had provided Hubert with a crucial lead, which had quickly proven accurate. At that moment, Klein felt a sense of gratification. With the increase in members, more diaries could be obtained, each a precious source of knowledge and wealth. Moreover, the emperor was quite astute, expressing gratitude for the prior council with a solemn tone. Indeed, Hubert picked up a pen that had mysteriously materialized before him and proceeded to draft 2 pages of the diary belonging to the illustrious Emperor Rosel. The essence of these entries mirrored the notes he had previously encountered, yet he infused a fabricated account in Rosel's style. On the 12th of June, I uncovered a profound secret, one known solely to me. I have discovered an effective method for remedying the onset of chaos. Although it may sound rather unorthodox, the essence of mysticism lies in the boundless possibilities it presents. The method entails the invocation of the Creator's revered name. He shall wield the overwhelming power of order to restore a nascent, chaotic individual to normalcy. I have inquired discreetly, and no one seems to know who the Creator is. He remains a truly enigmatic entity. Additionally, I have conducted trials on small rodents with no adverse effects. The Creator appears quite willing to assist those on the brink of chaos. Is this a form of role-playing? His revered name is the Creator of Order in the mortal realm. You are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. You are the master of the bell of order. Ha ha ha. Henceforth, I shall no longer fear the risks of losing control. Hubert's intention in this endeavor was to convey his own revered name to Mr. Klein through the guise of Rosel's diary, bolstered by the Emperor's endorsement, which added a layer of credibility. Soon, Hubert would remind Mr. Klein that old Neil was teetering on the brink of chaos, Once Mr. Klein confirmed Neil's condition and uttered the creator's name, Hubert would be more than willing to assist. As for 008, it could only chronicle events occurring within a single city. Currently situated in Tingen, it could not exert influence over Hubert in Beakland. Even if Mr. Klein invoked the creator's name, 008 could at most trace it back to the realm of disorder, unable to locate Hubert hidden behind it. After all, that was the essence of source material. What entity could surpass the status of source material? To enhance the diary's authenticity, Hubert meticulously placed this entry within what was evidently an early work of Roselle, further augmenting the creator's credibility. Since Roselle had invoked the creator's name in his youth and lived in Scathe, it indicated the creator's reliability, at least not malevolent. As for who Roselle had conducted experiments with, such events transpired over a century ago during the events of the Intis Republic, and with Mr. Klein's current channels, it would be impossible to ascertain. Even if the investigation yielded no results, it mattered little, as the diary repeatedly emphasized confidentiality. Additionally, Hubert exploited Mr. Klein's lack of extensive knowledge in mysticism at this moment, unaware of the existence of outer gods, thereby increasing the likelihood of Mr. Klein uttering the creator's revered name. Hubert surmised that given Mr. Klein's cautious nature, he would refrain from invoking the creator's name unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Hubert had done all he could, at least in good conscience, towards old Neil. Upon reading the diary, Klein pondered for 2 or 3 seconds, astonished by the notion of a powerful entity willing to aid extraordinary individuals in overcoming chaos. Was the other party merely playing a role? Although Roselle had conducted experiments, it was perhaps prudent to avoid such attempts, as no one could guarantee the creator's perpetual willingness to assist. Nevertheless, he committed the revered name to memory, contemplating its potential utility should any teammate exhibit unmistakable symptoms of chaos, and in the absence of alternatives, it might be worth a try. After concluding the reading, he remarked, "You may proceed." Hubert then inquired of Alger, "Mr. Hangman, have you made any progress regarding my reward?" "You have 3 options," Alger replied, finally seizing the opportunity to showcase his connections with a smile. "The first option is a rather flamboyant pocket watch. Once donned, it will bestow upon you remarkable balance, and your movements will become exceedingly agile, allowing you to render paper as sharp as a blade. There's also a probability that, through heightened intuition, you may sense imminent danger within a second or 2. The downside, however, is that if worn for over 2 hours cumulatively, you will uncontrollably erupt into exaggerated laughter, which will only cease once 5 or more witnesses have observed your mirth. Should you fail to gather 5 spectators, the laughter will persist until it ultimately leads to your demise." Hubert made a concerted effort not to glance at the enigmatic Mr. Fool, who at that moment may have been unaware that this was, in fact, a jester's ability. He then frowned. This negative effect was rather troublesome, nearly comparable to the adverse consequences of sealed items. If one were to venture into the wilderness, desert, or set sail alone, one would be inviting laughter unto death. Even within Beakland, such a negative effect would be a considerable nuisance. Would he truly need to rouse Christine and the others in the dead of night to witness his laughter? How absurd. In truth, prior to the gathering, Hubert had already contemplated the type of extraordinary item he desired. His recent pursuits regarding Haman and Zachary had exposed his shortcomings in combat prowess and agility. Thus, he sought an extraordinary object that could enhance his combat capabilities. The pocket watch's abilities, as described by the Hangman, were quite appealing, yet the negative effects deterred him. Perceiving Hubert's disinterest in the pocket watch, Alger continued, "The second option is a white cane. Utilizing it grants you powers and speed that surpass your own, allowing you to accumulate strength with each strike, culminating in an explosive blow that is 3 times your usual strength once a certain threshold is reached. Moreover, it enables even the most inept swimmer to become proficient in swimming and diving." Alger elaborated, "However, the negative effect of the white cane is that it may induce excessive anger, prompting irrational decisions driven by rage. Nevertheless, with sufficient restraint, one can generally avoid these adverse effects." Hubert speculated that the cane's extraordinary attributes likely stemmed from the Sailor Path's Sequence 8, the Wrathful. While the cane's powers were indeed enticing, its negative effects still left him dissatisfied. It must be acknowledged that, in numerous situations, an irrational choice could prove fatal. Noticing the Emperor's continued dissatisfaction, Alger ventured forth with a third option. The third choice is a silver ring. Once adorned, it will transform you into an expert in combat. The downside, however, is that the wearer becomes excessively cautious, even appearing paranoid. This negative effect can be circumvented by disregarding the cautious thoughts instigated by the ring. But it requires a certain amount of time to discern which thoughts are genuine caution and which are instigated by the ring. Hubert rubbed his forehead, finding the negative effects associated with all three extraordinary items rather burdensome. This indicated that the wild craftsmen collaborating with the hangman were of mediocre skill. Having witnessed the adverse effects of the spirit-linking necklace, he understood that for other extraordinary individuals, these negative effects might be acceptable, as mastering a new ability inevitably incurs some cost. After considerable deliberation, Hubert finally declared, "I choose the ring. Caution is preferable to wrath." Alger nodded in agreement. "Very well. How shall I deliver it to you?" At this juncture, Mr. Klein had yet to activate the Fool's Express. Yet Hubert had already devised a plan. "You may send it to 388 Queens Avenue, Beekland, addressed to private." This address corresponds to the Mercenary Club, where a servant would be entrusted to receive the parcel on his behalf. Through the preceding gathering, Hubert suspected that the Mercenary Club likely had ties to the Rune royal family. Even if others at the Tarot Society managed to uncover this address, they would struggle to ascertain his identity due to the club's unique nature. To further clarify, even if some investigation were conducted within the club, it would likely be concluded that the Emperor was affiliated with the military, given that the core members of the club comprised a team of mercenaries formed from retired officers. Audrey straightened in her seat, already familiar with Queens Avenue. The entire boulevard is lined with properties belonging to the nobility of the Kingdom of Ruin. Could it be that the Emperor is a scion of nobility? I wonder if I have encountered him at some banquet. Yet, why do I not recall the master of number 388? Upon hearing such a specific address, Olge decided to seek assistance from a friend in Beckland to investigate the identity of the Emperor. However, he suspected that the Emperor would not easily reveal himself. "No problem," Olge remarked. "Fortunately, I have heard that a military airship is scheduled to supply my island in Beckland today. If all goes well, it should reach you within 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, during my dealings with a merchant of extraordinary materials, I learned of an elderly official extraordinary being in Tingen City who has been procuring materials related to the transmutation of life. That merchant suggested he seems to be a seeker of secrets, preparing for some nefarious ritual, and his condition appears somewhat unsettling. If anyone is in Tingen City, be cautious. And if anyone has relevant channels, it may be wise to alert the local official extraordinary beings." As Hubert spoke, he made an effort to ignore the reaction of the Fool, for the mist obscured the latter's state. However, Hubert was aware that Mr. Klein was undoubtedly listening attentively. Finally, Hubert sighed. Loss of control is the norm for extraordinary beings, and even official extraordinary beings cannot evade it. Olge turned to the Emperor, expressing, "This is also where I find myself puzzled. Logically, the higher echelons of the Church cannot all be fools. They possess millennia of accumulated experience. Surely the 7 true God churches should be aware of the necessity of masquerade. So why do they not make it public within Church? This would effectively prevent the loss of control among their own." Hubert smiled. "Mr. Hangman, there is no need for you to test me. Indeed, as you surmised, it is the law of the perpetuity of extraordinary traits." Olge immediately glanced at the Fool, seemingly seeking validation. Yet, the great Fool could only offer a wry smile. "This is also a perplexing matter for me. However, the law of the perpetuity of extraordinary traits you speak of has sparked inspiration for my contemplation." Olge noted that the Fool did not correct the Emperor's statement and replied with a grin, "Mr. Emperor, I am not testing you. I merely lack certainty regarding my conjecture." Yet this revealed her ignorance of the arcane, and she eagerly wished to join the conversation. "Mr. Emperor, what exactly is the law of the perpetuity of extraordinary traits?" Hubert smiled. "Miss Justice, it seems you still owe me some remuneration for our last gathering." "Indeed," Audrey replied, "the remuneration from last time, along with this answer." "How does £600 sound?" Hubert nearly choked on his own saliva. "My dear girl, do you have money to burn? £600, just like that. Have you forgotten? At Mr. Klein's gathering, I had to argue tirelessly with the subordinate of the giant bishop just to earn £150. He recalled the struggle with Xiao, which had only brought his wealth to around £500, and now, due to Miss Justice's curiosity, his assets would double. However, Hubert considered that while the law of the perpetuity of extraordinary traits might seem like common knowledge to him, for a noble lady like Audrey, who had no access to the circles of official extraordinary beings and high-end practitioners, this knowledge was indeed quite valuable. Mastering one's past self could be seen as a clever use of extraordinary ability, Yet the law of the perpetuity of extraordinary traits represented advanced extraordinary knowledge. Noticing the emperor's momentary distraction, Audrey quickly added, "If you think the price is too low, we can negotiate further." "This price is just right," Hubert began to explain. "This knowledge has long been monopolized by the church and mysterious organizations. Yet it is a crucial law in the extraordinary realm, albeit fundamentally simple. Extraordinary traits do not perish, do not diminish, but merely transfer from one vessel to another. For instance, the ring Mr. Hangman sent me possesses extraordinary abilities because it carries the traits of a fighter or combat scholar. Upon donning it, I can access certain extraordinary capabilities." Audrey seemed to suddenly grasp some concepts. "So, extraordinary beings are also vessels?" Chapter 55, Audrey's Investigation. Hubert smiled. "Miss Justice is quite astute. If one day you defeat an extraordinary opponent, do not be hasty to depart if there is no danger, for the extraordinary traits that emanate from their body will be your spoils. So, extraordinary traits can also serve as the primary material for potions?" At this, Audrey suddenly covered her mouth and took a moment to compose herself. Hubert continued, "It is precisely due to the existence of the law of perpetuity of extraordinary traits that readily available extraordinary materials have already become extraordinary traits, residing within the bodies of high-ranking officials in the church. If the masquerade were made public, the rapid digestion of potions would undoubtedly incite fierce competition within the church, particularly between superiors and subordinates, who might become adversaries. Of course, this also involved knowledge of two other laws. Miss Justice, while that knowledge is also of great importance in the extraordinary realm, you do not yet require it. When the time comes, we shall transact." Audrey responded with an "oh," feeling that the law of perpetuity of extraordinary traits seemed rather advanced, at least far superior to the information Mr. Hangman had previously shared. She realized she had foolishly paid him £1,000 without hesitation. In contrast, the emperor was indeed very generous. However, unbeknownst to her, that £1,000 had ultimately been used by the hangman to purchase a silver ring in trade with the emperor, essentially flowing back into the emperor's coffers. After listening to the emperor's words, Olge paused for a moment before asking, "Are you implying that there are 3 laws governing extraordinary traits?" Audrey felt a rush of delight in her heart. "So, this significant knowledge is something you only grasp a third of." "Indeed," Hubert smiled, "Mr. Hangman. Would you like to initiate a new transaction?" Klein nearly buried his face in his hands. "How much extraordinary knowledge does the emperor possess? How can new knowledge for sale emerge at every gathering?" Olge hesitated for a few seconds before feeling somewhat disheartened. "Never mind. I shall save it for another time." He currently lacked sufficient funds to offer as remuneration to the emperor. Audrey inquired, "Mr. Emperor, how should I deliver the payment to you?" Hubert pondered. "Send it to 388 Queen's Avenue, addressed to Private Lee." "Very well." Hubert continued to share free information. "Beckland has many members of the Aurora Society. If anyone here is in Beckland, please be cautious about joining extraordinary gatherings, as they may well harbor lunatics from the Aurora Society." Behind the mist, Klein exhibited a focused expression. Having just shot a member of the Aurora Society, he immediately lent an attentive ear upon hearing the mention of the society. Audrey also took this seriously, especially as she was in Beckland and had recently attended an extraordinary gathering. However, Hubert refrained from elaborating further, as mentioning Hyman or Hillman could potentially expose him, especially since Audrey was acquainted with Shio. Returning to reality, Hubert gazed at the ceiling for a while before rising from his bed. He took a cab to the Mercenary Club, instructing the attendant to assist in receiving the package for Private Lee, and then collected bullets to practice shooting at the range. Audrey arrived at Queen's Avenue by carriage, instructing the driver to slow down as they passed number 388. Inside the carriage, Audrey carefully observed the situation at 388. The lawn was well maintained, indicating that the owner of this estate was in good financial standing. "Wait a moment. Why are there so many individuals in military attire coming and going?" "Ah, no wonder the emperor knew that Ruin would not retaliate against the Forsac Empire. It turns out he hails from a military family." As long as she understood the general background, it would suffice. Audrey commanded, "Take me to the residence of Viscount Learson." The Earl of Learson's family has long been in service to the military and has maintained a cordial relationship with the Hall family. Audrey has a good rapport with the Earl's youngest son, Cons, and she could inquire about the situation regarding number 388 from him. By chance, Cons was at home and welcomed Audrey with warmth. However, upon learning of her intentions, he smiled resignedly and said, "Audrey, the place you mentioned is a mercenary club. It would be best for you not to delve too deeply into it, as it may lead to some troubles. Audrey pressed on. What sort of individuals primarily participate in this club? He replied, retired officers, scions of military backgrounds, and noble youths with military experience, of course. Some merchants are also included to facilitate the handling of spoils. A vivid image of a robust and cheerful figure took shape in Audrey's mind. To my knowledge, Khan seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing. There are many members of the royal family within the club. The military utilizes the club to assign tasks that are unsuitable for official intervention, as well as some clandestine missions. So it is wise not to inquire about the club's affairs indiscriminately. I won't pry, Audrey assured him. So, this club is quite exclusive then? Indeed, it is one of the finest clubs in the country, he confirmed. Audrey remarked, the Emperor is more formidable than I had imagined, with her curiosity waning. As Khans had indicated, it was indeed likely to attract unwanted complications. Khans, I have a parcel to deliver to the mercenary club. Could you find a servant to assist me? Audrey believed her approach was quite clever, thinking that even if the Emperor were to track the servant delivering the parcel, he would only trace it back to the Earl of Learson, who had no daughters, which would surely astonish the Emperor. Above the mist, after the gathering concluded, Klein did not depart immediately. He produced the yellow crystal pendant from his wrist and silently intoned, Old Neil's condition is problematic. Old Neil's condition is problematic. After repeating this 7 times, the pendant began to rotate clockwise, albeit slightly. There truly is an issue, he mused. However, it seemed the problem was not yet severe. After a moment's thought, Klein devised a plan. He would inform the experienced captain, who would surely have a solution. Klein then mentally recited, the Creator is malevolent. The Creator is malevolent. After 7 repetitions, the crystal pendant remained still. The conditions were insufficient for divination. Or perhaps the Creator's level was so elevated that effective divination could not be conducted even within a mist. Klein surmised both possibilities were valid, and thus he attempted to reformulate the divination phrase regarding himself. It is perilous for me to invoke the Creator's name in the material world. It is perilous for me to invoke the Creator's name in the material world. After 7 repetitions, the pendant began to rotate counterclockwise, indicating no danger. Klein smiled to himself, saying, as Roselle stated, this is an astonishing secret. If any colleagues exhibit signs of losing control in the future and there are no means to resolve the issue, I may indeed attempt to invoke the Creator's name. Subsequently, Klein departed from the mist and promptly took a carriage to 36, Zotland Street. As was customary, he engaged in light conversation with Roshan before learning that Old Neil was currently on duty at the armory. Upon reaching the captain's office, Dunn Smith, with a prominent nose, gray eyes, and a slightly receding hairline, inquired, what is it this time? Klein smirked slightly. Captain, why include this time? After carefully closing the door, he stated, Captain, Old Neil's condition seems off. Chapter 56. The story is rewritten again. Dunn fell silent for a moment before responding. Old Neil is on duty at the armory. I will pull him into a dream shortly to assess his condition. If it is not urgent, we should telegram for an expert from the sanctuary to assist in resolving the matter. If the situation is dire, I will restrain Old Neil, and you will perform the ritual magic to beseech the goddess for strength to address the issue. Klein felt a pang of anxiety. Captain, I have never conducted such a complex ritual magic. The process is akin to divination. The ritual for requesting strength merely requires a modification of the appropriate incantations. Dunn replied with a smile. Now that you are a member of the Night Watch squad, your teammates require your abilities to extricate them from peril. Klein chuckled wryly, Captain. Your words only heighten my pressure. Yet, the captain's warm smile offered Klein immense encouragement. I will endeavor to complete the ritual to the best of my abilities. Dunn nodded. You should prepare. As Klein, somewhat apprehensive, reached the door, he heard the captain add, Wait, I almost forgot. Conducting this ritual requires burning materials rich in spirituality. Ordinary deep sleep flowers and night fragrant grass lack sufficient spirituality. Please write a request form to collect summer leaf grass and sleepless flower powder from behind the Charney's gate. Understood, Klein replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Dunn continued, one more thing. Summon Leonard from a lounge to join this operation. Klein nodded, Captain. I will also ensure that Roshan and Mrs. Oleana leave early, and that Fry in the lounge closes up early, remaining in the hall to prevent anyone from knocking when the police arrive. Right, Captain? Dunn appeared momentarily taken aback before affirming. Yes, precisely what I intended to convey. Upon exiting the office, Klein first dismissed the clerical staff, then notified Leonard and Fry before proceeding to write the request form. After securing Dunn's signature, he asked the duty officer at Charney's Gate, Loya, to retrieve the materials. Having completed these tasks, Klein anxiously clutched the spiritual materials while waiting in the underground passage. After a wait of 7 or 8 minutes, the captain and Leonard finally descended together. The three of them silently approached the armory, where Dunn exchanged glances with the two team members and opened the armory door. Inside, old Neil was resting his chin on his hands, seemingly dozing. But upon hearing the door open, he suddenly awoke. "Is there an operation today? Are you all here to collect weapons?" As he spoke, old Neil yawned, his eyelids growing heavy, and he quickly sensed something was amiss. "Done, you." Before he could finish his sentence, old Neil reclined against the back of his chair and fell asleep. Looking back at Dunn, he had already leaned against the door, eyes tightly shut, head lowered. Leonard calmly addressed Klein. "I think it would be prudent for you to begin setting up the ritual, just in case." "Very well." Klein finally grasped the reason the captain had summoned Leonard, to prevent him from missing the optimal moment for the ritual due to his inexperience. The captain remained as reliable as ever. With Leonard's assistance, Klein positioned a table in front of old Neil, beginning to draw symbols and light candles. The symbols he inscribed were, of course, those representing the goddess of night. Although the creator had the endorsement of Roselle, Klein would not beseech the power of an unfamiliar entity unless absolutely necessary. As Klein began to light the candles, just as he was about to ignite the second one, the captain suddenly spoke. "Hurry and prepare the ritual. Old Neil's condition has become quite severe." Klein paused in surprise, the scene before him shattering like a broken mirror, realizing he had only just begun lighting the first candle, with the second still untouched. He quickly understood that the captain had just drawn old Neil into a dream. Klein hastily resumed lighting the remaining candles, having not anticipated the extent of old Neil's loss of control. At that moment, the sleeping old Neil abruptly lifted his head. His eyes remained tightly closed, yet a single emotionless numb eye slowly opened on his forehead. This sent a chill down Klein's spine, prompting him to avert his gaze, unwilling to meet its stare. Despite Dunn's control, old Neil rose stiffly as if in a sleepwalking trance, his objective clear, the makeshift altar on the table. Evidently aware of the danger, attempting to destroy it, Leonard intoned. "In times past, if memory serves, my existence was a grand banquet, where every soul was laid bare, and all manner of exquisite libations flowed freely." Clendon immediately felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, devoid of any desire to proceed with the next action. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the tranquility and languor that enveloped him, and hastily ignited the powdered essence of summer leaves and sleepless flowers. Yet at that moment, an emotionless eye manifested upon old Neil's cheek, slowly opening its gaze. Seizing the opportunity before the eye fully unveiled itself, Clendon solemnly recited an incantation in the language of Hermes. "I beseech the might of the night. I implore the strength of crimson. I entreat the favor of the night goddess, beseeching you to eliminate the uncontrollable elements within the vigilante's ranks, restoring his extraordinary powers to stability." Ultimately, the eye on old Neil's visage opened fully, coldly surveying all before it, as if the actions of the three vigilantes were of no consequence. Upon completing the incantation, Clendon felt a tremendous, terrifying, and clandestine force descend upon him within the spiritual barrier. Suddenly, an intense wind howled around the altar. However, oddly, an unprecedented sense of tranquility permeated the armory. The previously emotionless eye upon old Neil's face suddenly exhibited a look of dread, as it was expelled from Neil's body by an immense, invisible force, unable to retreat to the shadows before it was ensnared and crushed by the surging power. Clendon and Leonard both seemed to hear a piercing wail imbued with a sense of defiance. The fierce winds ceased, and the armory returned to calm. "Cough, cough, cough." Old Neil awakened. "Are you intent on dismantling this old relic of mine?" Clendon gazed once more at old Neil through his spiritual vision. Neil appeared quite frail, yet the eye that had lurked behind him was now absent. He let out a sigh of relief, praising the goddess and silently expressing gratitude to the emperor. Having accomplished all this, Clendon turned his attention to the captain, recalling an important matter to remind him of. Yet at that moment, a throbbing pain surged within his head. The recent ritual had drained too much of his spiritual energy, and he now required rest. In the outskirts of Tingen, within a house adorned with a dark red chimney and a verdant lawn, a pale hand gripped a quill, inscribing upon a commonplace notebook. Clendon had discerned that old Neil was on the verge of losing control, thus rewriting the tale once more. Chapter 57. The Great Hound Case. The quill danced across the page. Dunsmith had been secretly tainted by the notes of the Antigonus family, and later, upon entering the dream of Heinaz Vincent, he beheld the vivid image of the true creator, causing the pollution to gradually spread within him. Night. The pale hand swiftly lifted the quill. It had nearly inscribed the night goddess's name. The quill was merely an object of sealing, and incorporating the night goddess into the narrative would surely attract her attention, leading the quill's wielder, Insangweir, to a grim fate in Tingen. His loss of control would impact Dunsmith's psyche, exacerbating the secret contamination he had previously endured, compelling him to act in accordance with Insangweir's expectations. It was perplexing how Clendon had become aware of old Neil's precarious state. His destiny was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Could it be due to his acquisition of? The pale hand once again hastily lifted the quill, sensing that if left unchecked, the writing would spiral into chaos. Ins gazed through his single eye at the lawn outside, sighing. Why does the narrative of Tingen always succumb to uncontrollable interferences? Particularly with this Clendon, why does he continually disrupt the stories I have painstakingly crafted? On Tuesday morning, Hubert, armed with pertinent documents, boarded the carriage of the law firm to visit the client, Mr. Polly, in the western suburbs. Mr. Polly, a man in his 50s, sported thinning hair and a face lined with wrinkles, puffing on a pipe with an expression of sternness. I intend to bring the Eiley family to their knees. I swear. They shall pay dearly, Mr. Polly declared through his pipe. Last night, yes, it was indeed last night, the monstrous hound I keep in my basement escaped once more, wreaking havoc upon my flower beds. Yet that old scoundrel Eiley still insists he does not possess a dog, let alone a dog of such enormous stature. After listening to Mr. Polly's grievances for a while, Hubert gleaned the situation. Mr. Polly and the Eiley family were neighbors, yet their relationship was far from amicable. The discord stemmed from their differing beliefs. The Polly family worshipped the night goddess, while the Eiley family revered the Lord of Storms. They had been neighbors for over a decade and had quarreled for just as long. Recently, however, Eiley had taken to harboring a giant hound in his basement, which would occasionally escape, destroying Mr. Polly's flower beds and even slaughtering several chickens. Yet Mr. Eiley refused to acknowledge his ownership of such a creature, prompting Mr. Polly to seek legal assistance from Hubert's firm in a fit of exasperation. Hubert inquired, "Have any neighbors witnessed this giant hound? Are they willing to testify on your behalf?" Indeed, the Wells family across the street, as well as the Allens to the left, have all seen it and are prepared to testify for me. Mr. Polly urged, "Hurry and bring him to trial, Mr. Hubert. Let the Eiley family know my strength." Hubert chuckled. "Mr. Polly, I am but a lawyer, not a judge." He continued, "Prior to proceeding to the magistrate's court, I shall first converse with Mr. Eiley, should he be willing to compensate for your losses. It would simplify matters for everyone. If he insists on taking the issue to court, we shall stand our ground." Mr. Polly acquiesced. "Very well, lawyer. I shall defer to your judgment." He was, in truth, reluctant to enter the magistrate's court, as it would entail unnecessary complications. Hubert further inquired, "How much do you intend to demand from Mr. Eiley in compensation?" £100. "Lawyer, I'll demand that he recompense me £100. That sum is excessive. The judge would never accept it." Hubert replied, "I would suggest a compensation of £10, along with £10 for legal fees. £20 would be reasonable for a smallholder. If you were to demand £100, it would likely bankrupt the Eiley family." Mr. Polly's pipe trembled in his hand. "Goddess, you dare to charge £10 for your fees? Did your friend not enlighten you about our fee structure?" Hubert replied with a smile, "This is indeed the minimum rate." Very well, very well. After all, it is Mr. Eiley who shall bear this cost." Finally, Hubert set off to visit Mr. Eiley alone. Mr. Eiley happened to be home, and upon learning of Hubert's purpose, he bellowed at the door, "I've said it countless times, that old fool Polly is simply senile. Our family has never owned a dog." "Very well. If he wishes to sue, I shall gladly oblige." His voice boomed, clearly audible to Mr. Polly on the other side of the fence. "Old fool, while we have quarreled in the past, I once regarded you as a man. Yet now, your evasion of responsibility is nothing short of comical." Their altercation incited a cacophony of barking, the size of the dog evident from a sound alone. Mr. Polly's words flushed Mr. Eiley's face with indignation, and as it seemed they were on the verge of further escalating their argument, Hubert hastily interjected, "Mr. Eiley, may I inspect your basement? Neighbors have seen the giant hound emerging from there." "Very well, very well," Mr. Eiley conceded. "I trust you, lawyer. However, I must warn you that agreeing to represent Mr. Polly will undoubtedly tarnish your professional reputation. As he spoke, Eiley led Hubert to the entrance of the basement, the barking growing ever nearer. However, upon opening the basement door, he found nothing but farming tools and miscellaneous items, devoid of any animals. Wait a moment. Hubert felt a familiar, twisted sensation, reminiscent of the feeling one experiences when wielding the powers of the legal path in the land of disorder. Chapter 58. The Law of Extraordinary Traits Aggregation. Hubert's first thought was the Law of Extraordinary Traits Aggregation, if he was not mistaken. This seemingly ordinary case concealed some magical artifact or extraordinary being related to the legal path. When he previously dealt with Mr. Baroness' case, Penny had recounted that the rural lawyer was undoubtedly an extraordinary being of the legal path. Hubert chuckled resignedly. I should have anticipated this. The land of disorder serves as a colossal magnet, drawing the extraordinary traits of both the legal path and the arbitrator's path towards me. Then he introspected. Over the past month, I have yet to complete the cognitive transition from the era of commonality to the extraordinary world. My past experiences, though valuable, are secondary to the rules that govern this extraordinary realm. Seeing Hubert lost in thought, Aerie smirked proudly and said, What do you think, lawyer? I told you long ago. We have never owned a dog. Hubert inquired. Then where did the barking we heard come from? The Henrys, who live behind us, have a dog, Aerie replied. I believe it must have been their dog that wandered out, first to my yard, and then to that old curmudgeon Polly's yard. As for their insistence that the dog emerged from my basement, I suspect old Polly simply misjudged and being too cowardly to confront Henry. He maliciously shifted the blame onto me. Stepping out of the basement, Aerie pointed to the predominantly dark house behind him. That is the Henry residence. The house exudes an air of desolation, with curtains and doors tightly shut, as if it has been long uninhabited. Aerie explained. It appears that the Henry child suffers from a rare illness, rendering him pale and fearful of sunlight, which is why their home remains so tightly sealed. Henry is a fabric merchant, stern in demeanor, and rather difficult to approach. The neighbors are reluctant to engage with him. Oh, by the way, it seems they have not stepped outside for several days. As Hubert exited through the back gate of Aerie's yard and approached the Henry house, he indeed heard the barking emanating from the basement. He knocked on the yard gate, but received no response. So he pushed open the gate to knock on the front door. After waiting for nearly half a minute, he finally heard footsteps approaching, the sound of shuffling shoes scraping against the floor, and a hoarse voice inquired, Who is it? Hubert briefly introduced himself and stated his purpose. May I take a look at the dog you keep in your basement? The hoarse voice replied, Our family has contracted a severe flu. If you wish to avoid contagion, please come back in a few days. Hubert pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. I shall return later this week. I hope your cold resolves quickly. Returning to Mr. Polly's residence, Hubert learned that Aerie's household indeed did not own a dog, but the barking came from the basement of the Henry home. Mr. Polly shook his head repeatedly. Sir, although I am of advanced age, my sight is not so poor that I cannot discern. Moreover, I am not the only one. Everyone saw that the great hound emerged from Aerie's basement. Hubert glanced out the window. The Henrys and Aerie's basements were separated only by a narrow country road. Perhaps there exists an alternative possibility. He smiled. Let us discuss Mr. Henry. Oh, Henry is not someone to be trifled with, Polly said while filling his pipe. Last year, a thief broke into their home, and Henry beat him into a state where all he could utter was that he was dead. He was dead. Their family moved in when I was a child. I even attended the funeral of old Henry. Yes, the father of the current Mr. Henry, the grandfather of young Henry. Initially, they were quite hospitable, but ever since young Henry contracted that strange illness 3 years ago, they have become peculiar. After listening to Mr. Polly ramble on for quite some time, Hubert gleaned little useful information. However, he was certain that the Henry family was no ordinary fabric merchants. He resolved to investigate further once he secured the payment from the hangman. After informing Mr. Polly that he would return in a few days, Hubert took his leave. Thus, after lunch, Hubert ventured out once more to visit clients. Many were already aware of the specific outcomes, having eliminated 2 formidable adversaries of Sequence 5, 6 of Sequence 6, 17 of Sequence 7, along with several of Sequences 8 and 9. Moreover, it was said that the spoils of this endeavor included not only extraordinary traits, but also many magical artifacts and 2 sealed items. One could imagine that the upcoming gathering of extraordinary beings this weekend would witness numerous participants selling their spoils. Hubert calculated his current wealth, which had approached 1,100, and resolved that if suitable magical items were available, he would certainly make a purchase. After enjoying a couple of cups of black tea, he proceeded to the front desk to collect the package for the soldier. Hubert did not leave immediately. Instead, he requested the attendant to find him a small conference room. Once the door was closed, he unwrapped the first package, revealing 600 in cash. Hubert, in high spirits, counted once, then took out his wallet. Alas, the wallet was now too full, so he had to stuff the cash into the inner pocket of his coat. At that moment, Hubert felt a pang of nostalgia for a life with electronic payments, where the money in his phone would never become a target for thieves and other nefarious individuals. The other package contained a dark ring box. Hubert cradled the ring in his palm, feeling no discomfort, and slid it onto his index finger. The instant he donned it, his mind was flooded with a plethora of methods for using a cane to strike enemies, as well as how to coordinate his footwork with his attacks and defenses in combat. Hubert smiled faintly. This was precisely the ability he required. He glanced at the package wrapping on the table. It must be destroyed, to avoid revealing his identity to others. Tear it into shreds? No. What if someone finds the pieces and reassembles them? But what method should he employ for destruction? Fire? What if it causes a fire? Or, wait, Hubert belatedly realized that his concerns were merely the negative effects of the ring. Chapter 59. I'm asking for a friend. Hubert first procured a military telescope from the mercenary club, then penned a letter to Miss Hugh, inquiring whether she still wished to consult him regarding extraordinary knowledge. Regardless of her intent, she was invited to the law firm for a meeting the following morning. As he stepped outside to choose his mode of transportation, he worried whether the hired carriage might overturn or if the driver might be a psychopathic killer. 1 star. Hubert silently resolved. I must give the hanged man a poor review. Is this caution? This is already bordering on excessive vigilance. However, Hubert did not remove the ring. He aimed to acclimate himself swiftly to the ring's negative effects, preferably discerning between genuine caution and the adverse consequences brought about by the ring the moment such thoughts arose. Upon returning to his room, Hubert, feeling mentally and physically drained, reflected. Indeed, acquiring new abilities always comes at a price. The next day, to avoid missing the chance to meet Hugh and disrupting his plans for the coming days, Hubert arrived at the law firm 2 hours early, at 7 o'clock. This was an hour earlier than his usual arrival time, yet the firm's door remained tightly shut. Gazing at the closed entrance, having not even had time for breakfast, Hubert felt a twitch of his lips, once again tempted to return the ring. As Hubert sat on the steps in front of the law firm, he pondered and suddenly realized that his previous impulse to engage in arguments had diminished. After all, engaging in disputes could lead to confrontation, and it was prudent to refrain from speaking too freely. In this regard, the ring's negative effects were not entirely without merit. Hubert speculated that the extraordinary characteristics of the ring likely originated from a martial artist of the warrior path or a combat scholar of the seeker path. The latter seemed more plausible, as the ring's negative effects could stem from its creator. Typically, extraordinary beings of the warrior path would not exhibit such caution. A vivid image emerged in Hubert's mind of a soldier hesitating on the battlefield, contemplating whether to fire his weapon. What if the gun misfired? What if he harmed the enemy? What if the bullets damaged the surrounding flora? While he hesitated in the trench, the enemy had already seized the position. The absurdity of this scene was striking. Conversely, seekers possessing extensive knowledge of ritual magic often held a profound reverence for the extraordinary world, leading them to become exceedingly cautious. Thus, it was more likely that the ring's extraordinary characteristics were derived from a combat scholar. Hubert mused that since the ring could transform him into a master of combat, he might as well call it the combat ring. He then contemplated whether he could utilize his extraordinary abilities to counteract the ring's negative effects. To be more specific, he considered distorting the cautious thoughts induced by the ring, as this would enable him to combat its negative influences. Regardless of whether the distortion was successful, he would be able to discern which aspects of his caution were genuine and which were a product of the negative effects. This was a promising approach. Consequently, Hubert harnessed his spiritual energy and began to confront the ring. Before long, he discovered that this method was indeed effective. He could more easily differentiate between the negative effects and, under his distortion, no longer hesitated over trivial matters such as which leg to step forward with first. However, for more complex forms of caution, the distortion's effects were limited and Hubert's hesitance remained apparent. Nonetheless, he could now distinguish the ring's negative effects, providing him with a clear target in his battle against his own cautious mindset. Around 9 o'clock, Hugh and Firth arrived at the law firm, and Hubert welcomed them in a small reception room. He discreetly moved his chair further away from Firth, as he always felt that she might reach out and open a door upon him. It was wise to maintain a safe distance. Hugh, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Hubert, is your foot cramping?" "No, no," Hubert replied with a wry smile. "I merely find the ground somewhat uneven." He quickly diverted the conversation, asking, "Have you decided what extraordinary knowledge you wish to obtain from me?" "Yes," Hugh replied, glancing at her friend Firth. "I have a friend." Firth cleared her throat. "Yes. I'm asking on behalf of a friend. She hears maddening whispers during the blood moon. What could be the reason?" Hubert, fully aware of the background, unflinchingly exposed the truth. "Your friend is an extraordinary being of the apprentice path, isn't she?" Firth paused. "Yes, yes." Hubert feigned ignorance. "Does her surname happen to be Abraham?" "No." Hubert elaborated. During the Quaternary, the Abraham family possessed a comprehensive array of potion formulas pertaining to the apprentice path. However, ever since their ancestor Bertelia Abraham vanished during the War of the Four Monarchs, the extraordinary members of this family seem to have been cursed, hearing maddening whispers each blood moon night. I suspect your friend ingested an extraordinary characteristic left behind by a member of the Abraham family without proper treatment, resulting in her experiencing the family's curse, even though she is not a member of that lineage. Hugh quickly interjected, "That's right. Your description resonates as if I have heard it firsthand, just as our mutual friend recounted her experiences. Is there a remedy?" "There are two solutions," Hubert replied. Hugh's face lit up with surprise. The issue that had caused them so much distress now had two potential remedies. "However, both are quite arduous," Hubert continued. "The first is to locate a corresponding magical item to extract your friend's extraordinary characteristic, then treat it properly and have her re-ingest it. To my knowledge, the Abraham family once cultivated numerous extraordinary beings from outside their lineage. As long as the extraordinary characteristic is treated and is not consumed by a member of the Abraham family, the curse will not befall them." Chapter 60. The Families of Extraordinary Beings. Hubert's proposed solution left Hugh and Firth bewildered, as they lacked the relevant extraordinary knowledge to comprehend the feasibility of his suggestion. Hubert continued, "As I understand it, this method can be extremely painful and may easily lead to a loss of control, so unless absolutely necessary or with complete confidence, it should not be pursued." He initially presented this method to highlight his expertise, essentially trying to impress them. "The second solution is to wait and see how fortune favors your friend." "Fortune?" Firth inquired. "What do you mean?" Hubert smiled. "Once one becomes an extraordinary being, their destiny undergoes a significant transformation. All of their problems will find resolution through the arrangements of fate. Do not mistake me for a charlatan. The realm of mysticism is inherently fraught with obscure and enigmatic matters." Firth frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Hugh boldly asked, "Could you elaborate further?" "The curse is a call for help," Hubert clarified. "As far as I know, a mysterious entity has recently taken an interest in this plea for assistance. This is your friend's opportunity. Do not attempt to interfere with fate. Simply allow things to unfold naturally." The unfolding plot aligned with the original narrative, favoring Hubert, as it ensured his omniscient perspective persisted. Hubert's words indeed left Hugh and Firth awestruck, rendering them silent as they contemplated the implications. After several seconds, Firth finally asked, "So, the best course of action now is to do nothing?" Hubert smiled precisely. "Observe everything around you carefully. You will inevitably uncover some revelations of fate. For instance, the fool's name in the collection of the Viscount of Greylant, as well as, the fool's name in the collection of the Viscount of Greylant." Hubert added, "Perhaps the moment when events seem most uncontrollable is precisely when fate is poised to shift." Hugh scratched her head. "Hubert, is destiny truly so wondrous?" Hubert shrugged. "The destiny of extraordinary beings is indeed remarkable. Now, I hope you do not dwell too much on fate's arrangements, for as lower-tier extraordinary beings, we can only accept the paths fate lays before us. The more we concern ourselves with it, the greater the fluctuations of fate become, leading to unnecessary distress." At this moment, Hugh and Firth began to realize that Hubert seemed to be imparting a form of esoteric knowledge they had never encountered or contemplated, but which sounded profoundly sophisticated. However, it appeared that Hubert had only sketched a portion of this mystical knowledge, leaving them without a complete understanding of the entirety. "Splendid," Firth exclaimed. "This has provided our friend with significant insight. At the very least, she now comprehends the source of the curse and will no longer feel so lost and confused." Hubert nodded in agreement. "Now, allow me to discuss the forthcoming actions. While handling a case last week, I encountered a villager who appeared to be an extraordinary being. I am curious about the origins of his potion formula and wish to conduct an investigation. Hubert observed the perplexed expressions on Hugh and Forth's faces and smiled as he elucidated. Allow me to impart some knowledge to you, both free of charge. The extraordinary attributes residing within us three can be traced back to the Quaternary period. By traversing the annals of history, one can ascertain that the potion formulas aligned with Hugh's pathway are predominantly held by the royal families of Rune and Fenabot. Conversely, those associated with Miss Forth's pathway are chiefly retained by the Enlightenment Society and the Abraham family, or by extraordinary individuals connected to them. I surmise that following the disappearance of Abraham's ancestors in the Quaternary, the Abraham family, devoid of the protection of formidable allies, likely suffered significant assaults from other factions. The extraordinary traits and potion formulas acquired by the apprentices of the Enlightenment Society, which formed in the early 5th era, should stem from the spoils of their attack on the Abraham family. As for the extraordinary traits aligned with my pathway, they should theoretically be controlled by 3 or 4 families of extraordinary individuals. However, the connections have become rather obscure since the War of the Four Emperors. Do you comprehend what I am conveying? Hugh nodded repeatedly, yet his expression revealed a lack of understanding. Forth, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, so, if we can identify the majority of extraordinary individuals within our shared pathway and their affiliations, we could use that as a lead to uncover subsequent potion formulas. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Mr. Hubert, the information you have shared is invaluable to us. Is it truly free of charge? Until now, she had been on the verge of abandoning her quest for the Master of Illusions potion formula, but Hubert's words had rekindled her hope. Hubert responded with a smile. Of course it is free. Did you think that my call for mutual support upon establishing the League of Justice was mere jest? Wake up, my dear. Often, the most precious things come at no cost. Now that you have a lead on potion formulas, wouldn't you want to know the intelligence of the Enlightenment Society? Should we take action? Can you and Hugh procure the formula on your own? If not, would you seek assistance? Chuckling, Hubert realized today that he truly possessed a flair for marketing. He continued, the villager who appears to be extraordinary seems to belong to my sequence of extraordinary individuals. Thus I am curious about the origin of his potion formula. Hugh inquired, when shall we commence our endeavor? Hubert glanced at his pocket watch. It is not yet 9:30. Let us each prepare and convene at Beckland Bridge at 1 in the afternoon, shall we? Very well, replied Hugh. After bidding farewell to Hugh and Forth, Hubert returned to his rented room, retrieving the spirit-linking necklace from the realm of disorder in a bestowal manner. This time, the initiative of the operation lay in Hubert's hands. Unlike the previous investigation, where clues slipped away too swiftly for proper preparation, necessitating immediate action. With time to prepare, he would ensure to bring his most formidable equipment in case he required spiritual communication. Once adorned with the necklace, Hubert activated his spiritual sight, and the scene before him transformed entirely. The world became shrouded in a gray haze, with only the living beings outside on the street imbued with color. He envied those with heightened spiritual perception, as they could discern a person's health and approximate emotions merely through spiritual sight. Unsurprisingly, Forth had also extricated herself from the embrace of her armchair to accompany her friend on this venture. Thus, the 3 young individuals boarded a hired carriage, making their way to the outskirts of Beckland. Chapter 61. The Portal to the Spirit Realm. To conceal their movements, Hubert, Hugh, and Forth alighted from the carriage early and departed from the main road, traversing the fields to arrive opposite the uptown villa. Hugh found a suitable vantage point for surveillance, and the 3 concealed themselves around the observation area, with Hubert using a telescope to scrutinize the villa. In the yard, a man in his 40s was chopping wood, likely the servant of the uptown household. From the window, it appeared that a figure was moving in the upstairs room. That must be Uptown. However, after watching for some time, Uptown did not emerge. Hubert checked his pocket watch. It was only around 4 in the afternoon. He whispered, we shall act after nightfall. Forth took the telescope from Hubert's hands, replacing him in monitoring the distant farmhouse. Life here seems so tranquil. I dream of living such a life. If it weren't for, she mused, if not for the whispers of the full moon, she would surely save enough to purchase such a quaint little estate and spend every summer in its serene embrace. Hubert smiled. Dreams are only precious when they remain dreams. Forth sighed. Though the words of Emperor Roselle ring true, it is easy to say when one has achieved all their dreams. I have yet to experience what fulfillment feels like. Hubert smirked slightly. Very well, such maxims emanate from the lips of Roselle himself. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the sun gradually sank, and night enveloped the land. After waiting until past 7, the trio shared a modest meal in the wilderness, and Hubert provided Hugh and Forth with masks he had prepared. Do not expose your voices or habitual movements to avoid any connection with uptown and clandestine extraordinary organizations. Once adequately prepared, the three approached Uptown's farmhouse under the veil of night. Though still within Beckland territory, they had reached the outskirts, devoid of any nightlife. The nearby village had long extinguished its lights, leaving only a solitary lamp glowing on the second floor of the Uptown villa. Arriving at the farmhouse's wall, Forth stood guard outside while Hubert and Hugh agilely leaped into the courtyard. During the afternoon's wait, Hubert had disclosed that he possessed an extraordinary item that enhanced his agility. As partners, it was imperative to share such crucial information to ensure seamless collaboration. However, he chose not to inform Hugh about the spirit-linking necklace, although he trusted Hugh. One must always retain some cards close to the chest. The two swiftly climbed to the window of the brightly lit second floor. The illumination was dim, only brightening half the room. They beheld Uptown's figure lying on the bed, as if he had forgotten to extinguish the oil lamp while sleeping. Hubert signaled to Hugh, and together they pushed open the window and jumped inside. Based on the intelligence Hubert had acquired, Uptown was likely a lawyer, at most a barbarian. Even if he and Hugh could not subdue him, escaping combat would be effortless. Thus, Hubert suppressed his caution and opted for the most direct action to obtain the information he sought. Upon entering the room, Hubert felt an unusual chill. Despite being late August in Beckland, the night was typically merely cool, but this was an unexpected cold. Hugh also sensed something amiss, refraining from advancing blindly. She remained by the window, effectively safeguarding their retreat. Though she occasionally lacked sharpness, she proved to be remarkably reliable in action. Suddenly, Hubert's intuition was stirred, prompting him to activate his spiritual sight. He saw a gaunt figure with disheveled hair standing not far from them. Hubert took a step back and quickly discerned that the figure was a spirit. While it exuded no aggression, it appeared quite fearsome. The spirit-linking necklace granted him the ability to identify the spirit's weaknesses, and coupled with his insight as a lawyer, Hubert swiftly realized that the spirit's vulnerability lay in its fear of fire, which explained its position in the farthest corner from the oil lamp. Hubert stepped forward, grasped the oil lamp, and hurled it toward the spirit. With a crash, the lamp shattered, flames igniting as the oil spread and burned across the floor. With a whoosh, the spirit swiftly fled the room. In the very instant the oil lamp crashed to the ground, a shadow darted forth from the dark recesses of the room. Illuminated by the flickering flames, it became apparent that the figure was a young man, his face etched with palpable anxiety. He swung a punch aimed at Hubert's head, but Hubert deftly evaded the blow. After activating his spiritual sight, Hubert had cast a glance at the bed, finding no trace of a living presence. Instead, he discerned a distinct aura within the shadows of the room, suspecting it belonged to Upton, who was likely hiding there. Thus, Hubert had already braced himself for Upton's ambush. However, he found himself perplexed as to why Upton would be on guard. Upton, realizing his initial strike had missed, continued to assault Hubert with a series of blows, each infused with an extraordinary strength that surpassed the norm. Yet, Hubert, wielding his cane, held his ground, as if he possessed an innate understanding of how to counter his opponent's attacks and evade their advances. At that moment, he appeared to be a born fighter. Meanwhile, Hubert had the mental capacity to ponder that Upton had consumed a barbaric potion, granting him incredible strength, nearly dislodging Hubert's cane on several occasions. Lawyers were not typically associated with such physical prowess. However, Hubert soon discovered that while Upton's strikes were powerful, his speed seemed to lag. At that moment, Hugh joined the fray, leaving Upton devoid of any means to retaliate. Yet, he defiantly exclaimed, "Is it just you two bastards that the Tamara family has sent to kill me? How naive." Upton's complexion abruptly paled as Hubert suddenly noticed the door to the room creaking open. Both Hubert and Hugh experienced a wave of dizziness upon witnessing this. The spirit realm. Hubert realized that they had entered the spirit realm. Though low-tier extraordinary beings could sense the existence of the spirit realm, many with heightened sensitivity could directly obtain revelations from it. As the portal to the spirit realm manifested, a grotesque humanoid creature emerged, possessing elongated arms and tongue, devoid of eyes and ears. The instincts of Hubert and Hugh immediately alerted them to the impending danger. Chapter 62. The Self-Sacrificing Sealing Object. The spirit with its elongated limbs and tongue moved with astonishing speed, and Hubert recognized that there was no time left for escape. However, the abilities conferred by his spirit communication necklace allowed him to quickly discern that this spirit had an aversion to water. Water. There was water on the table. Yet, it was too late. The spirit had already raised its elongated arm, transforming it into a scythe, akin to the Grim Reaper, intent on reaping lives. In a moment of desperation, Hubert spat at the creature. In a hilariously absurd turn of events, the menacing spirit cautiously maneuvered around the puddle on the floor, as though it were a minefield it needed to avoid. Although Hugh and Upton could not fully comprehend the scene, their instincts sensed that the imminent danger had suddenly ceased. Upton, incredulous, remarked by the donkey's day, "I've never seen such holy water before." As the spirit navigated around Hubert's saliva, he hastily spat again, causing the spirit to evade once more. This absurd exchange transformed into a spectacle for Hugh and Upton, who observed Hubert continuously spitting on the ground. Soon, Hubert found himself parched, calling out to Hugh, "Quick, spit towards the 2 o'clock direction." Hugh, perceptively understanding that saliva could repel the unseen threat, though she was typically carefree, still retained a modicum of modesty as a girl. Hubert, therefore, exerted himself to gather another mouthful of saliva and directed it at the long-armed spirit, momentarily halting its advance. "Hurry, I'm running out," he urged. Finally, Hugh followed suit, spitting in the designated direction, and seizing the opportunity. Hubert dashed forward to grab a cup of water from the table, splashing its contents at the long-armed spirit. With a piercing wail, the spirit vanished without a trace. Upton, now gathering the remnants of his spiritual energy, declared, "This isn't over yet." Having extricated himself from the conflict, Hubert finally had the chance to draw his gun. Aiming it at Upton, parched and breathless as he shouted, "We are not some damned agents of the Tamara family. If you employ any sealing objects or magical trinkets again, I will shoot you dead." Upton's spirit energy had dwindled significantly, his complexion even paler than before, and after taking several labored breaths, he inquired, "Then who are you?" "Raise your hands," Hubert commanded. Upton, evidently unwilling to meet his demise, hastily complied. Hugh, acting in unison, began to search Upton, discovering a strand of hair glimmering with starlight on his arm. This was a sealing object. Hubert handed Hugh a pair of gloves he had prepared in advance, advising, "Do not touch the hair directly." Nodding in acknowledgement, Hugh donned the gloves and carefully removed the starlit hair, placing it on the table. Hubert resumed his previous stance. One hand trained on Upton with the gun, while the other began to extract various vials from his pockets. He asked, "Have you heard of spirit communication?" "Yes, I've heard of it," Upton replied, sensing a foreboding feeling. "Apologies," Hubert said sincerely. "Interrogating you is quite tedious, and I would need to ascertain the truth of your responses. Therefore, I shall resort to spirit communication to obtain the answers I seek. However, as you're a living being, this process will utterly disrupt your thoughts and logic. When I glean my answers, you will regress to the intellect of a mere 2- or 3-year-old. For this, I extend my deepest apologies." Upton's face drained of color in an instant. Wait, you haven't even asked yet. How do you know I won't tell the truth?" From Upton's reaction, it appeared he lacked the insight typical of an extraordinary being. For one who had been exposed to spirit communication or received a comprehensive understanding of it should recognize that Hubert's statement was a mixture of truth and falsehood. Given Hubert's current level of spiritual energy and mental fortitude, he would never dare to communicate with a living being, for the vast amount of information within their spirit would severely impact his own mental construct. The likely outcome would be the emergence of 2 madmen in this world. "Very well," Hubert continued. "I shall pose my first question. From where do your potion recipes and primary ingredients originate?" "You saw for yourself. I can communicate with the spirit realm to defeat the spirit you summoned. Likewise, I can perform divination, and if you lie, I will immediately switch to spirit communication for my inquiries." Upton hastily responded, "My potion recipes and primary ingredients come from the Tamara family. I assure you, I will speak the truth." Although Hubert had never attempted divination using the spirit communication necklace, theoretically, if it enhanced the holder's sensitivity, it should also enable them to perform such operations. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted, "Upton is lying. Upton is lying." After repeating this 7 times, Hubert positioned his cane upright and gently released it. If the cane tilted forward, it would signify that Upton was lying. If it leaned back, it would indicate his truthfulness. Observing the cane tilt backward, Hubert smiled and said, "Excellent. I hope you continue to speak the truth. For my second question, what abilities does the sealing object you just used possess? What are its negative effects, and from where did it originate?" Upton, taken aback by Hubert's divination, abandoned any thought of deception. This sealing object is called the hair of the astrologer. My father said it comes from a rogue astrologer. It has two abilities. One allows for vague premonitions of danger occurring within 6 hours, and the other opens a door to the spirit realm. Behind that door, there may be nothing, but it is highly probable that a spirit of unknown purpose and ability will emerge, attacking indiscriminately. Hubert mused to himself. No wonder he knew we were coming to attack. It was the ability of this sealing object. Yet, the nature of its abilities and negative effects sounds remarkably akin to a self-sacrificing sealing object. Regardless of the capabilities or adverse effects, they are sufficiently daunting. Afton continued. This artifact is something my father procured from the Tamara family. Hubert paused, astonished. What is your family's connection to the Tamara family? It seems you are both adversaries, and yet able to retrieve artifact from them. Afton offered a wry smile. I am indeed a member of the Tamara family. But my father has been striving to extricate us from it since my childhood. Why seek to detach? My father claimed that the high-ranking powers within the family were rather unsettling, as if tainted by some hidden corruption. Chapter 63. Afton's Plea. It seems that the family possesses the formulas for potions associated with lawyers and arbiters, having once intermarried with the Abraham family, thus holding a portion of apprentice-level potion formulas and extraordinary attributes. However, post the fall of the Tudor Empire, the members of this family appear to have scarcely surfaced in public discourse. Even Hubert, well versed in the original text, could only vaguely recall the family's overall condition, failing to remember the specifics. This indicates that the family's appearances were indeed exceedingly rare. In Hubert's recollection, if one were to trace the extraordinary attributes of the lawyer path back to the Quaternary period, they were primarily held by 3 families: the Solomon family, the Tudor family, and the Trencis family. The Tamara family had never been associated with the Black Emperor or the Arbiter, suggesting that at most, they possessed extraordinary attributes of sequence too during the Quaternary. Nonetheless, following the fall of the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor, the situation becomes ambiguous, as most extraordinary families gained their sequence 1 attributes through the demise of their predecessors. For instance, the Blood Emperor Tudor and the Night Emperor Trencis acquired their sequence 1 attributes of the Black Emperor path after assisting the 7 gods in vanquishing Solomon, thus initiating the dual consul era. To Hubert, the Tamara family appeared shrouded in mystery, their strength and stance unclear. Moreover, high-ranking powers were reportedly suffering from hidden corruption. Hubert inquired, what sort of corruption? Suddenly, Hubert's intuition provided him with a warning, indicating that this line of questioning should not continue. He quickly pivoted. You seem to be in poor condition. This was apparent from the aura exuding from Afton. Afton responded with a pained smile. Indeed. Ever since I consumed the barbarian's potion last year, my condition has been deteriorating. My mother informed me that it was due to my inability to properly control the extraordinary abilities of a lawyer before hastily advancing, a consequence of my premature elevation. With a touch of sorrow, he added, my mother perished due to her failed attempt at ascending to astrologer. Evidently, their family was unaware of the concepts of role-playing and digestion. Hubert, puzzled, asked, you have already severed ties with the Tamara family? Why then would you risk such a perilous elevation? Afton sighed. My father's attempt to leave the family was discovered prematurely, yet his foresight allowed us to evade the family's pursuit. However, he warned that his preparations could only conceal our whereabouts for 10 years. Given our blood ties to the Tamara family, after a decade, the diviners among them would easily uncover our location. In his effort to escape the family's wrath, my father sought refuge with other powers, yet those factions were more interested in the artifact and intelligence regarding the Tamara family, leading to greater calamity. After losing the powerful artifact, my father was gravely injured. Shortly after eluding our pursuers with my mother and me, he passed away. My mother and I dared not seek alliances with other factions, resorting instead to enhancing our own powers through elevation. It was too late. My father was dead, and my mother followed suit. I can barely manage the barbarian's potion. Should I attempt to elevate further, I would lose control entirely. As he spoke, Afton's eyes grew red-rimmed. A decade has swiftly passed. Perhaps next week or next month, the family members will surely come for us. Having lost his father at a young age, Shio felt a pang of sympathy for Afton. Do not entertain thoughts of elevation any longer. Flee. Hubert concurred. My companion speaks truth. Remaining here is only a path to death. I refuse to resign myself to this fate. Afton's eyes sparkled with fervor. We merely wish to enjoy a few days of freedom. I have aspired to be a merchant since childhood. to engage in trade while exploring the world's wonders. Why must I endure this miserable existence akin to that of a fugitive? Hubert sheathed his weapon. In this world, how many can truly master their own destiny? He gestured to Shio, and together they retreated toward the window, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Afton called out to them, "Wait. Can you assist me in evading my family's pursuit?" Hubert chuckled. "There are just the two of us. Do you truly expect us to confront the entire Tamara family?" "No. No," Afton interjected. "My father once stated that according to the family's modus operandi, the pursuers would consist of one sequence 6, two sequence 7s, or possibly two sequence 8s, along with an artifact. If we can defeat them, I can utilize the methods my father taught me to conceal our whereabouts for another decade." Hubert twitched his lips. "Do we appear capable of overcoming a sequence 6? Afton replied, "You both should be of sequence 9 or 8. Yet you possess artifacts or extraordinary items. I surmise you likely belong to some organization, and I wish to solicit your aid. I can offer you strands of the astrologer's hair." Hubert shook his head. "You may wish to keep that for yourself. I would prefer to live a few more years." Having learned the origin of Afton's potion formulas and the current state of the Tamara family, Hubert's objectives were met. As for the strands of the astrologer's hair, possessing such a perilous artifact would be tantamount to courting death. I can also provide you with the formulas for the lawyer, barbarian, and bribery potions. Afton hastily added, "and the apprentice, trickster, and astrologer potions." His father's previous experiences made him acutely vigilant. "However, I have concealed these formulas using special methods. Even if you attempt divination on me, you would only obtain the lawyer and barbarian formulas." Upon hearing about the trickster, Shio's eyes lit up. This was precisely the potion formula his friend had been seeking. Meanwhile, Hubert marveled at the wealth of the extraordinary families. Even a fallen member possessed an artifact and such a plethora of potion formulas. He contemplated that if Christine were to intervene, it would likely be relatively straightforward to deal with a sequence 6, thus allowing him to acquire the bribery potion formula and potentially the extraordinary attributes associated with it. With this in mind, Hubert finally stated, "If my elder is willing to assist you, I shall return to visit you." With that, Hubert and Shio leaped from the window. Afton sat weakly in a chair, repeatedly mulling over a single word. "Elder, elder." Chapter 64. Utilizing the rules. Hubert's parting words were intentionally directed at Afton. This was a means of intimidation, both towards Afton and any potential Tamara family members who might seek to kill him and conduct divination. Of course, it was also a way of conveying a message to Afton. "You guessed correctly. There's indeed an organization backing me, capable of resolving your predicament." They sought a secluded location to rest, while Shio recounted their recent encounter. In the darkness, Furs glanced at Hubert, who was more formidable, mysterious, and peculiar than she had imagined. "Is this what you refer to as a turning point of fate?" Hubert chuckled helplessly. "Perhaps it is. My dear, this is a clue not found in the original text, and I am uncertain how it will unfold from here." He fell into silence for a few moments before addressing Hugh. "After all, I cannot take it upon myself to oppose a family of extraordinary lineage. However, should I decide to assist Upton, I shall certainly inform you." Hugh nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." The trio rested for a few more minutes, and after traversing over 10 kilometers on foot, they finally located a hired carriage. Upon entering the southern district of Beckland, the atmosphere transformed into a vibrant spectacle, teeming with the colorful nightlife characteristic of this grand metropolis. He first removed the Spirit Link necklace and combat ring, as the dual possession of these two magical items significantly drained his spiritual energy. Once he reclined upon his bed, Hubert did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he began to contemplate today's endeavors. It was upon witnessing the entrance to the spirit realm and the long-armed spirit that Hubert realized the recklessness of his actions. The primary reason for this realization was his underestimation of the situation. Upon discovering that only Upton resided in the farmstead, he surmised that he must be an extraordinary individual with unique experiences. If he were indeed a member of an extraordinary family, living alone in such isolation posed significant risks. After all, when only one member remains, it is highly probable that they would seek refuge with relatives or that kin would come to reside with them. Such arrangements effectively mitigate the threats posed by adversarial families or enemies. Although none had anticipated the peculiar circumstances surrounding Upton's household, Hubert still felt a twinge of recklessness in his actions, resolving that in future encounters of a similar nature, he would conduct thorough investigations before proceeding. His thoughts then drifted to the Henry family, whom he had met through a door yesterday. They too likely had close ties to the legal avenues. This outcome seemed inevitable, given the law of the aggregation of extraordinary traits, whereby individuals or objects associated with legal pathways would naturally gravitate toward Hubert, who harbored the essence of the realm of disorder. Fortunately, Hubert's current rank was only level 9, and the power he could project from the realm of disorder was exceedingly limited, attracting predominantly low-level individuals or objects. Of course, there remained a possibility of encountering mid-level or high-level extraordinary beings or artifacts. Such powerful entities typically did not regard a level 9 individual with any seriousness. After all, Hubert possessed certain backing, as the eldest son of a brigadier would afford him considerable protection. Moreover, thus far, the powerful had not sensed the essence of the realm of disorder emanating from Hubert. Reflecting on this, Hubert concluded that one should not allow the law of aggregation of extraordinary traits to become a burden. Rather, it should be actively utilized to achieve more favorable outcomes. Suddenly, that exhilarating sensation returned, and Hubert discovered that nearly 1/3 of his potion had been consumed. Is this the essence of the legal profession? To coexist with rules while adeptly leveraging them. The rapid consumption of the potion left Hubert elated, preventing him from falling asleep for much of the night. Only in the later hours did he manage to control his emotions and gradually drift off. In the southern continent, no small towns exist. Instead, there is a picturesque hill within a quaint settlement, where the council chamber of the Balk family and the residence of the patriarch are perched on the hillside. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the hilltop, 8 elders of the family arrived at the council chamber in succession. This created a power vacuum within General Anthony's territory. Should the Balkan family choose to support the dominion of the Vassak Empire here, they could seize the opportunity to fill part of that void. The 8 elders settled into their seats after exchanging pleasantries, while the council chamber actually contained 9 seats, with the patriarch seat having remained vacant for the past year. This was not due to a lack of a patriarch within the Balk family, but rather because the patriarch's condition was quite poor. He constantly battled against madness and curses, delegating most routine matters to the 8 elders. Chapter 65. Opportunities and risks coexist. Generally speaking, warlords like General Anthony are supported by colonizers who dispatch a demigod along with 5 or 6 level 5 individuals to safeguard their interests in the colonies. The presence of a demigod serves more as a deterrent, while the level 5 and level 6 individuals are the ones who manage the practical affairs of the colony. The recent ambush resulted in the loss of 2 level 5 and several level 6 individuals for the Vassak Empire, leading to chaos within the colonial management system. Each nation's level 5 individuals typically hold positions of real power, and, for the moment, the Vassak Empire and the War God Church could only send 1 level 5 to the southern continent. As the local power, the Balk family had already become aware of this news. This presents an opportunity. If they could dispatch one of their own level 5 individuals to assist the Vassak Empire in maintaining order, they could exchange it for certain colonial benefits. Such a deal would be mutually advantageous, as no one wishes to rely solely on the profits of the assassin trade indefinitely. During the council meeting, 5 elders opposed the idea of sharing benefits with the Vassak Empire, arguing that the extraordinary traits within their family were far too precious to risk losing. Leaving the peaceful settlement would entail facing immense dangers and the potential loss of extraordinary traits. They believed that the current operational model of the family was the more prudent course of action. Elder Calvin, before initiating the final vote, stated, "Before we reach a conclusive decision, I have something to share with you all regarding a junior named Elliot." He succinctly recounted Elliot's recent experiences. The elder Bowen, in his 30s, remarked, "Such abnormal fortune surely harbors some issue. We must detain Elliot immediately and interrogate him thoroughly." However, the demigod Elder Chester, in his 40s, countered, "Such actions may reveal that he harbors no issues at all." "I concur with this perspective," Calvin acknowledged. "It will be prudent for us to observe Elliot discreetly. If the opportunity arises, we may test him, but we must never interrogate without certainty. We cannot resolve present issues with past methods of thought. Furthermore, we have significantly increased our power using Rex's methods against curses over the past 20 years. From 5 level 5 individuals, we have now grown to 3 saints, with the Patriarch at level 3 and 17 level 5 individuals. This strength is more than sufficient to control 2 warlords on the southern continent. We ought to demonstrate our strength to the world. As long as the Vassak royalty recognizes us as a demigod family, they will not dare to turn against us lightly." Allow me to quote Roselle, "Opportunities always coexist with risks. It is time for us to abandon some of our conservative strategies." Upon hearing this, the elders fell into deep contemplation. In Beckland, within the rented quarters of Hugh and Forth, early in the morning, Forth reclined in an armchair. "Are you certain?" Hubert mentioned his elder. Hugh, while enjoying his breakfast, replied, "Absolutely. Forth, you have asked 3 times already. This is of great importance." Forth spoke earnestly. "Did your investigation not reveal that he is the son of a brigadier? It should come as no surprise that his father is an extraordinary being." However, he did not refer to his father, but rather to his elder. This suggests that his lineage must encompass more than one extraordinary individual. We have surmised correctly. He hails from a family of remarkable beings. Hugh nodded in agreement. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess such extensive knowledge of the extraordinary. "Hugh, you have entirely missed the crux of the matter." Forth's eyes suddenly sparkled with wisdom as she lit a cigarette. "He has banished a spirit from the ethereal realm. Such an act necessitates profound intuition and corresponding extraordinary abilities. If I am not mistaken, he must possess a wondrous item that he has yet to disclose to us." She lamented. Being born into a family of extraordinary beings has its advantages. What we deem as unattainable magical artifacts, he possesses too. Yet, after finishing breakfast, Hugh suddenly interjected, "Perhaps all those magical items are ones he procured through his own means. What leads you to such a conclusion?" I merely feel that he is not one to rely on others." "Suit yourself." Through her interactions with Hubert, Forth discerned that Hugh and Hubert shared a camaraderie akin to that of comrades in arms. She had grown to trust Hubert and was no longer apprehensive about him trifling with the feelings of young women. She remarked, regardless of the circumstances, "Having such a friend indeed opens numerous opportunities for us. For instance, after searching for so many years, I have been unable to find the potion formula of the trickster master. Yet on my very first endeavor with Hubert, I uncovered a clue regarding the potion recipe." In the morning, Hubert once again rode a hired carriage to the outskirts, intending to pay another visit to the Henry family. He was aware that this visit would undoubtedly entail certain risks. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the risk was manageable. The Henry family had resided in the town for many years, and they would not reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, Hubert reasoned that as long as he did not act irrationally and attempt to seize their sealed items, he would encounter no danger. Of greater significance was the fact that Hubert had resolved the previous night that since the Henry family had been drawn here by the law of attraction of extraordinary traits, there must be a reason for his own presence. To proactively engage with them and transform risk into opportunity was a means of utilizing the rules, a form of performance. Since evasion was not an option, it was better to embrace it. Opportunities and risks often coexist. With this thought in mind, Hubert found himself curious about whether Emperor Russell had ever uttered similar sentiments. He first visited Mr. Polly's residence, engaged in a brief conversation, and then exited through Mr. Polly's backyard to once again seek out Mr. Henry. Both Polly and Airlie were in their own backyard, observing the audacious young man entering the Henry family's yard. Hubert's intrusion immediately provoked a cacophony of barking. Even Polly began to doubt whether it was indeed Henry's dog that had ventured into his own yard. However, he shook his head, for many witnesses had seen that the massive hound had emerged from the basement of Airlie's home. Just as Hubert was about to knock on the door, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of death and decay. Activating his spiritual sight, he discerned that the entire house was devoid of life. Had the Henry family succumbed to a plague? Should he alert the authorities? Or should he investigate further? Soon, Hubert made his decision. He forcefully kicked the door open and beheld 2 highly decomposed corpses in the living room. A chill ran down his spine as he assessed the state of the bodies. They had likely been deceased for over a week. This raised a perplexing question. Who had spoken to him from behind a door just 2 days prior? Chapter 66. The Contaminated Giant Hound. Both Polly and Airlie were taken aback by Hubert's actions. How could he kick open the Henry family's door without even knocking? It seemed that the Henry couple had conducted a mystical ritual a few days prior. Such ceremonies typically necessitate a spiritual barrier. Yet, it remained unclear whether a mishap had occurred during the ritual or if the ritual itself had been flawed. Regardless, the Henry couple had perished during that very event. Due to the existence of the spiritual barrier, their spirits had not dissipated immediately, which allowed them to respond when Hubert came to knock. Of course, it was also possible that the ritual had altered their state to such an extent that they were unaware of their own demise. Even decomposing corpses could still act within the spiritual barrier and might have employed the pretense of an influenza outbreak to ward off any unwelcome intruders. However, as the spiritual barrier gradually faded, so too did the essence of the Henry couple, leading to the grim scene before Hubert. Strangely, neither corpse exhibited any extraordinary traits, indicating that the Henry couple were not extraordinary beings. Initially, Hubert intended to enter the house for a brief examination, yet the circumstances appeared rather complex, and it was unwise to act impulsively in such a situation. By comparison, reporting the incident seemed a more prudent choice, a particular forte of the Tarot Society. Thus, he instructed the two farmers, who were in their own backyard, quickly alert the authorities and inform them that the Henry family has met with a bizarre demise. Be sure to emphasize the peculiarity of their death. The two farmers exchanged astonished glances, and soon Polly responded, "All right, I will go at once." "Wait," Hubert interjected as he retrieved paper and pen from his briefcase. "Please send a telegram on my behalf." He wrote, "The neighbor of Polly has met with a bizarre death. I may be subject to some unusual inquiries." On the reverse side, he penned, 112 White Begonia Street, Joe Wood District, for the attention of Lawyer Barton. This side contained the address and recipient for the telegram. Hubert then produced a two-so note, earnestly advising, "Please send the telegram first, then report to the authorities." The telegram would reach Lawyer Barton within 2 or 3 hours, whereas a letter, though sent within the same city, would not arrive until the following day. His choice to notify Barton rather than directly informing Christine stemmed from the fact that messages dispatched via civilian telegrams might not necessarily reach Christine. Thus, it was more prudent for Barton to relay the information. Polly nodded repeatedly. "Understood. A telegram surely won't cost more than 2 so. Given this note, I shall prioritize sending the telegram." The dog in the basement seemed to sense that an intruder had encroached upon its territory, its barking growing more fervent, accompanied by the sound of scratching at the basement door, as if it might burst through at any moment. Fortunately, the door to the Henry family's basement was sufficiently sturdy and would not yield easily. Observing the inquisitive children of nearby farmers peering curiously in their direction, Hubert turned to Airlie. "Mr. Airlie, please stand guard at the gate and prevent anyone from entering. Trust me, should the children witness the scene within, they would be utterly terrified." "Very well." Airlie was about to step out from his backyard when suddenly the outer door of the Henry family's basement fell silent. The world seemed to hold its breath, and Hubert's spiritual essence appeared to sense a surging, distorted force. With a crash, the outer door of Airlie's basement was violently flung open by an overwhelming force. His basement housed no animals and had not been reinforced, thus it gave way with ease. A giant hound, nearly the size of a donkey, erupted from the basement. Its fur was riddled with numerous tumors, some of which had burst, oozing brown pus. The presence of these growths had distorted its entire visage, rendering it grotesque and fearsome, yet undeniably in agony. Hubert's unceremonious entry had evidently enraged the creature. Its murky eyes reflected a complete loss of rationality as it charged toward the nearest target, Airlie. "Get down!" Hubert shouted, rushing toward Airlie with his gun drawn. Faced with the giant hound, Airlie found himself paralyzed, yet instinctively, he dropped to the ground at Hubert's warning and the sight of the firearm. Bang! 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 With newfound confidence, Hubert finally dared to fire his weapon. The first shot missed the colossal hound, the second struck its shoulder, and the third found its mark in its head. After the trio of shots, the beast collapsed to the ground, prompting a sigh of relief from both Hubert and Airlie. Hubert spoke to the creature, saying, "Your master awaits you ahead. You may finally find your release." The gigantic dog seemed to comprehend Hubert's words, ceasing its mournful howls and passing away peacefully. Its immense size and the afflictions it bore indicated that it had been tainted by extraordinary characteristics or artifacts. Such contamination was irreversible. Hubert had not deceived it. Death was indeed a liberation for the creature. Its presence in Airlie's basement could likely be attributed to the sealing power of the Henry family's artifact, which could distort space within a certain range, connecting 2 nearby basements. After the demise of the Henry couple, no one had continued to seal the artifact, allowing it to corrupt their dog, which still occasionally displayed its powers. Given that it was a force of distortion, it was likely an artifact of the lawyer's pathway, though it could also belong to the apprentice's pathway. However, according to the law of extraordinary characteristic aggregation, the former was more probable. Hubert helped Airlie to his feet. Airlie gazed at the hound's carcass with lingering dread. "What a monstrous creature! How could it be in my basement? Please, guard the entrance to the Henry estate." Hubert had no intention of elaborating, leaving the matter to the official extraordinary agents to ponder. He then inquired of Airlie, "What is the faith of the Henry family?" "The goddess of the night," Airlie replied, as they reached the entrance of the Henry household with Hubert's assistance. Hubert nodded, indicating that it would be the night watchers who would handle this case. With Airlie safeguarding the doorway, Hubert confidently approached the outer door of the basement, kicking it open. A wave of the pungent odor of dog excrement assaulted him, and within, it was shrouded in darkness, as if sunlight had been entirely banished. All signs suggested that the artifact was still operational. Consequently, Hubert stepped inside, initially examining the corpses of the Henry couple and confirming their demise before crouching down to sift through notes. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from the second floor, resembling the sound of a door being struck. Chapter 67. The Solomon Family. Thud, thud. Hubert swiftly drew his weapon, alertly gazing upwards. The banging ceased after a few moments. Hubert certainly would not emulate the protagonists of horror films by investigating the noise. He hastily picked up a notebook and retreated to the yard to peruse its contents. A knowing smile crossed his face, for it indeed pointed to a family of extraordinary individuals associated with the lawyer's pathway. Following the fall of the ancient sun god, Solomon, supported by the true creator and the redeeming rose, ascended as the ruler of the northern continent, marking the era of the Solomon Empire. Subsequently, the six gods united to eradicate the true creator, forcing him to retreat with a portion of his followers to the forsaken lands. The Black Emperor Solomon became a casualty of this struggle, and from that moment forth, the Solomon family faced relentless persecution from all the righteous divine churches. A prominent family like Solomon undoubtedly had survivors, and Solomon had even been resurrected once, establishing the Second Solomon Empire, thus rekindling the vitality of this extraordinary family. In the War of the Four Emperors, Solomon fell once more, with the six gods supporting families like Augustus and Castilla in governance, marking the end of divine rule over human secular authority and the commencement of the Fifth Era. The Solomon family once again concealed themselves, awaiting the resurrection of Solomon. However, in the recent centuries, there had been no news of the family's descendants, suggesting that their strength had waned considerably over the long passage of time. More than a century prior, Emperor Russell forcibly transitioned to an adjacent sequence, becoming the new Black Emperor, which must have dealt yet another heavy blow to the Solomon family. The contents of the notebook corroborated Hubert's knowledge, revealing that in the early Fifth Era, in order to evade persecution from the righteous divine church, the survivors of the Solomon family dispersed, scattering across the northern continent as individual households. The Henry family was one such descendant of that once splintered lineage, according to the notes. The last communication with other family members had occurred over 2 centuries ago. A young family member had sought to reunite them, aspiring to establish a secret, extraordinary organization and restore their ancestors' glory. Yet, the prolonged separation had rendered this extraordinary family fragmented, and while the choices of other households remain unknown, the Henry family opted for refusal. Thus, they lived carefree for over 2 centuries, until modern times, where the Henry household dwindled to just 3 members. The notes not only chronicled the family's history, but also contained a wealth of extraordinary knowledge, invaluable to a wild, extraordinary individual, highlighting the family's profound heritage. Furthermore, the notes mention possession of a sealing artifact belonging to the Solomon family, though regrettably, no instructions for sealing were recorded. Hubert also noted the presence of some new handwriting in the blank sections regarding rituals of the realm of death, coupled with the mysterious symbols used in the ritual conducted by the Henry couple, which took the form of an inverted triangle. It could almost be inferred that the ritual leading to their demise was indeed one of the realm of death. What audacity, Hubert mused, astonished at their boldness in attempting a ritual of the realm of death without the proper responses or sufficient esoteric knowledge. At that moment, 2 police officers arrived, accompanied by Mr. Polly. Upon witnessing the state of the house, the middle-aged officer promptly instructed the young officer, "Quickly send a telegram stating that we have encountered an unresolvable case here, requesting special support from headquarters." Hubert's description was clear and logically sound, prompting a smile from the middle-aged officer. "If every reporter were as articulate as you, our workload would be halved." He then introduced himself. "You may call me Officer Daniel. Mr. Hubert, before the police support arrives, I require your assistance in securing the scene." Hubert, the true reporter, was certainly not to be dismissed so easily. Aware of this, Hubert replied, "At your service." After seeing the colossal hound's carcass in Mr. Airlie's backyard, Polly began to complain to Officer Daniel. "Look, officer, it was that dog." Daniel raised a hand. "I have no time for such trifles at the moment." Having heard Hubert's account, he recognized that this was a case involving mystical elements. He would not speak carelessly before the special support arrived. Polly shrank back, falling silent. Daniel approached the entrance of the Henry household, covering his nose with a handkerchief as he inquired of Hubert, "Has anyone entered?" Hubert raised the notebook in his hand. "Only I have entered to peruse this notebook." Thud, thud, thud. Just as he spoke, the banging from upstairs resumed. Hubert's curiosity was piqued. He understood that this sound could herald danger. Yet he found it difficult to quell his inquisitiveness. Daniel took a surprised step back before recalling. Didn't the Henry family, have a sick child? He should still be upstairs. If I allow little Henry to cry out inside while I fail to extend my assistance, it would be a disgrace for me. The key concern was that both his superior and personnel from the special department would soon arrive. Neglecting the child would be hard to justify. "I'll accompany you," Hubert said. As he began to grasp the reason behind his curiosity, perhaps the artifact was drawing him in. Before the official extraordinary agents arrived, it would indeed be an opportunity to witness the artifact's capabilities. Considering the allure of the sealed object, Hubert postulated that it should pertain to either the legal or arbitration pathways, as such seals typically relate to laws or regulations, an area in which Hubert excels, thus minimizing potential danger. Truly, he was a well-meaning young man. Daniel Dow. The two of them inspected their weapons before ascending the stairs together. Chapter 68. The Official Extraordinary Beings. Curiously, as they climbed the staircase, Hubert drew his gun, while Daniel was armed only with a baton. Thump, thump, thump. Young Henry seemed to hear someone approaching, and the knocking on the door intensified. Daniel had initially intended to call out to young Henry to reassure him, but for reasons unknown, he found himself at a loss for words in such a tense environment. Thump, thump, thump. The sound resonated like a death knell, and Daniel regretted the decision to ascend, yet they had already arrived at the bedroom, door from whence the knocking emanated. Hubert utilized the clairvoyance granted by the spirit necklace to confirm that there were no living souls within the room. With one hand raised in readiness with his cane and the other gripping his firearm, he forcefully kicked the bedroom door open. This marked the third door he had breached that day, and he felt increasingly adept at the action. As the door swung wide, Hubert and Daniel were greeted by the sight of a child, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, with a pallid complexion, murky eyes, and elongated fangs. This must be young Henry. Upon seeing the two living individuals at the threshold, he emitted a sound that was akin to a cry, yet reminiscent of a nocturnal creature's call, and immediately lunged towards Daniel. Recognizing the child as merely an ordinary living corpse, Hubert felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled at Daniel, saying, "He merely wishes for a hug." Daniel, sensing something amiss, swiftly sidestepped, but the little corpse was intercepted by Hubert's cane, crashing against the wall. The impact was significant. The child crumpled against the surface like mud splattered against a wall, motionless. Daniel gasped, "You've killed him." At that moment, however, the little corpse stirred its neck, detached itself from the wall, and charged at Hubert. "Look, he's revived," Hubert remarked. As he spoke, he fired twice, shattering the child's skull. Yet no blood spilled forth. Only a brownish liquid pooled beneath. The living corpse finally collapsed to the ground, silenced. Daniel swallowed hard. Even he, despite his dim-wittedness, grasped that young Henry's condition was decidedly abnormal. Hubert ejected the spent shells and reloaded his weapon. "Officer, it will be prudent not to disclose what transpired upstairs to Polly and the others." Daniel nodded vigorously. Indeed. Hubert glanced into the room where the corpse had lingered. It was devoid of furnishings, the window was boarded shut, and an iron grill barred the outside. The walls bore numerous scratch marks, recalling the exterior view. The second-floor windows were draped with curtains, further concealed by another layer of drapery outside. It appeared to be a room solely prepared for young Henry, not a storage space for sealed objects. After a cursory examination, Hubert turned and descended the stairs, with Daniel hastily following. As they made their way down, Hubert began to piece together the narrative. Young Henry had likely perished 2 or 3 years ago when the neighbors learned of his severe ailment, a phobia of sunlight. The Henrys, in their desperate love for their child, had sought to resurrect him through a death-related ritual. However, through a series of unfortunate events, they inadvertently transformed young Henry into a living corpse, a development that, given their lack of sufficient esoteric knowledge, must have seemed a fortunate outcome. After all, it appeared as though their child had been granted a semblance of life once more. One could imagine that since the curtains of the Henry residence had been drawn, the couple had been relentlessly conducting esoteric rituals in an attempt to restore young Henry to normalcy. The burglar who had previously infiltrated the Henry home was not rendered senseless by Henry, but rather by the sight of young Henry's condition. Ultimately, during a ritual that transpired a week or even more than half a month ago, the Henrys met their demise, and their sealed objects lost their new seals, contaminating the dog confined in the basement. With the seal liberated, the dog occasionally wandered into the basement of the Airlies, trampling Mr. Polly's flower beds and slaughtering his chickens. Upon seeing Hubert and Daniel descend, they hurried to inquire. Hubert explained, "Young Henry has also perished. The knocking earlier was caused by a bird that flew into the room, which I subsequently shot down." Daniel, now devoid of his earlier bravado, chimed in, "Indeed. After more than half an hour, additional officers arrived, and soon the entrance to the Henry residence was lined with carriages. The officers dispersed the onlookers, leaving only those potentially involved in the case: Hubert, Polly, and Airlie. At midday, a carriage adorned with the dark emblem of the sanctum arrived in the town, and Hubert perked up. The main event had arrived. The carriage halted before the gate, and as the door swung open, a cold man with a scarred face emerged, his yellow-brown eyes sharp as an eagle's. Following him was a lady with aquamarine eyes, adorned with blue eyeshadow and blush, exuding an alluring beauty. Hubert was taken aback. Could this be Lady Daisy? The lady seemed to sense Hubert's gaze and smiled. Addressing him, "Do not look at me with such eyes. I have no interest in young boys." Hubert twitched his lips. It was undoubtedly Daisy. With a resigned smile, he thought, "Madam, I have encountered Audrey. My composure is adequate enough to control my gaze." Lady Daisy and her companion began inquiring about the case, and Daniel provided a report. As they listened, the two official extraordinary beings frequently glanced towards Hubert, evidently having deduced from his previous reactions that he too was an extraordinary being. Subsequently, the official extraordinary beings instructed all officers to wait outside while permitting Hubert to enter the house with them. The scarred man closed the damaged door and fixed his piercing gaze upon Hubert. Before he could inquire, Hubert preemptively spoke, "I am the eldest son of Brigadier Christian. I am not a wild extraordinary being. It is my duty to assist you, but only to that extent. If you wish to apprehend me, I regret to inform you that I will resist arrest. Even with your legal immunity, I shall bring you to court to demonstrate how the church deals with military personnel." The scarred man coldly retorted, "Resist arrest? Do you possess the capability?" Hubert pressed his hand against the grip of his gun, saying, "You may attempt to find out." Generally speaking, official extraordinary beings harbor considerable animosity towards wild extraordinary beings. Hubert's previous statement was not a threat, but rather a caution against hasty actions. "I will assist you, but should you overstep, do not blame me for escalating matters." Hubert recounted his engagement with Mr. Polly, his speculations regarding the state of the monstrous dog, and his conjectures about the rituals conducted by the Henrys, elements lacking in Daniel's report. These insights garnered the scarred man's respect, as such deductions required a wealth of esoteric knowledge and formidable logical reasoning. Lady Daisy finally summarized, "So, there remains an unsealed object in the basement? Since no sealed object had been discovered on the first or second floors, it could only be in the basement." Chapter 69, Resurrection. Lady Daisy inquired, "According to your description, the sealed object seems capable of distorting space within a certain range?" "Indeed," Hubert concurred. "Theoretically, the capability to distort is reminiscent of the extraordinary abilities associated with the legal pathway. However, the distortions of the legal pathway primarily pertain to the twisting of thoughts and rules. Nonetheless, sealed objects cannot be measured by conventional logic." He refrained from elaborating further, feigning ignorance of the extent of his knowledge. Daly nodded slightly, adding, "The extraordinary abilities closely associated with the apprentice path are predominantly related to traversing space rather than distorting it." She continued, "I shall inquire with the little ones around." The scarred man stepped forward, positioning himself between Daly and Hubert. Suddenly, Daly lifted her head, her eyes turning completely black. She had now become a necromancer, effortlessly communicating with the spirits of nature. For a moment, Hubert felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him. The corpses of the Henry couple lay nearby, and the atmosphere of the room turned profoundly eerie. After a brief silence, Daly appeared to awaken abruptly from a trance, shuddering as her eyes gradually clarified, distinguishing between pupil and sclera. The surrounding little creatures informed her that the couple often entered the basement wielding burning sunflowers. Daly remarked, "However, they do not know the specifics of what transpires in the basement." Just as she spoke, the three suddenly sensed a surge of overwhelming, terrifying power descending towards the altar. Hubert and the scarred man swiftly drew their revolvers. The scarred man's revolver was significantly larger than the ordinary ones, reminiscent of the oversized models Hubert had encountered at the mercenary club. The three moved forward almost in unison, prepared to dismantle the altar. But the corpses of the Henry couple suddenly sat upright, one of them losing an eye due to the abrupt motion. As they attempted to rise, it seemed their legs were beyond their control. Their upper bodies strained to stand, yet no position allowed them to do so. Sensing something amiss, Hubert glanced at Lady Daly, discovering she was intently focused on the two corpses, contending for control over them against the dreadful force. The scarred man fired a shot, shattering the symbols on the altar, then kicked the altar away. Yet when he turned to the corpses, they remained unaffected, still striving to rise. Hubert activated his spiritual sight and noticed dark, tubular tendrils descending from the ceiling, connecting to the two corpses. Those were their weaknesses. However, the source of those tendrils seemed to originate from the position of little Henry's corpse. To the second floor, Hubert shouted, just as he was about to ascend the stairs. The two corpses broke free from Daly's restraint and hurled a nearby chair at Hubert and the scarred man. The three adeptly dodged, but Hubert soon felt his strength and reaction speed markedly diminish. This is dire. It's a weakening effect. The chair that had just been thrown had facilitated the bribery process for the corpses. Thus, it appeared that the Henry couple were no ordinary beings. Their ritual had rendered their corpses' states peculiar, preventing them from manifesting extraordinary traits. In that instant, Hubert speculated that perhaps Daly's invocation of the Reaper's Path had awakened the terrifying presence that had descended through the Henry couple's ritual. La la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Meanwhile, a sweet, innocent child's voice floated down from the upper floor, seemingly humming a nursery rhyme. Upon hearing the melody, Hubert and the scarred man felt varying degrees of rigidity envelop them. A chill gripped Hubert's heart. In their weakened and stiffened state, they were hardly a match for the two corpses. Fortunately, as the corpses charged closer, they inexplicably began to dance in tune with the child's song. Looking back at Daly, her eyes appeared even deeper, radiating an aura of dread. Seizing the opportunity, Hubert, with somewhat stiff movements, approached the staircase. The breakthrough should lie with little Henry's corpse. Thump! 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 The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs. Little Henry's corpse was descending, its complexion pale and ashen, with deep, dark eyes. The bullet hole Hubert had previously inflicted upon its head had vanished, presenting it as a rather abnormal-looking boy. Daly dared not face little Henry, declaring, "I'm no match for him." At this moment, they realized that the Night Watch squad had severely underestimated this mysterious incident, initially believing it to be merely an odd death, unaware of the terrifying force that had descended, leaving even Sequence 6 Daly feeling helpless. Hubert altered his course of action, lead them to the basement. Daly and the scarred man brightened at this suggestion and hurriedly followed Hubert's lead. At the entrance to the basement, a multitude of sunflowers lay piled up. Each of them picked one, and Daly ignited hers by channeling her spirit. The scarred man fired a shot towards little Henry, drawing his attention. Although the force enveloping little Henry appeared formidable, it seemed to lack significant intelligence. Drawn in by the gunfire, it approached step by step. Daly opened the basement door, while Hubert used his staff to sweep the sunflowers into the basement. With the sunflower held aloft to light their path, Daly led the way, while the scarred man remained vigilant of their surroundings. At this point, Daly no longer had the energy to control the corpses of the Henry couple. Their dance abruptly ceased, and they now crawled toward the basement door. They swiftly surpassed little Henry, with the scarred man and Hubert firing repeatedly to hinder their advance. After descending a few steps, Hubert felt the rigidity in his body gradually dissipate. This was not a good sign. It indicated that they had entered the range of the sealing artifact within the basement. Chapter 70. The Sealing Artifact of the Lawyer Path. The light emitted by the burning sunflowers pierced the darkness of the basement. Hubert recalled that when he had opened the outer door of the basement, the sunlight had rendered the interior completely obscured. Clearly, the burning sunflowers, emblematic of the realm of the sun, dispelled the darkness created by the sealing artifact. Immediately, the effects of the sealing artifact began to manifest. Daly, who had been at the forefront, suddenly found herself in the middle of the group. Simultaneously, Hubert unexpectedly appeared at the bottom of the basement. Evoking a sensation akin to riding an elevator, he raised the sunflower to survey the basement's condition, discovering it was quite spacious, measuring at least 7 or 8 meters in length and width. At the center of the basement, Hubert noticed a stone platform upon which rested a palm-sized statue. The statue appeared ancient, resembling a half-figure, yet lacking distinct facial features, only vaguely discernible as a humanoid form. Upon seeing the statue, one could feel an overwhelming, twisting force. Hubert suddenly recognized its aura as strangely familiar. Looking around, he spotted dog feces and chicken feathers. However, these remnants lay at least half a meter away from the stone platform, leaving a clean circle around it. This was highly unusual, prompting Hubert to step aside, opting not to charge forward. Shortly thereafter, Daly and the scarred man also recognized the anomaly, but they had no choice but to rely on the unknown capabilities of the sealing artifact to contend with the pursuing undead and little Henry. At that moment, the undead burst into the basement. Gritting his teeth, the scarred man hastened toward the stone platform. Yet, as he approached within half a meter, he suddenly found himself on the opposite side of the platform. The three stared in astonishment, and when the scarred man turned to approach the platform again, he again found himself on its left side at the same distance. Daly attempted the same and experienced identical results, unable to enter the half-meter radius around the platform. Simultaneously, they had to be cautious of the random positional shifts. For now, these changes worked to their advantage, momentarily disorienting the undead and causing them to pause for a second or two. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to maneuver within the cramped confines of the basement against little Henry and the undead. Observing from the side, Hubert increasingly felt that this sealing artifact was eerily familiar. Moreover, it seemed that Dolly and Scarface had not noticed that when Hobart first entered the basement, he was instantly transported to the bottom of the basement by the power of the sealed object, and thereafter his position remained unchanged, devoid of any random fluctuations. Thus, while Dolly was engaged in a struggle with young Henry for control over the two living corpses, Scarface unleashed gunfire upon young Henry, and Hobart gradually advanced toward the stone platform. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. With one final step, Hobart stood before the stone platform. Dolly and Scarface exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise upon seeing each other's faces. As Hobart reached out to touch the statue, he was suddenly engulfed by visions of blue skies and white clouds. The ancient town nestled at the foot of a mountain, the towering clock tower, and the stone throne atop the peak. It was the land of disorder. Yet, it was a perfectly harmonious land of disorder, where the blue sky and white clouds coexisted, and night and day were in orderly succession, with forests and clock towers adorning the earth. At that moment, Hobart comprehended the familiarity of the stone. It originated from the land of disorder. Yet, he pondered how it had departed from that realm and what extraordinary experiences it had undergone to acquire such an uncanny power. Due to Hobart's unique connection to the land of disorder, the statue resonated with him. Thus, it did not reject him. The instant he grasped the statue, Hobart's spirit instantly sensed the capabilities of the sealed object. First, it could create a dark zone within a 7-meter radius, within which the holder could deprive enemies of their sight and inspiration. Second, the holder could manipulate the space within a 10-meter radius at will, allowing for certain distortions, such as compelling an enemy originally advancing forward to retreat or turning a fleeing enemy into one that charges forward. Third, a spatial distortion zone could be formed within half a meter around the holder, preventing enemies from approaching. The negative consequence was that for every 20 minutes of use, the holder's soul and body would be thoroughly distorted once, with a maximum of 2 distortions. Should the holder's thoughts be distorted 3 times, their body would ultimately collapse. Furthermore, if the sealed object was not wielded by an extraordinary individual from the legal path or an arbitrator, there was a certain probability that it would betray its holder. The sealing method involved distorting the limited will of the sealed object using the distorting ability of the legal path, requiring a distortion every 3 days. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to enter the half-meter proximity of the sealed object. If 3 days elapsed without distorting the will of the sealed object, one would have to employ a weakening or distortion of the intermediary sequence to have a chance of regaining control over the sealed object. Hobart reflected inwardly. This is undoubtedly a sealed object crafted specifically for the legal path. No wonder the Henry family lineage has dwindled to just 3 members. Yet they still wield this potent sealed object. At this moment, young Henry had approached the basement step by step, his aura of death clashing with the twisted energy of the sealed object. Meanwhile, the 2 living corpses had been shot by Scarface, now missing limbs. Yet they charged forth relentlessly. As young Henry drew near, Dolly's complexion turned pale, finding it increasingly difficult to halt the actions of the living corpses. Hobart cradled the sealed object in his hands, and in an instant, he transported the 2 living corpses into the earthen layers of the basement, leaving only their heads exposed. They thrashed their heads in a futile attempt to escape. Then, Hobart turned his gaze toward young Henry, intending to trap him within the soil. But it felt as though he encountered a formidable resistance. Young Henry's eyes grew deeper, more terrifying. Dolly, of the same sequence, even felt an impulse to prostrate herself on the ground. Ultimately, the sealed object prevailed. Young Henry's initial intent to attack transformed into a defensive posture, and his desire to summon greater power diminished. The not-so-intelligent young Henry, after repeated distortions of his thoughts and strength by Hobart, gradually fell into a state of confusion, ultimately collapsing motionless on the ground. Hobart utilized the sealed object to move the motionless young Henry to within his half-meter radius, confirming that the power emanating from him had completely dissipated. He remarked, "I am curious, when I first encountered young Henry, why did he appear merely as an ordinary living corpse?" After examining young Henry's body, Dolly replied, "That terrifying power was not inherently present within young Henry. It manifested after I performed ants, causing certain changes to his corpse and attracting certain gazes." She shook her head. This must be the result of the continuous rituals performed by young Henry's parents, enabling certain mysterious entities to willingly bestow power upon him. In essence, through the efforts of the Henry couple, they transformed young Henry's corpse into a sealed object that easily attracted the attention of formidable entities from the path of death and facilitated the descent of their powers. Chapter 71. Officially unaffiliated personnel. Scarface instantly grasped Dolly's intentions and lifted his leg to exit. "Wait." Hobart suddenly smiled and said, "There are some matters I wish to discuss with you both while we have the opportunity." Now that he held a powerful sealed object, he had completely seized the initiative, causing Dolly to desire to depart. If Hobart could relinquish the sealed object and leave with them, that would be even better. Of course, Hobart would not fall for such a ruse. Dolly smiled and said, "What a clever young man. Feel free to state your demands." Hobart replied, "I will reiterate. I'm the son of a brigadier general. You need not treat me as a wild, extraordinary being. I am willing to cooperate with your investigation, but only if it takes place within the confines of the church. Do not think to drag me underground." Dolly nodded. "You saved us earlier. We shall certainly treat you with due friendliness." Hobart continued, "My second condition is the sharing of the spoils from this operation. The statue belongs to me." Dolly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I cannot make that decision, but I will request it from my superior. I have already established a special connection with this sealed object." Hobart smiled. "This affords me knowledge of the statue's sealing method." Dolly paused momentarily. "I will include this in my report." Hobart said, "Very well. I believe we should tidy up here." He had already weighed his options. Unless he could escape with the statue, he would inevitably have to negotiate with the official extraordinary beings. The crucial point was that in a matter of minutes, Hobart would have to relinquish his hold on the statue. Should he choose to flee at that juncture, Dolly and her companions would undoubtedly pursue him, rendering him quite passive. Hence he made the choice to negotiate with the official extraordinary beings. Utilizing the sealed object, Hobart extracted the corpses of the Henry couple from the earth, as the absence of that terrifying spectral power rendered them devoid of vitality, transforming them into true corpses. Subsequently, Hobart relocated all the bodies to the entrance of the basement. He discovered that the space controllable by the sealed object was limited in height, measuring only 3 to 4 meters, just sufficient to reach the entrance of the basement. Clearly, this basement was designed specifically for the sealed object. Upon returning to the first floor, Scarface retrieved 3 body bags from the carriage to properly encase the corpses, while also providing a brief explanation to the police outside and offering a few final instructions. Due to the necessity of changing the holder of the statue every 20 minutes, and the requirement that the new holder maintain a distance of over 10 meters from the previous holder, Dolly requisitioned a police carriage. The individual holding the statue would ride separately in the police carriage, following closely behind. As the 20-minute mark approached, both carriages came to a halt simultaneously, and an individual from the front carriage moved to the rear carriage to replace the holder. Hobart first traveled alongside Scarface in the leading carriage of the night church. Scarface glanced at Hobart and introduced himself. "I am Borges." Hobart smiled and replied, "Greetings, Borges. I trust you need no introduction." Borges commented, "Your response was quite remarkable." "Thank you." Hobart was well aware that Borges referred to his adept handling of the extraordinary incident that day. After a prolonged silence between the two, they awaited the arrival of Borgia to replace Deli. Deli smiled and remarked, "It is hard to fathom that you are merely a sequence 9. When I first entered the extraordinary world, I certainly did not possess your adaptability." Hubert politely replied, is merely a stroke of luck. Luck is a crucial element in the extraordinary realm. Deli then broached the main topic. I was pondering, if you are an extraordinary individual with a military background, my superior would likely be reluctant to allow you to utilize that statue. However, if you are willing to become our informant, that would be a different matter. I believe the captain would not refuse your request, especially considering the goodwill you have shown us. Hubert fell into contemplation. Collaborating with official extraordinary agents was indeed a commendable suggestion. He had previously boasted of his military background, but in reality, the military would not heed him in times of crisis, with only Christine genuinely willing to assist him. It is often said that one finds comfort beneath the shade of a great tree. Having the endorsement of official extraordinary agents would certainly alleviate many troubles. Moreover, leveraging official extraordinary agents to provide convenience and assistance is, in itself, a strategic use of the rules. After a few moments of reflection, Hubert stated, I am amenable, but I have 3 conditions. Deli gestured for him to proceed. First, we shall maintain a collaborative relationship. I will provide you with information that may be of use. And in return, you must also offer me assistance when I require it. Additionally, within the scope of my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill the tasks you assign to me, but I reserve the right to decline your requests. Second, should my participation in combat be required, I expect to have a share of the spoils. Third, I require an official document from the extraordinary agents, which would grant me the status of a regular night watcher when encountering other extraordinary individuals. Deli responded, aside from a third condition, which has no precedent, the others are reasonable requests. I shall convey them on your behalf. Thank you. Deli, true to her word, secured Hubert in a private room behind the church, leaving Borgia to stand guard outside. At this moment, Hubert felt a wave of relief wash over him, as he surmised that Barton had already sent a telegram, informing Christine of his situation. With Christine's intervention, he believed he would face no further peril. As the sun began to set and dusk descended, Hubert's stomach growled with hunger. He called out to Borgia outside, Your superior seems rather inefficient. Just then, Deli entered the room accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s, with short hair and dressed in formal attire. His gaze resembled a tranquil lake, exuding an unprecedented sense of serenity. It is because your requests are rather numerous. I need to report to the bishop. The middle-aged gentleman smiled. Borgia acknowledged him with a call of captain. Upon entering, Deli introduced, This is our captain. The gentleman extended his hand. You may call me Captain Thomas. Hubert stepped forward to shake his hand. Greetings, Captain Thomas. After the 3 settled around the table in the room, Thomas continued, You may freely utilize the seal obtained from Henry's residence today. However, the seal must be kept under our custody. A simple application to me prior to use will suffice. Of course, this is contingent upon your becoming an external member of our team. Indeed, an external member, thanks to the lexicon invented by Emperor Rossel, allowing our system to become more flexible. Hubert twitched his lips, suddenly reminded of a group that often bore the brunt of blame. Chapter 72. The Origin of the Statue. Thomas addressed Hubert. In truth, I would advise you to relinquish the right to use the seal, as this would grant you extraordinary traits akin to a barbarian or a briberer. Hubert gave a barely perceptible nod. It appears the night watchers have discovered a method to extract the extraordinary traits from the Henry couple, aside from the 2 seals. There are also 2 extraordinary traits. This case has yielded considerable gains. He then lamented his own weakness, which had led him to make the most cautious choice at that moment. Otherwise, these rewards would have belonged solely to him. Furthermore, engaging with official extraordinary agents presented its challenges. Wild extraordinary individuals often had short tempers. As demonstrated in this operation, even though Hubert had made significant contributions during the division of spoils, it was the official extraordinary agents who held the advantage. After a brief hesitation, Hubert made a decision. I will opt for that seal. Well, once you comprehend the sealing method of the seal, you will understand my insistence. However, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could retain those 2 extraordinary traits. In the future, I hope to exchange them either through purchase or by accumulating merits. This choice bore both advantages and disadvantages. As long as the official extraordinary agents were involved, he would not have the liberty to use the seal at will. Yet, it would spare Hubert the hassle of sealing the statue regularly. Or else he might have had to rent a house with a yard to provide a 10-meter radius for the seal. It seems you possess a solid understanding of our system and are aware of the merit accumulation. Thomas smiled. No external member can enjoy the privileges of a regular team member. However, after careful consideration, I have decided to exercise some flexibility regarding your case. This is due to your significant contribution in today's events, aiding two night watchers in their escape. Thus, I shall endeavor to meet your conditions as a token of our gratitude. First, we will provide you with a certificate affirming that you are our informant, to protect you from potential aggression by other official extraordinary agents. You will need to render some contributions to the Night Watchers to secure your status as an external member. As you make additional contributions, I shall issue you a formal member certificate. At that point, you will be the only member of our team permitted to act freely, provided you generate sufficient contributions to silence any dissent from other team members. Hubert negotiated, "Could you grant me an external member designation outright?" Hubert then realized, in other words, as long as I withstand your scrutiny, I can easily become an external member, but achieving formal membership is not so simple. Thomas chuckled. Deli was correct. You are quite astute. Hubert inquired, "May I designate Ms. Deli as my point of contact?" "Certainly." "Very well," Hubert replied. "Please provide me with the documentation confirming my status as your informant." In dealings with official extraordinary agents, there was little leeway for them. Most issues encountered had established precedents or systems for resolution. As Thomas had mentioned, unless Hubert's performance inspired unanimous confidence, it was unlikely anyone would be willing to alter the existing protocols on his behalf. After receiving the documentation, Hubert agreed upon a method and address for communication with Deli, and then he documented the negative effects and sealing methods of the statue. Thomas also remarked, "This seal was designed for legal pathways. No wonder you were so insistent." Hubert requested Thomas to hold on for a moment as he quickly drafted an application for the statue, citing research as his reason. Upon receiving the application, Thomas replied, "I cannot provide it to you today. Please come back tomorrow morning." Hubert glanced outside. The night had quietly settled in, rendering it unsuitable to enter the Charney's gate. He rose. "All right, I shall return tomorrow morning. May I take my leave?" "Of course." Upon stepping outside the church, Hubert spotted the family carriage, with the steward waiting by the door. "Young master." Hubert smiled. "Thank you for your efforts." He surmised that Christine had already negotiated with the Night Watchers team, for Captain Thomas would not have been so amiable otherwise. After returning home and having dinner, Hubert followed Christine to the study, where he recounted his experiences from the day in detail. "All's well that ends well," Christine commented. "Your choice was indeed astute. Collaborating with the Night Watchers team serves your interests far better than clashing with them over the seals." Subsequently, Hobart recounted to Christine the events from yesterday, during which he had collaborated with Hugh and Forsyth, along with the information he had obtained. Ultimately, Hobart inquired, "Father, might you assist me in vanquishing the pursuing forces of the Tamara family to acquire the formula for the potion of Sequence 7 and its extraordinary attributes?" Christine smiled and replied, "You, like Rex, always seem to attract trouble. According to Rex's stipulation, you must undertake this trial alone. However, should you find yourself in grave difficulty, I may lend my assistance." Hobart had not anticipated that his father possessed such a strategy. "Very well, I shall ponder this further." The following morning, Hobart first visited the law firm to express his gratitude to Barton for relaying the information, and then he ventured out once more to meet with clients. He took a hired carriage to the headquarters of the Night Watchers, located in the Northern District. Unlike the previous day when he exited through the church's rear entrance, today he noticed the sign of the Night Watchers, which read Blackthorn Security Company. Hobart speculated whether the Night Watchers employed this name as a FAAD. Upon entering, he encountered a somewhat antiquated reception area and a seating space. Dolly was already waiting in the lounge, gesturing toward the black box beside her. This stone box can effectively seal 355, the statue from yesterday. It necessitates a change of holder every 20 minutes when removing 355 for use. However, if kept within the box, you need not worry about this time constraint. 355? Hobart pondered, realizing that the statue possessed the potency of a level 2 sealed object in the eyes of official extraordinary beings. He nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. He mused internally that the methods of the official extraordinary beings were indeed numerous. When he captured 355 in the realm of disorder, the sealed object immediately resonated with it. The material of the statue truly originated from the realm of disorder. As Hobart cradled the statue in his hands, he sensed that the realm contained many such materials, yet his control over it was still insufficient to utilize those resources. Soon after, an image of his first encounter with 355 materialized before him, prompting him to revisit the orderly vision of the realm of disorder. In a sudden shift, a colossal figure emerged beyond the sky of the realm of disorder. Hobart comprehended that this was the fragment of information previously accessible only in the external world through 355. Chapter 73. The Conclusion. Within the realm of disorder, 355 laid bare all its memories to Hobart. The enormous silhouette remained indistinct, yet Hobart dared not gaze directly at it. Then, beyond the transparent sky of the realm of disorder, a vast city manifested, engulfed in towering flames, inundated by floods, afflicted by insurmountable plagues, and shaken by violent earthquakes, a scene imbued with an ominous and ethereal essence. Hobart felt the resonance of the realm of disorder, and his spirit awakened to the realization that it represented another source essence, the City of Calamity. The City of Calamity collided violently with the realm of disorder, resulting in cataclysmic upheaval and chaos. The sky and land within the realm of disorder, day and night, ancient towns and clock towers, all shifted positions in the tumult. Thus, the current state emerged where sky and land intertwined, and day and night coexisted. Although Hobart refrained from gazing at the gigantic figure beyond, he began to speculate about its identity. Celestial sovereign? God? The primordial? Only these three entities could, under unknown circumstances, direct one source essence to collide with another. At this moment, the imagery before Hobart shifted once more, revealing that it was the violent clash of the two source essences that caused 355 to descend to the material world in the form of a stone. After an indeterminate span of time, the stone was discovered by an extraordinary being of the apprentice pathway, for it had originated from the realm of disorder and was a naturally wondrous artifact. In the subsequent scenes, numerous figures appeared, their faces indistinct. During a confrontation involving extraordinary beings, the one wielding the stone was slain by a figure emanating black holy light. As the blood of the apprentice pathway extraordinary being splattered upon the stone, it gained the ability to distort space. The lingering resentment of the slain extraordinary being also infused the stone with a faint sentience. Hobart speculated that the figure radiating black holy light was likely Solomon or a member of the Solomon family. Following this revelation, Hobart sensed through his intuition that if he were to infuse the power of the realm of disorder into 355, the capabilities of this sealed object would be significantly enhanced. However, he refrained from doing so, as the sealed object did not yet wholly belong to him. It would be prudent to wait until it was fully his before attempting such an enhancement. Having uncovered the origins of 355, Hobart then employed a granting method to extract it from the realm of disorder. After taking a moment to rest and allowing his spirit to recover, he proceeded to the obsidian bar to return 355 to Dolly. The obsidian bar would serve as a future rendezvous point for Hobart and Dolly, as Hobart did not find himself entangled in any malevolent organization, nor was he a conventional informant. He resembled more of a benevolent collaborator with the Night Watchers. Thus, their meetings were not shrouded in secrecy nor fraught with excessive caution. Dolly, sipping her beer, inquired, "Have you yielded any results from your research?" The obsidian bar boasted an upscale decor, situated in the northern district, primarily frequented by the middle class, in stark contrast to the establishments of the eastern district. A subtle floral fragrance wafted from the bar, far removed from the stench of feet and sweat. The morning clientele was sparse, rendering the bar quite spacious. Seated beside Dolly, Hobart gestured towards the stone box and lowered his voice. It was once held by an extraordinary being of the apprentice pathway, and it was during that being's demise that it acquired the ability to distort space. Dolly was taken aback, surprised by the genuine discovery. "Can you disclose the methodology you employ for your research?" The Night Watchers had attempted numerous divination methods yesterday, but had failed to ascertain the origins of 355. Hobart smiled, "Of course, but you must promptly issue me an extraneous personnel certificate." Dolly responded with a half-serious smile. "That is not entirely impossible." "Very well, I shall await your credentials." With a smile, Hobart rose and departed. He sought a nearby restaurant, spending 2 shillings and 7 pence on a rather delightful lunch, before taking a carriage to the police station in the western suburbs, where he sought restitution for a portion of the Henry family's assets on behalf of his client. Generally, such requests would not merit the police's attention and might take 1 to 2 months before any claims would be approved. However, due to the peculiar nature of this case, and more importantly, because he was greeted by Daniel, things proceeded more smoothly. Though Daniel was oblivious to the extraordinary world, He had gleaned an understanding of Hobart's affiliation with that mysterious realm following the incident on the second floor of the Henry residence. Hobart had only discharged 2 shots to resolve the issue. Yet when the special department personnel arrived, they had unleashed 2 to 3 dozen shots within the house. 20 minutes later, a man with a scarred face emerged from the building, looking somewhat disheveled, which indicated that they had certainly dealt with something far more terrifying. Daniel's cooperation facilitated the process significantly, and within just over 2 hours, Hobart secured 20 worth of the Henry family's assets. After expressing his gratitude to Daniel, Hobart once again took a hired carriage to the Polly residence. As he entered, he cast a glance at the Henry home, which had already been cordoned off with police tape, 2 officers stationed in the yard. Through his conversation with Mr. Polly, Hobart learned that members of the Night Watchers had visited again that morning. Naturally, Mr. Polly was unaware of the Night Watchers. He merely mentioned that a carriage bearing the emblem of the Knight's Holy Seal had returned. It seems they have come to inspect whether there are any oversights at the Henry residence. It was the dog of the Henry family that burrowed a tunnel connecting their basement to that of the Ailery family, which is why the Henry dog occasionally escapes to the Ailery's property. Hubert elucidated. Thus, the compensation is to be provided by the Henry family rather than the Ailery family. Initially, Polly found it somewhat peculiar. Had the Ailery family not noticed this? As he pondered this, he observed Hubert producing 20 pounds in cash, and any lingering doubts he had were swiftly cast aside. Hubert remarked, "This is a portion of the Henry family's assets that I just retrieved from the police. 10 pounds is for your loss, and the other 10 is my commission fee." He shook his head and jested. "I risked my life for this 10-pound commission yesterday." Polly had not held much hope for compensation, but upon receiving the 10 pounds, he felt a brief surge of joy, only to be slightly pained by the sight of Hubert pocketing the other 10 pounds. On the return journey, Hubert sensed the familiar loosening sensation of the magical potion. Indeed, every time he completed a commission, his spirit seemed to become more vivacious. On Saturday morning, upon arriving at the law office, Hubert had yet to disembark from the carriage when he spotted Mr. Robin and his cousin awaiting him at the door. Chapter 74, Favoritism. Mr. Robin had finally acquired a new hat, and his demeanor appeared markedly improved. However, as he stood on the thoroughfare, he still seemed somewhat uneasy. After disembarking, Robin and his cousin David immediately approached him. "Good morning, Attorney Hubert." "Good morning to you both," Hubert replied with a smile. "It seems your circumstances have improved. My counsel appears to have had some effect. Your advice has helped us see the truth," Mr. Robin stated. Hubert nodded slightly, pleased that he could assist 2 wayward souls in discerning the deceptions of their era. He led Robin and David to his desk. "What difficulties have you encountered this time?" Robin glanced at David, who was considerably taller than Robin and sported a pair of small mustaches that gave him an unapproachable appearance. Yet, in Hubert's presence, David exhibited the same unease as Robin. "It is not about us, sir." He seemed to gather his thoughts before continuing. "It is about a colleague of mine who, while at work, had a machine claim one of his legs and one of his hands. He hopes to receive 300 pounds in compensation, but the factory owner is only willing to offer 100 pounds. He has sought out several lawyers, all of whom have deemed his compensation request excessive and have declined to take on the case. You may be his last hope." Hubert inquired, "Your colleague has lost his ability to work, correct?" "Yes, he wishes for 300 pounds to purchase a plot of land in the suburbs. He claims to have grown up working the land and believes he can still cultivate crops with just one hand." Hubert nodded. In his estimation, 300 pounds was not an unreasonable demand for compensation. However, he recalled a conversation with a colleague who had mentioned an unwritten rule regarding workplace injury cases: 100 pounds for disability and 150 pounds for death. While Hubert felt sympathy for David's colleague, he did not rush to express his stance. "I wish to speak with your colleague in person." David nodded vigorously. "Very well. I will bring him over this afternoon." After bidding farewell to Robin and David, Hubert perused the civil compensation regulations in his bookshelf, discovering that there was merely one vague statute regarding workplace injuries. An employer is obligated to cover the medical expenses of an injured worker and provide appropriate compensation. Hubert realized that it was not due to his unfamiliarity with the laws that he found them lacking. Rather, there was simply this ambiguous provision. There were no guidelines for compensation based on various circumstances such as injury, disability, or death. Astonishingly, the employer was only obliged to cover medical expenses. In cases where legal provisions were unclear, judges often had to rely on their discretion or previous case precedents, or adhere to customary rules when rendering judgments. Ironically, the statutes that outlined how to compensate employers for losses incurred by employees were explicit. how to compensate for losses under £10, between £10 and £20, from £20 to £50, and so forth, up to losses between £800 and £1,000, were all laid out in clear detail. Hubert scoffed. It is as if the law is exclusively designed to protect the interests of capitalists and the aristocracy. Upon returning to his desk, Hubert recognized that David's colleague's case would be challenging to win, even if the claimant's demands were legitimate, even somewhat modest. Moreover, accepting such a case would likely put him at odds with certain customary practices. Yet, Hubert considered that he was now an extraordinary individual, backed by a prominent social standing. Why should he live as cautiously as in his previous life? He decided to take the case. Since he had the opportunity to live again, he ought to experience a different life. With his resolve solidified, Hubert began preparing for the task at hand. Just as he conceptualized a viable strategy, he realized it was already past 10 in the morning. Hubert visited Barton's office to report the developments regarding Mr. Polly's case. However, he only provided a brief overview of the situation concerning the Henry family. Mr. Polly's case was formally concluded. I was unaware that this case would involve such significant peril, Barton remarked. Had he known, he would have never entrusted the case to Hubert. Hubert smiled. Some dangers are unavoidable. Fortunately, I handled it reasonably well, and the crisis has yielded some benefits. Establishing stable connections with official extraordinary individuals is my greatest gain, one that far surpasses the value of 355's usage rights. You should consider obtaining a lawyer's qualification. Barton shifted to a new topic. Due to your outstanding performance, I will write you a letter of recommendation and enlist the help of friends to smooth your examination process. Currently, Hubert possesses a paralegal certificate, and only upon acquiring a lawyer's license can he handle more complex criminal cases and qualify to defend clients in a formal court. Reflecting on his management of Mr. Polly's case, he felt he had not made any glaring errors, yet he recognized several lessons to keep in mind when dealing with extraordinary officials. One must always consider whether they can maintain the initiative, particularly regarding the division of spoils. His encounter with the official extraordinary individual had been somewhat hurried. He had not had the time to contemplate thoroughly. Should there be future collaborations, it is imperative to negotiate the division of spoils beforehand. As for the third case presented by Barton, it must be handled despite potential risks. However, as Hubert's strength and resources continue to grow, he feels increasingly confident in his ability to navigate challenges. Thus, he is optimistic about managing the risks encountered in the case. Of course, the most crucial aspect remains the proactive approach to handling the third case, effectively utilizing the law of extraordinary characteristics aggregation. After concluding Mr. Polly's case, Hubert again sensed the signs of the magical potion digesting. Should he continue to actively apply the rules, his magical potion would undoubtedly continue to assimilate. Moreover, employing the law of extraordinary characteristics aggregation seems to expedite the digestion process. Hubert felt that his lawyer's potion had already been significantly absorbed. By persistently applying the rules and continuously summarizing, he believed the rate of absorption could accelerate even further. Chapter 75. The Vigilance of Ancient Families. Around 2 in the afternoon, David arrived with his colleague. His colleague, named Bob, was clad in filthy, tattered clothing, with unkempt hair, and relied on a makeshift cane fashioned from a tree branch. Hubert meticulously inquired about the circumstances surrounding the incident, which, in essence, was quite straightforward. Bob had suffered a grievous injury while laboring, with one leg and one hand ensnared by machinery, resulting in a permanent disability. After absorbing the account from the afflicted party, Hubert unequivocally stated that, while Mr. Bob bore some responsibility in the matter, this would not hinder their pursuit of compensation. He then cautioned Bob, saying, however, this case is still likely to be arduous, and you must prepare yourself mentally. Bob, feeling despondent, waved his remaining half-arm and replied, Sir, I have nothing left to lose. It cannot get any worse than it is now. Hubert nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, if we wish to emerge victorious, you must heed my directives. No problem, Bob replied. I am already grateful for your willingness to represent me. If all is in order, please sign the power of attorney. Hubert produced a contract he had prepared in advance. Given the complexity of this case, I shall charge an attorney's fee amounting to 18 of the compensation. Naturally, should we prevail, this fee will be covered by the opposing party. In the southern continent, there exists no town. Eliot received word that he was to accompany Elder Calvin to negotiate with the Fusac Empire in the city of Crolier. What puzzled him was that the other accompanying family members were universally acknowledged elites, while he had only recently ascended to rank 7, seemingly unfit for such a significant undertaking. He suspected that his recent performance had raised doubts among the elders, prompting him to pray to the Creator in his chamber before their departure, sharing his movements and speculations. After lunch, Elliot and others departed the town in 5 carriages under Calvin's leadership. Shortly after leaving the town, a majestic throne and an imposing figure came into view. Understood. Elliot exhaled in relief, his concerns dissipating. At 192 Blanca Street, Beckland, Hubert concurred with Elliot's suspicions. A family of extraordinary beings beset by a curse could scarcely lack vigilance. He then contemplated whether to reveal his existence to more members of the Balk family. During the previous raid by the Rune mercenaries, Elliot had played a pivotal role, and his sacrificed spirit-linking necklace had proven invaluable. Particularly, Hubert considered his future role as a baron or earl, while attaining such titles in Beckland would be a formidable challenge. The southern continent offered the possibility of wielding real power as a baron or earl. Diligently nurturing the Balk family line would undoubtedly serve him well in future endeavors. Thus, Hubert resolved to strategically support Elliot, empowering him to become a formidable member of the Balk family, while also positioning him as his representative within the family. In doing so, he would need to showcase his own strength. With the existence of a disordered nation, Hubert could project formidable power, albeit within the realms of order and distortion, effectively addressing numerous practical issues. Should problems prove insurmountable, it would simply indicate that the great entity upon the Iron Throne held no interest in their supplications, leaving him with the ultimate authority to interpret events. With such decisions made, Hubert awaited Elder Calvin's probing. Should all proceed as anticipated, he would undoubtedly seek to test Elliot's mettle. This matter was of little urgency. What truly occupied Hubert's thoughts was whether the weekend gathering would present him with any magical artifacts of interest. He mused over whether his funds would suffice. In truth, the spirit-linking necklace had alleviated his creative deficiencies, and the combat ring had addressed his shortcomings in physical prowess. He found himself devoid of any pressing desires for extraordinary items. Yet, one could never dismiss the possibility of encountering something remarkable. The extraordinary realm was never short of surprises. With a heart full of anticipation, Hubert arrived early on Sunday at the Mercenary Club, bringing all his belongings. After practicing his marksmanship, he awaited the commencement of the gathering in the lounge area. As noon approached, the lounge grew increasingly crowded, and Hubert encountered the officer for the previous gathering, who had confiscated the extraordinary traits of the secret supplicant. They exchanged a brief handshake and pleasantries. Through their casual conversation, Hubert learned that the officer was also prepared to acquire a few items at that day's gathering. At precisely 1:30 p.m., the assembly commenced in the underground theater. As anticipated, following the submission of 2 team applications, individuals began to auction off extraordinary traits aligned with the hunter and warrior paths, as well as various magical artifacts. Several familiar faces among the sellers were participants from the recent raid in the southern continent. However, the majority of items for sale were extraordinary traits and combat-related magical objects. Hubert remained unperturbed, estimating that in the coming weeks, more mercenaries would emerge to sell their spoils, and from his earlier discussions in the lounge, he understood that the best items typically appeared later in the proceedings. With arms crossed, Hubert remarked, "To my knowledge, there are already individuals eager to fill this vacuum." He was careful not to disclose the insider information received from Elliot during the gathering. Castor then produced a sketch. Has anyone seen or heard of this formidable individual? The assembly scrutinized the drawing, depicting a mysterious figure seated upon a throne forged from blades, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Hubert was taken aback. This resembles me. Castor continued. We encountered this formidable being during our mission, though they did not exhibit any overt hostility towards us. If anyone has seen this esteemed individual, or can provide valuable leads, I shall offer a substantial reward. The assembly noted that Castor's use of the term esteemed indicated the individual's power was such that even Castor felt compelled to show due respect. Hubert mused to himself. You could scarcely imagine that this esteemed individual sits among you, observing your expressions of astonishment and confusion. Naturally, he would not offer any clues. He had become a man of means and had no need to embroil himself in such trouble for the sake of a promised reward. Should he seize the opportunity to forge alliances with this newly emerged entity, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the colonial holdings of the Fuzak Empire. Chapter 76. At last, a normal case. On Monday morning, Hubert refrained from attending work, opting instead to travel by carriage to the Ministry of Justice in the West District, armed with a letter of recommendation from Barrington. At that time, The civil service examination system was non-existent, and there was no unified examination schedule for lawyers across the nation. One required a recommendation from a distinguished attorney like Barrington or a law professor to qualify for the bar examination. The ministry had designated personnel in areas for administering the lawyer qualification exams, typically processing candidates one at a time. The written portion was not particularly challenging, requiring only the recitation of legal statutes. However, the interview segment proved more demanding, as candidates were expected to swiftly determine which legal statutes applied to the cases presented by the examiners. Fortunately, with Barrington's endorsement, Hobart's examination proceeded relatively smoothly, at least free from any deliberate hindrances. Exiting the Ministry of Justice, Hobart reflected on how the society of the Rune Kingdom highly valued connections and relationships, explaining the ambiguity surrounding regulations for workplace injury compensation, as workers lacked avenues to formulate laws that protected their interests. Upon returning to the law firm around 11 o'clock, Hobart was informed that Miss Huxley had been waiting for him all morning. Upon entering his office, he indeed found Huxley, her hair somewhat unkempt, accompanied by a stranger in his 40s, who appeared rather anxious. Upon seeing Hobart, Huxley immediately rose. "Hobart, at last, I've been waiting for you. I come seeking your assistance." Hobart quickly grasped that Huxley was introducing him to a potential client. "Please, let us proceed to the meeting room." Hugh and the unfamiliar gentleman entered the reception room, while Hobart first proceeded to Barton's office to briefly discuss the examination process of the day and express his gratitude. Only after that did he pour 2 cups of coffee and make his way to the reception area. Through their conversation, Hobart learned that the gentleman brought by Hugh was named Sean, a department store merchant. Approximately 3 years prior, a friend of Sean had borrowed $300 in cash from him, accompanied by a promissory note. However, when Mr. Sean sought repayment last year, his friend refused, citing the absence of a repayment date on the note as justification. After nearly a year of disputes, the matter ultimately escalated to the courtroom. Sean had always believed that possessing the promissory note would ensure his victory. It was only yesterday, during a conversation with a friend somewhat versed in legal matters, that he discovered the uncertainty of his chances, given the lack of a repayment date on the note. With the court date fast approaching this Tuesday, tomorrow, Sean was contemplating hiring a lawyer, but he lacked the necessary connections and resources. Consequently, he sought the assistance of the esteemed arbitrator, Miss Hugh, nearby. Aware of her own limitations, Hugh felt confident in her ability to mediate, but knew she would likely falter if called to defend him in court, akin to a curly-haired baboon. Thus, she brought Sean to seek Hobart's counsel. Upon reviewing Sean's promissory note, Hobart remarked, "Your friend has misjudged the situation. I suspect that if the opposing party also engages a lawyer, they will find a way to render this note void. The rationale is straightforward. Legally speaking, the note has a 3-year statute of limitations. Had a repayment date been specified, the time frame would commence from that date. As it stands, this note lacks a repayment date and has surpassed the 3-year limit. If the judge indeed rules the note void, we could face grave complications." Sean opened his mouth and, "What should I do?" Hugh, adjusting her tousled hair, felt akin to a curly-haired baboon herself, as she had only partially grasped Hobart's explanation and recognized the unfavorable outlook. "Naturally, we must dismantle the opposing party's argument," Hobart smiled. "I have devised a promising strategy. Should you appoint me as your attorney, please sign the retainer agreement, and I shall represent you in court tomorrow." Sean instinctively inquired, "Is there a chance of winning?" Hobart spread his hands. "I cannot guarantee victory as per regulations. However, I assure you that if you forego legal representation, tomorrow will undoubtedly be quite disadvantageous." After contemplating for several moments, Sean ultimately signed the retainer agreement. Given the complexity of the case, Hobart requested a fee of 12, noting, typically, such cases warrant a 15 fee, but in light of Miss Hugh's goodwill, I shall accept 12. The notion of a customary fee was a mere fabrication, yet his words pleased both Hugh and Sean. Hugh felt respected by Hobart, while Sean believed he had secured a bargain. After bidding farewell to Hugh and Sean, Hobart mused, "At last, I have received a somewhat reasonable case." Throughout his legal career, beginning with his very first case, he had been inundated with peculiarities, where not a single case was resolved entirely in court. Consequently, even as a paralegal, he had grown somewhat unfamiliar with the magistrate's court. Following lunch, Hobart contemplated how best to defend Mr. Sean, and it was not until after 2 o'clock that he set out to visit a client. Arriving at 192 Blanca Street, He was enveloped by a shroud of gray mist precisely at 3 o'clock, marking the commencement of the tarot meeting. The hangman, Algie, addressed Hobart. I require more information regarding the elven race. What compensation would you desire? Hobart was taken aback. You have discovered the remnants of the elven race? Algie replied. I'm not entirely certain if it is indeed elven remains. Hence I seek more detailed information from you. Nodding with a somewhat grim expression, Algie added, I understand. Do not take this too heavily. I merely wish to caution you that this information is invaluable, and you must not disclose it, lest you find yourself in peril. Hobart shifted the conversation. Rest assured, I will propose a compensation you will find acceptable. He had no intention of bartering critical information regarding the elven race with Algie, as the latter would certainly be unable to meet such a financial demand. Algie exhaled with relief. Thank you, I know what to do. Audrey was elated, astonished to hear of some distant Second-Era history, while the fool, Klein, listened intently. Hobart organized his thoughts. The elven race has a penchant for consuming the blood of animals in a form resembling, well, something akin to cheese or jelly. Their utensils differ significantly from ours, consisting of 2 small sticks used to transfer food to their mouths. I recall that Emperor Roselle once attempted to promote such cutlery. Chapter 77. Cultural Characteristics of the Elven Race. Hobart speculated that the great, enigmatic Mr. Fool behind the mist must be drawing connections at that moment. He continued, Elves bear a resemblance to humans, but their ears are pointed and their tempers exceedingly volatile, likely due to their extraordinary traits. The Elven King was once an ally of the Giant King, but they later became bitter enemies, engaging in protracted warfare. Hobart chuckled, I can assure you, unless you ascend to a high-ranking position within a church, you will have no access to this information. Given the vast differences between Elven culture and contemporary society, he could not provide an overly detailed description. However, he could assist in discerning whether what Algie encountered was indeed elven ruins, contingent upon viewing any murals or decorative patterns within the site. Hobart shared only a modicum of non-sensitive information, even trivial details. As for the elves' homeland, the Elven King's lineage, or the Queen of Natural Disasters, he had no intention of divulging such confidential matters to Algie at this juncture. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to leave the other 3 individuals astounded. Audrey grew increasingly intrigued by that ancient race, while Klein's mind was awash with thoughts of chopsticks and hot pot. Gradually nodding, Klein conjured paper and pen before Algie. Grasping the pen, Algie's paper immediately bore illustrations clearly distinct from the cultures of the present-day northern and southern continents. One depiction resembled a toppled letter, albeit with an additional hook at the top and bottom, reminiscent of waves perpetually rolling forward. This was the thunder pattern. While it differed from Hobart's recollection of the thunder pattern, the essence of Eastern culture, here referred to as Western continental culture, retained its abstract yet realistic charm. Hobart remarked, these patterns exhibit unmistakable elven cultural traits. What you have encountered must indeed be elven ruins. Algie inquired further, this site must have been discovered by many. Yet even after entering, my spirit still resonates with some connection. Why is this? Congratulations. Hobart smiled. Should you delve deeper into this site, you are bound to uncover extraordinary traits or materials that resonate with your own path. Algie's eyes brightened. How can I find them? Hobart replied with a smile. I suggest you utilize your extraordinary abilities within the ruins. It may evoke a stronger resonance, leading you to more clues. He paused and added, now, we should discuss how you will remunerate me. Algie asked, what do you wish to receive from me? The first form of compensation is the results of your exploration. Hobart stated, I am quite interested in the elven ruins, so one of my compensations will be the findings of your exploration. Algie nodded, agreed. Hobart continued, the additional compensation is 1,000 in cash, or items, materials, or information of equivalent value. Of course, I do not require it urgently. You may defer the payment for now. Algie breathed a sigh of relief. This offer was indeed within an acceptable range, agreed. Audrey was the first to speak. Recently, I encountered an extraordinary individual with numerous channels. He seems to possess only sequence 9, yet he is capable of executing many seemingly arduous transactions through these channels. For instance, during one such transaction, he elucidated how he cleverly leveraged his extraordinary abilities to triumph over his past self. Upon hearing this, Hobart realized that the reference was indeed to himself. Audrey continued, I did not discern many characteristics of an extraordinary being in him, but I distinctly recall him solemnly asserting that he is a lawyer. Is there a potion associated with the lawyer's sequence? Hobart scratched his head, pondering. This is the terrifying aspect of the audience. Despite my efforts to conceal my extraordinary abilities, Audrey managed to glean numerous clues. Audrey nodded, refraining from further inquiry into the lawyer's extraordinary capabilities, for she understood that doing so would inevitably invoke the hanged man's demand for recompense. Having attended gatherings before, she was reluctant to pay for such trivial matters. Hobart then shifted the topic. To my knowledge, a mercenary group from Rune ambushed the extraordinary beings of the Fursak Empire in the southern continent, resulting in the demise of 5 individuals from the Empire. Alger smiled, saying, "Another mercenary group? It seems Rune has no desire for war lately. They are unwilling to even initiate a minor naval skirmish involving a dozen ships." Subsequently, Audrey posed several questions regarding the roles of performance and digestion, to which the fool enlightened her about the sensations experienced while consuming digestion potions. As this topic concluded, the gathering drew to a close. Hobart lay in bed, reflecting on the irony that encountering more straightforward cases rendered him busier than ever. On a nameless isle in the eastern section of the Wild Sea, Alger found a pretext to separate from the crew of the ghost ship and ventured alone to the ruins at the island center. The remnants of the ruins consisted of a few tilted stone pillars, once enveloped by vines. A sailor from Alger's ship had stumbled upon this site while searching for fresh water, leading to the clearing of the vines from the pillars. At the center of the pillars lay a bottomless emerald pool. Alger commanded the sailors to dive and explore, yet they discovered nothing. It was likely that others who had previously found this ruin had also searched below. If the secrets of the ruins were easily uncovered, the treasures within would have long been appropriated. Alger circled the pool and, following the Emperor's advice, used his extraordinary abilities to create a whirlpool in the water. Suddenly, he observed a white halo emerging from the depths of the pool, as if a light had been ignited within. It truly worked. Chapter 78. Alger's Exploration. Alger marveled once more at the Emperor's insights into mysticism, contemplating that those who had previously discovered these ruins were likely mere pirates, lacking the Emperor's extensive knowledge. They would have simply dove down, found nothing, and ceased to explore further. As he awaited the whirlpool to dissipate, Alger removed his coat, preparing to investigate. However, upon the whirlpool's disappearance, the glow beneath also vanished. An epiphany struck him. He once again invoked his power to summon the whirlpool, then leaped into the pool, plunging downward amidst the torrents. In the water, illusory scales shimmered on his body, rendering him more agile than fish, allowing him to remain submerged for extended periods. He descended several meters until the surface appeared distant, and the surrounding darkness gradually enveloped him. Finally, Alger discerned the luminous objects below. They were 2 crystalline stones, with a human-sized opening situated between them. Numerous such openings existed within the pool, and even the most skilled divers would hesitate to explore the labyrinthine tunnels within. The 2 glowing crystals, when not illuminated, resembled ordinary stones, explaining why previous explorers failed to notice their peculiarity. Inside the tunnel, more luminous crystals seemed to guide the way, providing illumination. With caution, Alger swam into the opening, and finding no immediate danger, he proceeded further. The water level rose, and at last, Alger broke the surface, emerging into a dark cavern. Climbing onto a rock by the water's edge, he produced a waterproof torch to illuminate the cave. His gaze fell upon a skeleton on the ground not far from him, accompanied by some debris. This skeleton, aside from the staff it clutched, bore no remarkable features, while one of its bony fingers pointed toward the opposite side of the cavern. Following the direction indicated by the skeleton's finger, Alger beheld a grand mural. The mural was remarkably well preserved, still vibrant with color. Approaching it, Alger noted that the depicted figures possessed pointed ears, exuding an aura of sanctity. Alger began to comprehend the narrative conveyed by the mural. The skeleton seated in the distance was a descendant of mixed lineage between the elven race and humans, whose family had maintained the elves' way of life and preserved a secret concerning the elven kind. The skeleton had never achieved extraordinary status, remaining the last of its lineage. In life, it had documented the elven secret through the mural. This secret pertained to the locations of the last 3 fallen high elves. In other words, these 3 sites might hold the potential to uncover the extraordinary traits left behind by the high elves. Alger cast a glance at the skeleton seated on the ground, pondering why such a crucial secret was immortalized in a mural. Shouldn't such knowledge be buried with him, hidden away from the world? The mere thought of consulting the Emperor for further insights into the extraordinary left Alger with a bitter taste, as he already owed the Emperor £1,000. Did he truly wish to accumulate even greater debts? At that moment, his gaze fell upon the staff held by the skeleton. The staff appeared to be crafted from crystal, topped with a blue gem. Upon grasping the staff, the sound of crashing waves filled his ears, and he soon realized he could wield the powers of storms, tidal waves, and communicate with sea monsters. This revelation brought forth a joyous laughter from Alger. As a sailor, his magic had been limited to rudimentary water spells, such as whirlpools and minor alterations of currents. Only through the blessing of the Lord of Storms could sailors and wind-blessed individuals unleash more formidable spells. Otherwise, one would need to attain Sequence 5 or even Sequence 4 to wield the might of tidal waves. The staff in his possession bestowed upon Alger powers akin to those of the Lord of Storms, enabling him to utilize practical and potent abilities at sea. This did not merely confer upon Alger the capabilities of Sequence 5. Rather, the staff symbolized the ocean's acknowledgement, akin to a certain credential that allowed him to pursue a particular vocation. In essence, it was useful only in the hands of sailors and wind-blessed individuals, rendering it ineffective for extraordinary beings of other paths. The Emperor was not mistaken. Alger mused. Indeed, seeking the remnants of the elven race can yield remarkable treasures for sailors. Merely this staff alone, in the tumultuous seas, would command a price exceeding 3,000 pounds, surely with additional premiums. However, Alger resolved never to part with the staff until he achieved Sequence 5. Contemplating this made the 1,000 pounds he had spent seem truly worthwhile. On Tuesday morning, Hobart arrived early at the magistrate's court, donning his lawyer's robe and wig, preparing to sit alongside Sean for the proceedings. A few spectators attended this session, including Sean's family, as well as Hugh and Forth. At 8:30, the judge took his seat, and the court was officially in session. As the plaintiff's attorney, Hobart first presented the promissory note, articulating the fact that the defendant had borrowed 300 pounds in cash from Sean. As anticipated by Hubert yesterday, the defendant's attorney, citing relevant laws and regulations, contended that the promissory note has exceeded the 3-year statute of limitations and should thus be deemed legally void. Hubert was keenly waiting for such a rebuttal from the opposing counsel. Your Honor, we relinquish our right to victory regarding this promissory note. In certain circumstances, the plaintiff does possess the right to prevail. For instance, if the judge were to determine that this promissory note holds legal efficacy, then Sean would undoubtedly triumph in the case. However, the current dilemma lies in the judge's difficulty in rendering a clear judgment on the legal validity of the promissory note based on the pertinent laws and regulations. At this juncture, the outcome hinges on the arguments presented by both attorneys. Whichever party offers a more compelling interpretation of the relevant laws will sway the judge's decision. This exemplifies the intrinsic value of an attorney. Thus, Hubert chose to forego fruitless disputes with the opposing side, instead exploiting a loophole in the regulations to seek a new breakthrough. His decision to waive the right to victory surprised both the judge and the defendant's lawyer, as conventional wisdom dictates that a plaintiff's attorney should ardently defend their right to prevail. Hubert continued, Indeed, you heard correctly. We relinquish our right to victory concerning this promissory note and will no longer accuse the opposing party of defaulting on repayment. Rather, we shall accuse them of failing to repay the borrowed funds. Defendant, do you acknowledge that you borrowed 300 pounds in cash from Mr. Sean? The defendant's attorney immediately grasped Hubert's intention, leaning back in his chair, devoid of any notion of defense. For now, regardless of whether the defendant admits to it or not, the obligation to repay the 300 pounds remains. When Hubert posed his question, the defendant instinctively retorted, I have never borrowed such money. This is a slander by Sean. Hubert nodded. Very well. Since you assert that, it signifies that I may seek enforcement, although I have renounced the right to victory concerning the promissory note. The evidence provided by Mr. Sean sufficiently substantiates that you indeed engaged in borrowing, thereby preserving the contractual nature of this promissory note, which obligates you to repay the funds. Upon hearing the term enforcement, the defendant's composure faltered. I did borrow the money. That is correct, I borrowed it. Hubert nodded. Excellent. Please repay the amount within 3 weeks, or else it will be deemed a refusal to repay, and we shall pursue enforcement. Chapter 79. Exploiting Loopholes. Hubert's defense was nothing short of spectacular. He adeptly evaded his opponent's assaults while delivering an unexpected counterstrike that closed off all avenues of retreat for the other side. However, Hubert was also aware that this victory was facilitated by the opponent's unexpected cooperation. He pondered this issue yesterday. Had Barton been defending the defendant, he would undoubtedly not have audaciously asserted that the promissory note lacked legal effect. Such an approach would either lead to an interminable dispute with the plaintiff's attorney or allow the plaintiff's attorney, like Hubert, to exploit loopholes in the relevant regulations. This was not a scenario that the defendant's attorney would wish to witness. Of course, this remains purely hypothetical, for Barton would hardly be interested in such a trivial case. Soon, the judge rendered a verdict, mandating the defendant to repay the borrowed amount within 3 weeks. At that moment, as the judgment was pronounced, Hubert felt the exhilarating rush of the digestion potion once more. He quickly summarized, "This exhilarating feeling from the potion was due to my fulfilling the commission? No, fulfilling the commission merely enlivens my spirit. Could it be because I adeptly utilized the rules of law? No." Hubert suddenly had an epiphany. It was the loophole. I exploited a loophole in the regulations. Compared to previous instances, Hubert realized that this time, the exhilaration derived from winning through exploiting loopholes was akin to that achieved through actions favorable to oneself using the rules. Mastery in leveraging rules and identifying exploitable loopholes is the essence of a lawyer's craft. Hubert smiled knowingly by adhering to this principle. The rate of digesting the potion would surpass his expectations. Perhaps after 2 or 3 more cases, he would completely digest the potion. After the court session, Sean enthusiastically shook Hubert's hand and remarked, "That was the most brilliant debate I have ever witnessed." When he signed the commission letter with Hubert yesterday, he had been riddled with doubts, concerned that Hubert, being young and merely a legal assistant, might not be a match for the opposing attorney. Today, witnessing the defendant's discomfiture, Sean felt that the expenditure on legal fees was indeed worthwhile. Upon reaching the spectator area, Forsyth smiled and remarked, "When I initially came to observe, I anticipated watching 2 attorneys engage in tedious debates over somnolent legal texts, word by word. I never expected you to win so decisively. This has inspired me greatly. Perhaps I shall write a novel featuring a lawyer as the protagonist." Hubert replied with a smile, "Tomorrow, I shall be here to defend the plaintiff again. If you wish to attend, you are welcome to observe, but that case will likely prove quite challenging." Tomorrow, he will be defending Bob. After a brief exchange, they each departed, with the defendant having promised to repay within the week. Only after the opposing party repaid the money would Mr. Sean settle Hubert's fees. From this day forward, he would officially be recognized as a lawyer, granting him the qualification to defend in formal court. Of course, this presupposes that someone hires him for representation. Typically, cases in formal courts involve either criminal matters or disputes among the aristocracy. Those who can afford it will invariably enlist prominent attorneys for their cases. The majority of a formal lawyer's work involves preparing defense materials for esteemed lawyers, with rare opportunities to appear in court. Those unable to afford legal fees will likely opt not to hire an attorney, as ordinary lawyers are no match for prominent lawyers. Often, clients end up losing despite their expenditures, and it may be more prudent to accept their fate without repayment. Such attitudes and circumstances significantly restrict the courtroom opportunities for ordinary lawyers like Hubert. Nevertheless, Hubert believed that his qualifications would be indispensable in Bob's case. Contemplating tomorrow's defense, he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether his plans would succeed. During dinner, Donna noticed Hubert's unease. "Hubert, you seem somewhat distracted." "I am contemplating the strategy for tomorrow's defense," Hubert smiled. "This will be a significant test for me." "Ha ha, having pressure is a good thing," Christine remarked. "It signifies your growth." He reminisced, "This reminds me of my experiences in the southern continent, back when I was a young lad much like you." The following day, Hubert arrived early at the magistrate's court, and to his surprise, Bob had arrived even earlier. He was still using the makeshift cane fashioned from a tree branch, his clothing tattered with several conspicuous holes, yet they appeared washed, looking considerably cleaner than the last time they met. His hair was also neatly groomed, lending him a much more spirited appearance. The two exchanged smiles as they entered the magistrate's court, one taking a seat in the plaintiff's section and the other in the plaintiff's attorney's seat. At this moment, Hubert quietly informed Bob, "I previously mentioned that this case is quite challenging. This is no mere posturing. We may easily become adversaries to many. Even the judge may stand against us." Bob nodded. "Attorney, I understand how fortunate I am to have you by my side." Hubert chuckled. "I do not intend to boast. I merely seek your utmost trust. Once the court session begins, whatever course of action I take, you must support me." Hubert nodded in agreement. "That is agreeable." Following this, they awaited the court session, and the spectator area gradually filled with a few individuals, including David and Robin, along with several of Bob's co-workers, and Forsyth seated in a corner. At 9 o'clock sharp, the judge took his seat, and the court was officially in session. As the plaintiff's attorney, Hubert began by elucidating the circumstances surrounding Bob's disability incurred at the defendant's factory, resulting in the loss of his ability to work. "We shall not evade our responsibilities." The defendant's attorney smiled and said, "Mr. Arnold is a benevolent, wealthy individual. He has complied with the relevant regulations and has paid Mr. Bob's medical expenses, and will compensate Mr. Bob with a one-time payment of $100. Hubert interjected, "That is precisely the point I wish to make. $100 is utterly insufficient to sustain Mr. Bob's future livelihood. Therefore, we require at least $1,000 in compensation." This statement elicited gasps from the audience. The defendant's attorney shook his head, remarking, "Counsel for the plaintiff, this is a courtroom, not a circus, and you're not a clown reciting some poorly crafted jokes on stage." Chapter 80. Hubert, the unconventional lawyer. The judge, with his face lined with wrinkles, shook his head in disapproval of Hubert's absurd demand. In the spectators' gallery, Bob's colleagues were anxious for him, acutely aware that Mr. Arnold would undoubtedly reject the $1,000 compensation. They suspected this might merely be Hubert's tactic for negotiation. Forsyth observed the expressionless Hubert with a contemplative gaze, feeling as though she were just now truly acquainted with him. Unperturbed by the opposing counsel's mockery, Hubert responded solemnly, "Defendant's attorney, you misunderstand the essence of a clown. Behind every comedy lies a kernel of tragedy." The defendant's attorney looked taken aback. While seated in the defendant's box, Arnold's secretary coldly cautioned Hubert, "Do not be overly ambitious. Should your demands exceed the regulations, you shall receive not a single penny." Hubert replied, "Our demands are not excessive. It is merely that in this world, reasonable requests have become construed as unreasonable." The defendant's attorney chuckled, "We do not have time to discuss philosophy with you. Your Honor, please render your verdict." The judge inquired of Hubert, "Counsel for the plaintiff, do you stand by your current demand?" Hubert affirmed, "Indeed." The judge, seemingly at a loss, cleared his throat to announce the verdict when Hubert interjected, "Your Honor, please wait a moment." The judge smiled, "Are you reconsidering?" "No, I'm withdrawing this claim." This proclamation once more incited gasps. The judge and the defendant's attorney were left bewildered by Hubert's sudden shift. Hubert continued, "We shall accuse Arnold of negligence resulting in my client's disability. Yes, you heard correctly. We will charge Arnold with willful harm." Amidst the uproar, the defendant's attorney paled, asserting, "Your accusation is unfounded. Mr. Arnold did not directly harm your client." Hubert countered, "My client was disabled while working for Mr. Arnold. The causal relationship is established, and Arnold bears undeniable responsibility. Indeed, he was disabled while at work, but it was not Mr. Arnold who caused his disability. The causal link does not hold." The defendant's attorney leaned back in his chair, his expression darkening, clearly needing to gather his thoughts for a counterattack. Applause erupted from the gallery. Although they did not comprehend Hubert's strategy, they recognized that he had triumphed in this exchange. Forsyth joined in the applause, eager to document this compelling debate for her next book. It was only then that the judge, finally aware of the situation, rapped his gavel. "Gentlemen, your arguments have veered into the realm of criminal defense. This court does not accept your defense's outcome." Hubert replied, "Your Honor, I will prepare the relevant materials and transfer this case to a formal court." The judge nodded. "Very well. I wish you luck, young man. Your line of reasoning is quite brilliant." Court is adjourned. Hubert sensed the effects of the potion taking hold more swiftly than anticipated. He surmised that even without additional clients, once he concluded Bob's case, his potion would be thoroughly consumed. After the judge departed, Bob's colleagues approached, engaging him in lighthearted banter. Bob sincerely expressed his gratitude to Hubert. "Thank you, Mr. Hubert." Hubert smiled. "This is merely the first step. The true challenges of this case lie ahead." No, Mr. Hubert," Bob replied with a smile. "To see Baker, Arnold's dog, turning pale with rage today, unable to do anything about me, makes this case worthwhile." His colleagues laughed heartily, all agreeing that today had not been in vain. Hubert observed their camaraderie. In Bakerland, it is rare to witness such strong bonds among co-workers, because we are all devotees of the gods of steam and machinery. Bob replied with a smile, "We often attend church together, discussing the glory of the gods of steam and machinery." Hubert nodded. "Indeed, faith possesses such power. Where do you reside?" "I will inform you of the court date by letter, but it will likely be next week or the week after." Bob sighed, "I have no fixed residence, but I can wait at the law office every day for you to finish." Hubert pondered, "I will take you to the poorhouse." Bob grimaced. "The poorhouse does not accept the disabled." Bob opened his mouth to say, I apologize, sir, but I do not wish to convert. My intention is not to compel you to convert. It is merely a means of survival, requiring you to relinquish nothing. Hubert stated, you may continue to worship the gods of steam and machinery in your heart, even though these deities disregard the lives of their followers. Bob appeared anxious. Sir. Hubert waved his hand. Very well, it is settled then. Otherwise, if the lawsuit is not concluded and my client starves, it will be my disgrace. He was about to signal for a nearby cab when a simple four-wheeled carriage pulled up before them. The door opened, and the defendant's attorney, perched in the carriage, looked down condescendingly and said, Mr. Hubert, I believe we should further discuss today's case. However, Hubert continued walking along the roadside, replying, I see no necessity for that. The defendant's attorney had no choice but to instruct the driver to follow at a leisurely pace. It is indeed necessary. Please stop, please stop. Hubert ignored him and continued. Is it your custom to demand assistance from others with such arrogance? The defendant's attorney, somewhat flustered, exited the carriage. Please, get in. There is room for negotiation. Very well. Hubert assisted Bob into the carriage. I think you can get in yourself. Hubert shook his head. I will not engage in any negotiations in your presence without my client. The defendant's attorney conceded. All right then. Bob, leave your stick behind. It might damage the carriage's carpet. Inside the carriage, Baker frowned at Bob as he boarded and shifted to the opposite side, striving to distance himself. The defendant's attorney produced a checkbook. How about 150? This is already the utmost kindness from Mr. Arnold. Hubert shook his head. In my view, Arnold's kindness is utterly laughable. You too. A hunting dog is worth 50. Do you not perceive that such meager compensation is an affront to human dignity? Chapter 81. Quaternary Relics. It is not that serious. The defendant's attorney smiled. This is merely a standard workplace injury case. Let's not complicate matters further. Hubert retorted, Indeed, you have become accustomed to viewing people as less than human. The most tragic aspect is that you believe this workplace injury case should be handled in such a manner. The defendant's attorney waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us discuss something practical. Even if you were to accuse Mr. Arnold of willful harm, your probability of success is quite low. Let us settle on this. How about 200? This already exceeds Mr. Arnold's obligations. Hubert shook his head. 1000. The defendant's attorney's face turned ashen. Such a demand will render further negotiations impossible. Very well, farewell. Hubert opened the car door, assisting Bob to alight. Beck, who had remained silent until now, ominously declared, Mr. Arnold will use all his connections to ensure your defeat. Do not expect to receive a single penny. Hubert chuckled softly. Why do I sense fear in your words? Why do they sound so lacking in conviction? Beck scoffed, shutting the car door without further comment. And with a flick of the whip, the carriage began to move away. As Bob picked up his cane, he suddenly remarked, Mr. Hubert, I would not blame you if you had acquiesced to their demands just now. Hubert, while gesturing for a cab, replied with a smile, one must always have aspirations. Upon arriving at the Obsidian Bar in the Northern District, Hubert instructed Bob to wait outside. He entered, ordered beer, and tipped the bartender, requesting him to summon Lady Daly. Located in proximity to the Blackthorn Security Company, Lady Daly arrived within minutes. We seem to meet with excessive frequency. Is this your intended method of approaching me? Hubert smiled. Madam, I currently have no designs on romance. What a young man who fails to appreciate the finer things. Daly replied with a smile. Pray tell, what brings you to me this time? Hubert stated plainly. I wish to request your assistance in placing my client into the Night Church's almshouse. Daly frowned slightly. That is beyond my purview. Isn't it your duty to assist the devotees of the goddess in overcoming their challenges? Ah, how curious that I find myself in a debate with a lawyer. Daly inquired. What makes him so special? Madam, Beckland is teeming with ordinary individuals. What is your reason for sympathizing with him? It is not as you might envision, Hubert replied. I seek to place him in the almshouse solely because I need him to survive. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have my own motives. Oh. Daly tilted her head as she scrutinized Hubert. Is that so? After exchanging a few idle remarks, they approached the bar's entrance, where Hubert entrusted Bob to Daly. Once Hubert had taken his leave in the carriage, Daly turned to Bob and asked, Pray, tell me of your tribulations. Ah, very well, madam. Upon returning to the law firm, Hubert commenced preparing documents for submission to the formal court, followed by awaiting the court's acceptance and the announcement of the hearing date. After completing these tasks, Hubert stretched, finally enjoying a moment of leisure as he gazed out at the scenery, contemplating what delectable treat to indulge in after work. Time spent in idleness always seems to fly by, After work, Hubert procured some pumpkin bread and pastries, rewarding himself for his performance in the peace court that day. In a cheerful atmosphere after dinner, Christine summoned Hubert to the study. I have arranged for Dofes to contact Jacob Otto. Prior to this, Dofes had conducted an investigation, and what Jacob's team discovered is indeed a quaternary relic. During his second team formation, Hubert had also conveyed his desire for Christine to assist him. Dofes, known for his incompetence, had long been retained by Christine as his personal servant. Hubert had suspected he might be an extraordinary individual, and since Christine had sent him for initial investigations and to liaise with Jacob, it was evident he was a devoted extraordinary being to Christine. Christine continued, "Tomorrow, Dofes will officially join Jacob's team. You should accompany him, making appearances often, for in the end, you two will be entitled to share in the spoils of the relic." Such good fortune. Hubert nodded, fully aware that this was not Jacob's benevolence, but rather a benefit derived from a general's influence. Hubert felt little sentiment towards this, as he remained a stranger to his biological father. After their brief conversation concluded, Hubert exited the study to inquire with Dofes about the departure time for the next day, before ultimately writing a leave request for Barton, asking the coachman to convey him to the law firm. On the following morning, Hubert journeyed with Dofes in a carriage to the northern suburbs of Beckland. Dofes, of similar age to Christine, bore distinct features of southern descent. His demeanor was icy and taciturn, resembling more of a bodyguard than a personal attendant. After leaving the urban confines of Beckland, the carriage traveled for over an hour before arriving at the excavation site. Here, the characteristic fog of Beckland was absent, the sun shone brightly, and the air was free of acrid odors. Jacob's team had set up camp at the foot of a mountain, which did not resemble Hubert's prior imaginings of clandestine tomb raiding. Instead, they were openly excavating the relic, with dozens of tents visible. It was apparent that Jacob had employed numerous ordinary laborers engaged in earth-moving and artifact cleaning. Jacob had already received word and was present at the camp entrance to greet Dofes and Hubert. "Mr. Hubert, thank you for facilitating our collaboration with General Christine," Jacob said, shaking Hubert's hand with courtesy. Hubert smiled. "It is your sincerity that has swayed my father." He inquired, "Will the local government not obstruct your endeavors?" "We possess legitimate archaeological excavation permits," Jacob replied. "A few years ago, my team safeguarded another archaeological expedition, forging a strong friendship with them." Subsequently, Jacob led Hubert and Dofes on a brief tour of the camp before taking them to the excavation site behind the camp. The quaternary relic lay buried underground, and the workers had unearthed a broad entrance. Together, they entered a seemingly grand structure, where the inner walls bore an inscription, "Do not make eye contact with rabbits. When faced with danger, closing your eyes is more crucial than fleeing." The signature read, Rex Heller. Chapter 82, A New Commission. The interior of the relic's entrance resembled an underground street, flanked by residences and shops. For reasons unknown, this architectural complex had not been buried in soil, remaining remarkably intact, as though a colossal bubble had formed beneath the earth. Looking up, one could clearly see the soil and stones above, with tree roots penetrating downwards. Such well-preserved relics typically yield many valuable artifacts. Even without discovering extraordinary items within, Jacob's team could still profit immensely from selling antiquities. The building bearing Rex's message was the largest among the complex, likely serving as a noble's residence. Hubert pointed to the inscription on the wall. "Why is it forbidden to make eye contact with rabbits?" "We are uncertain," Jacob replied with a wry smile. "Though many rabbit holes have indeed been discovered within the relic, as of yet, no peculiarities regarding the rabbits have been found." Hubert further inquired, "I recall you mentioning that 2 of your team members perished, correct?" "Indeed," Jacob affirmed. "They met their demise while exploring the subterranean section of this structure. Initially, we suspected their deaths were caused by extraordinary creatures." He elaborated, "Certain extraordinary beings are fond of using ancient relics as habitats. However, during our spiritual communications, we discovered that their spiritual essence seemed incomplete, rendering effective communication impossible. It was then I realized the situation might exceed our control." Hubert nodded thoughtfully as he followed Jacob into the underground section, only to be surprised by its vastness, seemingly larger than the area above ground. "You are truly a learned gentleman," Jacob complimented. "I have consulted experts in this field, and they confirm this is indeed characteristic of the Terenzas family." He shook his head, smiling. "Yet the professors cannot fathom why the Terenzas family's relic would appear in the northern region of Beckland. The tombs and relics of this family are predominantly found in the kingdom of Phenobot and the Republic of Intis. Contemporary mainstream opinion posits that the lineage of the Night Emperor likely originates from the western part of the northern continent. Beckland is not a primary area of activity for the Transoster family. Thus, even if the relics here were indeed linked to them, it is improbable that they would have left behind any highly sophisticated magical artifacts. Hubert was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that these once great families of extraordinary beings have long been buried in the dust of history. With few individuals aware that Transoster and Tudor once served together under the Black Emperor Solomon, and that they had a brief period of joint governance. Before the establishment of the Transoster Empire, the majority of the Night Emperor's family members should have resided in Beckland. After walking for a few minutes, the group halted before a fork in the path. Jacob remarked, "Proceeding further leads to unknown dangers. Henceforth, I ask Mr. Dofes to guide our exploration." Dofes nodded in agreement. Hubert gazed at the corridor, whose uncertain illumination from the torchlight suggested that some beast lurked in the shadows, observing them. He cautioned Dofes, "Perhaps the connection between the Tudor family and the Transoster family is more intimate than we presume. It may be that during the Quaternary period, the influence of the Transoster family in Beckland surpassed our imagination." Dofes, unfazed by Hubert's understanding, retorted coldly, "They are all families of extraordinary beings traversing the path of law." Dofes cast a penetrating glance at Hubert, surprised that Hubert could comprehend the implications of his words. Furthermore, Hubert had reminded him that for those ruling families of extraordinary beings, lawyers, arbitrators, hunters, there exist not only adversarial relations among the extraordinary sequences, but also various political considerations. For instance, the conflicts between worldly governance and divine authority, as well as the mutual constraints among different divine powers, can all influence the actions of these ruling families, sometimes leading them to make seemingly irrational decisions. Dofes acknowledged with a grunt, indicating his understanding of Hubert's point. Jacob, observing their subtle exchange, felt bewildered, despite being relatively knowledgeable. He sensed that their dialogue encompassed sophisticated concepts beyond his grasp. The midday meal at the camp was quite simple, comprising wild vegetables and rabbit meat. It possessed a unique flavor. After finishing his meal and admiring the surrounding picturesque scenery, Hubert was approached by Jacob, accompanied by a man in his 30s. "Mr. Hubert, I have heard you are an undefeated lawyer. I wonder if you would be interested in taking on a criminal case?" Hubert thought to himself, "Had this been the previous week, I would have had no interest. However, this week I am intrigued, for I have just obtained my legal qualifications." As for Jacob's commendation of his undefeated record, it was indeed truthful, as Hubert had only participated in 3 cases thus far. One was a guaranteed victory orchestrated by Barton. Another involved Sean's case, where he had identified a loophole in the relevant legal provisions, leaving only Bob's case as a significant challenge. He pondered how Jacob would react upon learning of his modest record. Hubert courteously replied, "You flatter me. I would like to hear more about the case." Jacob introduced the man standing behind him. "This is Dallin, a foreman among the workers. He is facing some legal troubles and seeks your assistance." Hubert invited Dallin to take a seat opposite him, and after a brief inquiry, Hubert learned that Dallin was seeking legal help for a friend. Over a fortnight ago, Dallin's friend, Bill, had been navigating a small boat on the Taysok River when he collided with another vessel. Since Bill had been drinking at the time, the owner of the other boat had pressed charges against him for driving under the influence. Hubert felt a surge of excitement, not for Bill's misfortunes, but for the opportunity to fully absorb the potion's effects. Chapter 83. Hubert's Connections. Hubert concealed his emotions and stated, "I regret your friend's predicament. However, I must inform you that he requires a lawyer to defend him. Otherwise, he risks not only financial restitution, but also imprisonment." "Oh heavens!" Dallin exclaimed, somewhat agitated. "Bill drives best when he has had a drink. It's that wretched tobacco merchant who knows nothing of the rules of navigation on the river. That despicable scoundrel." No one was hurt, yet he insists on sending Bill to prison. Hubert patiently waited for Dallin to vent his frustrations before responding. "If you wish for me to defend your friend Bill, please have his family bring the lawsuit documents and relevant materials to my office either tomorrow or Saturday." Dallin then posed the nearly ubiquitous question from clients: "Will we win this case?" After Dallin took down the address, he expressed his gratitude to Hubert and Jacob before hurrying away. Hubert bid Jacob farewell, promising to return in a few days. He then retrieved the 3rd case assigned by Barton for further study. This case was not urgent, so Hubert placed it at the end of his list. In truth, he had already reviewed the materials several times, but he now preferred to sit quietly until the end of the workday, making it appear as though he were occupied. Hubert. Just as Hubert was idly passing the time, a colleague approached him, stating, "A client has specifically requested you to defend their case." Hubert was taken aback. "Me? When did I become so renowned?" Indeed, his colleague reminded him, "I overheard part of the conversation. It seems to be a not guilty defense, and it appears rather complex. If you're uncertain, it might be prudent to decline." "Thank you." Hubert rose and proceeded to the reception room. Upon entering, he noticed a lady in her 40s or 50s seated in a chair, elegantly attired and adorned with jewelry, though she appeared somewhat anxious. Behind her stood a middle-aged gentleman who looked vaguely familiar and a young man he did not recognize. Presumably, they were the butler and a servant. The butler, upon seeing Hubert enter, immediately greeted him with a smile. "Lawyer Hubert, it's a pleasure to see you again." Hubert then recalled that this was Mr. Barron's butler. "Indeed. Good to see you again, Mr. Butler. How is Mr. Barron faring?" He finally understood why this lady had sought him out. She had been referred by Barron. "Quite well," the butler replied. "The other day, the master purchased a new horse, and we often hear his hearty laughter." Hubert nodded with a smile. The lady seated in the chair expressed her concern. "Is this Mr. Hubert? He appears much younger than I had envisioned. Is it truly wise to hire him?" "Yes, madam." The butler introduced, "This is Lady Kent, Mr. Barron's aunt. She has some legal issues and hopes to receive your assistance." Hubert took a seat opposite Lady Kent and began to delve into the details of her case. Lady Kent had a sole son, Bruce Kent, who had divorced the previous year and harbored resentment toward his former in-laws, believing that their disdain for poverty had ruined his marriage. Not long ago, Bruce had procured some explosives from the black market and fashioned a makeshift bomb, which he threw into his in-laws' yard. The family was quite startled, and upon reporting the incident, the prosecution charged Bruce with explosive offenses and attempted murder. Lady Kent quickly sought help from relatives and friends, leading Mr. Barron to recommend the diligent and responsible lawyer Hubert. After grasping the general circumstances, Hubert inquired of Lady Kent, "Are you certain that Mr. Bruce did not ignite the fuse when he threw the homemade bomb?" "I am certain," Lady Kent asserted. "I visited poor little Bruce in prison. He claimed it was merely a prank, and the fuse he made was affixed to the bomb's exterior. Even if it were ignited, it would not have detonated the explosives." Hubert nodded thoughtfully. "Do you have a copy of the plaintiff's lawsuit?" "I do." As Hubert perused the lawsuit, Lady Kent, filled with both ire and anxiety, exclaimed, "The Wainwright family, the former in-laws of Bruce, is a band of scoundrels. I had cautioned young Bruce when he was courting Wainwright's daughter, warning him that Wainwright possessed neither wealth nor humility, and that such a union should be approached with caution. Alas, my foresight proved accurate. Oh, divine providence! That detestable Wainwright has not only shattered my son's family, but now seeks to imprison him. How can such a cat exist?" "Indeed, Mr. Hubert," Lady Kent earnestly stated, "the moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized that only a lawyer as young and promising as yourself could salvage my poor little Bruce." Hubert mused to himself, "Madam, your initial expression was one of skepticism. It was only after witnessing my confidence that you altered your stance. Thus, I kindly ask you to sign the power of attorney." Hubert remarked, "I must retain the plaintiff's complaint for further examination." This indicated that prior engagements had allowed him to cultivate a certain network, enabling him to establish himself within the legal profession. Should he continue to approach each case with unwavering diligence, his connections would undoubtedly expand. After thorough preparation, Hubert arrived early at the Bakeland Court on Saturday, one of the 3 formal courts in Bakeland, primarily addressing criminal cases involving ordinary citizens. The formal court was considerably more spacious than the magistrate's court, with the judge's bench elevated, exuding an air of authority. Additionally, court officers were tasked with maintaining order, contributing to an unspoken pressure. The spectator area was also quite ample, capable of accommodating 200 to 300 individuals. In attendance were not only Lady Kent and Mr. Barron, but also Bruce's friends, amounting to 20 or 30 people in total. Furthermore, there were relatives and friends of the plaintiff, the Wainwright family, seated in separate sections, casting occasional glares at one another. Chapter 84. The Ascendant Hubert. At approximately 9 o'clock in the morning, with a young judge in his late 20s taking his seat, the trial for the murder of Bruce officially commenced. Hubert sensed the palpable pressure emanating from the judge and questioned whether this individual was indeed a legitimate judge or merely playing a role. The prosecutor was the first to speak, outlining the charges against Bruce. The defendant hurled approximately 8 pounds of explosives into Mr. Wainwright's yard. Prior to the court session, I consulted with experts, and 8 pounds of gunpowder is sufficient to demolish Mr. Wainwright's house, potentially subjecting his family to a catastrophic fate in their slumber. Moreover, the immense explosion could endanger Mr. Wainwright's neighbors, inflicting varying degrees of harm and possibly igniting a fire, resulting in even greater casualties. Your Honor, we contend that the defendant's actions have gravely jeopardized the safety of numerous citizens, constituting a clear case of both explosive offenses and intentional homicide. The judge then addressed Hubert. Defense counsel, you may now present your argument. Rising in his black lawyer's robe and powdered wig, Hubert addressed the court. Esteemed judge and distinguished attendees, I am utterly astonished that the prosecutor could present such a ludicrous assertion. This declaration incited a stir among the relatives of the Wainwright family, with some murmuring curses. The judge admonished Hubert. Counsel, please choose your words with care. Your Honor, I speak only the truth, Hubert replied. The evidence presented by the prosecution lies before you on the table. I trust the prosecution has verified that the fuse was merely fashioned from paper, and even if ignited, it would scarcely reach the explosives. Furthermore, the fuse was not attached to the gunpowder, but rather affixed to the exterior of the bomb with glue. Ladies and gentlemen, can such a contraption truly be deemed explosive? Regardless of the potency of the gunpowder, this device would not detonate. Crucially, Mr. Bruce did not ignite the fuse, thus indicating a lack of subjective criminal intent. He did not regard this gunpowder as a bomb. I must remind the prosecution that an explosive offense requires specific danger. Unless evidence is provided to demonstrate that this bomb would inevitably detonate, or that Mr. Bruce exhibited intent to set it off, the prosecution's case lacks specificity and thus cannot stand. Given that the explosive charge is untenable, the charge of intentional homicide also collapses. Therefore, I maintain that the prosecution's conclusions are utterly absurd. The audience erupted with curses from the Wainwright family and cheers from Bruce's friends and relatives. The judge rapped his gavel for silence. Defense counsel, do you have anything further to add? Once the courtroom settled, Hubert replied, Your Honor, I conclude my statement. Next, the prosecutor resumed, reiterating the dangers posed by the explosives and their volatility, still asserting that they constituted a threat to the Wainwright family's safety. When it was Hubert's turn to speak, he smiled and proposed, Your Honor, prosecutor, shall we conduct an investigative experiment and toss this piece of evidence towards me to see if I might be blown to smithereens? Hubert deftly seized upon the loophole in the explosive offense, compelling the prosecutor to adjust their strategy. Your Honor, it is quite possible that the defendant acted in a fit of passion, hence his failure to properly manage the bomb's fuse. However, the moment the defendant hurled the bomb into Mr. Wainwright's yard, he committed an act of intentional harm. This signified a shift from pursuing the explosive charge to steadfastly defending against the charge of intentional homicide. Prosecutor, let us entertain a hypothetical, Hubert suggested. If I were to shout at you, I will kill you, and then throw a gun devoid of bullets your way, would you also assert that I am committing intentional homicide? While Mr. Bruce may harbor grievances against the Wainwright family, he did not undertake any effective actions. Ladies and gentlemen, must one face over 20 years of imprisonment simply for harboring resentment? If the charge of intentional homicide were established, Bruce would face a minimum of 20 years to life imprisonment. Hubert interrogated the prosecutor. Do you seek to strip individuals of their capacity for emotion? Even demons and malevolent spirits would not exhibit such cruelty. By what right do you presume to do so? Hubert's brilliant thought experiment and defense elicited applause and cheers from the audience. The prosecutor, gradually overwhelmed by Hubert's onslaught, retorted, Defense counsel, please refrain from quibbling. The defendant harbors animosity towards the Wainwright family and hurled a bomb at them. The causal relationship is indisputable. This is an undeniable fact. Do you truly believe that someone who throws a bomb at your home should be exonerated? Indeed, guilty, without a doubt, Hubert conceded. However, he continued, Mr. Bruce's offense lies in the purchase and possession of dangerous materials, which, according to relevant statutes, should result in a fine ranging from 10 to 30 pounds, alongside a detention of no less than 15 days and no more than 3 months. As for the claim of hurling a bomb at the Wainwright family, that is a baseless accusation. It cannot even be categorized as a bomb, and Mr. Bruce possessed no intent to kill, thus failing to constitute the charge of intentional homicide. At this juncture, Hubert's defense was largely successful, rendering the prosecution unable to mount any effective counteroffensive. In the spectator area, the expressions of Bruce's relatives and friends gradually transformed into smiles, while the demeanor of the Wainwright family and their friends grew increasingly somber. During his closing statements, Hubert articulated, Your Honor, while this case may appear as a debate concerning a model-like bomb, it symbolizes the diminishing tolerance of the citizens of Bakeland. Should my client be incarcerated merely for a prank, the the spirit of openness and inclusivity in the Kingdom of Ruin would suffer a grievous blow. Bruce's family and friends exhaled in relief. A 30-pound fine was not a significant burden for them. And 3 months was a relatively short duration. This verdict was far more favorable than a conviction for intentional homicide. However, the plaintiff, Wainwright, was dissatisfied with such an outcome, vocally declaring his intention to appeal. The judge, disregarding Wainwright's outburst, gathered his documents and departed the bench with an unhurried demeanor. At this juncture, Hubert found himself in a rather extraordinary state, as the judge's pronouncement reverberated like a continuous feedback loop of Hubert's manipulation of legal statutes and the exploitation of loopholes within the plaintiff's claims. Upon the completion of the verdict, an ephemeral shattering sound seemed to echo in Hubert's ears, and in that instant, he felt an elevation of both his corporeal and spiritual essence. The lawyer's elixir had been thoroughly assimilated. Chapter 85, Moral Judgments. The absorption of the elixir proceeded with greater ease than Hubert had anticipated, owing to his meticulous attention to each entrusted case, which had cultivated a network of connections. Had he continued to handle the cases assigned by Mr. Barton, it would have taken at least another 2 to 3 weeks for the elixir to be fully digested. The cases introduced by Mr. Bob, a cousin of Robin, Mr. Sean, recommended by Miss Hurst, and Mr. Bruce, brought forth by Mr. Barron, collectively facilitated Hubert's complete assimilation of the remaining elixir. Furthermore, these 3 cases were fruits of his own networking efforts, which brought him the utmost satisfaction. Thank you, Attorney Hubert. Your counsel is my decree. After exchanging a few parting words with his mother, Bruce followed the bailiff to serve his sentence. Although the verdict was in his favor, Lady Kent was still in tears, for Bruce would be confined in the cold prison for 3 months. Hubert conversed briefly with Mr. Barron before they all departed. Outside the courthouse, just as Hubert was about to board a cab, Miss Forth approached, saying, "We happen to be heading in the same direction. Shall we ride together? Carpooling?" "Certainly. Although I am now quite affluent, I see no reason to refuse an opportunity to economize." Inside the carriage, Miss Forth suddenly remarked, "Hubert, do you not find Bruce's punishment somewhat inappropriate?" Hubert responda, y no ulterior motivas. Miss Forth continued, "I too believe that Bruce's action should not be classified as intentional murder or deliberate harm. However, he undeniably possesses tendencies to inflict harm upon others." "I comprehend your perspective." Hubert smiled. "This is a common pitfall among those outside the legal profession, who often prefer moral judgments as the yardstick for determining the standards of punishment. Miss Forth, you must realize that moral standards among people have never been fully unified, rendering judgments based on morality exceedingly difficult." Hubert elaborated. "Take Bruce's case, for instance. The Wyatt family insists he should serve 20 years in prison, which is evidently unreasonable. Conversely, Bruce's mother believes her son should be released on the spot, a notion equally devoid of reason. This underscores the value inherent in our judicial system." Miss Forth smiled. "I suppose my perspective is rather naive." "No, that is my specialty," Hubert replied. "Just as I do not understand writing books or practicing medicine, everyone has their areas of expertise." Miss Forth nodded, feeling greatly enlightened by Hubert's legal explanations, and the image of her protagonist grew ever clearer in her mind. Upon returning to the law office, Hubert's thoughts had long since drifted away from work. Now that the elixir had been entirely digested, he was eager to advance to the next rank. He had been aware for some time that the elixir of rank 8 was termed barbarian and had even battled the barbarian Apton. Yet, he remained excited about the new abilities that the barbarian would bestow. Hubert longed to indulge in leisure, but Saturday afternoons were unexpectedly busy. First, Mr. Sean, who had recently received repayment, came to pay Hubert a fee of £36, expressing his gratitude before departing. Next, Lady Kent arrived to settle Hubert's fee of £38, also thanking him profusely before leaving. Since these 2 commissions were not assigned by the firm, according to its regulations, Hubert was only required to pay a reception fee of £2 for each case, as he had utilized the firm's premises to meet with his clients. However, had Hubert chosen a fixed salary from the law firm at the outset, he would have been obligated to surrender these fees, which would then be distributed according to the relevant policies. These 2 cases yielded Hubert a total income of £70, with a post-tax actual income of £61 and 7 shillings. As the fees for services are taxed at a lower rate than commercial taxes in the realm of ruin, and since both sums exceeded £20, the tax threshold surpassed 10. Hubert couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the ruin government is quite adept at generating revenue. He then pondered whether he could exploit the external personnel credentials issued by the Night Watch to evade taxes. He envied General K, whose income was exempt from taxation. Furthermore, he envied the fact that many materials for the study of mysticism could be reimbursed for General K, while he had to purchase even a spoonful of nightbloom powder out of pocket. Ultimately, Hubert reminded himself that his current income surpassed that of General K, which served as his sole consolation. While he was lost in thought, Dallin, whom he had encountered at the excavation site, appeared with Bill's wife, seeking to commission Hubert for Bill's defense. Initially, Hubert had intended to utilize Bill's case to assimilate the elixir, but Lady Kent had beaten him to the punch. After reviewing the plaintiff's complaint, Hubert felt sufficiently confident about the defense and requested Bill's wife to sign the commission letter. However, the Bill family was not particularly affluent, and considering the necessity to repay the plaintiff's economic losses, they could only offer £10 for legal fees. Hubert deemed this price reasonable, as Bill's case was considerably simpler. After dining, Hubert followed Christine to the study, closing the door behind them. He could hardly contain his eagerness, exclaiming, "Father, I have completely digested the lawyer's elixir." Christine looked taken aback. "So soon?" "Indeed," Hubert replied. "The recent cases have illuminated the core of legal practice for me." After embodying the role, the elixir was swiftly assimilated. Christine nodded, suddenly gazing intently at Hubert. Hubert immediately sensed an immense mental pressure, compelling him to summon all his strength to counter this force. The pressure lingered for several seconds before abruptly dissipating. Christine nodded. "Indeed, you have fully digested it. You surpassed the speed at which Rex and I absorbed the elixir in our time." He then inquired, "Do you wish to ascend to rank 8 immediately?" Hubert affirmed yes. "I must caution you," Christine replied solemnly. "The higher the rank, the more challenging it becomes to acquire elixir formulas and extraordinary materials. Do not forget the curse that resides within you." Chapter 86. The Barbarian Elixir. However, after Hubert became a lawyer, he had managed to confine the maddened whispers to the pool before the Iron Throne. 6 months from now, those frenzied utterances may no longer affect Hubert. Thus, he was eager to advance, to enhance his strength, and once he reached rank 7, acquiring many practical extraordinary abilities, he could afford to slow his ascent. "My current strength is far too feeble," Hubert lamented, rendering any investigation into the family curse utterly impossible. "Therefore, I must expedite my enhancement." Christine sighed deeply. "I respect your decision, but once you have fully digested the rank 8 elixir, do not rush to ascend. I will share with you some secrets of the Heller family, at which point you will face new choices." Hubert nodded. "I will heed your advice." Christine said no more, opening a drawer to retrieve the key to the safe. He first produced a rolled parchment from the safe, followed by 2 extraordinary materials. Spreading the parchment on the table, Christine then took out beakers, measuring cylinders, balances, and several auxiliary materials from the cabinet. Hubert leaned in to glance at the parchment, which contained the formula for the barbarian elixir. Main ingredients: 1 stalk of frenzied grass, a solid horn crystal from the earth, rhinoceros. Auxiliary materials: 1 deep walnut, 1 stalk of lemon balm, 10 milliliters of pure dew extracted from poplar bark, and 100 milliliters of strong liquor. Once again, alcohol is involved? Upon glimpsing the potion's formula, Hubert's initial thought was, could it be that the auxiliary materials for the Black Emperor's potion include a type of alcohol? Christine commenced the concoction of the potion, beginning with walnuts adorned with black patterns and the fragrant lemon balm, followed by pure dew and spirits. As the 4 auxiliary ingredients were combined in the vessel, no immediate reaction occurred. However, upon introducing a handful of verdant grass, a sizzling reaction ensued within the container, causing both the deeply patterned walnut and the lemon balm to melt to varying degrees. This handful of grass represented an entire wild grass plant. Although its extraction time was unknown, it retained vitality, appearing as if it had been poised for action before being placed into the vessel. Finally, the horn crystal from an earth rhinoceros, resembling a small piece of black crystal, sparkled like a cat's eye gemstone under the light. The moment the horn crystal was added to the container, a small plume of black smoke erupted, and all solid materials were instantaneously liquefied, bubbling without any application of heat. After a few seconds, the bubbles subsided, and the potion transformed into a deep crimson liquid, intermittently flickering with red starlight. Pouring the liquid into a pre-prepared cup left no residue in the container. Hubert took the cup, gazing at the liquid with a smile, remarking, "I did not expect it to look so grotesque. Had I known, I would have refrained from dinner." With a disdainful remark about the potion, Hubert tilted his head back and gulped it down. Before he could savor the flavor, the warm potion slid down his throat into his stomach. Unlike the potion for lawyers, which elicited minimal discomfort. The barbarian's potion felt as if it were fundamentally altering Hubert's body. Following a wave of excruciating pain came a sensation akin to a heart bursting, as if his heart were about to leap from his chest. The relentless discomfort forced Hubert to collapse into a chair, his head bowed as he silently endured the ordeal. After a minute or two, the palpitations and discomfort gradually faded, allowing Hubert to exhale deeply. Christine, standing nearby, inquired, "How do you feel? Have you sensed the agony of ascension?" Hubert inhaled deeply before asking, "Is the discomfort of sequence 7 and sequence 6 even more severe?" Hubert nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Christine poured herself a glass of spirits, suggesting, "Experience your newfound abilities." Hubert expanded his spiritual essence, gaining insight into the barbarian's powers. Initially, his mental strength had significantly increased. When confronting ordinary individuals, he could easily distort their thoughts, and even against lower-tier extraordinary beings, he could induce a marked deviation from their intentions. Furthermore, he could withstand most lower-tier mental assaults, demonstrating a certain degree of resistance against mid-tier psychic attacks. Additionally, his capacity for pattern recognition and flaw detection had markedly improved. Beyond these alterations inherent to a lawyer's abilities, the barbarian's potion bestowed upon Hubert a new power, the state of frenzy. Remarkably, this frenzy state could be maintained with full lucidity. Currently, Hubert could sustain this state for over 10 minutes, and, as the potion was digested, the duration of his frenzy would extend. In this frenzied state, Hubert could unleash astonishing strength, his physique correspondingly enhanced. He felt capable of lifting objects thrice his own weight, akin to an ant. Such formidable power in combat surpassed that of a warrior. However, during his battle with Afton, Hubert discovered a shortcoming of the barbarian's abilities, a slight lag in speed. Nevertheless, the combat ring on his hand effectively mitigated this drawback. The barbarian's potion primarily augmented physical prowess, endowing Hubert with combat capabilities far beyond that of an ordinary person. As for extraordinary abilities, they were primarily manifested in the distortion of language. Upon grasping his current state, a new question loomed before Hubert. How should he embody the barbarian? Transitioning from the impeccably attired lawyer to a savage seemed quite a leap. Moreover, what commonalities existed between a lawyer and a barbarian? Chapter 87. Unlocking New Abilities. Upon entering the realm of disorder, Hubert immediately sensed a difference. His spiritual essence appeared capable of sustaining him within this realm for 1 to 2 hours. He could also utilize the sacrificial gate to gather items lacking substantial spiritual properties, managing to handle 2 to 3 sacrifices in one go. However, such a scenario seemed unlikely, given that he currently possessed only one follower. Counting himself, that made 2. Next, Hubert noticed that the vague figure he had confined within the water pool was becoming increasingly distinct, revealing itself to be a young male. This revelation surprised Hubert. Even after containing the shadowy presence within the pool, the curse remained unresolved. Following Hubert's ascension, this figure seemed to have become more substantial and potent. Hubert feared that one day the figure might emerge from the pool and seize the Iron Throne, leading to a change in dominion over the realm of disorder. Fortunately, following his advancement, Hubert's control over the realm had intensified, and as of now, the shadowy figure showed no signs of breaking free. It was imperative to investigate the family's curse promptly. Hubert mused that this curse was akin to a ticking time bomb. After calming himself, Hubert expanded his spiritual essence, realizing that he exerted control over the entire mountain housing the Iron Throne. Midway up the slope, he discovered a modest grove. Previously, when it had not fallen within his sphere of influence, the grove seemed unremarkable. However, now Hubert's spiritual essence detected something unusual about those trees. Rising to his feet, he took a single step towards the trees, which appeared to remain unchanged by the passage of time. Extending his hand, he grasped a branch that materialized in his grasp. His spiritual essence immediately discerned the branch's potential. It was an extraordinary one-time use item. To activate it, one must first set a spell in advance, infusing it with spiritual energy while uttering the incantation, after which inserting the branch into the ground would cause it to grow into a grand tree. The holder could manipulate the order beneath the tree's canopy, rendering the area advantageous to them while disadvantaging opponents, simultaneously distorting the targets of their attacks and extraordinary abilities. The grand tree would exist for 10 minutes, after which it would swiftly wither, ultimately reverting to a mere branch. As Hubert progressed, the duration and scope of the tree's existence would gradually expand. Upon the tree's decay, another branch would sprout from one of the trees in the realm of disorder, maintaining the balance of order within the essence. Once Hubert had fully mastered control over the realm of disorder, the branches there would become reusable, extraordinary items. However, prior to that, using a branch in the outside world would result in a low probability of it regrowing in the grove on the mountainside, creating a situation of diminishing returns. Nonetheless, this was still advantageous, providing Hubert with an additional trump card. Hubert contemplated how to transport the branch without drawing attention. It was impractical to carry a branch everywhere he went, let alone to court. The mere thought of appearing in court with a branch seemed to evoke an image of insanity, and during battles, enemies would undoubtedly notice the branch and take precautions. After thoughtful consideration, Hubert discovered that he could indeed alter the branch's appearance. Ultimately, he transformed it into a crafted ebony piece, planning to attach the metallic head of his staff to the modified branch once he exited the realm of disorder. Soon, he intended to carry the branch of order with him through the means of bestowal. Gazing upon the disordered skies of the land of chaos, Hubert was suddenly struck with the notion of erecting a grand hall here. After all, it seemed rather undignified for a creator to conduct affairs in the wilderness. Thus, a magnificent edifice rose from the earth, with the iron throne placed upon a dais within, rendering Hubert's stature all the more imposing. The pond before the iron throne resembled an ancient monarch's pool where rulers and their ministers congregated, enhancing Hubert's air of mystery and detachment. Just as the colossal hall was poised to transcend the pond, it halted abruptly. Hubert sighed, realizing that, given his current capabilities in the land of chaos, this was as far as he could construct. Consequently, the Creator's palace remained unfinished, awaiting further development until his ascension to Sequence 7. Fortunately, as he was alone, Hubert felt no embarrassment. Ultimately, he discovered that his true vision projected through the stars had increased several-fold. Previously, he could only perceive the surroundings of Elliot and Raft, but now his sight could extend 7 or 8 meters. With a clearer understanding of the transformations in the land of chaos, Hubert acquired the order wood through a bestowed method, feeling his spiritual essence nearing depletion, prompting him to enter a meditative state for restoration. Experiencing spiritual exhaustion shortly after consuming potions could prove perilous. On Sunday, Hubert indulged in a leisurely slumber, feeling invigorated in both body and spirit before retrieving some carpenter's tools from the workshop. He meticulously disassembled the metallic tip of his staff and carefully affixed it to the order wood. Finally, he polished it with sandpaper, erasing any traces of the installation process. Hubert raised the staff, admiring his craftsmanship. The modifications were utterly imperceptible. After a hearty lunch, he boarded the family carriage to the mercenary club to attend the extraordinary gathering. Just as he had anticipated the previous week, many mercenaries were present at this week's assembly, showcasing an array of magical items. Having made considerable gains recently and poised to be the stars of the gathering, while lost in thought, a mercenary stood up to announce, "I have a magical item for sale." Hubert immediately straightened in his seat. The individual proceeded to elaborate. "This candle can assist you in entering the mindscape of your adversary, making it ideal for interrogation. However, one must be cautious not to prolong its use, as the holder may easily become lost within the mind's realm." Chapter 88. The Giant Bishop. The mercenary clearly had not thoroughly investigated the nightmarish candle's capabilities. Entering an opponent's mindscape was merely one of its abilities, with its more significant power being the capability to draw adversaries into the deepest layer of dreams and fragment their personalities. The mercenary set the price at £900. This was an exceptional opportunity, and Hubert promptly declared, "I will take it." Externally, the nightmarish candle exhibited no remarkable features, and a magical item capable of entering an enemy's mindscape would typically be valued at around £1,000. However, if the candle possessed only this singular ability, selling it for between £900 and £950 would be quite reasonable given its negative effects. Should its full capabilities be revealed, the price of a nightmarish candle could easily quadruple or quintuple, and this would still be a base price. Such a magical item, nearly equating to Sequence 6, would undoubtedly command a premium. Many magical items have been exchanged in the recent gatherings, with attendees utilizing their funds to procure more assured acquisitions. Only Hubert was aware of a nightmarish candle's true nature. This was an opportunity that must be seized. The extraordinary gatherings at the Mercenary Club had explicit regulations requiring a fee for authentication and notarization. which would only be provided upon payment of a fee amounting to approximately 10 of the transaction value. Thus, it was rare for anyone to pursue notarization. Of course, even without notarization, any maliciously fraudulent transaction would face repercussions. Hubert could merely be seen as seizing an opportunity without violating any regulations. Hubert immediately followed suit. 960 pounds. 1,000 pounds. 1,010 pounds. The officer shrugged. Very well, it is yours. However, in turning it over, his wallet would soon be overflowing again. Naturally, he had no intention of selling. A grander scheme was forming in his mind. The duration of this gathering was unusually lengthy, resulting in a multitude of transactions, concluding around 4 in the afternoon. With no time to catch his breath, he hopped back into his family's two-wheeled carriage and proceeded to the Harvest Church on Rose Street in the southern district of the Great Bridge. This golden-hued church boasted a prominent spire and the life holy emblem etched upon its exterior walls, depicting a simplistic infant surrounded by symbols of wheat, blossoms, and springs. By this time, dusk had fallen. The church's interior was dimly lit, seemingly devoid of congregants. Upon entering, Hubert observed rows of neatly arranged pews, flanked by lit candles. In the front row sat a tall man in a brown clerical robe, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His brows were light and sparse, with evident wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and mouth, and he was currently bowing his head, seemingly engaged in the most devout of confessions. Hubert approached step by step. "Greetings, Bishop Ostrowski. You know me?" The bishop lifted his head. "I prefer to be addressed as Father Ostrowski." "Very well, Bishop," Hubert replied. "I am Hubert, an attorney." Ostrowski scrutinized Hubert for a moment. "I have heard about you from Zeiser. Your presence here suggests a potential development in our matters?" Zeiser was the servant of the Harvest Church who had previously conversed with Hubert at the gathering. "Indeed," Hubert affirmed. "Before we proceed, I must first confirm our previous debt. You owe me 3/5 of the potion formula, correct? That can also be valued at 150 pounds in cash. Of course, neither of us would prefer a cash transaction, but can serve as a benchmark for our forthcoming dealings." Ostrowski nodded in agreement, awaiting Hubert's further exposition. Hubert continued, "At today's gathering, I discovered a magical item you require. Its first ability allows one to pull an opponent into a scenario favorable to oneself, while the second ability is precisely what you seek. It can split your murderous persona and annihilate it. The downside is that it can only be utilized for a maximum of 5 minutes. After that, the holder risks becoming lost in the realm of dreams. Furthermore, upon penetrating the depths of the opponent's psyche, the holder's mind becomes accessible to the opponent, who may thereby influence the holder. This magical item is priced at 3,800 pounds. Ostrowski's expression revealed no joy, as though the matter at hand were of little concern to him. "That is a fair price." Hubert smiled. "If I were to acquire this magical item, considering the risks I would assume and the intermediary fees, charging you an additional 50 pounds would not be unreasonable. Would it?" "Not at all," Ostrowski responded. Hubert continued, "Adding the 150 pounds you owe me, that totals 4,000 pounds. The value of the potion formula is between 230 and 250 pounds. Since I have a friend in need, let us settle on 250 pounds. That means, even if you provide me with the potion formula, you would still owe me 750 pounds. Ostrowski nodded. "Indeed." Hubert chuckled helplessly, recognizing that the giant bishop was adept at stifling conversation. He pressed on. "Father, may I inquire if you possess such a substantial sum in cash?" "I do not." Hubert inquired further. "Then what do you intend to use to settle this debt?" Ostrowski cast a glance at Hubert. "You seem to have already found a means for me to settle my debt." Hubert smiled innocently. "I am primarily considering your interests, Bishop. You are here to preach, not to engage in commerce, making it quite challenging to amass such wealth." Ostrowski remained unresponsive, silently observing Hubert. Hubert continued, almost as if delivering a monologue. "It is as follows. I have a friend." "Father, what expression is that on your face?" "Yes, you. He is indeed a friend, not a mere reflection of myself. This friend has entangled himself with a family of extraordinary beings, and the members of this family intend to dispatch a Sequence 6 and 2 Sequence 7 individuals to hunt him down. If one can eliminate or severely injure the opposing Sequence 6, a debt of 2,000 can be absolved. Merely restraining or repelling the adversary will suffice to clear a debt of 1,000. Should one manage to slay 2 enemies in battle, all debts will be forgiven. Chapter 89. Hubert's Plan. As anticipated, Ostrowski acquiesced to Hubert's proposition. For him, it was simply a matter of engaging in a brawl, valued between 1,000 and 2,000, which was quite advantageous. For Hubert, it sufficed that the giant bishop could hold the opposing sequence 6 at bay, while Hubert planned to retain at least one sequence 7. Naturally, should the plan unfold favorably, both sequence 7s could be preserved. Additionally, considering the possibility of 2 sequence 8s joining the fray, they could be retained as well. The extraordinary traits of these 4 beings alone would be worth 4,000 to 5,000. Should there be additional spoils, the profit would increase substantially, rendering this battle a surefire gain for Hubert. Furthermore, Hubert would acquire vital information regarding the Tamara family, which, to him, was far more critical than any material spoils, as they were likely to become his principal adversaries in the future. Ostrowski retrieved paper and pen from his pocket and inscribed the potion's formula. Hubert glanced at it, noting the primary ingredients: a horn from an adult unicorn Pegasus and 3 grams of crystallized jellyfish venom. The auxiliary materials included 10 grams of dragon's blood powder, 3 drops of colchicine essence, 6 petals of blooming spoonflower, and 80 milliliters of pure water. After stowing away the potion formula, Hubert smiled, saying, "I shall bring the wondrous item to you tomorrow morning." Ostrowski nodded slowly, bowing his head to resume his confessions. Hubert chuckled softly and departed swiftly. He had merely inflated the price of the nightmare candle 38-fold, which, to be fair, was quite reasonable. Once back in his carriage, Hubert was struck by an odd impression. Ostrowski bore an uncanny resemblance to the venerable monks from his recollections, sparse in words, yet rich in wisdom, particularly keen in discerning character. After leaving the Harvest Church, Hubert proceeded to the estate of the Viscount of Glayland. Upon seeing the potion formula, the Viscount was somewhat taken aback, for it indicated that Hubert had struck a new deal with the bishop of the Harvest Church. The Viscount instructed his butler to fetch 270 in cash. "Mr. Hubert," he said, "as per our previous agreement, you must recount the entire transaction to me." "Ah, should I invite Miss Audrey to listen as well? However, it has grown dark. Shall we pay her a visit together?" Hubert smiled. "As you say, it is quite late. I shall relate the tale to Miss Audrey at a later time." "Very well. I am certain Audrey will delight in this story." Subsequently, Hubert recounted the events, omitting details about the nightmare candle and its price hike, merely stating that he had assisted Bishop Ostrowski in locating a magical item he required during an extraordinary gathering. "I truly wish I could witness the division and slaying of a person's persona," the Viscount lamented, picking up the potion formula. "Where shall I procure these materials?" Hubert replied, "I can attempt to assist you in your purchases. To my knowledge, these auxiliary materials are readily available and not excessively priced. The primary ingredients are not particularly rare, though often one must rely on serendipity to acquire them." The Viscount nodded. "Then I shall entrust this task to you. Please procure the materials at your earliest convenience, for I am eager to become an apothecary." Having concluded their business, Hubert casually shared a few intriguing anecdotes from the extraordinary realm that the Viscount was fond of, before rising to take his leave. Watching Hubert's departing figure, the Viscount's gaze deepened, and he addressed his personal servant outside. "Please compose a letter to Miss Hugh and Miss Forth, expressing my desire to gather information from them. I am willing to pay for any information they provide." The servant bowed slightly and set about writing the letter for the Viscount. On Monday morning, Hubert first made an appearance at the law firm before visiting clients. He initially returned to the Harvest Church to deliver the nightmare candle to Bishop Ostrowski. He then hurried to the Obsidian Bar in the North District to meet with Dolly. Dolly remarked with a smile, "I somewhat regret recommending you as our informant. I have never encountered a liaison as busy as you." Hubert chuckled, "Madam, I come to you with a matter of great import, one from which you stand to gain significantly." "Oh, an extraordinary battle is set to unfold in Beckland," Hubert whispered, glancing around the eerily quiet bar. "An extraordinary confrontation. Extraordinary battles occur in Beckland daily. This battle is one I have orchestrated." Dolly's interest piqued. "Do elaborate." "I have a friend." "Yes, I see that look in your eyes, but I assure you, he truly is my friend," Hubert explained. "This friend has fallen prey to a family of extraordinary beings, and I wish to devise an ambush to turn the tide against them. I have already secured the assistance of Sequence 6, but for precaution, I require another Sequence 6 ally, hence my request for your assistance, Ms. Dolly. This is a private solicitation, not a request for the Night Watch's aid." Dolly was momentarily taken aback. "So, you're not here to report, but to seek my aid?" "Precisely," Hubert affirmed. If you do not intend to assist, the battle shall ensue regardless, only away from the night watch's purview. Dolly, her blue eyes glimmering, scrutinized Hubert. I sense a hint of coercion in your words. If I do not assist, this matter will escape the night watch's control. Absolutely not. I speak only the truth, Hubert insisted. I genuinely seek your help. Should you lend your hand, you shall have a claim to the spoils. Though your choice of spoils must follow mine. If you are able to eliminate a sequence 7 or higher adversary during the skirmish, you may select your spoils before me. Your primary foe is likely to be a sequence 7. Dolly had not anticipated that Hubert, newly become a night watch informant, was plotting a battle involving sequences 6 and 7. This rendered Hubert even more enigmatic, suggesting he was more than merely the eldest son of a brigadier. After weighing her options for several seconds, Dolly finally replied, I shall agree, but you must first disclose how you came to know of 355's origins. Hubert had anticipated this inquiry and was prepared. 355 is connected to a sealed object, or rather a magical item, that I encountered through legal channels. I divined its origins via that sealed object. I see. Dolly nodded. Notify me of the battle's time and location half a day before it commences, allowing me time to prepare. No problem, Hubert sighed in relief. With 2 sequence success at his side, the battle posed minimal risk. Chapter 90. The Law of Conservation of Extraordinary Traits. Within the subterranean chamber of the Night Watch Squad in the Beckland Parish, Captain Thomas inquired of Dolly, who had just concluded a divination, what was the outcome? Dolly replied, Hubert speaks the truth. Does this mean Brigadier Christine indeed possesses a sealed object related to 355? Thomas furrowed his brow. How have I never heard of this? Dolly speculated. Perhaps it is not a sealed object held by Brigadier Christine? No, that is implausible. Thomas retorted. Hubert is merely a sequence 9. How could he possess a level 2 sealed object? At this moment, they remained unaware that Hubert had advanced in rank. Dolly shook her head, stating, it is indeed prudent to cultivate him as an informant or even as an auxiliary member. This way, we can at least keep abreast of his movements and impose some constraints upon him. Thomas sighed, relinquishing his fixation on the issues surrounding Sequence 9 and the Level 2 sealed items, and inquired of Dolly, have you made your decision? This marks the second invitation from Sesama. Joining the Red Gloves would afford you a broader scope for development. Dolly smiled, replying, becoming part of the Red Gloves entails constant travel, which I find rather unexciting. Thomas lamented, this is an opportunity that many would covet. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hubert arrived at 192 Blanca Street. Earlier that morning, he had indeed spoken the truth to Dolly. The realm of disorder was precisely the unique sealed items and mystical artifacts traversable by lawyers, was it not? As for the diviner seeking more specific information, the presence of the realm of disorder would inevitably lead their divination to a fruitless end. Therefore, the night watchman could merely ascertain the veracity of Hubert's statements without delving into further detail. At precisely 3 o'clock, Hubert's vision was consumed by gray mist, and familiar figures flickered into view within the ancient hall. The tarot meeting commenced. The Fool, Klein, and Justice, Audrey, both possessed of unique insights, immediately discerned that Hubert was markedly different from the last gathering, particularly Klein, whose spiritual vision revealed that Hubert's stellar body had become more solidified, with hues now skewing towards black. Had he indeed advanced? Within just a month of joining the tarot, he had reached Sequence 8. The hangman, Algie, was the last to perceive the anomaly, uncertain of how to respond, and a brief silence enveloped the hall. Ultimately, it was Audrey's greeting that shattered the stillness. Both Hubert and Audrey turned their gazes towards Algie. Clearing his throat, Algie expressed gratitude to Hubert for the suggestion that had led him to new clues within the ruins. Audrey appeared even more elated than Algie, exclaiming, so, there are indeed hidden clues within the ruins? Yes, Algie confirmed, recounting, albeit briefly, his clandestine exploration of the ruins, as per their previous meeting's agreement. However, he only alluded to his discoveries without disclosing the 3 locations left by the skeleton. Audrey smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations, Mr. Hungetman. Following these clues, you should discover further rewards. Hubert cautioned, opportunities always coexist with risks. I sincerely hope you maintain your usual caution. I will, Algie responded, adding, before I continue my exploration along these leads, there is something I wish to clarify. Suppose my family harbors a secret, and I lack the capacity to reap the benefits of this secret. Then, before my demise, I would never leave such a secret in this world. Why then? Did the skeleton act so uncharacteristically? Is there a trap involved? Or is there a secret I remain oblivious to? Algy's gaze remained fixed on Hubert, evidently directing his inquiry towards him. Hubert gathered his thoughts before replying. I previously mentioned that the extraordinary traits abide by 3 laws. Your question can be resolved using the second law. Furthermore, you might also grasp the antagonistic relationships among deities and why the current situation prevails among nations, among other inquiries. The others endeavored to mask their astonishment. Was the animosity between deities not rooted in divergent doctrines? The very catalysts of their discord were the laws governing extraordinary traits? Algy hesitated momentarily before asking, if I wish to uncover this answer, what price must I pay? I am aware, Algy continued, therefore. Please propose a remuneration that I can bear. 500 pounds, Hubert stated, though I recommend that Miss Justice cover this expense. Algy was perplexed by Hubert's implication. Audrey, too, was taken aback. Me? I believe it most fitting for you to settle the payment for today as information. This way, none of us owes anything to the other, and we all gain insights that are difficult to procure within our respective circles. Klein, hidden in the mist, mused, truly the lawyer, with just a few words. He has untangled the debt relations among the 3 parties. Naturally, Klein was the one most pleased with this transaction, acquiring information from both the hangman and the emperor without spending a single penny. At that moment, he reflected that the platform was indeed the greatest victor. Audrey pondered for a moment, recognizing the emperor's reasoning as sound, and, intrigued by the information, expressed her willingness to pay. Very well, Mr. Emperor. Shall I send the funds to the previous address? Not in haste, Hubert replied, as he was not currently in need of money. I shall request it when necessary. Perhaps I may require your assistance in the future, which could suitably offset this debt. Audrey nodded, understood. Hubert then addressed Algy. I have one more request. I wish to be apprised of your exploration process going forward. No problem, Algy affirmed. Once the remuneration was settled, Hubert elucidated. The second law of extraordinary traits is known as the law of conservation of extraordinary traits. The extraordinary traits in the world are finite, neither increasing nor diminishing. Once more, silence enveloped the ancient hall as Klein, Algy, and Audrey each conjured their own interpretations, and as these thoughts exploded into realization, they grasped the astounding magnitude of this revelation. Hubert continued, in the realm of the extraordinary, there exists a saying. From the moment you consume the potion, you have already determined who your enemies and allies shall be. Chapter 91. The Busy Hubert. Hubert's words plunged the others into prolonged contemplation. Klein finally understood why the church refrained from openly performing magic. Extraordinary traits are conserved. The quantity remains static, and if everyone swiftly digests the potions, seeking advancement would be easier through acquiring extraordinary traits from others than scouring for increasingly scarce extraordinary materials. Merely contemplating this scenario was indeed a profoundly bloody and terrifying prospect. The skeleton inscribed this secret in hopes that one day someone might uncover the extraordinary traits left behind by the 3 higher elves. When the authority of the elven king was usurped, the remnants of the elven race harbored deep resentment. The power belonging to the storm will be despised by whoever wielded it. Thus, they were eager to disclose the 3 locations to more pirates. As long as these extraordinary traits did not belong to the Storm Church, the one who obtained them would invariably become an enemy of the Storm Church. Of course, this secret could very well fall into the hands of the Storm Church. Yet even if its members obtained such vital information, they might refrain from reporting it upward. This was an unparalleled opportunity for self-establishment. If one could secure even one extraordinary trait, the 4 kings of the sea would ascend to 5. Klein regarded Algy thoughtfully, while Algy, upon hearing this, felt a rush of adrenaline. The emperor's words resonated with his aspirations. Hubert remarked, given the high probability of creating trouble for the Storm Church, or the Lord of Storms, the skeleton would certainly go to great lengths to preserve this secret. I see, Algy acknowledged. No wonder the kingdom of Ruin and the kingdom of Phenobot have historically been adversaries. However, he queried, why does the Storm Church harbor animosity towards the Church of Knowledge and the Church of the Eternal Radiance? Hubert smiled. That is another question altogether, and the answer is as precious as the law of conservation of extraordinary traits, perhaps even more so. Each of them entertained their own speculations, and thus, this transaction reached its conclusion. Algy recognized the risks he faced and prepared to conduct an investigation from the sidelines. Hubert reclined in bed, reflecting on how busy the week had been. Algy sat silently in the captain's quarters, astounded to discover that the animosity among extraordinary beings stemmed from fundamental laws. "Captain, urgent dispatch from the abyss of Storm." A crew member knocked at the door. Alger was momentarily taken aback. Members of the Storm Church masquerading as pirates, like him, had seldom received telegrams from the abyss of storms. He promptly opened the door and seized the telegram from his subordinate's hands. "Investigate the whereabouts of Killingus." Killingus? Alger's gaze sharpened. Why would the abyss of storms seek to investigate him? Beckland, Queen's Avenue. Hugh and Forth emerged from the company of Viscount Glaylet. Hugh appeared somewhat anxious. Have we truly done no harm by divulging so much information about Hubert to Glaylet? Unless the Viscount is a member of the Aurora Society. Forth smiled, saying, "Hubert himself had briefly mentioned your quest to locate Zachary." Hugh found it curious. Why would Viscount Glaylet suddenly take an interest in Hubert's exploits? Slowly nodding, she thought it prudent to remind Hubert if the opportunity arose. Beckland, 51, Henry Street. Hubert entered Garl's apothecary, where Garl was polishing the counter. "Dear Mr. Hubert, you have returned to tend to my business once more." Hubert smiled. "I wish to procure some special materials." Garl immediately understood Hubert's intent. "Please, follow me." He rang a bell behind the counter to summon a shop assistant, and then invited Hubert to enter the backyard through the side door. Having established a basic trust through previous transactions, Hubert followed Garl into the expansive backyard, where numerous unprocessed herbs were drying, filling the air with their medicinal scent. Garl led Hubert to a small room. "What do you require?" Hubert replied, "The horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus and the crystallized venom of a crowned jellyfish." By purchasing only these two primary materials, the other party would remain oblivious to Hubert's intentions. Garl remarked, "The horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus is available in the warehouse, but the crystallized venom of the crowned jellyfish is out of stock. Please return after 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I assure you I will have both materials ready for you. These two items are relatively expensive, priced between $320 and $350. Hubert nodded. "Very well. I shall return tomorrow." Subsequently, Hubert took a carriage to the suburbs, walking several kilometers into the woods opposite the Aputon estate. First, he surveyed the scene in the fading light of dusk, confirming that Aputon was indeed alive. As night fell, he skillfully ascended to the second floor and entered Aputon's bedroom through the window. Aputon was elated to see Hubert, masked as he was. His reappearance signified that Hubert was prepared to assist him against the Tamara family. Hubert got straight to the point. "You must relocate near the Harvest Church in the southern district of the bridge. I will set an ambush there, awaiting the arrival of the Tamara family members. Furthermore, the Harvest Church serves as an excellent ambush point." Aputon nodded vigorously. Yes. I will rent a secluded house in the southern district of the bridge tomorrow." He added, "I previously mentioned that my mother is an astrologer. Hence our inspiration is inherently strong. I have a premonition that family members may seek us out in the coming days. Once you move to the southern district of the bridge, I will await you nearby." Hubert cautioned, "You must frequently wear the strands of the astrologer. Should your spirit receive any ominous warnings, you must notify me immediately. Additionally, in this battle, unless you play a significant role, you shall not have the right to share in the spoils." Chapter 92, A Potential Poisoner. Aputon had no objections to Hubert's arrangement regarding the spoils. Merely surviving this battle was the greatest victory for him. However, Aputon had additional needs. He informed Hubert, "I require no spoils, but I will fulfill the promised remuneration. However, I need a corpse of a recently deceased Tamara family member." Hubert realized that this might be a material used to evade the Tamara family's divination. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Cannot you use your mother's body?" Aputon shook his head. "My father's notes state that it must be the spirit of a family member outside our own." Hubert nodded. "Once you have secured the rental, await me at the Harvest Church." The following morning, Hubert penned a letter to Hugh, informing her of his commitment to assist Aputon and advising the two ladies to prepare for battle. He naturally refrained from detailing the specifics of his assistance to Aputon, but he trusted that Hugh would grasp his intentions upon reading the letter. After spending time in the office until after 9 o'clock, Hubert set out to visit clients once more. He returned to Garl's apothecary, spending $330 to purchase a complete horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus, along with 5 grams of crystallized crown jellyfish venom. Hubert then spent an additional $30 on various herbs used in mysticism, mixing in the apothecary's auxiliary materials, and he generally bought in excess, acquiring a small vial of colchicum essence and 2 blossoms of spoonflower petals. The total expenditure amounted to $360, and Hubert quoted Viscount Glaylet $420. Considering he had made 2 trips and undertaken a degree of risk. Viscount Glaylant promptly paid, then requested Hubert's assistance in concocting a potion. Hubert prepared the necessary materials, and, just as he was about to commence the concoction, he felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him and Glaylant. Hurriedly activating his spiritual sight, he found no traces of hidden undead or other mystical beings lurking in the shadows. Glaylant urged, "Are you not yet ready?" Hubert shook his head and continued to prepare the potion while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. That unsettling sensation of being watched persisted until Hubert completed the potion, and Glaylant eagerly consumed it, at which point the hidden gaze vanished. Hubert cast a deep glance at Viscount Glaylant, who seemed entirely oblivious. Relishing a deep breath, knowledge of numerous herbs and potions has flooded my mind. Hubert refrained from probing further, instead smiling. That is the wondrous nature of potions. Viscount Glaylant inquired, "Do you have any good advice regarding apothecaries? In my view, apothecaries can also be poisoners." Hubert smiled. After all, with the crystallized venom of the crown jellyfish as a primary ingredient, not only should you gain some resistance to toxins and the ability to wield poisons, theoretically, you should also acquire knowledge of poisons as well. Thankfully you pointed this out, or I might have taken a long time to realize it. He glanced at his pocket watch, then quietly suggested to Hubert, "I would like to invite you to dinner this evening. Please do come." Hubert was taken aback. Was it necessary to speak so softly merely to share a meal? However, recalling the earlier sensation of being observed, he chose not to comment, and merely nodded slowly. After departing from Viscount Glaylant's residence, Hubert found a place to enjoy lunch before heading to the Harvest Church in the southern district of the Bridge. Before entering the church, he donned his mask, and upon stepping through the church's doors, indeed spotted Aputon, who appeared restless in his seat. Bishop Utrovsky, seated in the front row and perusing texts, glanced at Hubert before returning to his reading of the Holy Bible of Life. Upon seeing Hubert's mask, Aputon exhaled deeply. "At last, you have arrived," he whispered. "The bishop of this church is truly intimidating." Hubert smirked slightly. "Are you not afraid of the giant bishop's massive fists?" he asked. "Have you secured the rental?" Aputon affirmed. "Yes, it is at 103 on the street adjacent to here." Nodding, Aputon took a deep breath and rose to leave. Hubert removed his mask, at which point Bishop Utrovsky remarked, "This is a church, not a place for you to plot conspiracies." Hubert smiled and remarked, "Isn't the Church of the Mother Goddess known for its refusal to turn anyone away?" This caused Bishop Utrovsky to pause momentarily. Hubert rose and seated himself beside Bishop Utrovsky. "Father, I have heard that your church is home to remarkable individuals skilled in agriculture." A flurry of fish and mushrooms suddenly flashed through Hubert's mind, but he shook his head to dispel these thoughts. "Father, have you ever ventured into the eastern district of Beckland?" "No, but I have heard whispers of it," came the reply. "Father, why do so many suffer from hunger?" Bishop Utrovsky gazed deeply at Hubert, responding, "This is precisely the impetus behind my efforts to spread the radiance of the Mother Goddess. When her light graces this land, there shall be no more hunger." "Father, you are mistaken. Even if food were abundant enough to satisfy all, there would still be those who starve." "Do you believe this?" Hubert's eyes fell upon the emblem of life before him. Humanity has imbued existence with meaning, yet many live devoid of it. After a brief pause, he continued, "In my view, every individual ought to possess the right to sufficient sustenance." Bishop Utrovsky spoke slowly. "In the eyes of the Mother Goddess, every life holds significance." "That is insufficient." Hubert suddenly shook his head. "Let's not dwell on this weighty matter any longer. May I peruse your church's Holy Bible of Life?" "Of course," came a reply. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent as Hubert carefully examined the Holy Bible of Life of the Earth Mother Church, turning the pages with deliberation, the solemn and sacred sounds of rustling paper echoing in the church. As night fell, and with no warning from Aputon arriving, Hubert took a carriage to Queen S Avenue. Viscount Glaylant awaited him in the dining hall. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to partake of the meal. The chef of the Viscount was indeed a culinary master, crafting dishes that were both visually appealing and delectable. However, each portion was woefully scant, leaving them only just satisfied after sampling a dozen courses. During their casual conversation, Hubert learned that such was the customary dining experience in the Glaylant household. He smiled and remarked, "This atmosphere lacks the warmth of home." The entire experience felt akin to dining in a high-end restaurant. With a wry smile, Glaylant confessed, "There's little I can do. I was raised to believe that a viscount ought to dine in this manner. Should I simplify the process, rumors would soon circulate of the impending bankruptcy of the Glaylant family." Chapter 93. The Viscount's Commission. In response to the Viscount's words, Hubert took a sip of red wine and smiled, glancing at the immaculate dining table, suddenly reminded of the meals served in a modest F. After finishing dessert and fruit, and sipping a few cups of tea, the dinner finally came to a close. The Viscount stood, saying, "I have numerous inquiries regarding the apothecary that I wish to discuss with you. Please accompany me to my study." Upon reaching the study, Greelant retrieved a pocket watch and quietly said, "Mr. Hubert, the reason I summoned you is that I have a matter I wish to entrust to your investigation." Hubert seated himself opposite the Viscount. Logically, as co-founders of the League of Justice, I ought to assist. However, your commission appears perilous. I regret to decline. Greelant was taken aback. But I have yet to disclose the nature of the commission. I only know that while I was concocting potions, someone was observing us. Hubert reclined against the chair's back. I am merely a sequence aide, and my father seems to hold little influence. I prefer to remain uninvolved in the nobility's conflicts. Greelant smiled. You are more astute than I had anticipated. Allow me to elaborate on my commission. You may choose to decline. Hubert sighed, "Dear Viscount, knowing certain things might bring me trouble." Greelant reassured him, "Rest assured, no one is eavesdropping on our conversation." The individual silently monitoring me departed this afternoon after confirming that I had ingested the apothecary's potion. He opened the pocket watch for Hubert to see. It appeared somewhat aged, and its hands were frozen in place. Greelant explained, "This is a wondrous item, as long as I am being listened to or watched. The hands of the watch will move normally. If there is no one listening, watching, or observing us, the hands remain still." "Very well," Hubert said. "I shall hear your commission, but you must clarify its dangers." The ring appeared unremarkable, inscribed with the words, "Golden, adorned with a red gem." Greelant exhaled deeply as he gazed at the ring. On my 18th birthday, my father revealed to me that the origins and history of the Greelant family are inscribed within that ring, alongside many invaluable heirlooms left by our ancestors. He once promised that upon my marriage, he would allow me to inherit this ring, thus continuing the family's legacy. However, Greelant's tone turned icy. However, I did not find this ring upon my father's remains. The warmth of his usual demeanor had vanished, replaced by an unsettling coldness. Hubert recalled, "I believe your father passed due to illness, did he not?" Greelant nodded. "That is what they say." Hubert refrained from probing further into who they were. The contents within the ring may have fallen into the hands of our adversaries. Not so, Viscount Greelant countered. It requires a spell to unlock the ring's space, and that incantation is known solely to my father and me. Furthermore, they were unaware of my father's extraordinary traits. Indeed, I am not entirely ignorant of the extraordinary realm. The Greelant family has long been one of remarkable individuals. Yet in my generation, due to being an only child and the risks of consuming potions, my father deemed it prudent for me to wait until I had children before partaking. Alas, I did not anticipate that before I could wed, my father would succumb to illness, and I would find myself under surveillance. With a cold smile, Greelant added, "Only after I consume potions deemed non-threatening will they feel entirely at ease, relinquishing their watch over me." These plans and thoughts seemed to have been suppressed for far too long, as Greelant's expression visibly softened after sharing his burden. He covered his face, lamenting, "Though I have evaded their scrutiny, I may never be able to avenge my father." Hubert remained a good listener, just as he had previously stated, wishing to refrain from becoming embroiled in the disputes of the nobility. After a prolonged silence, Viscount Greelant emerged from his emotional turmoil. "As for the risks associated with this commission, I cannot ascertain whether my father's ring was hidden away by him prior to his death or seized by the murderer. These inquiries necessitate your investigation, of course. Safety must remain paramount. Should you sense danger, you are free to abandon the inquiry. The choice lies with you. This will be a long-term commission. I am well aware that results may take years, perhaps even decades. From this day forth, I shall not broach this topic with you until you yield some fruit. Regarding remuneration, I can only assure you that it shall be to your satisfaction." Hubert contemplated for a moment before replying, "Viscount, I must commend your prudence. It is indeed the wisest course." Greelant smiled. "Your commitment suffices." Although he had evaded his watchers, Greelant seemed to have grown accustomed to performing, as he engaged Hubert in intriguing discussions about esoterica while escorting him to the door. As Hubert climbed into the carriage, Greelant appeared reluctant to part. Inside the carriage, Hubert chuckled. Nobility has its own burdens, it seems. Upon returning home, Hubert learned from the butler that Christine was still in the study, prompting him to knock on the door and share his plans of using Afton as bait. Christine nodded. That sounds promising. Yet, he suddenly introduced another matter. I made a significant choice earlier, and now it is time to face the consequences of that choice, which may affect you. Approximately 6 months hence, you must pay heed to every inquiry I pose, and make your choices after careful contemplation. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that not only were the nobles of Beckland bound by their circumstances, but Christine seemed to harbor his own grievances as well. Very well, I shall be attentive, he replied. Upon returning to his chamber, Hubert found himself unable to slumber for an extended period, feeling as if the conversations he had engaged in with Glynt and Christine had imparted a wealth of information, accompanied by an ominous sense of impending turmoil. It was not until the stroke of midnight that Hubert calmed his restless mind and hastened to bed, for he had to delve into the Bible of life the following day. On Wednesday morning, Hubert ventured out early to visit clients, spending the morning at Harvest Church, poring over sacred texts, and, fortuitously, enjoying a complimentary luncheon. Around 2 in the afternoon, a flustered Upton entered the church. I just donned the astrologer's hair, and immediately sensed danger. Chapter 94, The Call to Arms. Having anticipated Upton's arrival and donned a mask, Hubert replied, I am aware. Do not panic. Your premonition of peril may indicate that they will surveil you within the next 6 hours. This is Beckland. They will not strike until the latter half of the night, granting us ample time. Hubert's composure allowed Upton to exhale in relief. Upton nodded vigorously and departed hastily. Hubert turned to Bishop Ostrowski, stating, Father, the call to arms has sounded. Please prepare yourself. Ostrowski nodded slowly, then began to confess to the sacred emblem of life, lamenting that he would once again resort to violence to resolve his issues. Hubert left the church wearing the mask, only removing it once he had settled into a hired carriage. This was Hubert's trump card, although Christine had not agreed to assist. He was certain she would come to observe the conflict. Should the situation spiral completely out of control, he could call upon Christine to protect him. He then proceeded to the Northern District, directly to the Blackthorn Security Company to collect Dolly in the sum of $2,355. Lastly, he went to fetch Hugh and Forth. Hubert and Dolly arrived at the address left by Hugh, and after a prolonged period of knocking, an elderly woman finally opened the door. Young man, whom do you seek? Hubert stood momentarily stunned, as he did not recall any mention in the original text about Hugh and Forth employing a servant. Moreover, this woman appeared so aged that she seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Who would dare employ her as a servant? At that moment, the door across the way opened, and Hugh smiled at the elderly woman, saying, Aunt Martina, he is here to see me. You must have mistaken the house number. Hubert could only twitch his lips. Once everyone had boarded the carriage, he remarked somewhat resignedly, You all are exceedingly cautious. Hugh appeared slightly embarrassed, diverting his gaze while tousling his somewhat unkempt hair, but Forth smiled, saying, You are the only gentleman who knows our address. She seemed to realize her words held an ambiguous connotation, and added, We must evade the scrutiny of official extraordinary beings and remain wary of other wild extraordinary beings. Hubert pointed at the taciturn Dolly, saying, I must convey some unfortunate news. This is an official extraordinary being. Forth's eyes widened as she glanced at Dolly, who was adorned with blue eyeshadow, and she prepared to flee the carriage, her first thought being, Has Hubert betrayed us? It was well known that even wild extraordinary beings could be apprehended by official extraordinary beings, regardless of their innocence, and imprisoned as experimental subjects for sealing artifacts. Thus, wild extraordinary beings were akin to born prisoners. Hugh inquired, Will this official extraordinary being also participate in our endeavor? Typically slow to grasp concepts, Hugh remained composed, trusting Hubert implicitly, knowing he would not betray them. Indeed, Hubert affirmed, This is Ms. Dolly, a seasoned member of the Night Watch team. She has already agreed, prior to boarding, not to take advantage of today's opportunity to pursue you. Dolly was taken aback, as they had not discussed this topic earlier. However, the condition was that she would serve as an overseer of your states. Hubert continued, Should any signs of loss of control arise, come to me immediately. Trust me, as long as it is in the early stages of losing control, I possess means to help you avert it. Forth exhaled in relief, and alongside Hugh, assured that they would remain vigilant about their states. Dolly also subtly nodded. Hubert's words were a safeguard for the two young ladies. If their conditions were within the surveillance range of the Night Watch informant, it was indeed unnecessary to apprehend them. With Dolly, an official extraordinary being present, Forth and Hugh were not as lively as usual. In the slightly tense atmosphere, the group arrived at Harvest Church. Dolly stood at the entrance. Harvest Church? Hubert, Leading the way, confirmed, indeed, is Harvest Church. Fourth gaze at the modest church, exclaiming, I had no idea Beckland had a Harvest Church. Once inside, seated in the front row, they were drawn to the imposing figure of the giant bishop. After they settled, Hubert explained, among our adversaries are extraordinary beings skilled in divination. Waiting for their arrival within the church can effectively disrupt their predictions. Do not be deceived by the church's modest size. Even the smallest church remains a church. As long as it is connected to the divine, the results of divination will be influenced or distorted. Dolly remarked, you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Hugh and Forth shared a sense of enlightenment. Your conspiracy will attract divine attention. Ostrowski suddenly interjected. This is not a favorable development for you. Hubert chose to disregard the priest's warning, stating, this is another ally I have summoned, Bishop Ostrowski. You may refer to him as Father. Father, please come here. We shall convene a pre-battle meeting. Ostrowski, somewhat resigned, murmured a few words of confession before taking a seat. Hugh and Forth exchanged glances, pondering what sort of acquaintances Hubert kept. I surmise the enemy's divination will likely reveal Upton. Oh, my friend who is being hunted. I can tell from your expressions that you did not expect me to truly have such a friend, did you? Hubert chuckled. They will likely ascertain that Upton is currently a sequence-8 in possession of a sealing artifact. In facing such an enemy, deploying one sequence 6 and two sequence 7 extraordinary beings constitutes a formidable lineup. Our side boasts two sequence 6, two sequence 8, and two sequence 9, with access to a level 2 sealing artifact, making our strength comparable. Hugh and Forth, alongside Dolly, were momentarily taken aback, realizing that Hubert had indeed ascended in rank. Ms. Dolly and Father Ostrowski possess far more combat experience than I, Hubert declared. Therefore, I shall merely outline a general tactical plan, should the need arise. You may adjust tactics as you see fit. Just past midnight, a carriage halted on the street adjacent to Harvest Church. From a vehicle emerged 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, who, under the lead of their captain, hastily approached number 103. The plan had long been discussed in the carriage. Upon nearing 103, 2 sequence 8 extraordinary beings rapidly advanced towards the building across the street. Having observed during their reconnaissance earlier that day that Upton had enlisted the aid of 2 relatively weak female companions, the captain commanded an assault, and 3 mid-tier extraordinary beings immediately launched an ambush. At that moment, a radiant dawn light suddenly illuminated the street, and a towering figure descended from the heavens. Chapter 95. The correct unveiling of 355. The assault by Bishop Ostrowski marked the commencement of combat. He wielded a heavy sword fashioned from light, each downward slash and horizontal sweep imbued with grandiosity. At this moment, he had shed his clerical robes in favor of a reinforced knight's attire, rendering each of his movements sharp and decisive. The gentleness and compassion of his preaching long since vanished. 3 mid-tier beings found their path obstructed by Ostrowski alone, when suddenly, from the edifice where the giant bishop had leapt, emerged a masked man and woman. Apton, seizing the initiative, summoned an ally from the spirit realm using the strands of an astrologer. Yet, the 3 mid-tier beings remained unperturbed. One extraordinary being hurled a stone towards Hubert and his companions, completing the process of bribery, weakening. He was a sequence 6 corrupted baron. Hubert and Delhi felt a significant diminishment in their strength and speed, while Ostrowski remained untouched, his giant sword shimmering with the light of dawn. Impervious to all extraordinary assaults, provided they did not exceed his own level 2 drastically. After reaching a tactical position, Delhi, undeterred by her diminished spirituality, connected with the spirit realm to summon a specter wielding a long knife and possessing an elongated skull. This specter, though clad in tattered remnants, appeared agile, with eyes gleaming in crimson, exuding an indescribable majesty. The opposing mid-tier extraordinary being took action, exclaiming, "Exile!" The newly summoned specter barely had time to manifest before it was pushed back step by step by an invisible force. Hubert exchanged glances with Delhi, realizing the adversary possessed 2 sequence 6 entities, with the one who exiled the specter being a judge. Nonetheless, they adhered to their previously devised strategy. The specter's appearance was, in fact, a cover for Hubert. At that moment, he had surged into the central battlefield, thrusting his staff into the ground. Order. A beam of dark, sacred light erupted from the staff, which swiftly thickened and elongated, branching into a nascent canopy. Each leaf of this canopy was a deep black, obscuring the dim moonlight, as the branches extended to form a vast crown spanning several meters. The emergence of a towering tree from the ground was a sight so breathtaking that it drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield, as well as distant onlookers. At that instant, Otrovsky's dawn light grew even more radiant, illuminating a radius of 30 meters. The specter Deli had summoned radiated a golden glow, its teeth clacking together in a sinister laugh, impervious to the earlier exile. Hubert ensured that the canopy of order would bolster both the dawn's power and the specter's might, suspecting the adversary might possess a sealing artifact. Thus, his strategy was to unleash his full strength immediately, beginning with the lower sequences. With the support of the Tree of Order, Deli and the others gained the upper hand against their three mid-tier adversaries, prompting Hubert to swiftly exit the battlefield. Manipulating the order beneath the canopy, he distorted the distance and soon found himself in their vicinity. At that moment, the two Sequence 8 beings had yet to confront Shio and Furs, lacking any ranged extraordinary abilities and thus forced to engage in close combat. In the afternoon, they had intentionally allowed the enemy to detect them, orchestrating a separation of the battlefield. Upon reaching this new battleground, Hubert had already summoned two 355. This evoked thoughts of a historical figure, Linglong Tower. Ah, no, I am not Nez's father. Hubert quickly refocused, drawing forth a dagger he had prepared earlier, making a thrusting gesture with one arm, and then he used two 355 to pull one of the Sequence 8 beings closer. However, merely a dagger was insufficient to mortally wound an extraordinary being, especially since the adversary was a barbarian of formidable physique. Reacting in a frenzied state, the barbarian aimed a punch at Hubert, yet it felt as though he had struck air, his fist vanishing within half a meter of Hubert. This was precisely why Hubert dared to draw the enemy closer. Only extraordinary abilities could harm him while wielding two 355, rendering all physical attacks futile. Due to their urban setting, Hubert refrained from using firearms. Otherwise, he would have allowed the adversary to collide directly with his gun's muzzle. As the barbarian stood bewildered, his position shifted once more. Before he could comprehend the situation, Shio's three-pronged thrust pierced his abdomen. "You are despicable," the barbarian roared, swinging his fist at the diminutive Shio. She deftly evaded, preparing for her next strike. Meanwhile, Furs, brandishing a short blade, utilized her door-opening ability to traverse through walls, either dodging enemy attacks or appearing behind foes for surprise assaults, growing increasingly audacious. This tactic had been devised earlier that afternoon by Hubert. Furs seemed to have uncovered a new realm of possibilities. Previously, she had only considered her ability suitable for thievery, never realizing she could use her door opening to deflect attacks and ambush opponents. However, in Hubert's words, this fighting style was somewhat dirty. At that moment, Hubert was executing his rather unsavory strategy with finesse, yanking opponents close for a dagger strike, then tossing them towards Shio for another three-pronged thrust. The sound of stabbing echoed incessantly. The barbarian cursed his own robust physique, wishing for a swift end. In scarcely half a minute, the two Sequence 8 beings were reduced to a sieve by the combined efforts of Hubert, Shio, and Furs. Before their demise, they issued warnings and cries for help to the judge not far away. However, Otrovsky, emboldened by the skirmish, found the corrupted baron in a state of disarray. Deli summoned a second specter, adorned with a broad hood, its arrival inflicting a freezing effect upon the judge. Coupled with the specter's scythe attack, the judge was rendered unable to rescue his comrades. He was the leader of this operation and still could not fathom why his companion's divination had yielded such a significant discrepancy. Was he merely supposed to carry a certain risk, but not a severe one? Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Unwilling to linger in battle, he commanded, "Retreat." But it was too late. Hubert had already joined the fray with two 355, while Shio and Furs were busy cleaning up the battlefield. Chapter 96, A Grand Victory. The judge and corrupted baron were not fools. Corruption, imprison. Two extraordinary abilities were hurled at Hubert. Leveraging his identity as the wielder of the Tree of Order, he distorted the targets of their extraordinary attacks to the tree itself. Their assault merely served to nourish the Tree of Order. Under the influence of both the tree and two 355, Hubert found it exceedingly difficult to sustain injury. Remaining vigilant, Hubert maneuvered behind Otrovsky and Deli to provide support. Seeing no hope of victory and unable to escape, the corrupted baron bellowed, "Prepare." The judge and astrologer swiftly repositioned behind the Tree of Order. Hubert sensed something amiss. he shifted the corrupted Baron's position in front of the judge, prompting the judge to once again evade. At that moment, the corrupted Baron donned a black glove, suddenly transforming into a figure of towering stature and formidable authority. His eyes seemingly aflame with black fire. He appeared to be in great agony, his deep, dark, yet majestic gaze fixated on Hubert and his companions. They felt their spirituality being compromised to varying degrees. Even Xiao and Furs, from a distance, sensed their own weakening. Fortunately, this attack did not persist. After a single strike, the corrupted Baron reverted to his normal state, pallid and leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, clearly unable to recover his combat strength in the short term. No wonder the adversary has yet to unleash the sealing artifact in their possession. It seems the negative repercussions are quite significant. Nevertheless, the impact of this sealing artifact was sufficient to completely alter the tide of battle. The judge immediately commenced his offensive, death. He leaned forward, delivering a punch that rendered Hobart immobile, standing as if awaiting judgment, akin to someone anticipating the arrival of their execution. In that moment, Hobart realized he had lost control over 355 and the Tree of Order. Ostrowski struggled to coalesce his colossal sword in an attempt to shield Hobart from this lethal strike, but was momentarily unable to do so, underscoring the potency of the previous blow from the sealing artifact. It was Deli who, having summoned a specter from the spirit realm, managed to intercept this fatal blow on Hobart's behalf. However, after executing this act, she fell to her knees, clearly unable to mount a new offensive in that instant. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, the judge delivered a swift kick to Hobart's abdomen. Hobart was sent hurtling across the room, crashing into a wall, causing 355 to slip from his grasp. The judge hastened forward to retrieve 355, but at that moment, Ostrowski finally managed to solidify his colossal sword, albeit dimmed significantly compared to before. Without a moment to spare, Ostrowski swung his weapon towards the judge. The judge had no choice but to evade Ostrowski's assault, using exile to obstruct him. If this had been at the onset of the battle, Ostrowski would have easily cleaved through exile with a single stroke. However, that was no longer the case, as exile effectively barred his path. Nevertheless, Ostrowski's attack afforded Hobart a fleeting opportunity, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Hobart crawled and rolled to reclaim 355, burying the judge underground. The operational space for 355 was approximately 3 meters, more than sufficient to entomb an opponent. However, in Bakerland, only the main thoroughfare was paved, and the surface had been hardened. Ordinary streets were composed of burnt carbon residue or compacted gravel, ensuring they remained firm even in the rain. Such a street surface could hardly confine a Sequence 6, though it could temporarily impede him. This provided Hobart, Ostrowski, and Deli a brief respite. Suddenly, the ground erupted like a fountain, dirt churning upwards as the judge, trapped beneath, was exiled from the soil above. Hobart hastily struggled to his feet, tossing the opponent's astrologer into the presence of the specter summoned by Afton. When the judge was wreaking havoc, the astrologer had been simultaneously protecting their corrupted Baron while assaulting Afton. She relentlessly employed techniques of tripping and incinerating against Afton, who was left bruised and battered, his garments in tatters and his hair singed. Had it not been for Hobart's intervention, Afton would undoubtedly have met a fate far worse than that of the previous 2 Sequence 8 adversaries. The specter summoned by Afton had also been weakened by the assault of the sealing artifact, yet still retained some semblance of power. As the astrologer appeared before it, it reached out and grasped her by the throat. The astrologer, lacking formidable extraordinary abilities, found her usual attacks of dazzling light, incineration, and freezing ineffective against this specter. Meanwhile, the corrupted Baron leaned against the wall, unable to lift an arm, clearly still incapacitated. Seizing this opportunity, Hobart buried the corrupted Baron underground, leaving him powerless to resist his impending demise. Just as he completed this act, the judge erupted from the ground, prompting Hobart to swiftly transport him to the battlefield's edge, preparing to release the judge and retain the other extraordinary beings. Although Ostrowski and Deli's vitality had begun to slowly recover, they remained outmatched by the judge. Furthermore, the judge was unlikely to linger in combat, as 355 was still in Hobart's possession, making it impossible for him to eliminate any of them. As time passed, Deli and Ostrowski would regain a significant portion of their vitality within a few minutes, at which point the judge would find escape impossible. The judge hesitated momentarily before charging toward the astrologer, evidently hoping to rescue her while Deli and the others were still weakened. At that moment, Otrosky produced a syringe-like artifact containing a vial of blood, injecting it into his own body. Hobart regarded the judge with eyes that resembled those of a man observing a corpse. Chapter 97, Dividing the Spoils. Otrosky possessed a miraculous item akin to a syringe, capable of restoring him to peak condition in a short span. Due to the considerable negative effects associated with this item, he seldom employed it. The recent blow from the sealing artifact had inflicted significant damage and intimidation upon Otrosky, leaving him with no opportunity to utilize it. In the judge's fearful gaze, Otrosky solidified his colossal sword once more, and the dawn light emanating from him shone brightly once again. Hobart maneuvered the judge beneath Otrosky's colossal blade, while Deli, although still recovering her strength, conjured two ethereal hands to grasp the judge's ankles. Otrosky struck down, cleaving the judge in two. Hobart collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath while laughing. The outcome surpassed all expectations. A Sequence 6 extraordinary trait was worth approximately £500, and with premiums included. A final price ranging from £8,000 to £8,500 was entirely plausible. Deli leaned against a tree, crossing her arms in rest. The toll this battle had taken on their vitality could not be remedied by ritual magic, but would require time, 3 to 4 days for natural recovery. Hobart tilted his head toward Otrosky, saying, "Father, your final strike proved immensely impactful. Your debts are now fully settled." In truth, Hobart had harbored such intentions from the outset. Regardless of the battle's outcome, as long as Otrosky exerted himself, he would absolve the latter of all debts. After all, Hobart had expended £10 on the nightmare candles, and with an additional £150 owed for overcoming his past self, less the £250 compensated through the alchemist potions. Otrosky's actual debt amounted to merely £910. Of course, Hobart did not inflate this sum, as the nightmare candles were indeed worth that amount. Hobart had planned for this eventuality, believing that Otrosky's efforts in battle had effectively cleared his debts. Additionally, he feared that Otrosky might harbor resentment over the spoils post-battle, especially considering the latter's lingering negative persona. Should the fight awaken Otrosky's more ferocious tendencies, and with Deli unwilling to aid Hobart, he would need to make further concessions to resolve the matter. In reality, Otrosky remained at his peak, while Deli had already grown quite fatigued, prompting Hobart to test Otrosky's disposition by offering debt forgiveness, which also served to stabilize the situation. Hobart chuckled softly, truly a trustworthy father. He had no intention of pursuing the remaining half of the debt. At that moment, Afton's scream pierced through Hobart's reverie. It turned out that the specter summoned by Afton, after dispatching the astrologer, had turned its attention to Afton, intent on choking him as well. Hobart muttered, "I knew it. This is a suicidal sealing artifact." He glanced at the specter and, gripping 355, summoned a few blank sheets of paper from a notebook in room 103, crumpling them into balls and tossing them toward the specter. At that moment, the leaves of the tree of order began to fall, transforming into a wisp of black mist before even touching the ground, vanishing without a trace. The process of the great tree's disappearance was swift, within mere seconds. The towering tree that had graced the street was gone, leaving only a dark ebony stick and the metallic headpiece that had fallen to the ground. Hobart began to utilize 355 to clean up the battlefield, transporting the enemy's corpses to the room 103 rented by Afton, while the corrupted Baron, previously entombed, had met his demise by suffocation. Continuing, Hubert buried the bloodstains in the ground, filled in the pit created by the judge, and did not forget to pick up the wooden stick and the metal scepter. Upon surveying the scene, there was no indication that an extraordinary and fierce battle had just taken place here. However, the newly filled pit would certainly not be as solid as the surrounding surfaces that had been compacted, and perhaps after a heavy rain, it would reveal itself once more. Hubert could not concern himself with such distant possibilities. The first two victims, both possessing extraordinary traits of Sequence 8, had begun to dissipate. One was a barbarian, and the other a constable. The last to enter, Dolly, remarked, "I shall expedite the dissipation process." Seizing this moment, Hubert addressed Hugh and Forth. "Your contributions are sufficient to earn you the potion formula from the Master of Tricks, but you'll have to wait until I perform the summoning to acquire the formula." Hugh and Forth had only a rudimentary understanding of extraordinary traits in their eyes. The sealed object should be the greatest prize of the evening. They were self-aware enough to realize that, given their contributions, they had no right to claim the sealed object, and thus, obtaining the Master of Tricks potion formula was already a satisfactory outcome. Upon hearing Hubert's words, Hugh nodded and bid farewell to Forth. Hubert further advised, visit the church 2 or 3 times in the coming week to effectively evade divination. Forth agreed, recalling Hubert's earlier words that the church could significantly influence the results of divination, a piece of knowledge that was immensely valuable to them. Watching Hugh and Forth depart, Hubert planned to summon himself shortly, intending to wield chaotic power in the streets outside, shielding himself from all forms of divination. Before long, Dolly had preemptively dissipated the extraordinary traits of the judge, the corrupted baron, and the astrologer, gathering all the spoils together, 1 sealed object and 5 extraordinary traits. Additionally, Uptown had retrieved a total of 63 pounds and 6 souls in cash from their pockets, along with a crystal ball meant for divination. Uptown intended to remove their rings and other ornaments as well, but Hubert intervened, declaring that such items held little value and could easily be detected by the opposing astrologer through divination. Given that the opposition had a companion adept in divination, one must maintain a heightened awareness of counter-divination. According to their prior agreement, Hubert chose first from the spoils, naturally opting for the sealed object that resembled a black glove. Dolly selected the extraordinary trait of the judge. In the second round, Hubert claimed the extraordinary trait of the corrupted baron, while Dolly chose the extraordinary trait of the astrologer. In the third round, Hubert opted for the extraordinary trait of the constable, leaving Dolly with the extraordinary trait of the barbarian. In the final round of selections, Hubert took the cash, leaving Dolly with only the crystal ball. Chapter 98. The Transaction of Sealed Objects. To address the matter directly, during the recent battle, Ostrowski had exerted more effort than Dolly. However, the spoils Dolly received far exceeded the value of 750 pounds. In addition to the unexpected bounty surpassing Hubert's predictions, Dolly's status as an official extraordinary being played a crucial role. Sharing the spoils with Dolly was akin to bribing an official extraordinary being. Without the approval of the Night Watch team, Ostrowski, an illegal extraordinary being in the Kingdom of Ruin, could never have fought so brazenly outside the Harvest Church. The entire street's residents could not possibly have been sound asleep, not a single soul stirring. Most importantly, by sharing the spoils with an official extraordinary being, Hubert's gains became legitimate. In the final selection round, the crystal ball held slightly more value than the cash. However, Hubert had no use for the crystal ball and would have to risk seeking a place to sell it, so he opted for the cash instead. A vivid image suddenly flashed in Hubert's mind. The astrologer of the Tamara family using divination to locate the crystal ball, ultimately leading them to the headquarters of the Night Watch team in Beckland. A smile crept upon Hubert's lips at the amusing thought. Subsequently, Hubert scrutinized the sealed object, the black glove, and suddenly his spiritual senses detected the object's abilities and negative effects. To his surprise, the sealed object was not related to a mortician or demons as he had initially speculated. It originated from an out-of-control arbiter mage. Being a sealed object of the arbiter's path, Hubert's unique connection with the disordered realm allowed his spirit to establish a preliminary connection with the sealed object. The glove's ability was as follows. It could mimic the appearance of an arbiter mage to intimidate foes and, utilizing the mage's gaze, pronounce the death sentence upon any creature within its line of sight. Those with weaker spirits would instinctively obey this verdict, their physical vitality draining away, their spirits dissipating, resulting in true death. Low-sequence extraordinary beings would suffer irreparable injuries, while mid-sequence extraordinary beings would endure wounds requiring several days to heal. After employing this ability, the target would remain rigid for 1 to 3 seconds. The negative effect was that for 10 minutes following the use of this ability, the wielder would resemble a lifeless zombie, devoid of all vitality and spirit. After 10 minutes, their spirit would begin to recover, but it would take 10 hours to fully regain their state. After 5 cumulative uses, the wielder would be prone to a fate that could prove fatal. After 10 uses, they would inexorably face death. The ability would persist within a 2-meter radius of a creature for 5 hours, resulting in immediate demise. Hubert initially felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that his very first battle after ascending to Sequence 8 had inflicted irreparable damage upon his spirit. Nevertheless, he quickly considered that he could utilize extraordinary potions or ritual magic to heal his spiritual wounds, which might require considerable effort to research. But the issue should not be insurmountable. Hubert then furrowed his brow once more, The power of this sealed object was indeed formidable, and it even possessed area of effect capabilities. Yet regardless of its might, it could only be used 4 times. This made it particularly suitable for extraordinary organizations. Klein could use it 4 times. Dunn could use it 4 times, that equated to 8 uses. Moreover, it was exceptionally fitting for official extraordinary beings. Much like the members of the Tamara family encountered that evening, who would hesitate to use the sealed object immediately, uncertain of their opponent's true strength. Should they lose a significant combat asset at the outset, they might find themselves at an even greater disadvantage. Such a crucial sealed object could not be entrusted to either of the Sequence 8 individuals. They could easily be killed before they had a chance to don the gloves in the heat of battle. In any case, when Hubert was in the act of stabbing, should he notice that the opponent was not fleeing, but instead putting on the gloves, he would undoubtedly focus his attacks on their hands. Without hands, what good would the gloves be? Official extraordinary beings, however, were different. For instance, in the Kingdom of Ruin, where the Night Watch and the Punishers were based, they could readily employ the gloves ability right from the start, while other team members would reap the lives of their enemies. Hubert, however, was still in a solo fighting state, and this sealed object would be of no use to him in the near future. Observing Dolly diligently gathering the extraordinary traits, Hubert suddenly had an idea. "Madam, I believe the sealed object should meet the standards for level 2, correct?" He raised the glove in his hand. Dolly nodded. "Indeed, it has reached the level 2 standard." Hubert stated plainly, "I wish to exchange it for the other half of the usage rights at 355, along with an official's auxiliary personnel credential, 1 extraordinary trait of a briber, and 2 extraordinary traits of barbarians." Dolly hesitated briefly. The trade proposed by Hubert was advantageous for the Night Watch team. The value of half of a level 2 sealed object would certainly exceed that of 1 Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 8 extraordinary traits, while the auxiliary personnel credential was merely a piece of paper. However, due to the involvement of a level 2 sealed object, she could not make the decision. Tomorrow morning, bring the gloves to the security company, and whether the transaction can be concluded will be determined by our captain. Very well. Hubert felt that the potential for this transaction was quite substantial. For him, although the power of 355 could not compare to the black gloves, it was nonetheless a practical and efficient tool. When combined with the Tree of Order, it produced a remarkable synergy, yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Delhi, having gathered her spoils, pointed at the corpses and said, "I will take care of these bodies for you." "No," Hubert interjected firmly, "these are Upton's spoils. We will handle them ourselves." "Very well," Delhi replied, refraining from inquiring about the corpse's intended use. She accepted 355 and bid farewell to Hubert and Upton. With Delhi's departure, the room was left with only Hubert, Upton, and 5 lifeless bodies. Hubert stated, "I require a room free of disturbances." In the distant bell tower of the Harvest Church, a member of the Night Watch, holding a large telescope, reported to the captain, "Captain, Delhi has emerged and signaled that no incidents occurred." Thomas stood at the window of the tower, arms crossed, allowing the cool early autumn breeze to sway his robes. He was still reflecting on the earlier battle, which had been nothing short of extraordinary. Both Utlavsky and Delhi had performed admirably, as expected from seasoned extraordinary combatants. However, it was Hubert's performance that astonished Thomas. Previously, after hearing Delhi's report on Hubert's handling of the Henry family's case, he had dismissed it as mere luck, attributing it to Hubert's previous encounters with the 355 relic. Yet, today's combat revealed Hubert's composure, particularly when he summoned that imposing tree. Its visual impact was striking, and their telescope had failed to capture the scene beneath its canopy. It should be noted that the telescope was a level 3 relic. Chapter 99. Potion formulas. The marvelous artifact in Hubert's possession prompted Thomas to reassess Christine's capabilities. He naturally believed that a low-tier extraordinary like Hubert could not possibly wield such a powerful relic on his own. According to the Night Watch's records, Christine was a brigadier whose offense against the king had rendered him sidelined. Yet it appeared that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. "Captain," a team member reminded, "we should withdraw." "Indeed." Another member replied as he lifted an oil lamp and shook it near the window. Nearby, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, Dophies extinguished the ghostly flames in his hands. "All right," Dophies remarked. "General, do you not fear that bestowing such a potent relic upon the young master might disrupt your plans?" "That was not my gift to him," Christine clarified. "The relic he possesses is shared among the Night Watch. The tree-summoning artifact should also be provided by them." Hubert moved the corpses of the corrupted baron, the judge, and the astrologer to a spacious bedroom. He inscribed the Creator's symbols, erected the wall of spirituality, lit candles, and offered a sacrifice to himself while invoking the spirits. After the previous battle, Hubert's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. If he were to use the spirit summoning necklace directly, he could manage only one invocation. However, by harnessing the spiritual essence of the realm of disorder alongside the necklace's power, he could easily achieve 3 invocations. Upon completing his supplication, he entered the realm of disorder, where he immediately felt intense pain coursing through his astral form. Hubert collapsed onto the Iron Throne, discovering that his astral body was infested with writhing maggots, seemingly frightened and desperately trying to escape his essence. Once they emerged, they dissipated into black mist, vanishing without a trace. As the last of the black mist dissipated, Hubert's astral form regained its purity, and he belatedly understood that the realm of disorder had alleviated the harm inflicted by the relic. After all, that relic was a byproduct of a law mage's loss of control, and such relics posed no challenge to the realm of disorder. Feeling unburdened, Hubert first transferred the offerings from the altar into the realm of disorder. The spirit summoning necklace was unremarkable, but Hubert sensed that the black gloves had become much more compliant. This was the crushing advantage of rank. Hubert had an inkling that he could enhance the power of the black gloves through the strength of the realm of disorder, while also mitigating their negative effects, as they belonged to the arbitrator's pathway of relics. Yet, considering the impending transaction tomorrow, he decided to defer this matter until after the event. The corrupted baron's extraordinary trait resembled a decaying black jade surrounded by a veil of dark mist, exuding an ethereal, almost surreal quality. The extraordinary trait of the sheriff appeared rather mundane, akin to the size of a child's fist, composed of 3 colors, iron black and dark red intertwined with large swathes of silvery white. With a wave of his hand, Hubert constructed a modest stone platform beside the Iron Throne, placing today's spoils upon it. There was no safer location than the realm of disorder. Channeling this power into his astral form, he directly beheld the fading spiritual essences of the judge, the corrupted baron, and the astrologer. Time was of the essence. Without leaving the realm of disorder, he could utilize his astral form to perform spirit summoning directly within it. Hubert first aimed to summon the corrupted baron, formulas for potions of sequence 7 and sequence 6, without the need to repeat the incantation 7 times. Merely uttering it once caused Hubert's astral form to leap from the pond, manifesting before the Iron Throne as a curtain akin to a cinematic screen. The screen initially displayed a haze for a second or two before revealing an image of a middle-aged man, somewhat resembling the corrupted baron, who smiled gently and said, "This is the formula for the sequence 7 potion. Drink it, and you will undergo a qualitative transformation, becoming a true extraordinary." Upon receiving the parchment, the perspective shifted downward, revealing the contents: briber. Main ingredients: 1 weeping infant flower, crystalline cannabis. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 drops of golden mandrake juice, 5 drops of black mandrake juice, 4 drops of hallucinogenic oil, and 80 milliliters of red wine. Then, the scene transitioned, displaying the same middle-aged man's visage, now appearing slightly more haggard. "This is the formula for the sequence 6 potion. I will provide you with 1 main ingredient. The remaining components you must procure yourself, as a trial and test for you. Once all materials are gathered, you shall attain a title within your family." Opening the parchment revealed, corrupted baron. Main ingredient: 1 mutated heart of a black luminescent beast, crystal of the Chianali elven tree. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of blood from a dark-blooded behemoth, 20 milliliters of Chianali elven tree sap, 8 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, and 100 milliliters of aged white wine. As the 2 potion formulas materialized, the screen once again portrayed the corrupted baron's spirit in a state of vacant-eyed oblivion. Now, Hubert had acquired the extraordinary trait of the corrupted baron. While the briber's extraordinary trait also seemed relatively easy to obtain, he primarily focused on the auxiliary materials for these 2 potion formulas. As for the necessity of consuming extraordinary traits rather than extraordinary materials, Hubert felt no psychological pressure regarding this matter. The only concern was that the briber's extraordinary trait also encompassed traits from both the barbarian and the lawyer. Similarly, the corrupted baron's extraordinary trait included aspects of the briber, barbarian, and lawyer. Hubert contemplated whether assimilating too many extraordinary traits of the same sequence might complicate his role or impose undue stress upon his spirituality. However, this was not an immediate concern. He inquired of the corrupted baron's spirit, How should a barbarian be portrayed? Chapter 100. The Indeterminate Mist Before Hubert. The curtain once again revealed the middle-aged man from earlier. At this moment, the middle-aged man appeared to be in his 30s, seemingly more youthful than during his previous appearances. He smiled and remarked, "Barbarians are not savages. You must contemplate what true barbarism entails." The scene shifted to a gray mist once more, suggesting that the corrupted baron had gleaned from this statement how to embody a barbarian. Furthermore, within the Tamara family, there appeared to be a distinction between the elite and the non-elite, as this corrupted baron had evidently long understood the art of persona. In contrast, Upton's father, having fled the family when his son was merely a teenager, remained unaware of this performative art. Hubert inquired about the influence of the Tamara family in Beckerland. The screen revealed a factory entrance, where the name Nicolo Shipyard was briefly visible. The scene then transitioned to a luxurious office, where a middle-aged man with shoulder-length, slightly greasy hair was smoking a cigar and smiling. "Indeed, I have received orders to assist you," he said. "In accordance with the directive, I shall provide you with 2 aides." A woman, dressed as a secretary, stepped forward. She was the astrologer, and the other aide was the sheriff. "My assistants will take you to a hotel, which is entirely secure for us," the cigar-smoking man added. The scene shifted again as the corrupted baron arrived at a hotel named Tuma. The screen once more faded to gray mist. Hubert, seated upon the iron throne, pondered, indicating that both the Nicolo Shipyard and Tuma Hotel belonged to the Tamara family. After a series of inquiries, the essence of the corrupted baron had grown faint, and Hubert ceased the ants, causing the baron's spirit to dissipate instantly. Hubert then turned to the relatively solid spirit of the judge to conduct another ants. "Where is the gathering place of the Tamara family?" The screen displayed a picturesque valley with snow-capped peaks and a grand hall nestled in the mountainside. The valley was alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, dotted with villas and residences amidst the stunning scenery. Just as these images appeared, they abruptly halted, and the screen transformed into swirling gray mist. This mist, unlike the previous one encountered during the ants, seemed to churn with a life of its own. It appeared that members living in or having visited the family South gathering place had either passively or actively been influenced in such a way that even during ants, they would not divulge the precise location of the gathering place. Hubert posed another question: potions of sequence 8 and above for the arbiter. The swirling gray mist dissipated, and the screen displayed an elderly man with graying hair, handing over a piece of paper. "This is the sheriff's potion formula. The materials are on that table. You may concoct the potion yourself." As Hubert's gaze drifted downward, the potion formula came into view. Sheriff. Main ingredients: a pair of fear-worm's eyes, the right paw of silver warbear. Auxiliary ingredients: 10 milliliters of black mandrake juice, 12 milliliters of bellflower juice, 8 grams of dragoness blood powder, 80 milliliters of pure water. Similar to the previous ants, the elderly man with graying hair appeared multiple times, seemingly ageless, and his demeanor suggested he held high expectations for the judge. The potion formulas for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 followed suit. Sequence 7, Interrogator. Main ingredients: a horn from a flashing black serpent, dust from the lake spirit. Sequence 6, Judge. After acquiring these 3 potion formulas, the judge's spirit also grew faint, prompting Hubert to cease the ants with him and turn to the nearly vanishing astrologer's spirit. Potion formulas for the trickster and the astrologer. Due to the fading essence of the astrologer, the screen only displayed blurred images, rendering them indistinct and inaudible, with the exception of the potion formula held by the astrologer. Trickster. Main ingredients: the stomach of a soul eater, 20 milliliters of deep-sea swordfish blood. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 milliliters of oil made from hornbeam, 10 grams of snaregrass powder, 1 blooming red sorghum flower, 80 milliliters of pure water. Sequence 7, Astrologer. Just as Hubert discerned the 2 potion formulas, the astrologer's essence completely vanished. Hubert exhaled deeply. Apart from the prior spoils, these potion formulas constituted another significant acquisition. At this moment, he wielded the coherent formulas for 3 pathways, and armed with this knowledge, he could even consider establishing his own organization of extraordinary individuals. Finally, Hubert utilized chaotic energy to momentarily plunge the street into disorder, thereby severing any possibility of divination. He cast a glance at the altar, where the central symbol was comprised of crooked vertical and horizontal lines, along with several dots. Though unfamiliar, it bore a certain resemblance. Hubert shook his head. preparing to continue moving the corpses when suddenly, his spirit sensed a surge of unease. Upton, evidently inexperienced or entirely unacquainted with ritual magic, was currently engaged in arranging a spiritual wall. Hubert pointed at the symbol and inquired, "Where does this symbol originate? What is its esteemed name?" Upton picked up his notes. "The universe do not utter it aloud," Hubert exclaimed. "Write it down, fold the paper, and hand it to me." Upton seemed to realize something, fear evident in his expression, as he complied with Hubert's instructions and wrote it down, folding the paper before passing it to Hubert. Upon receiving the paper, Hubert mused. "I believe I now understand why this symbol feels familiar," he stated. "You are faced with two choices. First, you may proceed with the ritual after my departure. Second, I can provide you with a more reliable object of supplication. Choose wisely." At this moment, Upton recognized the flaw in his original supplication and, without hesitation, chose. "I opt for the supplication object you provide." He placed his trust in Hubert in this regard, for Hubert's ability to gather so many aids indicated an extraordinary background. Hubert smiled. "Then you must become a devotee of him." "Very well." He subsequently altered the central symbol on the altar to that of the Creator and revealed to Upton the Creator's esteemed name. Hubert then feigned the act of attending to the corpses, but in truth he retreated to the bedroom, using the original altar to sacrifice the note to himself. Fog of the depths of the universe, the frigid sovereign, the embodiment of chaos and distortion. Through these descriptors, Hubert surmised that this must be the esteemed name of the unstable fog. It was merely his spirit that felt familiar. Rather, it was the closely intertwined, disordered realm that resonated with familiarity. In the living room, Upton carefully intoned the esteemed name of the Creator. "O Creator of order in the mortal realm, you are the sovereign of the disordered kingdom. You are the master of the bell of order. I beseech your gaze and favor. I implore you to merge the essence of this individual upon the altar with my own, rendering my enemy's divination ineffective." Upton had perused his father's notes countless times and rehearsed the ritual in his mind on numerous occasions. Today marked his inaugural performance of the ceremony. His father's notes had cautioned against casually uttering the esteemed name of the unstable fog, lest he inadvertently offend this great being. After completing his supplication, Upton anxiously regarded the altar. Suddenly, a tremendous force descended, and a towering, majestic figure materialized above the altar, seated on a throne forged of gleaming swords. As if surveying all beneath him, only those belonging to the same family could effectively merge their essences. Thus, when the high-ranking distortion energy fused Upton's essence with that of the corpse, any subsequent divination regarding Upton's whereabouts would point towards the essence of that corpse, thereby rendering the divination ineffective. At that time, Hubert estimated that he could achieve this by utilizing the realm of disorder. Furthermore, the high-ranking extraordinary beings of the path of death could also accomplish this, as manipulating spiritual essence was indeed their forte. The abilities of the path of the lawyer could also perform certain manipulations of spiritual essence. For the high-ranking extraordinary beings of this path could even discern and exploit the loopholes of death, let alone those of spiritual essence. Thus, after completing his supplication, Hubert, within the realm of disorder, seized the residual spiritual essence from the corpse before the altar and intertwined it with a portion of Apton's essence using the powers of chaos and distortion. This caused Apton, standing before the altar, to exhibit a visage of profound anguish, as his spiritual form was indeed being twisted. Subsequently, Hubert invoked the power of order to sanction the previous actions, ensuring that the residual essence from the corpse was irrevocably retained within Apton's body. Hubert vaguely recalled that the indeterminate mist seemed to be composed of the refuse from the realm of disorder and the children of chaos, representing a relatively weaker outer god. By title, it wielded a degree of authority over distortion and chaos, which enabled it to more readily identify the vulnerabilities in the protective measures set by the primal creator on Earth. Alternatively, a portion of its power might have lingered on Earth after being torn away from the children of chaos. Moreover, the fact that the children of chaos were sealed on Earth so early indicated the peculiarities of this path, granting them a natural advantage in their infiltration of Earth. However, that was a matter for a distant future. Before that, Hubert intended to maintain contact with Apton, hoping to leverage him in designing traps and tracking the indeterminate mist's whereabouts. Naturally, such matters were best left unthought of until he ascended to the rank of the Angel King. Upon exiting the realm of disorder, Hubert began to clear the altar. At that moment, the corpse of the astrologer suddenly sat up startling Hubert, who quickly activated his spiritual sight only to remember that his divining necklace was still in the realm of disorder, rendering him unable to perceive the undead beings. "I shall assist you with these corpses," came the voice of Dophies. Hubert exhaled in relief. "Mr. Dophies, your assistance is enough to frighten one to death." The astrologer grinned eerily and, alongside several other corpses, stiffly rose. The dismembered body of the judge also showed signs of restoration, with only the scars on his face visible under the light. The corpses departed briskly, akin to ordinary folk, causing Apton outside to scream in terror. This led Hubert to speculate that Dophies must be an extraordinary being of the Undertaker's path, as manipulating corpses was indeed the hallmark of this path, whereas the possession abilities of the prisoner's path often pertain to singular targets. Upon arriving in the parlor, Hubert addressed Apton. "This is a friend assisting us with the corpses." He intended to say a servant, but felt such terminology would be disrespectful to Dophies. Apton nearly burst into tears, then chuckled nervously. "I have gained another 10 years of freedom." Hubert cast a glance at him. "Shouldn't we settle our accounts?" Previously, Apton had promised Hubert that if he aided in defeating the pursuers sent by his family, he would provide Hubert with certain benefits. Apton, feeling pained, began to disentangle the astrologer's hair from his arm. Hubert hastily added, "I have no desire for such things that could cost me my life at any moment. I no longer need the potion formulas I once knew." Hubert declared, "I require the extraordinary traits of the briber and the astrologer." Apton smiled ruefully, realizing that was the most valuable possession he currently held, especially the extraordinary trait of the briber, which he intended to use for his own advancement. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that possessing the potion formulas also provided him with future opportunities for advancement. "All right," Apton conceded, "but I will need until the day after tomorrow to provide it to you." He chuckled. "You appear quite unwell. I suspect the pressure from the potion has intensified your spiritual strain, hasn't it?" Hubert replied, "I shall not accept your extraordinary traits without offering something in return. I will also share with you methods to effectively avoid losing control. After all, you're a follower of that being, and I cannot simply stand by as you descend into chaos." Remembering the towering figure from earlier, Apton lowered his head to pray, only to suddenly realize he was unaware of the gestures and prayers representing the Creator. Hubert stated sternly, "Without the Creator's permission, you must not reveal your identity as a follower." "Yes," Apton replied, "thank you for your guidance." Hubert smirked, belatedly recognizing that he needed to cultivate his own followers. Chapter 102, The Teleportation Statue. Hubert smiled. Occasionally, one must put in extra hours. Donna nodded, yawning as she headed to the washroom. After knocking on the study door, Christine was indeed waiting for him inside. Hubert briefly recounted the events of the battle that night, as well as his gains, although he only disclosed part of the insights he had acquired. Christine nodded. "Your speed in uncovering the potion formulas has far surpassed my expectations. However, do not become complacent or arrogant. In the realm of extraordinary beings, caution is an ever-timeless virtue. Perhaps I should rent a room next to the law firm. Should I work late, I could stay there." Christine smiled. When children grow up, home becomes a constraint. At the breakfast table, Hubert discussed his intention to find living arrangements, providing ample justification. He had recently been working late, and having a residence near the law firm would save him commuting time. Furthermore, in the mornings, his route did not align with Donna and Tyron's, often requiring them to leave early for school to avoid delays. After breakfast, yawning, Hubert arrived at the law firm, made a brief appearance, and then proceeded to visit clients. His first stop was at 192 Blanca Street, where he retrieved the black gloves using the bestowed method and placed them into a pre-prepared bag. Following Dolly's instructions from the previous day, Hubert made his way directly to the Blackthorn Security Company. At the reception was a woman in her 40s. "Are you Mr. Hubert?" Hubert paused. "Yes. The captain and Ms. Dolly are already waiting for you in the office." With that, she led Hubert upstairs. Hubert, curious, inquired, "Do you know me?" The last time he visited the security company, he had only encountered Dolly. The middle-aged woman replied subtly, "Our security company's workload is not very large." Hubert immediately understood. The implication was that the security firm had little business, and since he was the only visitor that morning, she was thus certain of his identity. Arriving at the office on the second floor, Thomas and Dolly were indeed already present. After closing the office door, Dolly asked, "Tea or coffee?" "Tea, thank you." Once Dolly served the tea and took her seat, the three began to discuss business. Thomas stated, "I reported your situation to the Archbishop overnight, and, after our deliberation, he has approved your trade request." He smiled. This is the first transaction involving a sealed item in the church's history for over a century. Hubert nodded, knowing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Night Watch team would agree to the transaction, as it aligned with their interests. However, we have one requirement, Thomas continued. If 355 is lost or stolen, you are obligated to inform the Night Watch team. No problem. Following this, Thomas retrieved the stone box containing 355 from his drawer. This stone box is also a miraculous item, valued equivalently to an extraordinary trait of a bribe-bearer. Should you require the box, we will only provide you with 2 additional extraordinary traits of barbarians and a certificate for external personnel. If you do not need the box, we will proceed with the transaction as per your request from yesterday. Hubert was taken aback, as this was entirely unexpected. Thomas's actions clearly indicated a desire to leverage the extraordinary traits of the bribe-bearers to inspire Hubert to continue contributing to the Night Watch team. However, he likely did not anticipate that Hubert had alternative means to obtain the extraordinary traits of the bribe-bearers. I want a stone box, Hubert decisively declared once more. Beside him, Daly explained, previously, you borrowed the stone box twice for no more than 12 hours each time, which is why I did not caution you about its adverse effects. Since you intend to hold onto the stone box for an extended period, you must be aware that if you accumulate over 12 hours of close contact with it, you will gradually become petrified. You will need to rest for over 6 hours before you can carry the stone box again. If the interval between 2 close contacts exceeds 6 hours, the time will reset. Hubert responded with an O and a note of gratitude, yet inwardly berated the Night Watch for being overly cautious. What was there to conceal about the negative effects of Stonebox? Initially, he had contemplated informing Daly about the negative effects of the black gloves, but he decided against it, letting them discover it for themselves. The transaction was successfully completed, and Thomas retrieved a wooden box from his drawer, containing 2 sets of extraordinary traits of the barbarians, along with 2 modest-sized certificates. The cover of one certificate bore the emblem of the knight, and upon opening it, Hubert found his basic information. He chuckled softly, as the second certificate was entirely unexpected. It would prove useful at certain times. When Hubert departed from the Blackthorn Security Company, his briefcase felt heavy, having finally acquired 355, along with 2 extraordinary traits from the barbarians, coupled with the 2 extraordinary traits that Upton had promised him. This operation was a tremendous success. As he settled into a hired carriage, Hubert pondered renaming 355. He was not an official extraordinary individual and thus disdained such numerical designations for enchanted items. After a brief contemplation, he settled on the name Teleportation Statue. Upon returning to the law firm, he found Hugh and Forsyth already present, and he welcomed them into a small reception room. Hubert penned the formula for the Trickster's Potion and handed it to Forsyth, stating, "This is what you rightfully deserve." Forsyth glanced at it. Having searched for this potion formula for an eternity, it suddenly felt immensely weighty in her hands. She recognized the 2 primary ingredients mentioned, having heard of them at the extraordinary gathering, but they were not inexpensive. Each would cost over 300 pounds. Hubert then turned to Hugh, saying, "Yesterday, I also acquired the formula for the Sheriff's Potion." Chapter 103. Hugh's new objective. Hugh, somewhat excited, remarked, "I knew it. After one divination, it's impossible to obtain just one formula." Hubert smiled and continued, "At the gentleman's gathering, we all saw that the Sheriff's Potion formula was priced at 450 pounds. But I intend to sell it to you for 420 pounds. He added, "You should be aware that the base price for a Sequence 8 potion formula is 450 pounds. But it typically sells for over 500 pounds, so my offer is quite generous." Hugh promptly replied, "Of course I understand." Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head. "But I currently only have 398 pounds. If you could wait a bit until I gather the extra 20 pounds, I will come immediately to purchase the formula." Hubert smiled and suggested, "How about this? The formula is yours for 395 pounds, and in exchange, you help me look up 2 addresses." Hugh was taken aback. "Hubert, you really don't have to accommodate me like this." No, Hubert explained, "that 25 pounds is well worth the expenditure for me. Because I cannot investigate those addresses myself. Do not look into it personally either. Find someone trustworthy to assist with the inquiry. Furthermore, the investigation should commence in half a month. I only need the addresses, without any further actions to avoid alarming them." Hugh seemed to grasp the implication. "That is, the Tamara family." Hubert nodded and smiled. "Ladies, it appears that the Tamara family likely possesses the potion formulas for the roles of lawyer, arbitrator, and apprentice. We should be able to obtain what we each need from them. In this regard, we are natural allies. However, we are still too weak compared to an extraordinary family. So we must not act blindly. We can keep an eye on news regarding this family for now, and act when the opportunity arises. Forsyth smiled, saying, in this matter, we are willing to follow your lead. It is not merely leading. It is collaboration, Hubert replied. Ladies, you possess extraordinary abilities, yet have never resorted to crime using them. I hold great respect for such integrity. Hugh felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise. She scratched her somewhat rough hair. I also respect you. You know so much and are able to find such remarkable friends to assist you. You could easily have excluded us from this endeavor, yet you still involved us. Forsyth nodded in agreement. Hugh was correct that their contributions to this operation had not been substantial. Not only that, but they had also accumulated a wealth of practical experience and broadened their horizons through this battle. For two sequence 9 wild, extraordinary individuals, this was indeed a valuable experience. Hubert smiled. Mutual respect is the foundation of lasting friendship. As he spoke, he wrote out the formula for the Sheriff's potion and handed it to Hugh. Today, she had brought all her savings with her in anticipation of a potential transaction. After completing this deal, Hubert added, regarding the primary materials for the Sheriff's potion, I can suggest 2 excellent options. The first is the individual who sold the Sheriff's potion formula at the gentleman's gathering. He is likely to have the primary materials as well. The second is that I also have the primary materials for the Sheriff's potion, which I can sell to you at a discount. Hugh exclaimed, of course, I choose to purchase from you. Initially, she had been worried about sourcing the primary materials from elsewhere, but Hubert had swiftly pointed out 2 paths. Hubert replied, very well, I shall reserve them for you. In fact, the so-called primary materials refer to the extraordinary traits of the sheriff that are divided among the spoils. He continued, although you will be purchasing materials from me, I still recommend that you establish contact with the person selling the Sheriff's formula. Why? Hugh inquired. You should know that the Rune royal family controls the potion formulas for arbitrators, right? Hugh nodded in acknowledgement. Only a sheriff who has established contact with the royal family is legitimate. Hubert cautioned, do not resist collaboration with the authorities. As long as you remain vigilant not to be used as a pawn, such cooperation will be advantageous for you. Hugh nodded again, beginning to understand Hubert's meaning. After bidding farewell to the 2 ladies, Hubert persevered through several yawns until lunchtime. After dining, he ventured out to visit clients, but in truth, he intended to catch up on sleep at 192 Blanca Street. He enjoyed a refreshing slumber, awakening around 4 in the afternoon. A luxurious 4-wheeled carriage came to a halt on Rose Street. A middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair, appearing somewhat greasy, puffed on a cigar as he gazed out the window. Uncle Bayard, was the incident here? His divination had revealed that there was only one traitor left in the family, and since he was not particularly formidable, the operation had not captured the middle-aged man's attention. It was only when the operation team had not returned overnight that he realized something was amiss. After inquiring with the coachman, he learned that the operation team's target was Rose Street, the only clue available. The astrologer known as Bayard, with graying hair, consulted his crystal ball and stated, they indeed came here, but there are not many traces left of them. Continue onward. The middle-aged man instructed the coachman. Pass through here at a normal speed. Even though the enemy still lingers on this street, it is inconceivable that extraordinary battles could unfold in the daylight of Beckland. The carriage glided slowly down Rose Street, where both the thoroughfare and its inhabitants appeared entirely unremarkable, seemingly untouched by the ferocity of conflict. A middle-aged man inquired, is it possible to locate their bodies? He surmised that their remains ought to have been handled by now. With a wry smile, Baird replied, astrologers can only perform rudimentary divinations and are easily swayed by disturbances. After all, they're not professional seers. The middle-aged man crushed the cigar in his grasp. If divination is not an option, then we shall commence an investigation. I must avenge my sister. The astrologer who perished yesterday was indeed his sister. During his absence, he had received a letter and an official notice. The letter was from Mr. Barton, the client of his 3rd case, urging him to resolve the issues he faced with utmost urgency. Consequently, Barton passed the correspondence to Hubert, noting that this particular case had been languishing in Hubert's hands for 3 weeks and warranted attention. However, Hubert intended to take a proper rest tomorrow, planning to address the matter on Saturday. As for the official notice, it was a notification from the court regarding the acceptance of the Bob case, informing Hubert of a scheduled hearing next Wednesday.